Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The events of this story begin with the fact that on a beautiful sunny day, a wanderer wrapped in a cloak was walking along the road. It was then that old entries in the diary of one villager began. A new resident came to their village. Then the young man with brown hair put the rake on his shoulder and looked at the man who had come. The expression on the stranger's face was not favorable, but the elders still came out to him and greeted him. The wanderer's eyes were full of anger, as if something terrible had happened in his life. Personally, the peasant did not want him to live here, but the good-natured elder of the village shook the stranger's hand and accepted the stranger with a smile. Then he had no choice but to ignore what had happened. 3 days had passed since the young man settled in the village. The folding doors of his house had not opened even once. He was so quiet that the peasant sometimes forgot about his existence. A couple of residents began to approach the stranger's house and show interest in him. But he, not paying attention to them, passed by. He, as before, was indifferent. A week passed, followed by 3 more days from the arrival of the stranger. Looking at the swaying branches of the trees, the peasant learned what the stranger was doing. The kids peeked through the fence and told him, repeating the movements of the wanderer with sticks. It turned out that the stranger trained with a sword every day. Putting the rake on his shoulder and taking the bucket in his hand, the guy began to go to work while he thought about the wanderer, looking at whom one could understand that there were a whole bunch of stories in his past, but he still didn't care about him. A month later, moss and other vegetation began to grow on the door and stone walls of the stranger, but even so the young man continued to train in his yard. The peasant did not see this, he heard it. Peeling the potatoes, the peasant tried not to listen to the conversation of the people standing in front of him. After the moment the wanderer arrived, a month passed, but no changes occurred. The wanderer learned to wield a sword, and the villagers gossiped about him. Some assumed that the wanderer was preparing for someone, sometimes to take revenge, others that he is a fallen knight or some famous mercenary. Cutting off the potato skins with a knife, the peasant tried not to pay attention to the numerous conversations of people because he was sincerely not interested. While plowing his garden, the peasant nevertheless decided to go and see the wanderer's training, his daily activities for 6 months. Drops flowed down the peasant's face while he pondered the fact that curiosity nevertheless appeared in him, but here anyone would not have been able to stand it. He was interested in how fast, how strong the wanderer was, what techniques he had honed, because it was not for nothing that he was a regular in the neighbors' gossip. Then looking through the broken part of the door into the wanderer's courtyard, the young man was disappointed. He saw how the wanderer stood in a stance holding his sword. Sweat flowed down his face and hands. To the villagers who knew nothing about the art of wielding a sword, the young man might seem incredible, but he does not agree with them. While he was engaged in trade, he had to see a couple of knights, and a wanderer is far from improbable. The peasant frowned at the guy. He must have had his own reasons not to stop, so compelling that they tormented his soul. Based on what he saw, he could say that the young man had not figured out how to resolve them. Raising the bag over his shoulder again, the peasant went about his business. Although he felt sorry for the wanderer, he decided not to interfere. Having satisfied his curiosity, he could now forget about him. A new family appeared in the village, a retired mercenary, his son and daughter. Upon arrival they were all smiling and fooling around. The smiling girl's name was Ramat. She was very beautiful. Her smile amazed the peasant. Then he decided to start a conversation with her the next day. Writing on a piece of paper with a pen under the light of a candle, the peasant wrote that after 3 years, that wanderer was still waving his sword. An inexplicably strange mood led him to take up his pen and paper for the first time in a long time. The peasant turned his head and looked at Rem sleeping on the bed and smiled. He looked after her for 2 years, and in the end she agreed to become his wife. On such days he doesn't need anything more to be happy. A moment later, the peasant stopped smiling, remembering the wanderer. The guy with whom he had absolutely nothing in common continued to appear in his thoughts. 5 years later, while everyone was happy, sad and laughing, the wanderer still waved his sword indifferently day after day. This forced the peasant to ask himself how long his asceticism would continue. That's when he decided to watch him every day. He survived for 5 years, 1 month and 12 days. The young man trained with a sword. As if turning over the pages of his diary, the peasant described how even 5 years later, 4 months and 15 days, the young man trained with a sword. Another page of the diary turned over when 6 years, 2 months and 18 days had passed since the young man began training. The page of the diary was turned over again. This time it was winter. 6 years, 9 months and 3 days later a lot of snow fell, but the wanderer still continued to train. Another sheet of the diary was written down and turned over. Then he and Rama had a child, a beautiful daughter named Lola. All the villagers then came to congratulate them. The diary sheets filled up one after another and fell to the ground. The young man continued his training. While numerous pages of the diary fell to the ground, the wanderer swung his sword in the courtyard and continued to train. Even after 7 years, 10 months and 27 days had passed. The wanderer's huge sword rose sharply into the air in the utter darkness of the night. The weather changed. There was a terrible downpour. The sky was filled with clouds. But not paying attention to the weather, the wanderer, whose hair had grown considerably, continued to hold the hilt of his sword and train. The peasant wrote in his diary with a pen, 15 years have passed. Unfortunately, he forgot to check whether the stranger was engaged in training. The peasant, who had grown a beard and mustache, massaged his forehead, suggesting that the wanderer was still training, because his training was as natural as the dawn in the morning and the moon in the sky at night. The screams of his grandson calling him forced the aged peasant to open his eye and wake up. The grandfather raised his head and looked at his grandson and then smiled at the boy with a smile on his face, who called him a sleepyhead. The peasant lying on the bed looked at Lol, who was scolding his son for disturbing his grandfather. Smiling, Lola told her son to go get ready because they were leaving soon. When Juice turned around and ran to get ready, and Grandpa began to get up, turning to Lola, who asked him if he was awake. When the father threw off the blanket, Lola, who was standing nearby, asked her father if he would go with them to the market in the neighboring village. The old man waved his hand, saying that he would stay. The old man looked out the window as his daughter and grandson, holding hands, left the house. Looking up at the sky, he saw the same trees swaying in the wind and a blue sky with clouds as many years ago. Closing his eyes and enjoying the breeze, the old man said that the weather today is beautiful. While the peasant walked past people with his hands behind his back, they greeted their elder with smiles on their faces. Walking along the road along the forest, the elder, who used to be an ordinary peasant, thought about the transience of time because even the village had changed a lot. The elder stopped in the middle of the road. Looking to the side, the elder thought. The old man stopped in front of an old house, the doors and walls of which had long been overgrown with vegetation. Everything had changed over time, but not this place. Looking at the rusted doors on which moss had grown, the elder began to think about the past 37 years. The elder went to the door and looked into the courtyard of the house through the gap. A moment later, the elder's eye widened sharply. He began to run as fast as he could. The old man opened the door and burst into the wanderer's house. He began to run up to the man who was holding the hilt of his sword stuck in the ground. The elder extended his hands and opened his mouth in shock, looking at the stranger. The wanderer's hands tightly gripped the hilt of the sword. A fairly aged old man, whose body had many scars, was on his knees and holding the hilt of his sword. The elder saw the wanderer sitting with his eyes wide and not letting go of the sword. For some time he could not take his eyes off this picture. When the silvery light that surrounded the stranger went out, he laid the stranger on the ground and closed his eyes. The elder looked at the stranger with some sadness. Drops of tears fell to the ground when the elder wished the wanderer to find himself in a good place. The protagonist's blue eyes snapped open. The blue-eyed blonde began to twitch anxiously, remembering his dream. Events moved to the luxurious mansion of the Perir family. Many people passed the entrance arch of the Perir estate, which was a famous place of trade that connected several nearby kingdoms. A knight in silver armor with a golden outline raised his finger up and smiled and said that the most popular here were the students of Baron Perir. While one of the knights listened with admiration to the story of his partner, the other comrade, leaning on his spear with some dissatisfaction, looked at the narrator, who said that Princess Klia in particular was the most famous of all, because she was only 11 years old, and she had already received the official status of a sorceress. Admiring, the boy asked if the royal family had really given her the title. One of the knights looked away, trying not to listen to how his two companions admired the titles of aristocrats. The blonde knight, the ends of his hair coming out of his helmet, sighed when he heard how the newcomer admired the sorcerers and the princess. He decided to interrupt them by saying that they had an eldest son, so there was no use in fame. All three knights suddenly froze and stopped speaking upon hearing the words of their comrade. The new guy leaned back, starting to laugh as the two friends started arguing with each other over one of them's intemperate tongue. Looking at how the two knights were arguing with their faces twisted with anger, the newcomer understood the reason for their quarrel. Because Princess Klia was indeed a celebrity, but Perir's eldest son, Iron, was much more famous for his laziness. Imagining the skinny figure of the guy, the knight involuntarily remembered his nickname, the Careless Aristocrat. After he lost his mother at an early age, he lay on his bed. Until his 15th birthday he did nothing, slept for days, huddled in a blanket, for which he received such a nickname, although his mother died right before his eyes, so understand it was possible. While the two knights were constantly quarreling, the newcomer watched everything standing next to them. The girl's unexpected voice made the two knights turn around and look back. The bearded knight exclaimed in fright and began to sweat profusely. Behind them stood Klia with her arms folded across her chest, and her mother Amelia stood next to her. Klia frowned, asking the knights who gave them permission to make noise at their post. The three knights abruptly stood in a row and bowed, asking for forgiveness. Hearing them, Klia asked them in response why would they do something for which they would have to apologize. The three knights were sweating profusely, their bodies trembling with fear, when the princess asked them how they were going to answer for their offense. Klia glanced sharply at Amelia when she, putting her hand on her shoulder, said that she shouldn't do that. Amelia narrowed her eyes, looking at the knights, and then said that this would be enough because they had already realized their mistake. After what was said, Curlia's mother's lips stretched into a smile, after which she asked the knights if she was right. Seeing how the knights began to worship her even more diligently, Amelia massaged her shoulders and told them to focus on serving rather than chatting. The bearded knight watched the departing members of the Perir family. Soon all three knights looked at the backs of the departing ladies with some dissatisfaction. A moment later, all three breathed a sigh of relief. The newcomer seemed to melt with relief. Looking at the arch and the tower through which the ladies passed, the knights began to discuss the girls, calling them terrifying. One of them said that they were both strong and therefore the future of the estate promised to be bright, unlike the prince, who was the complete opposite. Events are transferred to the protagonist's room. The bright rays of the sun illuminated his room passing through the window. Iron jumped up from his seat, shouting. He was infuriated by his condition. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and sweat was running down his face. He could not sleep. Scratching his head, the protagonist thought, usually at this time he slept, or rather, he slept almost the whole day. Closing one of his eyes, the sweating Iron began to remember his dream. It was as if he was in the place of that wanderer. There was a sword in his hands, and there was a salty taste in his mouth from fatigue, and the terrifying pain in his muscles was truly felt. The protagonist began to lower his trembling legs to the floor. Then he looked at his sweating and trembling palms. Iron stood up from his seat, feeling like his whole body was itching. He couldn't even stand still. The door to his chambers opened when he called the butler. A man with a thin mustache and luxuriant hair stood in the doorway asking the prince what he wanted. Iron lowered his hands and stood numbly in front of the butler. Then the protagonist looked away. The edges of the butler's lips lifted slightly as he looked at the prince, puzzled. The protagonist raised his trembling hands and narrowed his eyes, saying that he wanted to train with the sword. The butler stood motionless and silent, not immediately understanding the meaning of his master's words. But a moment later, the butler began to sweat and his face twisted in shock, after which he asked his master what he wanted. At this time, many people gathered at the Perir family's training ground, mostly the family's knights. A recent guard knight with a beard looked to the side in shock, asking his comrade if his eyes were deceiving him. The Baron's students widened their eyes when they saw the man coming. Only the yellow-haired guy looked away. Iron slowly walked towards the training ground. The lazy prince, accompanied by his butler, went out to the training ground. The knights watched as the prince and the butler began to approach the weapon rack. Usually it was difficult for them to even see the prince's face. Seeing the protagonist walk through the training ground with the butler, many wondered if it was possible that he decided to take up fencing. Iron stopped in front of the counter, looking at the huge two-handed sword hanging on the wall. The butler standing behind him parted his lips, saying that each sword has its own characteristics depending on the size, shape, and length, and since he did not understand the art of swordsmanship, the butler asked to wait for a mentor who could help him with the choice instead of him. The butler became nervous when he heard Iron turn him down, saying he needed a mentor. The protagonist stared intently at the sword in front of him, not paying attention to other types of weapons standing nearby. Iron looked up, internally exclaiming. A moment later, he grabbed the hilt of a huge two-handed sword, saying that he would take it. One of the knights pulled the other's cheek when he asked him to do it out of disbelief to check if he was in a dream, but the knight clearly went too far in pulling the other's cheek. A moment later, the angry knight grabbed the insolent man by the hand and began to squeeze with great force, forcing his comrade to beg for mercy. Iron clenched his teeth and strained, trying to lift the huge sword. The two quarreling knights looked at the young prince in surprise. The butler involuntarily opened his mouth in surprise. Iron's hands trembled from the effort it took to lift the two-handed sword. Iron's whole body, along with the sword in her hand, was trembling, and sweat was running down the protagonist's face. The young prince tried to even out his breathing. A lot of swords hung on a stand for them. Iron raised his sword above his head and clenched his teeth with effort. The unexpected swing of the sword ended with its tip colliding with the ground. The Baron's students, standing aside, dressed in special uniforms, looked with some contempt as the protagonist again raised his weapon above his head. Both students frowned, estimating Iron's strength to be worse than ever. While Iron tried and swung his sword through clenched teeth, the two said that such a lazy prince would not succeed, although for the first time his stance was not bad. The blonde smiled as he told his friend that last month Chiron had embarrassed Iron in front of everyone. Perhaps that was the reason. Looking at the trembling prince, the student said that time Iron did not respond at all after being humiliated. The butler, turning his head, was able to hear part of the conversation and how the two turned around and began to leave. The butler clenched his teeth. He was disgusted to hear such things about his master. The butler stood next to Iron, who was swinging his sword, and, gesturing with his hands, told the prince that to master the art of the sword, daily grueling training was necessary and it would be difficult for him to cope alone. Looking at his master's back, the servant offered to find him a mentor, but he abruptly interrupted, noticing that his master was not paying attention to him. Iron began swinging his sword again, even though his body was shaking. Every time he swung, not only did his arms hurt, but all his muscles hurt. He swung his sword, not understanding why he did it. Iron changed the position of his legs for greater comfort. The next swing of the sword was the last. The young prince began to fall exhausted to the ground. Iron tried to catch his breath. He took deep breaths and exhalations while lying on the ground. He lay on the ground, but instead of feeling pain and fatigue, he felt relief and calm. The protagonist began to stand up. He grabbed the hilt of his sword with one hand and rose to one knee. Repeating over and over again what he had seen in his dream, the movements of that wanderer, he began to feel the heaviness in his chest weakening. Every time he swung his sword, his hated memories disappeared. Each swing evaporated the burden of responsibility that lay on his shoulders. Once again, the protagonist raised a huge sword above his head, unable to stop. Drops of sweat flew up due to the sharpness in the protagonist's movements. Suddenly, the butler intervened and stopped his master. The worried butler began to shout, asking Iron to stop because it was already getting dark. Looking at the butler, Iron incredulously asked him if it was really getting dark. A moment later, without finishing, Iron began to fall, but the butler caught the prince. Holding the prince, the butler asked about his well-being, to which he responded by saying that he had no more strength. Iron raised his head a little, wondering how he could do this, hearing his butler say that the prince was too overzealous. The sun was already setting, the buildings of the estate turned black, ceasing to be illuminated. Iron wondered how time could pass so quickly. When the butler threw Iron's hand over his shoulder, the prince asked him if he was standing here and waiting for him. Why he didn't go about his business or call him earlier, the butler answered the prince saying that he wouldn't dare to leave his master and go somewhere else. Then, besides, he did not react to his words. When the profusely sweating Iron was able to walk on his own, the butler said that he would order everything to be cleaned up here, and it was time for him to rest. Because training, although it was a good thing, was impossible to overexert. Upon hearing him, Iron parted his lips, saying that he was unlikely to do this again. At night in the Perir estate, the light was still on in Iron's room. The young prince held his hand and screamed, complaining about the pain in his muscles and about himself, while cursing the dream he had. Trembling all over and holding his hand, Iron said that now he would certainly not be able to sleep. But 5 minutes later, the young prince fell asleep like a baby, even drool flowing from his mouth. Events moved forward a few days to the kitchen of the Perir estate. Iron was taking a bite of his sandwich at this time. Taking huge bites, Iron did not stop letting go of the glass of milk in his hand. A moment later, the protagonist washed down everything he had eaten with milk. The butler standing behind the prince looked at him in shock. No matter how much he looked, he couldn't get used to it. But he still decided to ask the young prince if he would go to train. After he asked this, the prince, without looking up from his absorption food, answered him with consent. While Iron devoured everything edible on the table, sitting on a luxurious chair, he thought about the fact that from that day on, an incomprehensible dream continued to haunt him, and in order to get rid of the itching in his body, he continued to train. Iron stopped eating and thought a little sadly about the fact that when he swung his sword, no unnecessary thoughts arose in his head, and doing something useful was not the worst outcome. Iron sharply slammed his glass on the table and ordered him to bring him more milk and sandwiches. Near the entrance arch to the training ground, people were discussing Iron's arrival today. 3 knights crowded together, debating who would win their dispute. The newcomer abruptly interrupted and looked to the side. His friend asked him, puzzled, what was the matter, but suddenly the old man's voice interrupted him. He asked for forgiveness, asking to show him the way. An old man in a red robe with a long and lush gray beard smiled, asking for directions to the training ground. The bearded knight asked who the old man was. Since he was heading there, he waved his hand and introduced himself as a knight-errant, and as a swordsman, he wanted to visit this estate and at the same time look at the site. The knights began to look at each other when the old man said that he had permission. Then all 3 looked at the old man, and the bearded knight said that he would need to wait a little until their shift was over, and then they would take him to the site, because they were also going there. Approaching the red gates of the training ground, the knights began to look forward to the moment when they would find out the winner of their dispute. Suddenly, the bearded knight widened his eyes when he saw Iron. He saw how he continued to raise his sword, trembling with his whole body. This shocked everyone who came. The bearded knight sighed when he saw the joyful face of his partner, with whom he argued and ultimately lost. He threw the bag of money directly into the palm of his partner, not forgetting to curse him, but he did not express anything in gratitude. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, the satisfied knight said that the son of Viscount Chiron had disgraced the prince very much. Perhaps his persistence would be enough for a week. An old man in a red robe stood next to the knights and watched as 2 of them began to quarrel again. Then the old man turned, looking at the prince. Looking at how he raised the sword above his head, the old man mentally said to himself that he was definitely not wasting his time and was not that bad. However, looking at his trembling hands, the old man could not help but notice the low level of skill. He was so weak that he could barely hold the sword. Seeing how Iron was sweating and trying to catch his breath, the errant knight decided that he also lacked stamina. Standing motionless and looking at the young prince, the old man wondered how long Iron would last, hearing that the reason was revenge. The old man thought, because it was impossible to approach the art of the sword lightly with such obscene intentions. Seeing a small gust of wind passing across the ground, the old man began to think. All the knights and the old man raised their heads, seeing how the wind began to rise. The bearded knight opened his mouth in shock, not believing what he saw. Iron, concentrated on his training, did not pay enough attention and only looked up. Klia, riding a griffin, flew to the training ground. Everyone saw their mistress Klia riding a griffin, her long and luscious braided hair flowing in the wind as she looked down with some displeasure. The griffin was a mythical creature, a creature from legends that does not exist in reality. The body was that of a lion, and the wings of an eagle. Like the head, the skin was as strong as steel. The knights opened their mouths in shock and fear. Klia sank to the ground, kicking up a small amount of dust under her foot. The griffin, with its landing, raised a huge amount of dust and broke the tiles in some places. Klia petted the griffin, an animal she created with her own hands, and then infused energy into it, making it alive. Such was the ability of Perir. 4 figures of knights were displayed in the griffin's eye. Klia shouted and pointed her finger at the knight. The newcomer, seeing that she was pointing at him, got scared and shuddered with his whole body, almost starting to cry. Klia then frowned and looked in the other direction. A moment later, she repeated her action and again looked in the other direction. When the princess chose him, the knight shuddered in fear and began to tremble. Next, she chose the bearded knight, frightening him and forcing him to open his mouth wide. When it was the old man's turn, he smiled and waved, introducing himself as a knight-errant who had come to see the training ground. The 3 knights lined up in a row when the princess, pointing at them, asked them if they were the ones she met yesterday and why they were now here during working hours. The frightened knights tried to explain in a trembling voice, saying that they had just finished their shift. The bearded knight, smiling nervously, said that other people were already on shift and they were not doing anything forbidden. The griffin turned its head towards the knight when Klia noticed that the knights were just talking instead of training. The princess suddenly stopped screaming when the young prince called her. Iron approached and asked what was the reason for her scolding. Klia turned away without saying a word. Then the princess looked at her brother and parted her lips, trying to say something. But she looked away again, unable to say anything. Looking at the newcomer, the princess turned to her brother, telling him to stop doing useless nonsense. The prince looked at his sister blankly, saying nothing. A moment later, Iron simply turned around and, closing his eyes, began to walk away. This shocked Klia and the griffin. Klia frowned at her brother. Iron, not paying attention to his sister, raised his sword again. Klia could not stand it and screamed, accusing her brother of being frivolous, because he, not understanding the art of the sword, decided to start training, although all he had done before was sleep. The younger sister shouted at her brother who was standing in front. She asked him if he decided that if he practiced with the sword, something would change. Pointing at the newcomer, the princess shouted and said that even he was many times better than him. The griffin raised his head, listening to Klia, asking Iron not to say that everything he started was happening only because of what he was told 2 weeks ago. Amelia suddenly appeared and made everyone look at her. The smiling mother asked her daughter not to disturb her brother and come to her. Klia, seeing her mother, began to be indignant, clenching her hand into a fist, but her mother demanded to come to her. Bowing her head, the princess no longer became indignant. The knights flanked Amelia as she wished them good work. Amelia smilingly asked Iron not to overdo it. Iron looked at his father's wife and promised her this. Then the mother and daughter began to leave. The knights sighed with relief after they left, closing their eyes. But the griffin's cry frightened them again, forcing them to scream. The old man closed his eyes and smiled, realizing that it was the same Perir that he had heard rumors about. She was like a blast wave that suddenly surged as she passed by. The old man opened his eyes, noticing something about Iron. Looking at the back of the one who again took the blade in his hands and did not lose concentration for a second. The old man standing in a red robe decided to watch the prince standing in front for a few days. Night soon fell. The corridors of the Perir estate were illuminated by dim moonlight coming through the windows. A girl in pink slippers and pants walked along the corridor. The unexpected appearance of Marcus frightened the princess. The butler notified the princess that the prince was sleeping. Klia looked at Marcus, saying that she had business with him, but the butler objected, advising him to come tomorrow. The princess changed the position of her legs and turned around. The enraged Klia released a huge amount of mana from her body, frightening Marcus, and then asked him how he dared to dare her. The butler clenched his teeth, feeling the enormous pressure. A moment later, Marcus fell to his knees, and the pressure exuding from the girl disappeared. The enraged girl, holding something covered with a blanket in her hand, ordered Mark not to tell anyone about what had happened. Marcus, kneeling on one knee, looked at his young mistress with some fear. Drops of sweat ran down the butler's face as he looked at the back of the leaving girl. When morning came, the beast created with the help of magic was playing the flute. The music began to spread throughout the bedroom of Iron, who was sleeping on the bed. The prince opened his eyes when he heard a pleasant melody. Sitting down on the bed, Iron looked at the half-dead cat playing a melody. There was a letter next to the cat's leg. Having opened the letter, the prince began to take out a note from it. The prince's lips stretched into a smile while he read the note. It was a note from Klia asking for forgiveness for not saying this during the day, but having learned that he hardly eats and overworks himself, she was very worried. The doll bowed when Iron looked at it. The letter indicated that his sister gave him this doll in the hope that it would help him relax, and in the letter his sister asked not to say anything to his mother because she asked not to bother him. Turning the note over, Iron noticed the words written on the back of his mother asking him to tell him if Klia bothers him, and until now she will pretend that she doesn't know anything. Stroking the cat on the head, Iron looked at the letter in his hand. He was pleased that his mother and Klia were worried and cared for him, although he had just been lying in bed like a non-entity for more than 10 years. The butler's voice announcing breakfast forced Iron to take the blanket and leave the cat and the note in the room. Rising from the bed, the prince looked down. Walking down the corridor, the young prince did not believe that he would eat with his family today. Marcus quickened his pace as he followed his master. A smile stretched across his face seeing how Iron had changed. Klia offered the steak to her brother, telling him to take more. The father smiled seeing how his daughter demanded that her brother take everything that was on the table. The prince became a little depressed and lowered his gaze. All three family members glanced at Iron as he thanked them for their kindness despite him doing nothing but laying around in bed. Amelia smiled as she listened to Iron thank her. Klia opened his eyes wide in surprise as he listened to his brother. The father smiled as he heard his son confess his weakness and express his love for them. He told him that he also loved him very much, like everyone else in the room. Father Iron closed his eyes, saying not to say that anymore and to go back to eating. When all the plates on the table were empty, the father turned to his son. Iron listened as his father told him that he had heard that he had been focusing his attention on fencing lately. The body training was not bad, although a little late for him, but he couldn't overdo it. Iron turned his head and said that everything was fine and he was no longer overworked. His father advised him to take short breaks from his studies, but Iron actually did not listen to his father because compared to the training that he saw in his dream, his training was nothing. Clouds moved smoothly across the blue sky. The blonde and his friend looked at Iron and his training. Then the blonde asked his friend what day it was today, to which he replied by saying that about a crescent had already passed. Iron's blade almost touched the ground after swinging his sword. While the prince, whose body trembled with every movement, continued to try and train, people discussed him saying that he would soon reach his limit. Next, two friends looked at the old man in a red robe. The blonde inquired about his identity. His comrade looked at the old man sitting and said that it was the beholder who had received permission to enter here. The old man held a blade of grass in his mouth and, with his eyes closed, listened to the conversation of the young guys. He opened his eyes and looked at the guy standing in front of him. It was the 10th day of his observation of the prince's training. At first he reasoned that his motivation for learning sword art was only an inferiority complex and pride. Stroking his beard, the old man closed his eyes again. His previous judgments turned out to be wrong. Lowering his hand, the old man continued to look at Iron's training, thinking about what he heard about the careless aristocrat. Then he heard that this nickname was given to him because of how lazy he is, but as a person who has never exercised in his life, continues training tirelessly without a single dislike on his face. Opening one eye slightly, the old man thought. Iron spent day after day with the mood of a blacksmith forging iron, without hesitation, as if he had lived at this pace for decades. The stranger could not help but frown, because after looking all his life, he could not remember anyone with such a will. But a moment later he looked again at the back of the prince holding a sword in front of him. The old man said to himself that no matter how great the hero was, no matter how terrifying his will was, it accumulated at a fairly mature age. And in front of him was a boy of 15 years old, and if he continues to study fencing and discovers his potential as an apprentice under a good teacher, he can reach terrifying heights. Looking at the protagonist's face, from which sweat was dripping, this is exactly what the old man thought about. Iron, not paying attention to the crowded people on the side, continued his training and swung his sword. The old man in the red robe folded his hands on his knees as he watched the prince train. With a smile on his face, the old man turned to the guard. Looking again at the sweating prince, around whom a haze of steam had already formed, the old man asked if he had a teacher. The wandering swordsman stood up listening to the guard tell him that the owner of the estate had just recently said that he would soon assign a fencing master to the prince, because he could not abandon such efforts of his son. Stroking his beard, the guard said that Orn Zuckran would most likely become the prince's teacher. Suddenly, the knight-errant screamed, startling the guard. The old man protested about Zuckran's role as a teacher. The old man remembered Zuckran, a man who, the day before regular training, drank buckets of alcohol and then yelled at the soldiers. He could not entrust such a precious child to him. After all, out of nowhere he could begin to destroy everything and frighten the knights. Frowning, the old man walked towards the exit. He couldn't let anyone ruin the boy's talent. Drops of sweat were running down the old man's face. He decided to meet with the owner of the estate as soon as possible. Events are transferred to the office of the owner of the estate. Standing in front of the Baron, the old man in a red robe told him about everything, greatly surprising Father Iron. The Baron glanced at the old man, mentally wondering about his son's talent. A moment later, he lowered his gaze, looking down. He looked at the entrance recommendation for the Crono Fencing Academy and thought about it. It was the best academy on the entire continent. The academy was huge, and the symbol of the academy was hands holding a sword. They selected only talented children. Regardless of gender, nationality, and status, people of different ages and nations who graduated from there held their swords like true masters. It was enough to become its official student for a person to be treated much more respectfully. Baron Perir looked at the letter in his hands and wondered. Crono's greatness was commensurate with the level of difficulty of getting in, and getting out was a piece of cake. It made him wonder if Iron could handle it. When Iron went into his father's office and listened to everything, his mouth opened in shock. The father smiled and extended his hand, saying that he would not insist, and if he did not want to, he could simply say. The young prince, sweat still dripping down his face, listened as his father said that he was only telling him about one of the paths. The choice was always his. After Iron asked for time to think, he sat motionless in his room on the bed and thought. Looking at the floor, the prince wondered if he could. The prince's lips parted as he thought about the fact that he had been just lying in bed for 10 years. The protagonist gripped the edge of the bed, having made a decision. He wasn't going to be like this all the time. Looking at the clear sky, he decided to change for his own sake, for the sake of his family, who loves him very much. Iron went into his father's office and called out to him. A moment later, the prince shouted that he was going to Crono Academy. Soon, Marcus and Iron said goodbye standing near the carriage, and his family stood near the entrance to the Perir estate. Amelia wiped away her tears, and Klia folded her arms across her chest and wished her luck. Iron and Marcus were riding in a carriage heading to Crono Academy. Marcus smiled when he saw how Iron kept looking out the window and then asked if this was the first time his master went outside the estate. The butler handed over a necklace with a sword as a decoration to Iron, saying that Klia asked him to give it to him. The protagonist widened his eyes when he saw his sister's gift. A moment later, Iron had already put on the necklace and, squeezing it in his hand, thanked his little sister. After some time had passed, Marcus and Iron dismounted from the carriage, the protagonist looking at the building in front of him with admiration while Marcus announced that they had arrived. A crowd of people entered the huge gates of an equally majestic building. Marcus glanced at his master, telling him that he would escort him to the entrance. The butler turned sharply and looked at his master after he said that he would go himself. Iron looked at his hands, saying that from now on he was a student and he needed to get used to acting alone. Tears appeared in Marcus's eyes, and his lips stretched into a smile as he looked at his master. The protagonist began to turn around and, with a final glance at the butler, said goodbye to him. Marcus bowed after his master, wishing him to achieve brilliant results. Soon the turn came to the man standing in front of the protagonist, accompanied by 2 knights. One of the knights standing next to the blue-haired guy held out a scroll saying that this was Prince Brad from the Count family, Brad of the Kingdom of Cobra, and he received a recommendation from a knight with a high reputation named Call Shady. 2 knights standing at the gate greeted Brad and asked her to come quickly. Men with red hair in which there were several strands of gray hair looked at the protagonist. Iron handed out a letter of recommendation, saying that his name was Iron Perir, originally from the baronial Perir family, and he received the letter of recommendation from the knight-errant Brand Somerville. The green-haired knight spread his arms to the sides and, smiling along with his partner, said that it was an honor for them to meet him. Remembering the battle of the knight Brand Somerville with a huge monster, the knight said that they also knew him, because it was the great gentleman who led the raid in the mines for several decades. Iron walked through the gate and thanked the knights for their support. The red-haired knight and his partner looked after the departing Iron, perplexed as old man Bran wrote a letter of recommendation. His partner, recognizing the careless aristocrat, thought about the reason for this even more. Looking in the back, green-haired Iron began to explain to his partner that he was a careless aristocrat, a lazy person of the Perir family, a man who seemed weaker to him up close than by rumors. How could he force Bran to write a letter? The red-haired knight involuntarily opened his mouth looking at Iron. Soon Iron reached the door and touched it with his hand. He made a little effort to open it. All the people in the hall began to turn their heads to look at the newcomer. Everyone stared at Iron in shock after learning his identity. Brad and his friend looked at Iron with contempt. Everyone stared at him. He tried to maintain his composure when he saw the red-haired girl looking at him with contempt. Seeing another disdainful look from the girl with snow-white hair, the protagonist repeated to himself not to lose his composure. Seeing a familiar person approaching the speaker's place, Iron was surprised by this. Standing in the middle of the stage, the man began to introduce himself. It turned out that he was the instructor, the one who would train and evaluate all 400 students. Aim looked down and frowned a little. The first he noticed was Brad, a boy with blue hair and a smile on his face. Next he looked at Judith, a serious girl with red hair. And the last person he paid attention to was Ilia, a girl with white hair and a distant look. Among them all, Ilia stood out, being the second genius of the Lynch sword family. Brad frowned when he saw Ilia in the front row of students. He wondered what she was doing here. Brad clenched his teeth, realizing that because of her he would have no chance of taking first place. Aim extended his hand and started shouting. He warned everyone that they were not students yet, but were only pre-selection students. The children, including Iron, stood motionless listening to the conditions of the instructor. He demanded that they endure 2 tough tests and a year later also be present at this place. Only then could they become students. However, after officially joining the Crono Academy, real hell awaited them. Aim smiled broadly, demanding that he leave all his things here and go out. Soon all the students and Aim found themselves in a huge stadium with a treadmill. Putting his hands on his hips as he walked past the students, Aim said this would be a physical training session where they would develop their heart, lung and muscle endurance, and the uneven path surrounding the area was their usual running route. Aim was silent as he approached the treadmill. Aim suddenly started running and shouted to run after him because the test had begun. Looking at the students who were barely keeping up with him, Aim grinned, deciding to increase his speed a little. The instructor was able to break away from the group of students running behind him, praising them, the same ones raising huge clouds of dust behind them. Iron, who was running almost at the very end, was already sweating heavily and was trying to catch his breath, while the others gritted their teeth trying to keep up with the instructor. Brad, who was running almost at the very beginning, clenched his teeth, feeling that the race promised to be long. Smiling, Brad decided to look at the careless aristocrat. It turned out that the Iron had already fallen off his feet and was shaking all over, trying not to fall completely. The protagonist's eyes were wide open. He felt his heart barely holding on, wanting to explode. It was too hard for him. Aimed, who had run half the circle, looked at Iron. Although the instructor was a little disappointed, he didn't say anything and continued running. Iron looked forward at the figures of gradually moving away people. Trembling all over, he began to crawl, unable to take even a step. Suddenly the young prince was able to get up and ran again. Brad was shocked to see this. He even stopped smiling. The protagonist stood up and began to run, drops of sweat flying from his face. Aim saw this and smiled broadly. The protagonist again remembered his dream, that wanderer, in comparison with which what he went through was nothing. Using all his strength, shedding sweat and tears, the protagonist ran with all his strength. He wanted to be like the wanderer from his dream. He wanted to be equal to him. Iron's eye opened wide. He was ready to run away from his lazy self for this. Iron, proudly raising his head, ran and ran using forces that had long since ended. The green-haired guy, watching the protagonist, mentally stated that he was surprised why the protagonist had not yet given up. He was instantly surprised when he noticed Iron's movements as he ran after the crowd. Looking at the unusual movements and facial expressions of the running guy, he thought that something was wrong here. Covered with sweat, in dirty clothes, Iron, barely keeping his balance, continued to run. The crowd running behind him captured the moment of his fall. A second before the unconscious fall of the main character, a green-haired guy caught him. He leaned over as other people passed him. Having laid the protagonist on the ground and exhaled, he mentally stated that the guy clearly fell not from simple overwork, but from complete exhaustion. He squeezed out all the strength he could muster. The face of the lying protagonist turned blue. He tried to take in air. He continued to lie with his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened them. Rising slightly from the bed, he looked around and thought about where he was. Looking back at the phrase about his awakening, the protagonist turned to the right. Holding one hand on his belt, a man with dark hair tied in a ponytail said that the guy need not worry about his health because he was in perfect order. He introduced himself as Lung, an instructor and also the head of the rehabilitation department. Looking down, the protagonist thanked the guy. Yawning, Lung proudly declared that if it weren't for him, the guy wouldn't have recovered like that. Looking into the face of the main character, the man said that he thought that they would see each other often. Looking at the slightly embarrassed guy, he said that he was joking and asked the guy not to answer with such a serious face. He handed him the scroll and told him to take it. Opening it, Iron began to read. Long said that this was the student's ranking based on the results of the first test and said not to worry about it. After all, the intermediate assessment, unlike the final assessment, does not greatly affect official admission to the academy. The first test was needed only to approximately determine the level of endurance of the pre-recruitment students. The protagonist was shocked when he saw his name on the lowest line, 400th. Placing his hands on his feet, the man said that the higher the place, the happier the soul, but the lower, the stronger the incentive to try harder. Opening his eyes, Lung said that this rating in a year will change beyond recognition. The thought flashed through the man's head that although he wanted to cheer him up, he didn't look like someone who needed it. Looking at the guy looking slightly upset at the rolled-up scroll, he noted that the rumors about his eccentricity did not lie. Taking the protagonist out of bed and starting to push him forward by the shoulders, the man said with a smile that it was impossible to skip classes on the first day. The green-haired guy standing at the table greeted all the pre-selection students. He also asked if they slept well in their new place. Hundreds of people sitting in a large auditorium confirmed. Holding his hands on the table, the man, closing his eyes, said that this is very good and he sees that they are cheerful today and this is wonderful. He introduced himself as Karaka, one of the instructors who is responsible for their training. Making a hand gesture to show them their schedule, he said that from now on, their day would proceed according to this schedule. From 6 to 8, waking up and breakfast. From 8 to 12, training. From 12 to 13, lunch. From 13 to 17, training. From 17 to 18, dinner. From 18 to 19, mental training and general education lessons. He also noted that if something changes, they will report it. The students listened carefully to the teacher. He also said that after 7 in the evening there is free time. From this day on, they have access to all outdoor areas, the indoor gym and other training areas available at the academy. Anyone can use them in their free time as self-study. Looking down with a smile, the main character mentally stated that today he could finally pick up a sword again. Giving a thumbs up, he noted that training with weapons is prohibited. The protagonist looked in shock at the teacher, who made his statement with a smile. A dark cloudy night stood over a building with 4 rooms with lights. A team of academy students approached the door of the building. One of the walking guys asked the blue-haired guy if he found ordinary lessons boring. Raising his hand slightly, he said that he almost fell asleep listening to the theory. Brad walked forward. The guy with green hair grinned and said that they were just saying a bunch of words, the meaning of which he didn't know. Looking angrily at the guy, he said that he should shut up because he understood him perfectly. Entering the building, a group of guys looked around the spacious room in surprise. It was a gym in which a considerable number of people trained. Looking around the hall, one of the guys said that many plowed already on the first day. Another noted that he thought their passion would wane in a couple of weeks. Brad looked away in surprise. Someone was lifting a barbell with a lot of weights. A white-haired girl with a pumped-up back, holding a barbell on her shoulders, squatted with it. There was a look of concentration on her face as she made her approach. The guy looked at Elijah in surprise. He thought that the rumors about her were, on the contrary, downplayed. As soon as you look at her, you immediately feel the pressure. An image of Brad appeared, standing on a hill and looking up. He mentally declared that the other students were no match for her. He also mentally noted that standing next to him, you begin to feel inferior. An image appeared of a guy looking at a girl who was on a higher island with a ladder, beyond which there was an abyss. He mentally stated that they were on completely different levels. One of the guys amazed by the girl asked where she got such a physique, because she is a year younger than him. Looking at the protagonist doing a bench press with an empty bar, the 2 guys said that even their careless aristocrat had taken up self-discipline. Laughing loudly, one of the guys said that he really worked hard during the last test. He also stated that people do change. The second guy said that this was absurd because it should have started a long time ago. He also asked why he had been idle for so many years. The protagonist lifted the bar with all his might. The guys looking at him, laughing, they also said that it seemed like he would soon lose consciousness again. Finishing her approach, the white-haired girl silently wiped sweat from her forehead and looked at the guys. Brad, after passing through his friends, said that they had no reason to waste time and had to go. The blue-haired guy looked back at the red-haired girl. Looking at how diligently she made the approach, he mentally said that she was a commoner named Judith, but she was able to displace him from the 2nd position in the ranking. He also mentally noted that she seemed to have to work hard to get into the academy. He looked at the tired girl. Assessing her with a cold gaze, he mentally said that he would no longer allow someone like her to steal his place. He flexed his fists and looked angrily at Judith. Turning around sharply, she told him to stop staring. Looking at the girl incomprehensibly, he asked if she was talking to him. Looking at him angrily, she asked if he was blind, for she was looking straight into his eyes. She told him to leave because he was disturbing her concentration. The guy's friends ran up and began to aggressively ask what she said to him, because in front of her was a noble lord from the Earl family of Lloyd. They shouted that such a non-entity like her was not allowed to behave rudely with him. The girl asked who they were they his regular girlfriends? Running even closer, the green-haired guy told her to get on her knees and ask for his forgiveness. Holding a dumbbell in her hand, she said with disgust that his breath stank and asked if they really ate the same food. Turning to her left, Judith told him to be quiet for 5 seconds. The guy looked at the red-haired girl in disbelief. He looked back in the direction she was looking. In an instant, the second and third places in the ranking were staring at one side of the room. Ilia approached the stubbornly approaching protagonist. She apologized with an interested face and asked if he could listen to her. Placing the bar on his chest, Iron looked blankly at the blonde girl. Judith watched their conversation. They looked at each other silently. Bending over a little, the girl pointed her finger at his body and said something to him. Several people watched their actions in surprise. Having finished her conversation, the girl calmly went out and the guy, smiling slightly, sat on the bench for exercise. Holding her hands clenched into fists, the girl moved away from him. She opened the door. With a loud clap, she left the gym. The main character silently looked at the door. After a moment, he looked back to the right. The people standing nearby quickly turned away and began to do their exercises. Brad and Judith, looking at the protagonist, mentally said that they had not heard anything. The red-haired girl put a dumbbell in the hands of the green-haired guy and walked towards Iron with a fallen look. Exhaling after each repetition, the main character did a bench press with a concentrated look. Judith called him uncivilly. He turned in her direction in surprise. Approaching the guy who was pestering him, the girl asked if he was ignoring him and stated that he had to answer when called. The protagonist apologized and asked what she wanted. Looking coldly at the main character, the girl said that there was nothing from him. She also told him to tell everything quickly. Surprised, Iron asked what exactly. Moving closer to his face, Judith asked what he was talking about with Elijah. Judith was very surprised by the protagonist's answer. Placing her hands on her belt, she asked incredulously if he thought he could deceive her like that. The girl also claimed that Ilia only explained to him how to bench press a barbell correctly. Raising his hand, the guy uncertainly declared that he was not lying. Looking at the main character incredulously, the Judite asked if they knew each other before or maybe they had met. The protagonist replied that they met for the first time today. Sighing and turning around, the girl went back. She finally told him to make his face simpler, otherwise it would feel like he was being bullied. Looking at her, the protagonist mentally asked why she pestered him. Raising the bar above his head, he mentally declared that it was time for him to practice and that he shouldn't think about it. Tired as he began his approach, he thought about what he needed to do right. Brad approached the guy and asked what he was talking about with Ilia and the red-haired girl. He stated that he became very curious and decided to ask. A month later, the blue-haired guy drank water. An acquaintance of his lying on the floor of the hall said that they had had the same daily routine for a whole month. He asked if they thought it was unfair that they were not given swords. Brad looked away seriously. Looking at the protagonist doing squats with a barbell, the white-haired girl, intently watching his workout, told him not to arch his lower back. Placing her hands together, looking at the guy's great efforts, she told him to breathe more evenly. Stretching his hands, Brad, slightly closing his eyes, mentally said that there was no point in paying attention to these two. Looking at Ilia, who was actively giving advice to the main character, he thought that in fact he would never surpass her and she would take first place in the ranking this time too. Looking at Iron, whose face was sweating from the difficulty of squatting with a barbell, the guy said that he was exactly the opposite. The guy mentally noted that he was sure that someone had pushed him here. An image appeared of a guy running. Brad wondered if a guy who had never tried hard in his life could beat him by suddenly going all out in training. The blue-haired guy mentally noted that the protagonist does not give up only because Ilia supports him, and the ridicule of others serves as his motivation. An image of the protagonist falling into an imaginary abyss appeared. The guy said that when he gets used to everything, he will return to his former self, to a careless aristocrat. Turning around, Brad told his team members to go to the stadium. The thought flashed through his head that his goal was second place. As he left the building, he looked forward with displeasure. Judith was running as hard as she could. Looking at her efforts, one of the blue-haired friends said that she was tough because every day she comes here before them. The second replied that this was obvious because a commoner needs to plow to survive. Brad gritted his teeth slightly and pursed his lip. Walking forward, the guy told his friends that they were already starting to run. Looking in front, the guy said that they should drag behind if they were tired. Turning around, he said with coldness and confidence in his voice that if they were capable of more, they should squeeze out every last drop of strength from themselves and catch up with him. 3 months later, several people entered the crowded gym. 2 teachers who entered the hall with smiles said that although many were already exhausted, this year there were worthwhile personnel. Judith was jumping on the table, Brad was running, and Elijah was doing bench press. One of the teachers noted that their outstanding trinity still adheres to self-discipline. Karaka, turning towards the protagonist, said that he was careless. He continued to look at the guy and interrupted himself with a smile. Looking at the main character, who was lifting dumbbells on the bench, he said that he could no longer be called careless. The teacher at Adudaroya, holding his hands behind his back, said that they have an announcement. The main character, along with the rest of the students, looked carefully at the man. He said that the midterm assessment was approaching. The teacher clapped his hands, making a hand gesture. He talked about the map behind him. He said that this was the route they would have to run. He said all they had to do was run it in a limited time. Several students looked at the map in surprise and fear, saying that it was impossible to run this distance in such a time. Placing his hands together, Aim stated that they had been learning to run and swim for 4 months and it would be a very simple task for them. The evaluation system is simple, it doesn't matter what place you take, the main thing is to meet the deadline. Brad listened to the teacher in slight surprise. Aim also noted that the first 5 who cross the finish line will be personally presented with awards by the head of the academy. He asked the disciples if this was not a good reward. The teacher, with a scar on his face, smiling, expressively said that the exam would take place in 10 days at 9 in the morning. Until then, classes will be cancelled. Students can use all the time as they wish, but they must not forget about food. At the end of his speech, the man wished everyone good luck. Raising his hand, one of the blue-haired man's friends asked if he could handle it. The green-haired man shouted to him that naturally Brad could handle it, because he was much better than the guy. Looking ahead confidently, Bra thought that even though there were opponents such as Elijah and Judith, as well as several other people, even in the worst-case scenario, nothing would prevent him from entering the top 5. Turning and looking coldly to the side, the thought ran through the guy's head about why his attention always switches to iron. The protagonist trained hard by running in circles. The morning sun illuminated the small castle. In the gym, the girl finished her approach, exhaled, and put down the barbell. Clenching both hands into fists, Judith said with a smile that this was her new record and she could finish it for today. She turned around at the unusual sounds. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. She looked at the protagonist, who was kneeling and actively breathing after approaching. The wet guy stood up, wiping sweat from his face. The girl noted that he had again pushed himself to the limit. His physical indicators have improved significantly compared to those at the time of admission. Without giving himself a rest, the main character began to squat with a barbell again. The red-haired girl mentally asked herself how he could push so much out of himself. She clenched her fist. She mentally asked herself if her will was really weaker than the will of a careless aristocrat. Taking the barbell in her hands, she began to lift it onto her triceps with great persistence. He mentally declared that this would not happen. Karaka, with his hands on his waist and a smile on his face, asked another teacher how many people he thought would pass this year. Holding his hands folded, the man guessed there were about 30 people. An old man with a gray beard, approaching the teachers, said that he was generous with his assessment. Looking at the man, Aim asked the manager what he was doing here. With a smile on his face, Crono, the head of the academy, said that he had decided not to repeat last year's mistakes and wanted to see everything with his own eyes rather than listen to other people's stories. Shaking the green-haired instructor's hand, he asked if he was the same newcomer from the kingdom of Anew. Welcoming the leader with a smile, the instructor confirmed his statement and noted that their meeting was an honor for him. Squinting his eyes slightly, Crono asked how old he looked. Smiling uncertainly and stuttering slightly, Karaka said about 55. Joyfully tugging the guy by the neck, the 90-year-old manager laughed and said that he couldn't stand open sycophancy, and also noted that now the guy could expect a double salary. The instructor thanked him. Aimed, looking at them with disbelief, mentally declared that the guy should not believe him, because it was not he who was calculating the salary. Looking around the gym, Crono noted that the atmosphere here is not the same as last year. He also asked if this was all the result of good teaching. Karaka said that the leader overpraises them. Looking at the students, Crono thought. The green-haired guy, turning towards the man, tried to understand what he was thinking about. He, looking at Ilia, noted that this same girl was the second nugget of the Lynch family of swordsmen. An image of a white-haired girl appeared, lifting a barbell while standing. The instructor said that she was incredibly smart and talented, as befits her family members. Until now, she took first place in all subjects. The leader, looking at the girl, said that it would be better for her to choose her own path than to cling to what others have chosen. He also noted that she was a poor child. He asked if this was really how the world works, and expressed hope that the day would come when she would get rid of these attachments. Judith stubbornly squatted the barbell. The manager asked if he was talking about the same girl last time. Karaka confirmed. Sweat ran down the red-haired girl's face as she tried her best to complete the approach. Crono asked if they tried to stop her because she was clearly overloading herself. Slightly closing his eyes, the instructor replied that of course they tried, but she didn't want to listen. He noted that perhaps she could be considered the most persistent in this assessment. Moving from the spot, Crono said that it was still worth stopping her because it would be a great pity if such a talent ruined itself. He noted that she probably had a reason why she was trying so hard. He said he would try to talk to her. The leader approached the girl, who threw the barbell, finishing her approach. Seeing this, Karaka asked Aim if he thought he had a chance to convince her. The instructor replied that of course, because he could not disobey the leader. He shouted in surprise when he saw Crono walking away from the girl who started a new approach. A man who approached Aim, laughing slightly, said that she was a very stubborn child. He also noted that she said she would stop if she heard a good reason. Looking at the instructor with a smile, the leader asked where Iron was now. An image of dumbbells of different weights lying down appeared. Aimed, slightly tilting his head, looking at the protagonist, asked how much time had passed. Karaka replied that he had been standing there for 30 minutes. The main character was squatting with a barbell. Turning around, the leader walked in the other direction. Looking forward, he said to leave it. Turning to the instructors, the man said not to stop him for anything, and to stop him only if he himself gives up. He looked at the guy's inhuman efforts. The leader said that his mind now dominates his body. The protagonist fell onto the bed. He exhaled, putting his hand to his chest. Looking at his palm, he mentally stated that a lot of unusual things had happened in recent days. Remembering the faces of Judith and Brad, he mentally said that the guys who ignored and mocked him began to pay attention to him. Remembering the blonde girl, he asked himself why she was helping him. He noted that she was not one of those who would do something out of sympathy. Putting his fist on his head, he thought that he should stop thinking. An image of red cloth appeared. A woman, wrapped in a red robe, held the sleepy protagonist, who thought that he already knew this place. He mentally noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Being in the arms of a huge girl, he mentally said that he had not left his bed in order to be here. Continuing to lie in her arms, he thought that although this was not his mother's hug, it was still very warm. Holding the girl by her clothes, he mentally stated that falling asleep would be very useful. White light illuminated the main character and the girl. A huge flow of energy covered the entire room. A pumped-up man without any outerwear put his two-handed sword forward. Iron looked at him in surprise. The girl grabbed his hand. He looked around in her direction, confused. He calmly placed his hand on hers. With a soft smile, he thanked the girl for everything. Turning around, he walked away, declaring that it was now time for him to go. Smoke came from the protagonist lying on the bed. He stood up when all parts of his body were covered with it. The guy walked along a sandy path surrounded by forest. Several students turned in his direction and noted that he had no clothes and suggested that he had probably been up all night. A friend of the blue-haired guy said that he was infuriating and that not everyone would be evaluated individually. He stated that he would have definitely screwed up that way. Turning towards the unrecovered Judith, Brad mentally noted that she had been very overworked for the last few days and her condition was beyond envy. He looked at her with a victorious smile. He thought that if he didn't let his guard down, he would have second place in his pocket. Lost and sad, the protagonist looked at the ground. Ilia, turning in his direction, noticed his depressed appearance. Aimed, making a hand gesture, shouted that it was 8:55, and he also said that he would now explain the rules of intermediate assessment once again. An image of the test route appeared. It consists of 4 stages. Each one has an instructor. Only after overcoming a stage will they be able to move on to the next one. The instructor noted that for the assessment it is only important to meet the allotted time. He said not to let others confuse you. He noted that they need to show what progress they have made over time. An image appeared of several guys standing in front of the weights. Aimed said to get ready to start. He shouted the start of the test. An image of the faces of Elijah, Brad, Judith and Iron appeared a moment after it began. The first stage is called the push press. The students began to bench press the barbell while standing. Ilia did an excellent job. She completed the task quickly and clearly, and concentration was reflected on her face. While doing the exercise, Brad turned to the girl and mentally said that she was fast, as expected. He mentally noted that even if he exerted all his strength, he would not be able to keep up with her. Looking at his friends, he noted that besides Elijah and him, there were other participants. Many people had trouble doing the exercise. Brad's face showed that he was trying his best to pass the test. His eyes widened in surprise. One of the students actively did this exercise. The instructor, holding the documents in his hands, looked at him in surprise. It was the protagonist whose face was red. He tried very hard to do the fastest and most accurate repetitions. Looking in shock at the main character, who was screaming from the load, the blue-haired guy mentally asked him if he was in his right mind and if he planned to fall off his feet at the very beginning. Looking slightly offended and embarrassed at the passing girl, Brad heard that Ilia had passed the first stage. Looking at her back, he mentally declared that it was damn fast. The instructor shouted the name of the main character. Looking in shock towards the protagonist, the guy couldn't believe it. The exhausted protagonist went to the second stage. Looking at Iron, several people asked how this could happen. Someone said to forget about him, because by the end he would be out anyway. Second phase, box jumping. The protagonist jumped on the box with the thought that everyone should laugh as much as they want. He mentally stated that he understood their confusion. Once again putting all his strength into the jump, the guy noted that he was shocked by himself. He said that something in his body had changed, it was literally on fire, and in his head there were not only thoughts that this was his limit. His feet hitting the box made loud sounds. Opening his eyes wide, he mentally stated that this meant he was doing everything at his own pace. Aim looked in shock at the accelerating protagonist. The main character thought that he needed to move even faster. He mentally noted that the current speed was not enough and he needed to be more agile. He tried to psych himself up to speed up. Looking at him in surprise, the instructor announced that Iron had passed the second stage. Weightlifters Brad and his friends asked in disbelief how this was possible. The blue-haired guy looked back at the sound. Screaming with pain and effort, Judith lifted the barbell. The leader looked with a smile at the efforts of the new generation of students. Third stage, long-distance running. The protagonist, actively waving his arms, ran. The white-haired girl looked back when she heard the protagonist less than 10 meters away. With a determined and confident look, the main character continued to run. Ilia ran confidently. Continuing to run and sweating, the main character mentally stated that he was experiencing some kind of wonderful feeling. Shaking his head slightly, he continued running. Raising his eyes, he confidently looked forward. Watching Elijah run, he declared in the flow that he wanted to get her out of his way. He instantly accelerated. Turning around, he was surprised. The shocked main character and Ilia saw a sharp jerk from Judith, who instantly completed the stages and overtook them. Opening his mouth slightly in surprise, the protagonist said her name. With her head down, she ran as fast as she could. Putting all her strength into every step, she mentally declared that she would never lose. She, remembering how day after day she did push-ups on the ground, putting every part of herself into training, she mentally spoke about what it cost her to be here. Several guys, watching the girl kneeling, were talking about whether she really applied to Crono Academy, because she was not even from an aristocratic family. One of the guys also noted that she was just building castles in the air. Looking angrily at the red-haired girl, the guy said with disgust that she was trying to make herself special. He said she forgets what reality is and gets involved where she shouldn't, crossing the line. The girl dug into the sand with her scratched fingers. The guy's thoughts flashed through her head that she was interfering where she shouldn't, crossing the line. She hung on the horizontal bar with her legs and bent her body. She mentally said that she worked like hell to study at Crono. She said that she would never give in to anyone. Repeating this, clenching her teeth, she continued to run. Jumping into the water, she mentally confidently declared that she would not allow anyone to overcome her. Fourth stage, long-distance swimming. The girl began to swim along the river with clear water. Quickly swallowing air, she swam, using all her strength to do so. Judith's eyes widened. She felt a sharp stabbing pain in her leg. Gritting her teeth in pain, through the pain she mentally asked why now. She hesitated for a second and looked ahead. Ilia overtook her. Looking at the actively swimming white-haired girl, Judith thought that she had really jumped in over her head and asked whether, even so, she really wouldn't succeed. She began to swim again. Looking at the back of the white-haired girl, she mentally said that this was somehow a little. Tears streamed down her distressed face. She said through sadness that it was very offensive. Continuing to swim slowly, she felt pain and thought about the severity of the test. She began to dive headfirst into the water. Sinking deeper and deeper, she mentally retreated slightly from the world and thought that she really wanted to rest. She, starting to lose consciousness, felt something strange. The protagonist pulled the girl to the surface of the water. Through fatigue, holding the red-haired girl spitting out water, he began to swim. She vaguely opened her eyes and thought about who helped her. She looked at the tired, wet and diligent face of the protagonist, whose eyes reflected determination. While in the water, Iron holds Judith and struggles to get out. Looking at him, the girl surprises him with a question about what he is doing. While the young man swims, reporting that they are almost at the shore, she declares that he infuriates her. They crawl ashore, completely wet, and Judith coughs. Looking at her with concern, Iron asks if she is okay, but the man running towards them tells him to leave her to him and run quickly. While others jump into the water, the young man obediently leaves. He starts to run when the man tells him to be faster. The girl clenches her jaw as drops of water flow down her. She looks at Iron running up to the water. Her eyes close slightly as he jumps into the water. She calls him a fool. The body of a crying man and his tears on the ground are visible. The boy is in tears and he claims that he tried so hard, but he still didn't succeed. He turns his gaze upward when the guy declares that it is too early for him to lose heart. Smiling, he reports that he still has a second assessment awaiting him. Compared to the first, his passing criteria are much more loyal, and if he doesn't give up, he will definitely pass. Running away, the boy comes to the conclusion that then he will definitely cope, and a man approaches, claiming that he could not expect less from this year's students, who passed much more than last year. Raising his hand, the man agrees that this year everything is different, a lot of talent arrived, but some especially stood out. Iron is shown breathing heavily and is revealed to be the main rescue hero, ranked 34th out of 35. Smirking, the guy insults him and wonders why he needed to do stupid things in the exam. He believes Iron wanted to appear kind. He recalls that thanks to him he took 5th place. The question is how he managed to become 5th. Arching his eyebrow, the boy notes that at such moments it is customary to congratulate him, and if he is jealous, let him say so while the other boy congratulates him, claiming that the leader will reward him and he is lucky. Lloyd approaches and also congratulates the boy. Placing his hand on his chest, the satisfied young man says that without Lloyd he would not have succeeded, to which he asks if he did anything, because he achieved everything himself. Lloyd turns his head as congratulations are heard for his 2nd place finish. He looks at Iron and thinks that with his current abilities, he won't be able to keep up with the level that Perir showed today. He watches carefully, wondering what would have happened if Judith had distributed her powers correctly. It turns out that in this case he would have been 4th. The boys appear, and Lloyd admits that he was completely defeated. The events of the next day are shown. Iron is seen running. He sits down, breathing heavily. He looks away when he hears the question why he did this. A woman of strong build approaches him. The boy just looks at her questioningly. Eyes wide, she insists that he understands what she's talking about. Iron stands up when she asks if that's the case. She has a serious expression on her face when he asks if she means saving Judith and answers in the affirmative. The young man frowns when the woman comes up and asks why he had to do that. Their legs are visible. Looking down, Iron reports that it seemed to him that there was no other choice. The girl frowns, asking if he can hear what nonsense he is saying. Because Judith would have been helped by the instructors, he had nothing to interfere with, and for such a stupid reason he did not care about the award of the head of the academy, who is considered the best on the entire continent. She continues to speak out, revealing that he didn't even consider the chance to strike back at everyone who mocked and looked down on him, asking if he realized it. The battered hand of a guy is shown, who only remains silent in response. Looking ahead, he wonders if the girl knows that he was called a careless aristocrat. A young man is depicted in a swamp, and he reports that in the past he felt as if he had been there for a long time. There was something to justify this, but there was one thing. He gradually drowns, declaring that he didn't even try to get out. He starts talking about what happened to him in the end. A hand is shown pulling another. The boy, raising the corners of his eyebrows, looks at this man. It turns out that his beloved family pulled him out. Silhouettes of his relatives are depicted, one of whom holds his hand. Iron is shown determinedly swimming after Judith, saying that thanks to the help of a couple of people, he managed to rise to the surface so he could not just pass by while watching the girl drown. Smiling, he claims that this is the whole reason, nothing more. Ilia just remains silent to this. She turns around, leaving, and remembers that the young man said that only last year he picked up a sword, to which he answers in the affirmative. Her face darkens and she says that sword art and physical training are two different things. Talent and diligence are necessary in both cases. But in mastering sword art, talent plays a very important role, and perhaps because of his outburst yesterday he missed the chance to receive personal instruction from the leader himself. She claims that she will no longer help him. Iron looks carefully at the girl, who talks about what will happen if he suddenly slides down due to the ridicule of others. She wishes him not to regret his choice. Unable to bear it, he calls her by name. He surprises her with a question about why she even needed to help him. She looks down, trying to find words. She leaves, stating that they don't like people talking about things they don't know. Iron remains standing in bewilderment. A crowd of people is visible, and an announcement is made that the results of the interim assessment will now be announced. 35 people passed the first exam, 78 passed the second, and a total of 113 passed. We are talking about what will happen to the 5 students who showed the most outstanding results in the first exam. Several young people stand, and it becomes known that after a personal conversation with the head of the academy, they will be presented with awards. The gray-haired man reports that the speaker forgot someone. There is a request from student number 311, Iron, to come up to the podium. He looks dumbfounded. Ilia and Lloyd are also surprised. There is a saying that rivalry is a funny thing. Smiling, the man says that when a person goes out of his way to catch up with an opponent who is pulled ahead and not be overtaken by those running behind, he has the opportunity to demonstrate stunning abilities that he may not expect from himself. Shoes are shown and the message is told that if you focus too much on the outcome, there is a chance of losing sight of something more important. Looking at the guys, the man claims that Iron is not like that, because in a situation where, due to an accidental mistake, he could slide straight into hell, he sacrificed his time and saved his drowning comrade. The boy stands while everyone behind him is amazed, and the man states that there may be many opinions regarding what happened, but he and all the instructors agreed that his action had its value. It is reported that this is why they ask Iron to come up to them. The men clap for him. Judith, smiling, also gives him her applause. Iron appears somewhat embarrassed and looks down. Lloyd, sitting in his chair, concludes that he now realizes that he was thinking too narrowly before. The gray-haired man, smiling, claims that he has no reason to humiliate himself because a person with narrow thinking would not be able to admit his weaknesses. But the guy declares that he was arrogant and stubborn, adhered only to his methods, and, as the man advised, from now on, if he meets a person from whom he can learn something, he will not miss this opportunity. Bowing, Lloyd asks permission to take his leave. The guy is depicted with a confident smile, and the idea is conveyed that he is talented, clearly understands his position, and shows a willingness to overcome his own shortcomings, and besides, he has excellent leadership skills. Looking down, the man thinks that Lloyd is not deprived of the stubbornness and self-confidence inherent in the highest aristocrats, of course, but everything is not so bad that he starts to worry. He believes that another time he would definitely have taken first place. Ilia is already sitting opposite him, and the thought is heard that, unfortunately, many capable students have arrived this year. The girl looks seriously and declares that as a reward she would like to spar with him. Looking closely at the response, the man argues that this is a smart choice. He continues to look at her and tells her that he will give her advice about not letting others take control of her and that she should live her own life. Ilia looks at him in surprise when he tells her not to waste time here for the sake of affection, but to go home and learn the family sword techniques because it will be much more useful for her. Frowning, the girl asks to spar with him, to which he replies that it was foolish for him to expect a different reaction. They sit across from each other and the man reveals that his office is spacious, asking if she would be willing to conduct training here, after which she thanks him. Exhaling, he realizes that this is finally the last one. Looking at Iron, he asks if he wants any reward and tells him to say it, even if it's something intangible. He watches him carefully, thinking that his answer interests him most. Iron awkwardly reveals that he wants to make peace with someone, and he wonders how he can do it. He looks down, realizing how absurd it sounds, but he has no one else to ask for advice, so he apologizes. The man calmly asserts that he has nothing to apologize for, and even thanks him for his sincerity, remembering that the boy did not leave his room until he was 15. He sits with his eyes downcast, and it is reported that now, among his peers, he is completely confused. The thought sounds that someone has nevertheless become close to him, a child whom others make fun of. The man smiles, asking him to tell him what happened. After some time, the boy thanks him, claiming that he helped a lot, to which the man replies that if so, he is glad, because he has not had the opportunity to give advice not related to fencing for a long time. He introduces Ilia, thinking that the fact that Iron wanted to make peace with her is unexpected and more amazing things are happening this year. Looking up at the boy, he suggests moving on to the main point now that they have dealt with his problem, which raises questions in his mind. Smiling, he says that he will not count the small tip towards the reward. Iron is shown, perplexed, while the man asks to be allowed to express himself specifically and says that he wants to give him instructions regarding sword training, because he is more competent in such a matter. He wonders what the boy wants to know. Closing his eyes, Iron apologizes, saying that nothing comes to mind. Putting his hand to his chin, the man listens as the boy claims that, in truth, he only practiced fencing on his own for a month before entering the academy. So although he is embarrassed to admit it, he does not understand what he wants or what question he should ask. The man calls him by name. He sits with his eyes downcast and apologizes, claiming that everyone is just talking about how amazing it is to get a personal lesson from a leader. He apologizes that he cannot use it. Suddenly, he gets scared when the man claps his hands. With a serious expression on his face, he wonders why Iron constantly apologizes, and states that he does not need to do that because a good swordsman must be confident in himself. He asks if he agrees, when the boy looks surprised and answers in the affirmative. The leader's feet are shown, and he says that the young man will exercise his right to a reward another time, and if he feels that something is missing, he can safely come to him, or he himself will give him a lesson when he considers it necessary. With his back to the boy, he asks if he has any objections, to which he bows, answering in the negative and thanking him. They tell him to step. Iron walks down the street with his hands clenched into fists. The man looks at him from the window, concluding that he is truly an unusual young man. He comes to the conclusion that something doesn't add up here. Looking down, the leader thinks that the boy does not have a single drop of anxiety and worry about his ignorance regarding the art of the sword. On the contrary, it feels as if he has already set a clear goal. A young man is shown with a man behind him, and the idea is heard that someone is guiding him. Lost in thought, the man claims that, come to think of it, he has already met a similar person before. A person with long hair is depicted, and the talk is about talent and confidence. He turns around and it turns out that he has an unpredictable character. A window is shown and the idea is heard that they are still complete opposites. Iron is seen doing push-ups. Judith looks at him, arching her eyebrow, and says that she, of course, assumed that he was practicing again, but she is still surprised. Fencing lessons begin tomorrow. From now on they will train only with swords. The young man stands up, looking at her in surprise, and asks why she came, to which the girl awkwardly claims that she wanted to say something. Blushing, she thanks him, which confuses Iron. She frowns, declaring that she will definitely repay the debt, so he has nothing to worry about, to which he says that he has not even thought about it. Arching an eyebrow, the girl invites him to get along. The boy puts his hand on his chest in surprise, to which Judith claims that she is offering him to be friends and that he always ate alone, and now they will do it together. When the young man wants to say something in response, she states that they can also train with swords together, and asks if that's cool. She feigns joy and punches Iron. Her face turns intimidating as she tells him to answer, which causes him to respond positively. She leaves, waving her hand, and says that she will not distract him and he can study, and she will go, to which the young man remembers that she is 3 years younger than him. He holds his sore hand, smiling, and realizes that, be that as it may, he is glad. He looks up in surprise when the girl asks if he heard the song about the turtle and threats to eat it, and answers in the negative. The young men look at her in confusion when one of them notices that she has changed and asks if Lloyd thinks it strange. He believes that she hit her head, and the girl, laughing, clarifies whether the young man seriously does not know this song. Another guy reports that it gives him goosebumps. Lloyd looks at the young people carefully, realizing that the strange thing here is completely different. He sees Ilia in the crowd and notices that she and Iron have moved away from each other. He wonders what happened between them. Stomping his foot, the man asks for everyone's attention. Crossing his arms over his chest, he says that, as everyone knows, fencing classes begin today, where they will feel the result of the past 4 months of training. It is reported that from now on everyone will be able to freely wield a sword for 2 hours. Young people take swords, but someone cannot choose, and it becomes known that, under the supervision of instructors, they need to choose the wooden sword they like. Judith swings her sword in admiration and notices that even if she swings harder, her body remains balanced. The teachers stand smiling. It sounds like they not only made them stronger and more resilient. Swinging the sword, Lloyd thinks that even though the sword is wooden, it feels completely different than before. He reports that he feels it with his whole body. Suddenly he pays attention to something. The legs of someone walking are visible. Everyone else also turns their attention to this person. Ilia looks at Iron as he passes. The shoes of a person who is already standing are shown. The young man stops in front of a huge sword and looks at it. He carefully removes it from the wall. He takes it in his hands, examining it carefully. The leader smiles as he watches him. The young man decides to swing his sword. His swing creates a large gust of wind. The young people look at him dumbfounded. One of them, shocked, claims that there is nothing special about it. Looking at the boy in surprise, the man with the mustache concludes that his pose was a little inaccurate. However, another man appears, and the idea is heard that Iron's stance is almost close to exemplary. Ilia looks at what is happening with wide eyes. Laughing, the boy states that he heard that Perir had never practiced fencing, and another suggests that he decided to take a huge sword and show off. Lloyd's furrowed brows are visible. He takes off when his name is called. Judith looks at him questioningly. He approaches Iron, who is confused, and calls out to him. Putting his sword forward, the guy claims that he is challenging Iron to a duel. Everyone is in absolute shock about this. The boy is at a loss. He looks away. The manager nods at him, smiling. Lowering his head, the young man is silent. Frowning, he declares that he agrees to the proposal. Young people stand opposite each other. The red-haired man, frowning, asks what they were up to and says that they will train after the lesson. The green-haired man, thoughtful, wonders why Lloyd challenged Iron to a duel, while the man shouts that the guys took his permission to use weapons at any time too literally. He wants to say that there should be order in everything. The smiling leader steps forward, asserting that there are exceptions. He gives his permission to conduct a duel. He stands between 2 young men with swords. Looking ahead, he says that he will make a reservation right away that if someone is in danger, he will intervene, and asks if the guys agree. Looking at each other carefully, they confidently answer in the affirmative. They are told to start the fight. Lloyd swings his sword while standing in the distance. Suddenly, he takes off from his spot with a determined expression on his face. Iron stands holding a sword in his hands and frowns. He looks ahead in shock. Lloyd suddenly stabs him. He is as serious as possible. Defending himself with his sword, the boy reports his surprise. The blue-haired man confidently swings his sword. He points its tip forward. The sword passes right next to Iron's face. He slides his feet along the ground. He defends himself with his huge sword from Lloyd's blows. As the young men watch their fight, one of them claims that he expected Lloyd to kill the second duelist with 1 blow. The phrase says that the guy is still holding on. Judith watches the scene with a frown. She clenches her jaw, thinking about what the young man is like. Lloyd frowns and another swing of the sword occurs. He is reported to be checking up on Iron. Perir stands with his sword already raised as Lloyd steps back. He looks carefully at his opponent, noticing that Iron's reaction speed is not bad, but the sword easily destroys his body balance. As he breathes heavily, the blue-haired man realizes that his stance and movements are very inept and wonders if he is really interested in fencing. He concludes that Perir's skills are far more terrible than he thought. He thinks about what will happen if so. He rushes forward, asking what about the power. Iron looks at him, eyes wide. He raises a huge sword above his head. Lloyd looks at his actions, dumbfounded. The tip of a young man's sword approaches him. He immediately steps back. Suddenly, he finds himself at the side of his opponent and swings his sword. He looks at him, raising the corners of his eyebrows. Iron notices him, surprised. The sword flies out of his hands. He falls to the ground with a crash. Lloyd's sword ends up near the young man's neck. The battle is reported to be over. Lloyd looks at Iron, frowning. The announcement of his victory sounds. It's noticeable how it unfolds. Some particles are flying. The man, holding a sheet of paper in his hands, begins to talk about the last item in their schedule for today and that they have divided everyone into classes, and from tomorrow fencing classes will be held in a certain composition. We are talking about Class A, in which there are only 10 people, including Elijah, Lloyd, and Judith. The named young people are depicted. It is reported that, as befits the strongest class, compared to the other guys, their training will be much tougher and more difficult, so they need to mentally prepare themselves. Looking at the sheet, the man names the following names and says that there are only 35 people in Class B and now he will move on to Class C. Smiling, Judith tells the young man to trust her. They both look in surprise when it becomes known that there will be 54 people in Class C and Iron was not named. His name is immediately announced. The man stands with his hand holding the sheet down. The young man is dumbfounded when he is informed that he has been assigned to Class F. Frowning, Judith shouts that Lloyd acted like a fool. While Iron holds the sword in his hands, she states that she is sure that the guy used it to boast of his superiority over the others. Everyone already knows that he is an aristocrat, so she wonders if just flaunting his status is amusing his ego. Closing her eyes, the girl tells Iron not to be sad, because they just need to grind the fool into powder before the final assessment. She states that she is infuriated by those people who follow Lloyd on his heels. Iron looks at her in surprise and she asks what is the reason for this. He tells her not to be angry because he really is very grateful for her experiences, but he feels uneasy when she gets angry because of him. Judith blushed all over, looking at him questioningly. She asks who said it was because of him. The young man asks her not to hit him because he is already covered in bruises. A room and a made bed are shown. Lloyd, closing his eyes, wipes his hair with a towel. He falls onto the bed, exhaling. He opens his eyes, looking at the ceiling. He thinks about that moment. He remembers that he was about to meet his frontal attack. The moment is shown again when the sword was flying straight at him, and he realizes that, without realizing it, he dodged. He is thoughtful and notices that it was not just the sword, because at that moment Iron's eyes, the expression on his face, absolutely everything expressed power that was impossible for him to overcome. It sounds like Perir concentrated his entire being into a vertical strike. Lloyd sits down on the bed, clenching his hand into a fist. He thinks about himself. He looks down sadly. The question arises about what expression he had on his face when he wielded the sword. Lund frowns, asking if the young man knows any blows other than perpendicular and oblique, to which he answers in the affirmative and asks for forgiveness. Smiling, the man says that he has nothing to apologize for because he did not study the art of fencing properly and asks whether he can show a good result at the beginning of his journey. He claims that he will ask another question. When he wonders what it takes for a young man who is far behind other guys in fencing to catch up with them in skill, when Iron looks at him questioningly, suggesting that he needs to put in more effort. A negative response is received. A hand is shown holding a huge sword. The man suddenly swings his sword. There is a statement that the young man needs talent. Lund thrusts his sword into the ground as seriously as possible. The lines from his swing are visible, and he reports that, of course, efforts are also important because depending on his efforts, Iron can either stand on par with the rest of the students or even surpass them many times over, but this is not all about him, since others have started learned fencing several years ago. He claims to give the boy a week. At this he frowns in shock, smirking. Lund tells him during this time to learn all the basics of wielding a large sword, and if he succeeds, he will immediately be assigned to Class C Iron. With a serious expression on his face, asks what will happen if he fails, to which the man replies that then nothing will change. He will remain in his class and will continue to study fencing. It turns out there is one thing. He puts his hand on the young man's shoulder. Smiling, he advises him to leave the academy on his own if he feels he lacks talent. Clenching his hands into a fist, Iron declares that he will try hard, to which Lun claims that he should try because he has already been convinced that he will not lack diligence. The young man, clenching his jaw, swings his sword. The second day of training is coming. As Iron swings his sword, Lun tells him to lower his stance and relax his shoulders. On the third day of training, he praises him when the boy bends over and makes a swing. On the fifth day of training, sitting on the seat, the man reports that he just had a good stance. He stands with his arms crossed on his sixth day of training. Frowning, he notices that Iron is improving his skills faster and faster every day. His efforts played a big role in this, and even the man was not like that. The young man is breathing heavily, and the thought is heard that something does not seem at first glance. However, it is reported that he does have a talent for fencing. Iron stands holding his sword in front of him. He looks at Judith, asking her to take one look because he has an assessment tomorrow, to which the girl reports that she is picky in this regard, so if everything is bad, she will beat him. She, smiling, watches the actions of the young man. Suddenly, surprise appears on her face. Sweating, Iron looks at her, asking how she's doing. Judith just gives her a thumbs up and smiles. You can see the blue sky and birds flying there. Lung is sitting in glasses, sipping a drink from a mug when his name is joyfully called, noticing that he went to work in the rehabilitation department today. Smiling, the man confirms this. Iron stands with a sword in his hands and is covered in sweat when it becomes known that he has entered Class C. Judith eats not the first plate of food. She amazes the young man when she tells him to take more food. Because he knows as well as she how important calories are, he works out harder than she does and eats very little, which he agrees with. Passing by, Lance believes that they have a hippopotamus at the academy because the girl took a lot of food. Turning around, she indifferently asks if he likes her. She notices that the guy is embarrassed and asks for forgiveness because nothing will work out for them since he is not her type. Looking at her seriously, Lance asks if she's crazy. Lloyd surprises the guys when he tells them to stop doing this and follow him, and they obey him. He has his back turned and wants to say something else. Everyone is perplexed when he tells them to stop talking about others because it won't do them any good. Smiling, Judith notices that this impudent guy has calmed down lately. Iron looks to the side questioningly. He notices Elijah approaching the table. Smirking, Judith claims that the two of them are not communicating well these days and asks if they quarreled, to which the young man replies in the negative, surprised. He looks down, wondering if what happened can even be called a quarrel, and the girl wonders what he was thinking about. The young man turns his gaze to her, asking how Ilia is doing because they go to the same class with her and see each other often. Crossing her arms, Judith reminds him that he said he and Milady weren't arguing, so he should go and ask her himself. She smiles maliciously, saying that she is joking and could not resist because he reacts in a funny way, but in the end she agrees to tell him. Ilia begins to eat when the girl claims that in general nothing special is going on with her, because she still takes first place in the class and shows excellent results, which even the instructors cannot help but recognize as such. The silhouette of Ilia is depicted, and Judith reports that due to the large difference in abilities, the guys feel uncomfortable, so they don't even approach her. Including her, she also heard that in the evenings the girl goes to work out at a small training ground and seems to be honing the family's sword techniques or something. Iron puts his palms forward when Judith suggests that he spend time with Ilia since he has leveled up so quickly, to which he asks her to stop mocking him. He sighs heavily when asked if he's ready. Traces of the movements of young people are visible. Lloyd stands with his arms crossed over his chest. Judith moves her hand back, putting the other forward. She swings her sword over Iron's head. Her eyes sparkle. She frowns in concentration as she swings her sword again. She and the young man clash weapons. Iron thinks that he expected nothing less from Judith and her attacks are difficult to repel. He looks ahead in fear. He understands its unimaginable power. The young man also swings his sword and the girl steps back. He suddenly takes off. He approaches Judith, decisively swinging his sword at her. Looking at him carefully, the girl realizes that he is using a vertical section. She tries to stand still after the attack. Suddenly she is struck again, and she clenches her jaw, turning her gaze to her sword. They both smile confidently as they look at each other. The young man tightly clutches his sword in his hands. Judith watches him, frowning. She immediately attacks the stunned Iron, who swung. He frowns, sweating. He flies off into the distance, falling to the ground. Large clouds of dust can be seen. The girl claims that he has really grown in his skills and the progress is clearly visible. Sitting down next to him, she smiles, declaring that he cares about her like the moon. Getting up, she turns and says that they will finish for today, because it is already night and they are left here alone. Turning her gaze to the young man, she claims that if he goes to the small training ground now, there is a high chance of finding Elijah there, to which he tells her to stop. He looks away, sighing. Elijah is shown holding a sword. She closes her eyes, concentrating. Her shoes are visible and only silence is heard. She has the most serious look. Suddenly she turns her head, frowning, asking. She sees Iron awkwardly holding out something. Shrugging his shoulders, he greets her. Ilia, looking at him questioningly, asks what he needs. Smiling, he says that he came here to give her something. Ilia looks in surprise at the things he holds out when he claims that he asked for a gift to be sent to him from home and drafted the letter. He thinks it's a bit unexpected. Arching an eyebrow, the girl asks why she needs this. The young man only says that he has a younger sister. He remembers her frowning and states that she is not good at communicating with people, just like him. She is shown yelling at him, and it turns out that due to misunderstandings, they often fought. He smiles and looks at the gift and letter and reports that the next morning he finds it by his bed. Removing his hand behind his head, Iron smiles awkwardly and claims that he also lacks eloquence. He doesn't even know where he should start a conversation because he has trouble communicating, so he thought it would be better to express his thoughts on paper as he likes to his sister. Frowning, Ilia asks if he thinks that after reading the letter she will start helping him again, which leaves the young man confused. The phrase sounds like it's normal for him anyway. He turns away, looking down, and asks for forgiveness for interrupting, saying that he is already leaving. The girl looks at him sadly. The dark night sky is shown. Ilia, with her hair down, smiling, reads Iron's letter and claims that he is like a little child. She draws attention to the gift bag. Opening it, she discovers a bracelet and takes it in her hand. She suddenly finds herself surprised by something. She notices what the bracelet is. Her hand shakes as she holds the bracelet. She realizes that this is Adenus. The girl bites her lip, starting to sweat in horror. She is shown from the back. Suddenly everything becomes brighter. She raises her eyebrows and looks to the side. She looks out the window, where it is already dawn. She believes that it was in vain to accuse Iron of something that she herself did not know. Judith is shown warming up and a young man standing next to her. She, closing her eyes, declares that today will be more severe, and Iron awkwardly suggests not to rush. A man is seen walking. Lloyd's head is shown. The girl turns her gaze to the side questioningly. When he approaches, she asks if he has come to pester them again. He seriously claims that he and she have a conversation, but she needs to wait, and the girl, frowning, asks what to talk about. Iron is surprised when he addresses him. Everyone is surprised when the guy says that he would like to train together in the future. Perir raises his eyebrows in surprise when Lloyd reveals that in the midterm assessment and last duel he showed great concentration, which he lacks, so he would like him to teach it to him. Placing his hand on his chest, he states that he is offering sword lessons in return and invites him to help each other overcome their shortcomings in order to move forward together. Judith, standing on the sidelines, looked in confusion as Brad asked Iron to train together. Iron himself dropped his hands in surprise and looked at him with his mouth open. Throwing her training sword over her shoulder, Judith, resting her other hand on her side, asked in disbelief what the joke was. Brad, with his head held high, looked at her with complete indifference in his eyes, while Iron was insanely confused, beads of sweat running down his face, and there was confusion in his eyes. Then Judith continued that last time he challenged Iron to a duel, and now this trick, after which she defiantly asked Brad if he really wanted to use Iron to rise up himself. Surprised by this statement, Brad looked at the offender with offense, after which, after thinking a little, he confirmed her words about using Iron for his own purposes. Judith was taken aback by such an honest answer. Beads of sweat ran down her face, her eyebrows furrowed, and she screamed, insulting Brad for being an insolent mug. Brad, smiling sarcastically, asked what was wrong with that. Looking at the still confused Iron, he added that he could achieve excellent results alone. The students pointed training weapons at each other and practiced fighting each other. Looking at this, Brad said that in this academy the approach of training alone is ineffective. Besides, he already turned to Judith and Iron. They will also use it, just as he uses them. Judith listened in surprise to what Brad was saying, confusion in her eyes. Then Brad remembered Judith that she herself left classes all the time to train with Iron, so he believes that he should gain experience from many people because knowledge does not end with the academy program. Throwing his clenched hand forward, Brad, with a serious face and perseverance in his eyes, loudly said that this was their chance, adding that, under the pressure of fierce competition, he would learn new things from other students and achieve qualitative growth in his abilities. Watching Judith, Iron and Brad talk, two other students, a boy and a girl, were talking among themselves. Surprised that a student from Class A wanted to study with a student from Class C, a drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek. He gritted his teeth and said how cool it was. Meanwhile, Iron agreed with Brad's proposal and asked if he was sure that this was a good idea. Judith was shocked by Iron's answer. Her mouth open and her eyes dumbfounded, she looked at him. But still, Iron didn't really understand why Brad needed this, and then he, with confusion in his eyes, said that he was behind him in all respects, which he planned to learn from him. Smiling and pleased with the answer, Brad replied that he had a lot to learn from him. With his brows furrowed, Brad said with complete seriousness that he had been thinking about this since the end of the midterm. Remembering what happened after the midterm assessment, Brad had an image in his head of him training until he was exhausted, wondering why there was such a difference between him and Iron since they spent the same amount of time training. It turns out that Iron is different from him in some other way, Brad thought. Brad, tired from training, with drops of sweat on his face, continued to think about how Iron was different from him, when suddenly it dawned on him. Remembering how hard Iron trained in the gym, he realized that all the students were given a limited amount of time. And remembering Iron's strong downward blow with a large sword, he realized that the amount of time varied. From the very beginning of training, Iron never lost concentration. After Brad told Iron all this, he asked Iron to teach him how to maintain a focused mindset all day long. Iron was surprised by this request. He lowered his head in shame. After thinking for a while, he said that he himself didn't know how it turned out this way. Turning around and preparing to leave, Brad told a confused Iron that this was the expected answer, adding that all geniuses think alike. Iron just mumbled that he is not what he sees him as. Having stopped, Brad, with respect in his eyes and a smile on his face, said that just one glance is enough to recognize his talent, because constantly maintaining concentration at the same level is far from an easy task. As Brad left, he looked askance at Judith and grinned, saying that she would join them tomorrow. Judith became angry at this statement and shouted indignantly that she had not given consent. But suddenly Brad stopped. Standing with his back to Iron, he decided to give him one more piece of advice. Turning to Iron, Brad told him to never put himself down. Iron looked at him in confusion, sweat still flowing down his face, and there was confusion in his eyes. He couldn't come to his senses, and Brad continued that he is a descendant of the noble blood of the Perir family, and although Brad is not sure about the beginning, but now his actions and skills are quite comparable to a member of the noble family, so let Iron have pride and show everyone your confidence. With a malicious smile, Brad turned around and left. Judith, holding her fist to her mouth, said that he was an expert at scratching with his tongue, asking Iron if he felt as nauseous as she did. But these words had a very good effect on Iron. The excitement disappeared from his face, a slight smile appeared on him, and there was calmness in his eyes. The day of general training has arrived. Brad controlled Iron to make sure he was making the right shots and movements. Having made another blow, Brad said that Iron was in a hurry. Brad undertook to show how to do it correctly. Holding a sword in his hand, he held it out in front of him, explaining that his movements would only be accurate when he achieved balance between his body and gait. After these words, Brad made a sharp lunge forward, cutting the air with his sword. Iron was surprised by what he saw. After finishing training, Judith walked past Brad and Iron. Brad, noticing her, said that their training was over and invited her to fight, to which she angrily shouted that she had already said before that she would not. Brad laughed at this situation, saying that she was stubborn, and then asked Iron how long she would last. Tired Iron, also laughing, replied that since there were no curses, then for about a week. Sitting in the dining room, Judith loudly finished her 5th serving, and Iron, looking at her, only ate half of the first. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw her. It was Ilia. She walked past him with a plate of food, and without any emotion, she looked back at her former comrade. Walking further, she carefully shouted to him that she had read his letter, to which Iron breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. At that same second, Judith leaned towards him, mockingly asking if it was a letter of confession. Iron immediately blushed, trying to justify himself by saying that Judith had misunderstood everything. Night. The night sky is dotted with stars and almost completely covered with clouds. Iron lay in bed without closing his eyes and thought about Brad's words. He thought about concentration. Closing his eyes, he wondered how to improve it. Having fallen asleep, a black male silhouette appeared in front of him. In Iron's thoughts there was a desire to move forward at least a little. Suddenly he found himself on the ground, and in front of him was a long-haired man with a two-handed sword in his hand. His body was translucent. Stretching his arm forward, smoke came out of it and its transparency disappeared. Iron then wondered if this was really a dream. Drops of sweat were running down his face. He looked at his hand in horror, saying that he could clearly feel it. Fully materialized, he folded his hands as if holding the hilt of a sword and said that this dream was not the same as before, adding that he felt not only his hands, but his entire body. The man in front of Iron raised his sword behind his head and swung it. His body was covered in scars and abrasions, and all his sensations were clear to Iron as day. Iron immediately woke up screaming, covered in sweat, eyes filled with fear. Having calmed down a little, Iron looked out the window and realized that it was still night outside. The moon illuminated the academy, and Iron ran to the training hall for his sword until those feelings disappeared. Morning came, the sun illuminated everything around. In the training room, Judith, seeing the exhausted and sleepy Iron, asked him what he had been doing all night, to which he told her not to worry. There was a practice duel between Brad and Judith. Standing opposite each other, Brad shouted at her not to relax, to which she shouted at him to stop showing off. Suddenly, Brad noticed something was wrong and looked behind Judith in surprise, to which she immediately reacted with screams that he himself told her not to relax. but he himself was doing this. Turning around, Judith saw Iron sleeping and innocent on the bench. She immediately screamed for him to wake up, but Brad interrupted her, telling her to leave him. But those screams were enough for Iron to wake up. He quickly sat up, took his sword and asked what it was. At that same second he stood up and struck with his sword, after which he immediately put the sword against the wall and went back to sleep on the bench. Seeing this, Brad was surprised. He did not understand what it was just now. Approaching Iron, who was sleeping on the bench, Brad woke him up. Iron immediately jumped up, sitting on the bench. Then Brad, a little embarrassed and apologizing for disturbing him, asked him what he was doing. Iron didn't know what to answer. After thinking a little, he chuckled slightly, closed and scratched the back of his head, and said that he was trying to improve his concentration, although it wasn't working very well yet. Then Brad asked him with admiration if he meditated, additionally asking if he calmed his soul and looked back into the past to do this. Confused, Iron could not say anything other than somehow confirm his words. Hearing this, Brad lay down on a nearby bench, saying that he definitely needed to try this once. Relaxing, he said in his head that this was not as bad as he thought, after which he said that he needed to become even calmer. Then he heard someone calling him. Opening his eyes, he saw a student in front of him. As soon as Brad sat down on the bench, the student said that he thought he was sleeping, to which Brad immediately said that he was not sleeping, but meditating. At this time, Judith walked behind with a malicious smile. She decided to laugh at Brad, so she said that during meditation he was snoring and drooling. Hearing this, Brad, flushed with shame, began to wipe his mouth, and the student who woke him closed his eyes and did not dare laugh. Then Brad sat in the lotus position, saying that the whole problem was in the pose. Seeing this, Judith came up to him and, holding her hands on her belt with a condemning face, told him that he was suffering from a trifle and that he should admit that Iron had been given this. Brad, looking at her, with some disbelief at her words, said that it would be better for him to try first and then judge. At this time, the head of the academy was standing in the office by the window through which the sun was shining, asking if anything interesting had happened lately. Behind him stood Karaka, who, throwing his hand in front of him, said that everything was going as usual, saying only that Iron had moved to Class B hearing such news. The leader looked in surprise towards the assistant, and Karaka, in turn, said that Iron, thanks to the help of Judith and Brad, quickly improved his skills. Smiling and closing his eyes, he said that the leader was right. Then, opening his eyes, he added that Brad had caused a small wave of changes this year. Meanwhile, all the students of the academy were sitting on the floor in the lotus position and meditating, repeating after Brad. Lesson: Judith's sword falls to the floor with a crash. Aimed said the fight was over. Brad stood opposite the defeated Judith, and Aimed was not far from them, declaring Brad the winner. The departing winner, who had a malicious smile on his face and could see the pleasure of victory, was stopped by Judith. Holding her stomach and leaning on her sword, with anger on her face, she shouted that this did not count and offered to repeat the fight again. Seeing this, Aimed shouted for Judith to stop this. Judith was very offended by this because she really wanted to get even, and she walked away with an upset face. After a while, approaching Brad, Judith pointed her finger at the battlefield and said that after the lesson she would wait for him for another battle. Laughing, Brad accepted her challenge. All the while watching their argument, Aimed thought in his head how amazing these guys are. They are both developing their skills at an incredible speed. Looking at Brad, who continued to argue with Judith, with his hands on his hips and a permanent smile on his face, Aimed realized that Brad was developing faster than Judith, and a gap was gradually beginning to emerge between the two of them, who were previously fighting for second place. And at this time, Brad looked at his hand, saying that his whole body felt how it was getting better. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that if he continues in the same spirit. Before he could finish speaking, his gaze was caught by the silhouette of a girl. It was Ilia, who was practicing with the sword, not paying attention to Brad. At this time, Iron was training in the forest. He was covered in sweat, dirt, and abrasions. In his head, he said that meditation helped him improve his results. His face tensed, sweat continued to drip down his face, and his eyes held nothing but confidence. He continued to say that this was still not enough, he needed a little more. Suddenly, Brad called him. Brad and Judith appeared behind Iron, coming to check on their friend. Iron didn't expect to see them here, so he was a little scared, and at that time Brad asked him if he was too focused on just one perpendicular blow. Coming closer, Brad extended his hand to Iron and told him to finish and go with them, because the leader was asking everyone to get ready. All this time Judith stood behind him and said nothing. Iron agreed to go with them, asking where everything would take place. Brad immediately replied that everything would take place in the training arena. Hearing such an answer, Iron, who rose from the ground and did not have time to put on his uniform, looked at his comrade with surprise in his eyes. Everyone had already gathered in the arena, and the manager stood in front of the students. Taking a step forward, he, looking at all the students, began to say that 9 months from the moment they entered the academy flew by unnoticed. Iron, Judith and Brad sat in the front rows, listening carefully to the leader. The leader continued that he was incredibly glad that everyone managed to pass a large number of exams and harsh training, and he was proud of the brilliant progress of the students. He stopped. After a short silence, he said it was time to get to the point. Looking around at all the students, he said that the conversation would be about the final assessment. Hearing this, the expressions on all the students' faces were close to shock and maximum surprise. Brad opened his mouth at what he heard, a bead of sweat running down his cheek, and there was confusion in his eyes. The leader continued that it would be different from the intermediate one, in which they had to fulfill a certain norm of a discipline, adding that this may sound a little abstract, but at the final assessment, the leader fell silent. After a few seconds of pause, he smiled maliciously and continued that he would like to see the hidden talents of the students. Iron was shocked. He was wary of further information. The leader, seeing the reactions of all the students, laughed, saying that there is no need to be scared and there is no need to start frantically looking for the meaning in his words, adding that all that is required of them is to demonstrate the best side of themselves, in the opinion of the students, with the help of a sword. Closing his eyes, he said that they could show some secret blow or an unusual maneuver to confuse the enemy. In other words, they were all allowed to resort to any means to show their capabilities. After which he immediately said that he is confident that everyone who is in this arena is able to reveal their strengths. With that said, he asked everyone to give their all in the remaining 3 months. The leader thought for a moment and fell silent, but the very next second he took off his cape. He held a one-handed sword in front of him, a barely noticeable aura emanating from it. Seeing the leader with the sword, Iron was scared. There was fear in his eyes, and sweat was running down his face. The old man continued, saying that even if this was just an old man's dance with a sword in his own way, he would be very grateful if someone suddenly learned something from it for themselves. The leader closed his eyes and concentrated. Concentrating, he opened his eyes and was ready to begin the performance. He swung his sword, followed by a long and very bright trail. Ilia was shocked by what she saw, her eyes filled with surprise, her mouth slightly open, and a bead of sweat running down her cheek. The old man continued to cut the air with his sword, and behind his blade, a beautiful trail continued to follow. Judith watched such a beautiful sight with her mouth open. She was surprised, her eyes were full of surprise, sweat was running down her face. Behind her stood another student whose reaction was similar to Judith's. And at this time, the leader gracefully swung his blade, cutting through the wind, blow after blow, leaving behind him a white blinding light. The old man spun in place to create beautiful patterns and then cut through the air. Everyone, without exception, was fascinated and surprised by what was happening. The leader continuously cut the air with his blade. Iron watched this silently. The old man was preparing for the end of the dance. Taking a careful and precise step, he was about to make the final move. Having lunged and cut the air in front of him, the old man stopped. Brad was surprised by this performance. He couldn't find the words to say anything. Having bowed, the leader said that the show was over. Passing by surprised students who did not even dare to move, he wished them all good luck. One of the students tapped the other on the shoulder, asking what he had just seen, but his friend was silent. After a pause, he said something about the blade. Suddenly it dawned on him and he screamed, asking what happened to him with the blade. The sun illuminates the entire building. After training, Judith and Brad, covered in bruises, decided to sit on the bench. Then Brad decided to ask about the leader's performance shown yesterday. He thought it was something and asked Judith if she had the same opinion. She did not answer, but silently looked at the floor. Without waiting for an answer, Brad continued to say that he even felt embarrassed, after which he indignantly asked who he was talking to. Judith didn't answer. A moment later, she furiously screamed at Brad, telling him to shut up. Laughing, he asked her if she was really not in the mood. They both watched the others train. After a short silence, Brad asked if she was like this because of Iron. Judith indignantly asked what he had to do with it. At that moment she fell silent, lowering her head. Having gathered her strength, she finally decided to ask if everything would be okay, because the final assessment was coming soon and he was completely immersed in meditation. To this, Brad answered without a doubt that he was 100% sure that he would pass. An angry Judith shouted how he knew. Brad stood up and asked her what the final grading criteria were. Confused by the question, Judith said that hidden talents needed to be shown. Smiling maliciously, Brad turned to her and confirmed her words. Then he explained that they needed to show not their current abilities, but their future ones. Judith did not understand what he was saying and looked at him in surprise. Brad kept asking her who had shown the most hidden talents and made the fastest progress in 9 months at the academy. Jumping up, enraged by the questions, Judith replied that it was clear who the stump was. Before she could finish speaking, Brad himself answered his own question, saying that it was Iron, adding that she should stop worrying. Taking the sword in her hands, Judith said with a smile on her face that she will demonstrate her skills to the fullest and the first place will be in her pocket. Standing opposite her and taking the sword, Brad destroyed her dreams by saying that Ilia would take first place this time too, to which the angry Judith angrily asked why her again. Brad answered her question by saying that she comes from a family of an outstanding family of swordsmen, and such families can be counted on one hand, adding that the Lynch family studies martial arts, which helped them get the title of an eminent family, which is why Ilia simply cannot help but take first place. A little confused, but without slowing down, she angrily asked if this was really a good enough reason not to even look towards the first place. Looking away and with disappointment in his voice, Brad replied that it was not worth it, since it was not only her fighting skills themselves, but also her tenacity. An enraged Judith screamed that she was infuriated by this, and then asked why then arrange an exam, the result of which was predetermined. Running up to Brad, she continued to scream indignantly, asking what was so great about these noble families. Then she said that if they lose to an orphan commoner, then they won't even be able to raise their eyes in front of others. Hearing this, Brad was surprised. He stared at something behind Judith. She, a little confused, asked him where he was looking like that. Turning in the direction where her interlocutor was looking, she saw Elijah, who was looking intently at her. All the guys around were horrified by her arrival, saying that things were bad. Ilia was on edge. After a short pause, Elijah sounded like she didn't care that she was insulting her and her family. She screamed, looking at the offender, continuing that she was not at all affected by what people like her were talking about behind her back. No less furious, Judith invited her to fight. She was ready to rush at her, but Brad stopped her, saying that they could get expelled for fighting. Ilia was already leaving, but in the end she said that she would take first place this time too, and would continue to take it time after time. Brad watched all this, not trusting her words, and Ilia said that she had no use for her family's sword technique, and only one academy program was enough to prove that she was head and shoulders above everyone else. Suddenly Brad broke loose and ran towards her, asking her to wait. Stopping in front of her, with hatred in his eyes, he said that the family technique of the Lynch sword is the sword of heaven. This name was established after her family caught the king of demonic fights 400 years ago. Turning to him, Elijah asked, "So what?" Smiling, Brad said he would like to see how good this technique was. Hearing his wish, she turned away from him and began to leave, telling him to stop dreaming. Then Brad, with complete confidence in his voice, told her that if she did not show the heavenly sword technique, then. He fell silent for a while, after which he replied that the first place would be his. Hearing this was offensive to Elijah, causing her to stop, holding back her anger. At this time, Iron was training with the sword. Looking at the sword in his hands, his eyes were filled with bitterness. Iron's thought sounds that these sensations are not at all the same. He is very tired, sweat is streaming down his face. His thought was heard again that it clearly seemed to him that he had become closer. He remembered his dreams, where that same long-haired tall man appeared in front of him. Iron ran towards him, stretching his hand towards him. But lately he has the impression that, on the contrary, he is only gradually moving away. The thought was voiced that he needed to concentrate again. Sitting in the lotus position, Iron began to meditate. Suddenly it dawned on him. The thought flashed through my head, what if for the sake of similarity? Iron took the sword in his hands. Try to meditate with a sword in your hands, he continued his thought. Holding the sword in his hand, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. At this time, at the academy, during training, a blow whistled through the air. The sword in the hands of one of the students flew out, causing him to spread his arms and say that he was giving up. Brad's voice sounded in the distance, praising them as hard workers. Both students greeted the gentleman. Coming closer to them, he, with a smile on his face, told one that he began to train harder. He immediately answered him that the final assessment would begin soon, however. Without finishing, he imagined people fighting with swords in his head, after which he said that Brad had a huge influence on everyone. He was surprised, asking if he did it. The guy continued with a smile on his face that what he said to Elijah that day served as a great incentive. A little embarrassed and looking away, Brad said he didn't remember him saying anything special. At that moment, Judith approached them, telling Brad to stop making faces. Taking the sword in her hands, she ordered Brad to raise his weapon. The battle has begun. The guys struck blow after blow at each other, but each of them was blocked. They fought on equal terms, not wanting to give in to each other. But at one point, Judith missed the attack, and the blade of Brad's blade was in front of her face. Reacting quickly, she managed to dodge, and in her thoughts there was only the realization that he had become faster. With all her might she tried to strike back. Suddenly, in her peripheral vision, she noticed that her opponent's blade was again close to her face. She carried out a sharp and quick blow that cut through the air. At the last second, she managed to block the blow, saving herself from defeat. At this moment, Judith's thought was heard that he was simply insightful. A sharp pain shot through Judith. In her head, she realized that there was a calmness in him that was not there before. After this thought, she launched a sharp attack, which Brad easily and quickly dodged. It sounds like an unfinished thought that at this rate he will actually be able to do it. tired Judith was catching her breath, trying to come to her senses. Looking at Brad, she saw that he was standing and ready to attack to end the fight. Seeing him so strong, the thought in her mind that was unfinished ended with him being able to pass Ilia and take first place in the rankings. Judith, with fear in her eyes, realized that now she could not defeat him. In her head, she said those words about thinking bigger, spoken by Brad at the very beginning. She smiled, not about to give up. Completing her thought, she said that those very words served as a lesson to her and that she would not rush. After these words, with a malicious smile on her face, she again stood up, preparing to defend herself. The thought flashed through her mind about how she would officially become a student at the academy. Then he will defeat him. At this point, Brad came out of his stance and exhaled in a relaxed manner. Coming closer to her, he asked her to finish for today so as not to overwork herself too much before the final assessment. Ready to continue the battle, Judith was confused. Quickly realizing what had happened, she grabbed her uniform and began to leave. Noticing that she was not even angry, Brad noticed this, saying that green snow would fall. Then Judith said that she had something to do. Looking at her departing rival, Bar asked what was going on with her, to which she replied that the curious Varvara's nose had been torn off at the market. Looking at her with a malicious smile, Brad barely chuckled. Looking at his sword, he grinned. The thought crossed his mind that he had indeed changed. Cutting the air in front of him, he said that his goal was not impossible. And now he's thinking. Ilia appeared before his eyes with frightened eyes. Continuing his thought, he said that he could indeed aim for a seat next to her as well. Iron's two-handed sword appeared before his eyes. Smiling, he continued that now he would be able to withstand the blow of his sword. Iron at this time was training with his hands bandaged. His eyes are full of fatigue. His thoughts were that even with changing his stance there was no improvement. Iron was desperate. He didn't understand what to do or what to do. Suddenly he was distracted by Judith's voice. She asked him if he was tired of being stuck on the training ground all the time. With a smile on her face, she invited him to go outside for a while and get some fresh air. It's evening outside, and Ilia comes out of the building, when suddenly something caught her attention. These were the silhouettes of Judith and Iron, who were heading somewhere. After walking a little more, they reached a small hillock where they settled down. They looked at the beautiful evening sky, which was full of clouds. Breaking the silence, Judith asked with interest how his preparations were going. Not expecting such a question, Iron asked her what kind of preparation she was doing. Grinning at the answer, Judith said that there was less than half a month left until the final assessment. Lowering his head, Iron replied that he was still training hard. Hearing this answer, Judith yawned and said that he answered somewhat sluggishly. Iron looked at Judith and asked in response what she thought about herself, whether she thought she would pass. Placing her hands under her head, she replied that she would pass unconditionally, adding that she should not have asked that, but whether she could defeat Elijah. "Can you defeat her?" Iron asked. Birds were flying in the sky, and at this time Judith said that Iron was tactless. Judith fell silent. After a few seconds, she apologized to Iron. He looked at her, surprised. Yawning again, Judith apologized for not paying attention to him lately, because she herself said that she would train with him in battle and correct his incorrect stances. Smiling, a little embarrassed, Iron said that everything was fine and that there was no need to apologize over trifles. But before he could finish speaking, Judith said that she was an orphan. The stunned Iron cast a sharp glance at her. Then she continued that she did not start this conversation in order to be pitied. Memories of the time when she was little and stole food from the shelves surfaced in her head. She said that as a small child, she had to survive by any means. All she knew how to do was steal and pickpocket. However, suddenly looking around her, it became clear to her that other people were dragging out their existence in the same way. She remembered the moment where, standing around the corner, she watched a man in an alley beating another to death. After leaving her memories, she said that living in this way, up until now, she did not feel gratitude to anyone and did not say thank you. Sitting up and looking into the distance, she said that that's why when Iron pulled her out of the lake, she should have thanked him for saving her. But she just got angry, adding that in truth, even now she doesn't feel comfortable saying thank you openly. After a brief silence, she continued that that was why she was going to return the favor through her own methods. Looking at Iron, she said come in. He didn't understand what she meant. Then Judith clarified that he must definitely pass the final assessment. With a smile on her face and joy in her eyes, she told him to become an official student of the academy. Then she asked him to allow her to help him normally. Iron's face lit up and he replied that he would do it. Standing up, a flushed Judith began to walk away. Waving to her friend, she told him to wait about 5 minutes and go. Looking at her, Iron had a question in his mind. Was it she who should have asked for forgiveness? Without looking up from her, he continued to say in his head that those who over the past 2 months, well, paid due attention. He fell silent, watching as Judith almost disappeared around the corner and in his head. Then he continued that such a person was, in fact, him. Looking away and looking into the distance, he said that he had managed to change a lot. He saw a beautiful view, the sky, forests, mountains, and thought that before he spent all his time in bed, but now he was sitting and looking at the sky. The first year at the academy wasn't that bad. The thought flashed through his mind that he recognized himself a little better. As he watched the clouds, with a smile on his face, he said in his thoughts that he was grateful for everything he can feel now and for his current thoughts. When he returned to the academy, he realized that Judith, Brad, Elijah, as well as the head of the academy and the instructors had helped him a lot. Taking the sword in his hands again and taking a stance, he said that now it was time to repay them for their support. Suddenly he felt something. It was a yellow flash of energy in the open sky, dotted with stars. Closing his eyes, he began to emit a barely noticeable yellow aura. Concentrating, he was completely enveloped in this aura. The day of the final assessment arrived, and instructor Anew was shouting furiously. In the center of the arena stood 3 silhouettes, and in front of them were all the students of the academy. The final assessment has begun. There was a tree leaf in the air. The first participant was surrounded by these sheets, had a sword in his hand, closed his eyes and concentrated. Making a lunge, he cut all the leaves at once with one blow. The chief and Anew were the judges. Seeing what the guy did, the old man said that his accuracy and speed were excellent. The next participant stood in front of the stand with the stone, raising his sword. With one strong blow he cut the stone. The cut was oblique and looked very smooth. The manager closed his eyes and said that everyone was performing beyond expectations, but he was still a little upset. Standing up, Anew was ready to name the next student. It turned out to be Judith. With full confidence, she stepped forward. Stopping in front of the principal's desk, she asked if she could take the test with another student. The old man did not understand what she was talking about, so he asked what she was talking about. With a smile on her face, Judith said that she thought a duel would allow the two of them to more fully demonstrate their strengths. After listening to her, the manager said that it would be interesting, and then asked who her partner would be. Brad emerged from the crowd. Standing opposite each other, they prepared for a duel. Standing up, Brad asked if she was ready. Judith was in no hurry to answer. Turning the sword over in her hand, she called his name and fell silent. Brad looked at her, waiting for an answer. Judith said she didn't want to rush it, but it didn't look like it would work out. Particles from previous trials were flying around the battle site. Standing up, Judith shouted that she would surpass him today. Grinning, Brad said that it was just like her. The battle began. Judith crouched, preparing to jump. The jump was across half the arena. She slammed her sword against Brad's. A frantic battle began. All attacks were blocked, and no one was going to concede victory. Everyone gathered was shocked by what they saw. There was an incredible roar in the room from the collision. Meanwhile, Brad began to lose ground, groaning and barely holding back Judith's onslaught. At the same time, Judith was serious. She lunged forward and prepared to throw a side kick. She quickly and deftly moved her feet and prepared for the blow. A quick side kick with the sword went right over Brad's head, who managed to duck. Brad started to lose his balance and Judith wanted to take advantage of it. Having swung, she had to strike the sword from top to bottom to deliver the final blow. But it was not to be. Brad managed to dodge again, and Judith's attack passed right in front of his face. Everyone was shocked. Everything happened so quickly. While there was time, Brad jumped back to keep his distance. But Judith was not going to let him go so quickly. She jumped after him, continuing to attack him. Seizing the moment, Brad carried out the attack with a deft blow. The attack should have hit Judith unconditionally, but she, noticing the attack, jumped up, dodging it. Looking up in complete surprise, Brad was confused. Preparing for the attack, Judith already swung. A powerful downward blow was aimed at the opponent, but Brad managed to block her attack and remained unharmed. Looking at them, Lung was amazed. They were amazing. Attack after attack, movement after movement, their skirmishes took place throughout the arena, in which it was not even possible to discern what was happening. At that moment, Judith spun like a tornado to strike. She delivered blow after blow. Watching their fight, Anew said in his head that Judith's blows were merciless. Brad could parry every blow while remaining unharmed. Then Anew said in his head that Brad was easily fending off her extremely powerful attacks. Brad was about to lunge and attack Judith. Bypassing each of her attacks, he made a lunge aimed directly at his opponent. But Judy managed to notice the merciless blow and ducked, bending her body back. But then blood sprayed from her cheek. She immediately jumped some distance away. Blood flowed from her cheek. Judith got angry, calling her opponent a goat. Smiling contentedly and preparing to attack, Brad asked if she was hoping to defeat him with this. The battle began again. Blow after blow, they mercilessly attacked each other. Judith's thoughts were that she needed to be even stronger, and Brad's thoughts were that she needed to be even more precise. At one moment, everything merged into a huge massacre, at the epicenter of which there was a white glow. The entire arena was covered in clouds of dust. Nothing was visible. Paul could barely withstand such tension. Judith stood unharmed, but her sword was broken. Brad stood opposite her, but his sword was intact. They looked at each other. No one else attacked anyone. Holding the broken sword in her hand, Judith's thought sounded, in which she said that in the end, nothing worked out for her. The judges were amazed, saying that they were practically on the same level, but nevertheless, he turned out to be more skillful. Then they fell silent. The judges looked at Brad, who was still standing. After thinking a little, they continued that Brad was more skillful. Jumping up from his seat, the leader began to clap for them, saying that it was an amazing duel and that both were great fellows. Bowing, Judith and Brad thanked the old man. The excited leader immediately asked who the next participant was. Judith and Brad waited for the next student to enter the arena, and she turned out to be Elijah. She entered the arena without a drop of fear or doubt. Grinning, Brad thought to himself that he had become noticeably stronger and surpassed his former self. Walking past Elijah to his place, Brad paused for a second, thinking that perhaps he could defeat her too. Looking at her, the old man asked what they would show. Without an iota of doubt, she replied that she would show the family sword technique. The leader was surprised by this statement, but said that seeing the sword of heaven, which was used to cut the throat of the demonic dragon king, would be very interesting. Taking the sword in her hands, she placed its end on her palm. Seeing this, Brad smiled sarcastically. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from his face. Elijah's sword began to leave silhouettes behind it. The wind rose around her and Ilia prepared herself. The wind was getting stronger. Karaka was surprised. He did not understand where the wind came from. The wind accumulated together and became increasingly furious. It rushed towards Elijah, enveloping her legs. Elijah held her sword behind her back. Preparing to attack, her sword accumulated the power of all those winds that had previously raged in the arena. She hit it. It was great. The wind power stored in the blade was released outward in the form of a spiral. It was a devastating attack that created a powerful white flash. The wind was so strong that it was hard to stay on your feet. The judges had to close their eyes to protect themselves from such strong winds. Aim covered his body with both hands, but continued to watch. Judith and Brad were shocked by this technique. They could barely hold on so as not to be blown away by the wind. As it all ended, Judy looked forward in complete disbelief. Elijah stood in the arena, the wind still raging around her and throughout the building. The judges looked at her and were silent. Everyone around was horrified, except for the leader. Brad couldn't find the words to say anything. Looking at Elijah, in his head he realized that there really was something between them. Here he stopped. He felt humiliated. He did not understand how this was possible. The inner me inside him screamed madly. He presented it in such a way that in front of him was the same insurmountable wall that had always been between them, and Elijah was standing on it. Exhaling in frustration, Brad asked himself what he was thinking about. Brad was approached by Judith, who told him that he was the last one left. It was Iron's turn. He walked confidently into the arena. From the crowd, Judith shouted, wishing him luck. Hearing her encouragement, Iron smiled. A thought sounds that says Anew, and then another one asking Iron not to do it. Clenching his fists, Brad stood and looked at his friend. These were his thoughts. He was all on nerves. He remembered Iron saying that he thought Brad was a very good person. Brad asked him back, embarrassed, to which Iron repeated with a kind smile that there is always a warm and bright atmosphere around him, and it makes your soul feel good when he is around him, which is probably why many people want to be his friend. Confused by his words, Brad asked how he could say such things so calmly. Getting up from the bench, Brad told Iron that he was wrong, adding that he is not as good a person as he might seem. Coming out of his memories, he saw Iron already ascending to the arena. Gritting his teeth, Brad pleaded with Iron in his head, but Iron was already standing in the arena, gathering his strength. There were requests in Brad's head that he should not demonstrate. His silhouette dimmed in Brad's eyes. Out of anger, he bit his lip, and the veins were visible on his face. In his head, he screamed at Iron not to show anything remarkable. Standing in a spacious room, the young man clenched his fists tighter. The head of the academy, clasping his hands, with a smile on his face, asked what Iron Perir was going to demonstrate. Thinking a little, the guy lowered his gaze to the floor. Everyone present was in anticipation. Judith and Brad turned their worried gaze to the young man. Ilia's eyes widened and his brows furrowed slightly. Breaking the silence, the young man confidently declared that he would demonstrate a perpendicular cut with a sword. Everyone was shocked by the guy's words. The leader smiled slyly, the man opened his mouth slightly in surprise, and Judith, putting her hand to her forehead, arched her eyebrows at this answer. The awkward pause was interrupted by loud exclamations from a guy who sincerely did not understand the motive for such actions of the hero during the final assessment. The young man standing next to him looked at him in surprise, but Lance continued to say that here, even demonstrating a secret technique, you can fly out, and he is going to show such a primitive section. His dissatisfaction was interrupted by one of the assessment leaders, addressing him by name. Turning to the young people standing behind him, he announced that this was the last warning before he would remove him from the exam if he continued to interfere. The young man immediately apologized, and the guy standing next to him looked at him, frowning, not understanding what he was doing. Turning back, the man thought that even though he had interrupted the guy's remarks, he was still right. His face became more serious and his eyebrows frowned. He thought about the fact that this is really a final assessment, and what Iron is going to demonstrate at such an important moment with the help of a perpendicular section, which is not even possible with a real fight technique, is thoughtless. There was only bewilderment in his head. He did not understand what the hero was doing. Iron took the sword with both hands, squeezing it tighter and holding it out in front of him. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. In this position, the guy froze. At this time, the leader who was watching him could not contain his emotions. His eyebrows furrowed and a frightening smile appeared on his face. He couldn't wait, because he longed to see the skill of the hero who refused to learn from him. Images and memories flashed through my head as a man demonstrated the dance of a fiery blade, and Iron's face in the crowd, which did not express any emotion. All these memories incited rage in the man, expecting the young man to fail. The man's face reflected all his rage in a frightening smile. Meanwhile, Iron was still standing motionless, which made the crowd of students whisper. The guys standing aside from Ilia began to discuss why he had been standing like a pillar for so long. But the girl's gaze was serious. She realized that this was meditation. Holding the sword in his hands and closing his eyes, Iron seemed to radiate energy from his body and weapon. The hero needed to even out his breathing. He took another deep breath. His grip intensified, all the muscles of his body tensed. He managed to concentrate completely. His boyfriend's eyes were still closed, but his emerging aura could literally be seen. Having managed to penetrate into the depths of his soul, Iron lowered the tip of his sword, as if touching the surface of water. The calm of the water was disturbed and a wave began to rise. At the same time, the hero thought that he still did not know who this man was and why he struck. Small waves turned into giant storm waves. A man with a beard and long dark hair emerged from the foam of the waves. The look of his blue eyes was tired and heavy. The man, like the hero, made a swing in order to strike, and a grin appeared on Iron's face. At the same time, the heroes uttered the phrase, "As long as I am in pain and patience, as long as I am able to move forward." The hero raised the hilt of his sword above himself. While he had all this, all he needed was a steely will. The man's eyes, full of confidence, crossed with the burning eyes of the young man. Letting out a war cry, Iron powerfully swung his sword, leaving a bright mark. When the tip of the sword touched the floor, it began to crack, sending small particles and dust into the air. Everyone was shocked. Lance and his friend opened their mouths in surprise. The academy teacher's eyebrows rose at what he saw. Ilia's eyes widened in surprise. Small particles of the stone floor flew in different directions. Among all the flying debris, Brad's surprised face could be seen. When the rising dust began to settle, one could see how, at the site where Iron's sword struck, a deep fissure in the floor formed and stretched across the entire room. A grin froze on the hero's face. He was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. Judith looked at the young man in fascination, while Brad, standing next to him, dug his nails into his own palms until they bled. Noticing this, the girl's eyes widened even more and she called out to him. But the young man froze in place, only a slight trembling ran through his hands. The head of the academy, Crono, looked at everything that was happening with a smile on his face. Addressing the lively crowd, the man announced that it was time to move on to the announcement of the results, because everyone was probably already tired of waiting. Holding the results papers in his hands, he said that the final assessment, although decisive, their current rating is not an indicator of whether they will be able to enroll. The manager decided to start from the end of the list. With his eyes closed, he reported that Peter Nelson was in 66th place. The crowd of students listened attentively. In 42nd place was Alice Burnett, in 7th was John William. Judith was ranked 4th. Hearing this, the girl opened her mouth in surprise. 3rd place went to Brad. The guy did not react to this, continuing to stand motionless. Looking up from his papers, the manager was ready to announce who took 2nd place on the rating list. It was occupied by Iron Perir. The young man's eyebrows arched in surprise. In 1st place was Ilia, who did not even change her face after hearing the results. The leader praised everyone, because they did their best and now they needed a good rest. He promised to announce the date of the conversation later. With a swift step, Ilia headed towards the massive door. Opening it slightly, she carefully stepped inside. Not at all surprised, the girl noted that she expected to find the young man here because no one else would have gone to the training hall the day after the exam. Noticing her with peripheral vision, holding a sword in his hands, Iron was surprised and immediately greeted her. The heroes sat down on the bench but were in no hurry to have a conversation. Sitting closer to the young man, Ilia noticed that he had become stronger, but the guy only grunted in response. Looking up, she continued to say that Brad and Judith had done well too. It had been a long time since she felt that someone was chasing her, trying to surpass her. This time, she said, she got the 1st place with a stretch. If it had happened earlier, she would have been annoyed. A sweet smile appeared on her face. She continued by saying that this time was a bit of fun and the hero's punch was truly terrifying. Interrupting the girl, the young man excitedly noted that her heavenly sword technique was also incredible. But Ilia just laughed, noticing that the guy didn't know how to accept praise. But the joyful mood disappeared at that very second. The girl addressed him by name in a serious tone. She informed him that she was not going to stay at the academy. Iron's eyebrows arched in surprise at what he heard. He didn't understand why she said that. With a smile on her face, she called his reaction amusing, to which the young man looked away in embarrassment, justifying himself by saying that it was very unexpected. Continuing, Ilia said that she had no intention of becoming an official student of Crono from the very beginning. Her plans were to take first place in the intermediate and final assessments, and then return to her family. The guy did not take his eyes off her, listening carefully. She again addressed the guy by name, to which he responded instantly. Ilia asked if he knew who was called the true genius of the continent. The young man replied that he was not sure. The real genius is Kyle Linjay, who is her older brother. He is a tall guy with long ash-colored hair tied into a low ponytail and large light eyes. Ilia began to tell the story of how when she was 7 years old and a very small child, her brother became so popular that almost every person on the continent knew him. Everyone enthusiastically celebrated his arrival or appearance in society. At the age of 10, Kyle managed to defeat a knight in a duel. The young boy managed to defeat his opponent, knocking him to the ground in a sword fight. Even then, he managed to reach unprecedented heights thanks to his talent. Of course, Kyle was recognized by many famous people, and he became famous on the continent as a powerful genius. Despite his title of the strongest and unattainable, the young man had a kind smile. All these people had high hopes for him. Therefore, he needed to be strong and serious. But one day, another genius appeared, a tradesman by birth, who took first place at the Crono Academy, but refused to become its student. Their meeting took place on the street. Behind the girl there were people in robes. Her name was Ignata, and at the age of 14 she founded her own mercenary squad. She had dark long hair and bright scarlet eyes. Having met face to face, brother Ilia received a challenge from her to a duel. Without thinking for a long time, the young man drew his sword, because in their family it is not customary to avoid battles. He entered the battle with a war cry. His serious gaze crossed with the girl's eyes, burning with excitement. The smile never left her face. But in the end, in just 3 blows, Kyle's sword was shattered, and the guy himself was shocked by this outcome. This happened with one sharp movement carried out by the girl. The fight ended in Ignat's favor. Looking down at the guy, the girl said with a contemptuous look that she was disappointed. Kyle, kneeling down, drooped, his eyes frozen in surprise. Little Ilia immediately rushed to her brother. Seeing the defeat of her idol, her role model, she hugged him tightly and burst into tears. The guy spread his arms to the sides in surprise and looked with a downcast gaze at the little girl hugging him. He began to calm her down as if nothing had happened. Tears did not leave Ilia's face, but Kyle smiled, trying to calm her down. Then she thought that her brother would fight back, fight again and regain victory. But Kyle was never able to recover. His bright image of a valiant genius was broken into small particles. After what happened, people lost interest in him. They pointed their fingers at him and glared at him with contempt. All this put a lot of pressure on him. For the first time, he was recklessly criticized and ridiculed. Little Ilia saw her brother crying in her room, unable to contain her emotions due to the pressure and despair that had piled up. Seeing this, the girl herself could not contain her emotions and cried along with her brother, watching him from the doorway. She was just a baby who could stand by and watch Kyle waste away. But even then it was clear to her that what locked him in the room was people's gaze. Realizing this, little Ilia's eyes widened in anger. Then Ilia tried on the garb of a knight for the first time, while her friends were busy with ordinary things. She promised herself that such a mistake would not overtake her, that no one would be able to shake her faith. She trained hard and improved. However, without realizing it, she was mired in this abyss. Trying to be better and catch up with the strongest, she remained in the shadow of Ignat. With a calm look, the girl said that she entered Crono at the age of 12 because of Ignat, who entered at 13. Rising from her seat, she continued, saying that at the age of 14 she wanted to be officially recognized as a knight due to the merits of Ignat, who was awarded an honorary knighthood at the age of 15. Iron watched the girl and listened to her carefully, but now, Ilia said menacingly, she was going to put an end to trying to catch up with anyone. The young man said with a sigh, "That's how it is." And all this, she continued, was thanks to him. Iron looked up at her in surprise. She talked about how he doesn't let others confuse him and how the guy never pays attention to what others say. Seeing his perseverance and desire to follow his own path, Ilia decided to follow her heart. She gave the guy a sweet smile. Turning sharply, she quickly headed in the opposite direction, saying that she was quite capable of reaching the master level even if she did everything her own way. Iron's sudden words made her turn around. He thought it was amazing that she was able to overcome difficulties and see a world before her that was not limited to the academy. Putting his hands on his knees and looking down, the guy shared that he did not yet have a clearly defined goal. Smiling, Ilia told him not to say such nonsense. The guy chuckled puzzledly, looking up at her, to which he received the answer not to relax. She looked up, telling him to try harder, otherwise the gap between them would become an abyss in an instant. Having said this, the girl moved forward with enthusiasm, and a smile appeared on the face of Iron, who was watching her. As he watched her, she disappeared from his face. Directing his gaze to the hands holding the hilt of the sword, he asked himself if he was really okay. Dust rose into the air due to the swing of the sword. Now he held the tip of the sword with one hand and held the hilt with the other. The hero did not understand whether he was doing the right thing. A man stood motionless near a deep fissure. It was Brad. His loneliness was broken by Judith, who put her hand on his shoulder and said with enthusiasm that renovations were actually planned here and passage was prohibited. But the young man did not react to this, but only continued to look at the crack in the floor. Coming closer, the girl invited him to go out and compete. Her hands were itching. As she said this, she thought that he himself probably wanted this. But the guy looked down with devastated eyes. Breaking the silence, Brad monotonously said that he was leaving the academy. From the surprise of what she heard, a tremor ran through Judith's hands. Without raising his eyes, the guy began to talk about how a man who had literally just recently picked up a weapon was able to demonstrate an amazing level by just training one blow all year. And he himself devoted some time to studying the art of the sword. Listening to this, the girl's eyes widened. He didn't understand how much more time it would take him to achieve the same results. Turning his head towards Judith, he smiled and said that he did not know whether he would be able to do this at all. Reasoning, he came to the conclusion that the presence of such abilities is predetermined from the very beginning. Turning around, he thanked the girl for everything and quickly walked towards the exit. She looked at him, puzzled. Grabbing his shoulder, she stopped him. He turned, looking at her with sad eyes. Judith immediately gave him a powerful slap to the face. Unable to stand on his feet, he fell to the floor, supporting himself with his hands. Brad shouted furiously, not understanding what she was doing. But the girl, in the same elevated tone, began to say that she did not understand what was wrong with him, because he had dodged her attacks with a sword without any problems, and now he could not dodge her fist. Since I've lost my mind mentally, now I've lost my body too. She began to strike him to bring him to his senses. Turning to him, the girl almost shouted that since he spoke so much about predestination, would she really not be able to overcome such a rag like him? With rage on her face, Judith had no intention of stopping and struck Brad harder and harder on her body and face. She kept shouting about how he really thought that everyone else in this academy was suffering from useless things. When the girl managed to calm down and stop, the young man looked up at her with a confused look. Turning around and heading towards the exit, she shouted to him not to forget to brag about how in his youth he defeated the one who would become the best swordsman on the continent in the exam. For a coward who fell into despair and ran away because of some stupidity, this will be quite enough to boast about all his life. With that, Judith turned and walked away, leaving Brad with his thoughts. The girl pursed her lips in resentment, and the guy looked sadly at the floor. A few days later, Ilia came to the head of the academy. She said that she had decided to follow her own path, to which he asked her whether her soul felt better. Standing opposite the man sitting at the table, she said she felt much better. Looking away, Ilia said that the reason for her good health was not only the first place in the ranking. Smiling, the man noticed that the girl really became more joyful than after the intermediate exam. Closing her eyes, she noticed that all this was thanks to his efforts and teachings, but the man only laughed when he heard this. The director released Ilia, for which she thanked him and left the office. As soon as the door slammed, the leader ordered Aim to invite the next one, which he began to obediently do. The man's gaze became more serious, and the thought flashed through his head whether this was really serious. Brad stood in front of the director and aimed. The head of the academy said that there were no questions about his grades, because the young man was so good that he became a standard for others. He managed to put aside selfishness and correct shortcomings, thereby improving his virtues. The director had high hopes for the guy, but the guy himself listened to all this without looking up. Suddenly, the young man said that he no longer had confidence in his abilities. The director's eyes widened, because he definitely didn't expect this from him. But looking at him, the man noticed that the young man's eyes were lifeless. He was like an extinguished candle, and he would not listen to him in this state. Having told the hero that he could do as he saw fit, he let him go. Brad quickly turned around and headed for the exit. In his thoughts, the director hoped that this child would have an incentive that could put him back on his feet. Iron was the next to enter the office. With a smile on his face, the director told the guy that his performance at the final assessment was impressive. He had never seen anything like it in his entire career. The young man thanked the man for his words. The head of the academy, sitting at the table, asked the hero if he remembered their conversation after the midterm exam, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man said he had advice for him. Iron responded enthusiastically that he would definitely listen to him. But first, hiding the smile from his face, the director asked him a question, calling him by name, which made the hero alarmed. He asked why the young man picked up the sword. Iron's eyes widened in surprise. Looking down at his palm, the young man repeated the leader's question in his head. The image of a strong man with long hair reappeared in the hero's memories. After a little hesitation, the guy could not name the reason. Aim said with a smile that you shouldn't think too deeply, because it doesn't have to be something great. Worldly reasons like fame and money are also suitable. Throwing out his hands, the man told the young man standing opposite that if there was nothing contrary to morality, then he could safely say so. But the guy continued to look at the floor, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the words of the director, who said that everything was clear to him. Aimed, standing nearby, was surprised by his words. The leader's eyebrows frowned and he calmly addressed Iron, saying that the young man had not picked up the sword of his own free will. There was an expression of despair on the guy's face. He agreed with the words spoken. Aimed, turning to the man, asked for an explanation, but he only clasped his hands in front of him, closing his eyes, and answered that he himself did not know. The director fixed his gaze on the guy, saying that for a long time he was haunted by the fact that he took fencing lessons more seriously than others, and yet there was not a drop of emotion in him that a person like him would experience. Citing Brad as an example, the man said that he was overjoyed when he realized that his skills had improved. The guy happily held the sword with one hand, and Judith, the leader continued, looked very scary when she realized that she was behind him in strength. Fury covered the girl's eyes like a veil, and even Brad felt her ominous aura. Listening to this, Aim put his hands at his sides. The director noticed that every student at the academy felt either joy or sadness regarding their fencing skills, but he had neither. In a calm tone, the man addressed the guy by name, asking if he was imitating someone. His gaze was directed directly at the confused hero standing opposite. Iron lowered his eyes to the floor, remembering the image of the man from his dreams. After a little hesitation, he said that the director was right. A smile appeared on the leader's face, because he thought so. What was surprising to him was that the young man managed to reach such heights out of the mere desire to become like someone else without having his own will. He didn't ask who his idol was, but he did notice something. Raising his hand and pointing his finger directly at Iron, the director said that if he was going to continue practicing with the sword, then he should seriously think about everything now, because if he doesn't find the reason, then he has no place in the academy. Aimed opened his mouth in surprise, but the leader himself remained calm. These words made the hero wary. He opened his eyes wide. With a smile, the man said that the world is huge and it is much more important to find oneself in it than to swing a sword here. What he heard made the young man involuntarily open his mouth. Iron immediately bowed, thanking the director for everything he said and promised that he would remember his last advice until the end of his days. The man laughed, saying that the word last sounded a little offensive and it was better not to say that. The young man raised his eyebrows in confusion, not understanding what he said wrong. Calling the guy closer, the director reached into the inner pocket of his clothes. He asked the young man to lend him a drop of blood, to which he quickly agreed. Just one small cut on the finger, and the desired was obtained. The hero squinted a little in pain. But as he came closer, Iron saw on the director's desk a gold bar with his name engraved on it, and next to it the words that he was an official student of Crono. Smiling, the man told the young man that he was giving him a year to find his way. Inspired and with sparkling eyes, the hero announced that he would definitely return in a year. The sky was darkening over the beautiful landscape of nature. Suddenly, a girl on the street called out to the hero. It was Ilia. Coming closer, she invited the young man to visit her, putting something in his palm. Iron was surprised. In his hands, he found a small object with an engraved bird holding a sword. He asked what it was. Covering her eyes, the girl said that this was the coat of arms of her family, and if he showed it to the guard, he would not be received coldly. A smile appeared on the girl's face. She said that when he arrived, she would give him a flower. The young man was surprised and asked again, not understanding what flower she was talking about. Lifting her shirt sleeve a little, Ilia pointed to the bracelet he gave her, saying that the flower was called Anew. A smile appeared on the hero's face. He realized that such flowers grew in her home. Adjusting her sleeve, the girl, smiling, said that at the age of 7 she had pulled out all these flowers, but now she was going to plant them again. Looking at the guy, Ilia said that Anew blooms in April-May, so she was waiting for him around this period. Squeezing the coat of arms in his hands, Iron promised that he would definitely visit the girl. The sweet conversation was interrupted by Judith, who appeared out of nowhere. She also wanted to get a shiny thing like irons. The hero's eyebrows arched from the girl's surprise and tactlessness, looking away with dissatisfaction. The girl said that if Ilia doesn't want to, then there's no need, she won't ask for it. But the girl, looking at her a little confused, said that it wasn't that she didn't want it. Without letting her finish her thought, Judith screamed joyfully. Raising her hand up, the girl watched in fascination as this little thing shimmered in the light. She said that only aristocrats could fool around with something like this, but she thought that she could sell it at a high price. These words made Ilia feel uncomfortable, and she lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Turning back to the girl, Judith asked for forgiveness for that time. Not understanding what she was talking about, she looked up. The girl with red hair was talking about the time she insulted her family and herself. She looked at the smiling Ilia and continued to talk about how she never had a family, so she said those words without thinking. Confused, Judith narrowed her eyes, realizing that her apologies were more like excuses. Iron smiled as he watched the girls talk. She said that she was sorry from the bottom of her heart, and Ilia also apologized for ignoring her. Noticing the contented young man, Judith approached him, pulling the strap of her bag, saying that he was standing and smiling like a fool. But the guy turned around embarrassedly and, smiling, said that he was for peace and security. Lifting up the sleeves of her shirt, the girl was going to teach the young man a lesson, because she considered his jokes very strange, to which he only laughed, backing away. But their proceedings were interrupted by steps. Iron turned around, and Judith turned her gaze to the approaching one. The young man quickly walked towards Brad. Ilia noticed that the girl was looking at the guy with offense. The hero excitedly told the guy that he had heard that he was going to leave the academy. He asked what happened to him, but Brad looked ahead as if he hadn't heard the guy. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Iron. He said that it was hard for him to talk about this, to which the hero waved his hands worriedly and smiled, saying that everyone has their own circumstances for making such a decision. Brad asked if the young man was leaving. Pressing his hand to his chest and smiling, he said that he was not leaving completely, and as soon as he finished with personal training, he would return back. Lowering his eyes, the young man thought that Iron would continue to improve his skills. His spirit was broken, and he was talking about such things. His thoughts were interrupted by the young man's words of gratitude. Smiling, the hero said that thanks to Brad, he became confident in something. Clenching his fists tighter, he said he began to feel alive every time he swung his sword. The guy's eyes widened in surprise at what he heard. Raising his palm to his chest, Iron shared that a year ago a small change occurred in him. It was thanks to him that he began to practice fencing and decided to enter the academy. Listening to the guy, Brad directed his surprised gaze at him. The young man continued to talk about how he was able to look back, recognize himself, and continue to move forward only after meeting all of them. Saying this, a smile appeared on the guy's face and his eyes sparkled. He thanked the guy again, and Brad stood motionless, not looking away from him. When the young man was about to say something, he was immediately interrupted by the knights, who prepared a carriage to take the young heir home. Having said that it was time for him to go, the young man began to climb inside. Iron seemed frozen in place. His eyes filled with despair and his lips trembled. Suddenly, the guy, frowning his eyebrows, shouted his name very loudly. He, without lowering his tone, called on him to become stronger and meet again. Listening to this, Judith's eyes widened in surprise, and Ilia, standing next to her, smiled. Brad, who was sitting in the carriage, shook his hands, which he clenched into fists. From what he heard, his lips trembled. He sharply turned his head away from the window, looking at the floor. After these words, the carriage set off, leaving behind a trail of raised road dust. Coming closer, Judith said that they had staged a real melodrama here, but Iron continued to sadly look after him. Without turning to the girl, the young man said that maybe it was his imagination, but he had a feeling that he would never see Brad again. The girl looked at him with a sad look, but the awkward silence was interrupted by the appearance of Marcus, who arrived to pick up the young heir. He asked who these girls were. Iron happily announced that they studied at the academy together and they became his friends. The man was surprised, swaying a little from side to side. The young man did not understand such a reaction. Immediately pulling himself together, Marcus bowed his head to the girls, thanking them for getting along with his master. The girls opened their eyes in embarrassment and silently watched this. Once in the carriage, Iron waved to them, and Judith, with her arms at her sides, shouted at him to come back quickly. The carriage set off. The girls looked after him for some time, following him with their gaze. But suddenly, they felt terribly awkward. They embarrassedly looked away in different directions. Each of them thought about when they would come for her. Judith pretended to feel sick to her stomach as she told Elijah about this. The girl hesitated and said that she had better return. The girl wished her a good journey and hurried away. Ilia thanked her shyly. At this time, in the director's office, Aimed, actively gesticulating, asked the director that he must be very annoyed that the children on whom he had placed so much hope had left. Grinning, the man did not deny it. The man looked at the director with concern, asking if everything would be okay with Iron, because finding your way is by no means an easy task. But the director looked out the window without turning around. He said that there was no need to worry because the young man was the fourth genius of the continent. Aimed asked the man again, not understanding why he said that. The young man's carriage was rapidly moving towards the house. The head of the academy said that by nature the young man was very different from other geniuses. Turning to Aimed, the man asked if he thought Iron Perir was a genius of diligence. The hero looked at the changing landscapes outside the carriage window with a smile. Walking down the street, Judith looked down. Her gaze was downcast because in the end, the girl was left alone again. She continued moving forward, clenching her fists tighter. Her pace quickened. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on her shoulder. It was Brad. He smiled widely, asking why she was staring at the ground. Was there really something interesting there? The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She cried out loudly, arching her eyebrows, not understanding why he came back. The young man put his hands at his sides, saying that after carefully thinking and weighing everything, he realized that giving up was completely unsuitable for him, and besides, he noted, since Iron had left, there would be no one to deal with her bad character. The girl immediately screamed in displeasure. Smiling, Brad asked Judith if she was happy to have him back. An angry grin appeared on the girl's face. She began to stammer and addressed him displeasedly, not understanding what this fool was talking about. Deftly noticing this, the guy, grinning, told her that Iron had said that her curses could be interpreted as a positive assessment if she stammered at the same time. Looking away in embarrassment, the girl changed the topic, saying that the director was unlikely to welcome him with open arms after leaving. Smiling and narrowing his eyes, Brad talked about how he would have to ask for reinstatement, although he didn't think the manager would turn his back on a talent like him. Judith threateningly told him to shut up, to which the guy told her that he had long wanted to ask her to swear less. But the girl told him to go to hell. They walked together to the entrance of the academy. The carriage moved quickly along the road, leaving behind the landscapes of forests. Marcus looked carefully at Iron sitting opposite him. The man noticed that the young man was looking out the window all the way. He thought that the hero never managed to become an official student of the academy, and this was eating him very much. The guy himself, resting his hands on the seat, did not take his eyes off the window. Marcus' attention was drawn to what the gentleman was holding in his hand, and he immediately asked what it was. Iron held out his open palm for him to see. The man cried out in surprise when he saw the platinum tablet of the Lynch family. He asked the young man where he got it. The guy replied that his friend gave it to him. The man asked which girlfriend. Looking at the sign, Iron asked if he remembered the girl with white hair whom he introduced to him. This was Ilia. Surprise froze on Marcus's face. Looking at this, the hero thought that, judging by the man's surprise, the Lynch family was much more magnificent than he had imagined. With his hands folded in front of him, the young man apologized and told the man that he was going to get some sleep. Marcus quickly responded to this. Iron closed his eyes, thinking about his sword. The landscape of a calm town appeared in the light of sunset. The man informed the young gentleman that today they would be staying at a guest house. The carriage stopped at a 4-story building. After the heroes settled down, Iron assumed the lotus position while sitting on the bed. Streams of energy emanated from his body. Marcus, who was listening outside the door, noticed that there was not a single sound in the room. Nervous, the man began to walk back and forth, thinking that the young man must be in despair. He was wondering what to do. Things wouldn't work that way. He needed to find something that would return his master to a good mood. Marcus walked out onto a busy street. Suddenly, something caught his attention and his eyes lit up. He saw an orc beckoning everyone to come closer, promising to tell fortunes for every day. The man had heard that they could occasionally be found in the northwest, but how he could end up here, the hero did not understand. Moreover, he was a difficult orc. Marcus noticed a pentagram pendant on his neck and a tattoo on his arm. It was an orc fortune teller. Hearing about this, the guy asked the man if it was really an orc. Already bringing the young man closer to his place, the man said that orc predictors are one of the most outstanding harbingers of the future. Iron, maintaining the conversation, said that he had heard that even one meeting with an orc promises good luck. The orc fortune teller greeted the people who approached the shop with a smile, wondering which of them should tell fortunes. The young man said that he would like to try. Marcus watched this with a smile. Without taking his eyes off them, the man thought that the orc fortune tellers were, in truth, known for saying only good things, and perhaps good news would quickly cheer up the master. With a smile, the orc listed what he could do to tell fortunes: good luck today, this year, in love relationships, in financial well-being, in health. Turning to Iron, he asked which of these interests him most. The orc soothsayer's face became serious and confused. He turned to the young man, wondering how he turned out to be 10 years old. Iron was surprised by this question, as was Marcus standing next to him. Curling his eyebrows, the man repeated the question once again in his head. The guy embarrassedly replied that he was 16 years old. To which the orc replied with a grin that the guy really looked young, but if he lied, he would not be able to make a prediction for him. Surprised by this answer, the hero said that he was telling the truth. Marcus, who heard all this, was running out of patience and pursed his lips in displeasure. The orc said that, in his opinion, a young man with arms and legs would be recruited into any knightly detachment if he only applied there, and if he continued to follow the path of sword art, then something would await him. Without allowing him to finish, Marcus interrupted the orc's words, saying that all this was a pure lie. He immediately attacked him with questions about whether he was truly a fortune teller. Iron was surprised by the man's reaction. The orc fortune teller himself opened his mouth in surprise. Turning around, he, with a dissatisfied look, quickly walked back to the guest house, calling the gentleman with him, and saying that it was not worth wasting time on this. The orc soothsayer was upset by this outcome. Iron was also about to leave, but the orc asked him to wait a second. He pulled out an incomprehensible little thing in front of the guy's face, saying that it could help when something went wrong with him. The young man was surprised by such a gift, but did not refuse. After thanking the orc, the hero followed Marcus. As he watched him, the orc thought that he had not only gained muscle mass, his whole body looked strong and flexible thanks to the movements from practice. However, what struck the orc more was the energy that thickly enveloped him. Looking at the retreating young man, the orc still could not believe that he was 16 years old. He wondered if he would be able to meet this mysterious man again. The merchants who heard loud exclamations from Marcus began to whisper that it seemed that this orc was a charlatan. His face immediately darkened. He realized that trade would not work here now. The carriage moved briskly, its wheels creaking. Bowing his head and gritting his teeth, Marcus, who was sitting opposite the gentleman, apologized to him for yesterday. He did not know that the orc would turn out to be a charlatan. Iron smiled, saying that they still hadn't heard anything bad. Suddenly, the young man remembered the piece of paper that the orc had given him yesterday. His eyes widened. Unfolding it, he saw the phrase, "You don't have to be alone to stand on your own 2 feet." The young man did not understand what this meant. His eyes widened. He thought that when he asked about 10 years, the orc meant the age of the man from the dream. The man actively gestured with his hands, saying that he immediately suspected something was wrong. At first he expressed himself strangely about the young man's age, and then began to assert that something similar could await a person who failed the exam. Iron looked at him with wide eyes. Smiling, the guy said that he had forgotten to tell him that he had failed the exam. Marcus paused. The hero said that he was officially accepted into the academy, but not right now. The man's eyebrows arched in surprise and his mouth dropped open. The admission could be called conditional, because if he can complete the task from the manager, he will be able to return in a year. Loud exclamations of surprise were audible even to the coachman. A shiver of surprise ran through his body. Suddenly, he turned to the young master, warning him of what was ahead. Iron tilted his head in surprise. Ahead was the carriage of the Chiron family with 2 black horses in harness. Marcus, leaning out the window, was surprised that it was indeed the Viscount's carriage. Indeed, the family coat of arms could be seen on the carriage. The man did not understand how they managed to meet their main enemies, those who openly insulted the master. The memory immediately brought up the situation of how the son of Viscount Chiron ridiculed Iron in front of everyone. Namely, they had a chance to meet Aaron Chiron. Marcus's eyes widened with excitement. Aaron and Sir Stuart appeared before them in all their glory, dressed in chic red capes. Having said this, the man nervously shook his hands, saying that they got out of the carriage, and if the young man is uncomfortable, then he can stay inside. He will sort out the situation himself. But turning around, Iron said that everything was fine, and besides, it would be impolite. The man was surprised by the young man's answer. The trees rustled under the wind. Stepping out of the carriage, Marcus bowed his head to greet Mr. Aaron Chiron and Sir Stuart. Iron stood with his head raised. The young heir, Chiron, without lowering his head, said aha. Looking at the young man, Aaron noticed that he had grown and become stronger. With a sneer, he noted that it looked like they were returning from Crono's academy, thinking that it looked a lot like Iron. Smiling, Marcus asked what business they were on their territory for. He received an answer immediately. They needed to convey something on behalf of their father. Coming closer, Aaron, trying to be as friendly as possible, began a dialogue with the young man, saying that they had not seen each other for so long. Without much enthusiasm, the guy said yeah. Grinning, the guy noticed that they teach well at the academy because he almost made a mistake when he saw him. He asked if he was going to continue practicing fencing. Looking down to the side, the hero replied that perhaps yes. A mocking smile did not leave the young man's face. He asked where he would continue his studies, deciding that at home, because studying elsewhere would be quite problematic since he picked up a sword so late. Watching this, Marcus hissed in displeasure, thinking that he was a real brat. He addressed the young master as you, although he himself was a year younger. Throwing his head back and looking away, Iron again answered uninterestedly that it was possible, yes. Eren didn't understand why he was answering this way. Keeping a calm face, the hero turned to the guy, asking if he wanted to add anything else. Struck by such a question and the guy's calmness, the young man replied that he had nothing more to say. Turning around, the hero said that since they had nothing else to talk about, he would hurry to return to the carriage because the road was long and he would like to rest. Eren raised his eyebrows in surprise. Sir Stuart, who watched this, thought that it was an infantile provocation, but the reaction of a careless aristocrat did not match him. He furrowed his eyebrows a little. Eren frowned deeply. Shouting loudly after the guy, he asked him to stop, but Iron didn't even turn around. Smiling, he offered to shake hands goodbye, holding out his palm in front of him. The young man turned around, asking why he would agree to this. In his thoughts, Eren called him a fool. He smiled maliciously, remembering the expression that swordsmen only need a handshake to understand each other's abilities. The hero noted that he had never heard of such a thing. Grinning, Eren said that, apparently, someone lacks knowledge. Continuing, the young man said that this was a phrase from the famous swordsman Sir Louis Saugard. Turning to Sir Stuart, he asked him that in fencing there is nothing more important than muscle mass, to which he received confirmation. Smiling, the young man noticed that his words were confirmed by the best knight of their family and extended his hand. Having said that he, as a senior comrade, who began to learn the art of the sword 6 years earlier, will check how much his skill has grown. Iron looked uninterested at the palm extended to him. Sir Stuart's calm gaze met Marcus's surprised gaze. Iron decided to shake his hand. Looking at this, Eren smiled maliciously, thinking that now he could crush him. Unable to conceal his interest, he bared his teeth, waiting for the hero to show his funny, crooked grimace. But the young man did not even change his face, he remained just as calm. The guy didn't understand why he didn't even move. His eyebrows furrowed and his grin disappeared. He did not understand where this colossal pressure was coming from, if the young man did not try to squeeze his hand tighter. With a naive look, Iron asked that it was necessary to squeeze with force. Eren was taken aback by this question, but after a second his eyebrows frowned and his gaze rose upward. The force with which the hero squeezed his hand simply amazed him. With a cry, the young man pulled his hand back, kneading it with his free hand. Iron was surprised by this reaction. Smiling innocently, the guy apologized because he still doesn't know how to control his strength well enough. Eren's face changed with anger and turned red. He realized that he was the first to unclench the hand of a careless aristocrat. Looking away, he thought about how he had disgraced himself. Iron was in a hurry to say goodbye to them. Suddenly, everyone's attention was attracted by the phrase of the cat who was watching everything. The heroes looked in surprise towards the animal. Sir Stuart was surprised by the talking cat. Marcus, amazed by this situation, opened his mouth slightly, wondering if it was really a witch. With a grin, Lulu turned to Iron, not understanding why he was doing this, because this impudent young man should have long ago been made clear what he is capable of. Not with words, but with fists. A man in green clothes, a small mustache, with closed eyes, stands in the center of the crowd in front of a cobblestone lying on a stump and claims that everything that cannot be. He moves his hands, looking at the stone hovering above the stump and thinks that what defies common sense, what makes you doubt what you saw with your own eyes, people most often say. A boy standing in the crowd looks, smiles, claps his hands and says that it's like magic. Smiling, the mustachioed man watches the stone flying above his palm and understands that this has nothing to do with magic, and it is quite easy to get confused in the definitions. Because in any case a person uses mana, but magic is a teaching that lends itself to strict logic. He is trying to figure out what to call situations in which you are faced with something completely incomprehensible. He decides that the word witchcraft is appropriate. A black cat sits, smiles and hurries someone. He says that when the laws of nature are completely ignored, witchcraft occurs. The butler Iona looks in fear and wonders whether the witch has turned into a cat or whether this is a cat witch in front of him. Two men in red uniforms and with gold on their shoulders say that it is better not to mess with the sorceress and that you need to leave. The black cat walks towards the four people standing in front of her. The man in red uniform standing in front of her apologizes and offers to visit the Viscountcy of Chiron. The cat is surprised that there will be no fight. She stands on her hind legs, puts her hands on her sides and expresses dissatisfaction that everyone will just disperse. Everyone is surprised that she did this. She tilts her head and a pink bag appears next to her. She puts her paw into her bag. She holds a sword in her hands and looks at him, smiling. She starts swinging her sword. The man in the red uniform smiles and says the Chiron and Perir families support each other. The cat, whose sword disappears from her hands, stands displeased and exclaims that this is disappointment. He turns around and apologizes to Iron and his butler for wasting his time and asks to go into the carriage. When the cat, with its eyes closed, licks itself, they climb into the carriage. The cat sits with its back to them and licks its paw. The main character assumes that she is human. His butler suggests that she is somehow connected with the heiress Klia because they are both sorceresses. He, sitting in the carriage, agrees with this. He tells him that he will find out everything when he arrives at the estate. The carriage stands in front of a massive gate. Iron and his butler stand in front of it, and 3 people stand opposite them. The father pats his butt on the shoulder and greets him. The mother looks at him smiling. The sister stands irritably with her arms folded on her chest. They are all sitting at a long table in a well-lit large room. The father says that the academy recognized that his son has talent and that he is proud of him. The main character, looking off into space, cannot believe that he is proud of him. Smiling, the father asks if they saw a talking cat along the way. White cat statue on a white pedestal. He says that it was a witch named Lulu. Iron looks away and is told that she had the intelligence of a human. The sister sitting opposite him says that she is stronger than all the sorceresses she has met in the royal capital. She looks down and says that she came to them a few days ago, asked to be a Klia teacher, and that they sent a person to the Witchcraft Association to find out who she was. Everyone looks at her and says that the most important thing is what she thinks about all this. She gets up from the table irritably and asks her brother his opinion on this matter. He replies that her wishes are important to him, and he doesn't understand witches. She looks at him angrily and claims that he saw her and asks him to tell about it. The mother turns sternly to her and asks why she is putting pressure on him. She angrily replies that she just asked. He looks at them in confusion and realizes that this is the endless stubbornness of Klia. She looks irritated, and he can't understand why she's angry with him since he's back home for the first time in a year. He remembers that he had that thing with him. He nervously reaches into his pocket and says that he has a gift for her. A blue open small box appears on the table. Klia looks into it in surprise. His parents look at him contentedly and are surprised that he is already buying gifts. Blushing, she thanks him inarticulately. He asks her again. She angrily repeats her gratitude. He apologizes. He remembers Marcus holding his finger up and saying that everyone should get a gift and mentally thanks him. Someone recognizes him as Klia's older brother. Black and white cat paws walk across the table. The sister looks tensely. The main character looks scared. Lulu sits smiling in the middle of the long white table they are sitting at. The surprised sister runs. The cat says that they are completely different. She grabs her by the scruff of the neck and asks what she is doing here. She replies that she didn't want to scare anyone. The mother, standing against the background of the windows, calls out to Klia. The black cat says that all that remains is to convince her older brother. Her sister yells at her. Lulu covers her mouth with her paws and apologizes. They demand an explanation from her. She says that her brother is easier to get along with than her. And yet, she says that she is deathly in love with him and that if you convince him, then she will agree. Confused, Klia holds a cat in her hand. She understands that she said too much. Angry, she yells at her and she tries to apologize. She screams and says that she will never become her student. She runs out of the room, opening the door. Lulu follows her, apologizing. Everyone looks at this in confusion. Bright sunlight pours from the window. The father does not know what to do with all this. The mother asks her son to tell him something more about his studies. Iron lies thoughtfully on the bed. He remembers how happy his parents were with the gift. He sits down on the bed and realizes that he feels both joy and guilt. Smiling, he sits in a well-lit room and realizes that he can no longer waste time. Someone asks permission to come to him. He gives it. The maid approaches him and asks if he will go to training tomorrow when he replies that he will go early in the morning and asks him to pack everything he asked for. Confused, she asks if he is sure of this because it took him more than half a month to get to the academy and didn't even really rest. Smiling, he clenches his hand into a fist, smiles and says that this only motivates him to go because he has not held the sword in his hands for a long time. Aaron in a red uniform, looking at the floor, tells his father that he will go. The father in the scarlet uniform says that he is doing well. He leaves a spacious room with a table against the wall and a person sitting at it. The Viscount calls out to Jack, who answers. The Viscount says Iron doesn't look well and asks if anything is wrong. Jack, looking at the floor, says that along the way they met Iron's heir. They ask him if he was a careless aristocrat. They answer him in the affirmative, and when they exchange greetings, the Viscount looks at him knowingly. He angrily and sharply rises from the table and hits the table with his fist. He approaches Jack, points his finger at him and irritably asks where he was at that moment. He apologizes. He calms down, smiles and pats him on the shoulder. He is angry and full of misunderstanding about why the heir has changed dramatically. Jack tells him that he seemed like a different person after the academy. The angry Viscount shouts that the Sword Academy is not some kind of witchcraft circle. He is angry and says that he is jealous of Haran Perir because he has a beautiful appearance, a witch daughter and a beautiful wife. From year to year his fortune only increases. His hand reaches for a cup of tea and he wonders why the kid suddenly perked up. The silhouette of Ryan, watching him walk around the room, and Jack standing next to the window, says that all you need to do is pull out the sprout and be done with it. The Viscount likes his attitude and asks about his plan. Smiling, Ryan sits and says that there is a plan and asks if a punitive expedition is coming. He looks thoughtfully and says that at a meeting of families you can wipe your feet on a careless aristocrat. The Viscount smiles and orders Jack to go, who bows. He looks down and knows that he shouldn't have expected anything less from the pride of their family. He looks away and thinks that he is crazy. He walks along a dark corridor and realizes that Iron is in trouble because someone much stronger than the Viscount has entered the game. The main heir in a red uniform sits against the background of a window. Several armored men emerge from a gate in a high stone wall. One of them is indignant and asks why they are training so early. The bearded man tells him that there is nothing to do except prepare for the punitive expedition, and it is impossible not to deal with the monsters. He replies that all this exists only for families to demonstrate their strength. Everyone looks in bewilderment. Everyone looks at Iron doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar and greets him. They ask him what he is doing here at such an early hour. He turns his head in surprise and says that he is aware that they have morning training. He continues to pull himself up and says that he won't get in the way. They answer him with consent. Everyone looks at him and thinks that he dropped out of the academy, but they are surprised at his physical preparation. They notice the disc hanging from the protagonist and doubt that it should be used that way. One of the people in armor tries to lift the same disc, but he fails. Someone asks what that noise is. Izuku displeasedly asks if they came here to have fun. They explain to him that they are watching the air training. He looks surprised. He is surprised to see him doing pull-ups on the bar with a disc. Confused, Ori smiles and says that with his skills, he was no match for the knights. The main character does a straight hang with a discus, and everyone asks if this is even possible. One of the people in armor, smiling, asks Zucrai if he could repeat this when he looks at him with peripheral vision. He turns around, angrily yells at them and orders them to go to training. Blue sky with clouds and birds. Iron walks and drags a large sword along the ground, exhaling in relief. He looks up and is surprised to notice a black cat walking along the railing. He sees Lulu licking her paw. He looks at her tensely, half turning. He turns away from her. She looks in his direction in surprise. The cat itches. He waves his sword and decides not to follow that man, but to start training the techniques he learned at the academy. A week later, the evening sky is covered with clouds. The main character runs in front of two people in black t-shirts. One of them wonders how he can calmly run faster than them. Losing all his strength, he falls, breathing heavily, when Iron stops and looks around. He says that the gentleman has become much more resilient. He stands up and, holding out his hand, offers to go with them to a break. He replies that he wants to stay a little longer. He remembers those three guys and thinks that they passed all the tests without help. He looks away. He sees Lulu lying on the railing and wonders why she has been following his training for a week now. A man in armor approaches him and asks him to be careful. He says there are rumors that she is cursed. The cat walks, the soldiers make way for it, and he understands why they behave this way. He goes forward. Marcus comes out from behind the gate and asks if he's finished training. Lulu looks at him, sitting on the railing. The main character smiles, looks up at her and asks why they haven't even met. She scratches her ear, smiles and says that he, unlike Klia, is too boring. He smiles shyly and asks her again, imagining himself by the river with a pile of cobblestones. She jumps down the boxes and says she has a gift for him. He sees the cat holding a round transparent blue object in its paw, and she says that it is a bribe so that he can talk to Klia. Marcus runs up and notices in horror that it is a cat's eye. Everyone looks in bewilderment. Marcus is reflected in the cat's eye, and when asked if the item is expensive, he replies that it is very expensive. Iron looks confused and thanks for the help. The cat promises to give him something if he persuades the boy. He asks why she is willing to part with such a valuable thing, and she replies that this is a very piquant question. Lulu looks away thoughtfully, holding a cat's eye in her hands. She says it's just like that. He doesn't believe it. The cat stands up on its hind legs indignantly and asks if everything needs a reason. They answer her that no. Marcus says it's kind of weird to bribe with something like that. The cat points her finger at him indignantly and asks if he thinks she has no understanding of money. He is scared and replies that this is not what he meant, but the cat points at him and says that he knows how much a cat's eye is worth. She holds a stone in one paw and a bag in the other, and says that there are things more valuable than gold. She holds a wooden ball in her hand and talks about it. Everyone confirms this. She smells it, imagines the forest expanses and says that she wouldn't trade it for anything. She stands in front of them and says that she has something else, rummaging through her bag. She remembers how she was lying next to a teddy bear. She indignantly shows all this and says that they cannot get this for any amount of gold. Everyone agrees that there is logic in her words. The main character smiles and understands that there is also something in a relationship with Klia that cannot be bought. She tells him to shut up. He thinks she is a good cat. She smiles at him and asks him to praise her for this stone. He apologizes and says he won't accept it. She points in surprise at the cat's eye and reminds him that this thing is expensive. He smiles and says that there are more important things than money. She looks blankly. He says that he will not say what she ordered, but what he saw himself. The cat leaves. He looks at her. She tells him to do as he knows. He smiles and says that he will visit often. The next day, the cat, standing on its hind legs in front of Iron, points in horror towards the stairs and asks for help. He runs after her as she sits at the bowl. They eat from a bowl and asks to stand next to him when he is surprised that it was her request. She eats with her eyes closed when the main character sits next to her smiling, and says that she feels uneasy when no one is around while eating. Frightened, Lulu drags him somewhere the next day. She points to a white cat lying on the floor and asks her to guess her thoughts. He replies that he doesn't know and asks her about it. He turns his head in her direction in confusion when she says that you can't answer a question with a question. She turns in his direction and asks how she knows what the other cat is thinking. They sit against the wall. He laughs. He sits smiling and says that he just wanted to laugh. He continues to laugh, and she, turning away, does not understand it. He is laughing. He laughs less. He remembers a man with a gray beard who gave him a year to find his way. He gets up. The cat looks at him. Iron leaves. The cat calls out to him. It's raining from the sky. Everything outside is flooded with water and rain. He thinks that now is not the time for nonsense and he needs to find his way of the sword. He takes the sword from the chest in his hand. He believes that after leaving the academy he lost it completely and now he doesn't understand anything at all. Lulu stands in the pouring rain and watches. The main character stands and does not understand what to do. His legs suddenly change position. He swings his sword and thinks about what to do. The cat looks at him. He hits the ground with his sword. It is not he who is reflected in the puddle, but some other person. He thinks about what to do to find his way. He is upset that he repeated his movement again. The cat asks if he has tried to study witchcraft. Her paws walk through puddles. He turns in her direction. A bright purple glow appears above the cat, and he looks at it in surprise. Iron is even more surprised. The cat screams and offers to become her student. Water from the puddles on the site rose into the air in jets, swirling in front of the frightened main character and the talking cat. Iron, without letting go of the sword, opened his mouth in shock and became embarrassed, feeling very strong pressure from the outside. He looked at the cat, surrounded by enchanted drops of water, thinking that now she seemed different from what she had been before. Lulu came closer and closer, trying to persuade the guy to become her student. The cat stood on its hind legs and began to actively wave its front legs, saying that it would teach him everything it knew, and they would go together to the cheerful world of sorcerers. The stunned young man noticed that the oppressive energy had disappeared. He shook his head in denial, answering that he did not want to go to the world of sorcerers. Lulu displeasedly asked about the reasons for this decision. Rounding his eyes, the main character replied that he was not a sorcerer, but a swordsman. The cat smiled widely, looking at him, and confidently asked him not to worry and start learning from her. Iron clarified that they were talking about witchcraft, not magic. Looking at Lulu in bewilderment, he added that he could not master witchcraft even if he really wanted to. The talking cat replied that no one was more suitable for witchcraft than a swordsman with a powerful will, and that, in her opinion, there was a high probability that the guy would reveal contains abilities that will make his sword better. Putting his sword on the floor, the young man asked why he should have any abilities at all. Lulu sat down in front of him and asked the question of how swordsmen, sorcerers, and magicians differ from each other. Looking away, the main character replied that he did not know, after which the cat decided to tell him this difference and asked him to listen carefully because she would not repeat it several times. All martial artists, including swordsmen, focus on their physical body, that is, on the inner space. The body of a knight in armor was enveloped in blue energy. Thanks to tireless training and hardening, the masters acquire a mysterious power called aura. Magicians, on the contrary, concentrate on the external environment, that is, outer space. Magical spheres flew around the magician. Their goal is to analyze the mystical power, mana, which permeates the universe, and to understand the laws and principles of the world. Lulu sat against the pink sky, ready to talk about the distinctive abilities of sorcerers. She said that most often people call sorcerers creatures who are stubborn to the order of things. A huge griffin stood in the middle of the clouds of dust, raising its clawed paw. Sorcerers strive to make the impossible possible. They are stunning creatures that defy common sense and worldly logic and can make those things they fervently desire materialize. Klia stood next to the majestic griffin in her purple robe. Iron's face showed concern. Lulu said that people call them stubborn and that she, as a sorceress, can answer this statement in different ways, but to some extent it is true, so you need to remember one simple thing. Sorcerers have a powerful will that is capable of fulfilling even the most absurd desires, for example, changing the world alone. Frowning her brows, the cat stated that people like her have an unrivaled spirit that an ordinary person cannot even imagine. A clot of magical energy appeared on her finger. Lulu added that the basis of the power of sorcerers is the indicators of soul strength. She grabbed the magic sphere sparkling through her fingers and turned her attention to the guy's perpendicular cross-section. The young man looked confidently at the sword that was in his wounded hands. The sorceress noted that in his blow there was an incredibly strong will, indicating a desire to cut anything at any cost. The cat scratched himself behind the ear, declaring that his will was enough to awaken even with minimal help the witchcraft that would benefit the sword. Turning away and lowering his sword, the main character replied that nothing would work out for him. Lulu looked up at him in frustration, asking why he thought so and what the problem was. Iron said that he didn't really want to study witchcraft because he couldn't train with this sword. The sorceress narrowed her eyes irritably and asked to tell it like it is. The guy looked at her, declaring that this sword did not belong to him. The cat's mouth opened because of the unexpected answer. Suddenly, he felt an electric shock from the realization that he had the opportunity to reveal the secret of his dream. The cat looked at him questioningly when the young man decided to talk about his dream. After listening to the story, Lulu enthusiastically stated that the story was similar to the soul transfer that she had heard happened to several people. When they were superimposed with the soul, memory, and character of a completely different creature, the knights were training inside the fortress walls. The young man sat thoughtfully, leaning on the wall. The witch sat on a nearby box and licked her paw, saying that these situations were similar, but not identical, and this dream would not interfere with the study of witchcraft. The main character tensely clenched his fist, thinking that Lulu saw the section only once and reacted positively to it, which means that the man's technique really fascinates. Closing his eyes, Iron resolutely refused, declaring that he did not want to awaken the witchcraft in himself by the will of another person. With his mouth open in surprise, the cat again tried to persuade him to at least try, because such abilities should definitely interest him. Turning to her, the guy exclaimed that he wanted to find his own sword, after which the sorceress asked which sword was his by definition. Without waiting for an answer, Lulu scratched herself behind her ear and asked him not about today's technique, but about the one he usually demonstrates. With annoyance, the young man closed his eyes and pursed his lips. He looked down in disappointment, thinking that he had ended up back where he came from. The cat noticed his concern. Jumping onto the fence of the training ground, she decided that it was time to give her student advice. The main character, looking at her, asked why she called him a student if he refused to become a sorcerer. Sitting on the wooden railing, Lulu replied that it seemed that her student did not understand something, because until now his actions had not been an indicator of effort. Getting to his feet, Iron asked what she meant. The sorceress's words that these were not efforts, but only futile efforts, made him open his mouth in amazement. It seemed that his world had collapsed at that moment. The sun illuminated the window of the estate. The guy lay in bed with a worried look, thinking that the talking cat had completely confused him. Someone's voice behind the door made him sit on the edge of the bed. The young man gave the guest permission to enter. Marcus approached him and asked if there was a witch here. The main character asked what happened. The young man's face looked alarmed. He said that he had 2 messages, and the first concerned the upcoming punitive expedition. Looking down, the butler continued his speech, saying that in a few days a meeting on this matter would be held at their estate and the owner would make an announcement, which he decided to notify Iron in advance. The guy, looking at his friend, replied that he understood everything. The second news concerned Mrs. Lulu. The young man turned away when he heard that there were many bad rumors about the witch. A stone building stood at the center of a forest fire. Marcus reported that she was rumored to have joined the Oracle Guild in the east of the continent, but immediately after her departure the community fell apart, and that due to an accident, the second son of the Zayacal thief, in which Lulu stopped for a short time and lost his life. Imagining how Zayacal's son was being torn to pieces, Marcus added that in a large trading organization, Barbani, work began to decline after they allowed a black cat into their home. The main character, looking excitedly at his comrade, asked whether these rumors were confirmed, to which he received the answer that everything that happened in the Oracle, the Zayacal, and Barbani estate was absolutely true. Knocking on the edge of the bed, Iron asked if there was any reason to consider Lulu to be the culprit of all these events, to which the butler answered in the negative, saying that all that was known was that she was present there when everything happened. Looking down, the guy wanted to say that the sorceress might not be to blame for what happened, but Marcus interrupted him, saying that he understood everything. The young man looked at him again when he said that there was a high probability that people simply mixed real-life stories with superstitions about a black cat and the rumors were unfounded. The worried butler, beads of sweat running down his face, assumed that the simple-minded little witch had not really done anything and asked the master whether he had to take risks. The main character silently lowered his gaze. Marcus asked for forgiveness for crossing the line and decided to leave the room. Iron was left alone with his thoughts. His lips looked very tense. Sitting on the bed in his light robe, the guy thought that his comrade should understand that everyone was just worried about him. His hands lay on the bed between his legs lowered to the floor. The young man remembered how he once said that he would evaluate Lulu as he saw and felt himself. Smiling, he suggested that she didn't have such a bad character that she would harm anyone. His eyes became calmer. Continuing to smile, he considered the sorceress to be unusual and a little different from other people, but not without her positive sides, and decided to express his opinion to Klia without dragging in any rumors. Putting his hands on the bed, the main character thought. The cat's voice from under the bed asked if something bad would happen to him and Klia while she was around. Iron exhaled, knowing that Lulu was here, and decided to find out if what Marcus said was true. Pressing herself to the floor, the cat answered in the affirmative. The guy asked if she had committed all these crimes, and at the same moment the dissatisfied witch jumped out from under the bed, exclaiming that she was not guilty of anything. Turning away in embarrassment, Lulu replied that she was just having fun when two nasty old men in the oracle had a fight, which caused the tower to fly into the air, and when the children of the owners fought in Barbani and the Zyakal estate. Watching her, the young man thought that either these events were really a series of accidents, or the witch was lying, but it was dangerous to lean towards either option. He exhaled and smiled, saying that he would definitely be fine. The main character said that nothing would happen to him, even if they continued to be friends. Lulu upsetly put one paw on the other, saying that she is called a black cat that promises failure. Iron looked at her with a smile and replied that everything would be fine. Looking away, he said that there were a lot of bad rumors about him too. The cat looked at him blankly. The guy glanced at her, explaining that they were similar because he, too, had once made mistakes. The words that he would evaluate her as his heart and mind told him, and would solve problems as they came, made the sorceress cry with happiness. She jumped onto his bed. The young man added that the people around were a little worried about what was happening, but he would slowly dispel their worries. The cat made him open his mouth in surprise by saying that she had a gift and opening her wallet. A huge magic ball rolled out onto the bed. Lulu said that it was a very expensive thing, much better than a cat's eye, and asked to accept the bribe and tell everyone that it was not bad. After these words, the sorceress ran out of the room, leaving her friend in complete shock. Rising from the bed, the main character wanted to catch up with her to explain that he does not take bribes, but the cat disappeared in an instant. He noticed the ball lying on the bed and thought that Lulu had recently shown it. Iron remembered how she, sitting on the sphere, boasted of her find and called this sphere one of her valuable treasures. Looking at the magical gift, the guy sighed, thinking that it was too huge. White cumulus clouds floated across the blue sky. Baron Perir, sitting at his desk, asked what was the decision of his son standing before him. The young man resolutely clenched his fists and declared his desire to take part in the upcoming punitive expedition. When his father asked if he was sure of this, the son nodded affirmatively and said that he would succeed. The man, looking into his eyes, warned that during the punitive expedition they would have to fight not with monsters, but with other families. The Baron raised his left hand and, frowning, clarified whether his son was ready to participate in this expedition, despite the fact that it could be much more unpleasant and burdensome than he thinks. The main character, pursing his lips, nodded again, answering that he would try hard. His father agreed with his desire. A week later, a carriage stopped in front of the Perir estate. The head of the family greeted the arriving Viscount Chiron, to which he responded in the same way. Seeing the guests, Iron tensed. The man in a red robe, behind whom his son stood, rejoiced at him, saying that during the time they had not seen each other, he had matured and matured. The guy embarrassedly thanked him. Baron Perir invited the guests inside. Several families gathered around a richly set dining table with various dishes on it. Sitting at the table in front of an empty plate, the young man looked around nervously. He looked away and remembered Marcus's warning that there was no family that was friendly towards them. Baron Bauer in a black tunic sat next to the feignedly smiling Baron Fried. The Perirs did not have conflicts with their families, but their friendship was not too strong. Among the families who openly disliked them were the Lesters, a plump, blonde man sitting next to his twin sons. Their family was also hated by the black-haired Baron Russell, sitting at the table with his son, a copy of his father. Phil Chiron especially disliked the Pereira family. The man sat in a red suit with his adult son. His gaze expressed contempt. Marcus once told his master that it was with him that the Periras had not gotten along for a long time, and asked him to beware. Baron Perir rose from the table and raised his filled glass, thanking all the guests for taking the time to secure the southern trade route for the prosperity and peace of the 6 noble families of the south. The families on the left side of the table raised their glasses in toast. The right side of the table responded in kind. The main character held a glass in his hand, nervously looking at the guests. Members of different families raised glasses to their mouths. Iron did the same, realizing that he would have to drink it. He grimaced and looked at the drink with displeasure, hoping that he would not have to drink to the bottom because the liquid was very bitter. Something made him furrow his brows in worry. Baron Lester and his children looked disapprovingly in his direction. The Chirons also glared at him. The guy felt uncomfortable that everyone was staring at him. Sweat was running down his tense face. He thought that he had made some mistake. Phil called his name, causing the young man to perk up. The man smiled widely, saying that he was holding his glass incorrectly. The protagonist looked at his hand. Baron Chiron explained that white wine is temperature sensitive and that when a person holds a glass in his hand, the heat of his palm is transferred to the wine. The man showed that he was holding the glass by the thin part and added that you need to grab it by the stem so as not to disturb the temperature balance. Iron looked down in embarrassment and asked for forgiveness, to which Phil, sitting opposite, replied that there was nothing wrong with that and asked him to take the glass correctly. The guy took the glass by the stem, after which the Baron praised him, but said that it was necessary to stick out his little finger, which the young man had no idea about. Imagining a person taking a condiment with his thumb and little finger, he explained that this was done in order to avoid waste in those days when condiments were very expensive. And in order to avoid wasting condiments, people would raise the glass with their little finger extended so that the finger would not become damp from condensation. Baron Perir looked unhappy at his son's ignorance. Baron Chiron looked at the guy disapprovingly, saying that there was no need to worry about such things, but all aristocrats needed to know the rules of etiquette at the table. Baron Lester looked at Phil and laughed, saying that the difference between commoners and aristocrats is manifested in small things. The main character was very embarrassed by these words. Baron Russell also laughed, supporting his comrade. Baron Chiron immediately became embarrassed and tried to justify himself, saying that he had meant the wrong thing and that Baron Lester had distorted his phrase, but Baron Perir looked indifferent. He sternly replied that there were no misunderstandings. The main character swallowed nervously. Looking at his father, Phil laughed, explaining that he said this only for his benefit. The members of the Chiron family looked at each other. The man looked at his son, asking if he had listened to the symphonies that he recommended to him, to which the guy answered in the affirmative and clarified that he especially liked the second composition. Baron Lester was surprised by Ryan's deep knowledge of music and, turning to Iron, wanted to know what kind of music he listened to. The guy replied that he didn't have any favorite music. The man looked away in confusion, saying that he probably didn't have enough time for music because of his studies at the academy. Despite the discouraged young man, he strictly stated that, be that as it may, erudition is necessary for everyone, otherwise the dialogue will break off and both interlocutors will find themselves in an awkward position. After this, Baron Lester laughed and said that he was only joking, and having asked not to take his words to heart, Ryan, sitting opposite, watched their conversation with an arrogant expression on his face. He grinned wickedly. The heir to the Viscountcy, Chiron, holding his glass as befits a noble person, squinted contemptuously, wondering what it must be like for the main character to understand that he, as an aristocrat, does not even have a basic education. He imagined Iron lying in bed under the covers, stating that this was the result of his laziness and ignorance. Ryan imagined Baron Perir standing outside the door and decided that the moment had finally come that would show all the irresponsibility he had shown in leaving his son without attention. Looking at the distraught protagonist, Chiron's son concluded that he could do nothing in this situation. The guy's hands were shaking because he couldn't decide what utensils to use to eat the steak. Baron Perir asked his shaking son if he was okay. Looking at his father, the young man asked for forgiveness and asked permission to leave the table due to poor health. The man lowered his gaze in annoyance and, after a short silence, gave permission to leave. The main character walked out the door. His boots clicked on the tiles. He suddenly started running, thinking that he had to do it again. Iron, breathing heavily, ran away from the dining hall, reproaching himself for running away, although it seemed to him that he had become more confident. The guy imagined shaking hands with a member of the Chiron family, thinking that he had learned to stand up to others. The young man grabbed his heart, realizing that before he had not realized one simple thing. He imagined his upset father and the pain Baron Perir, his wife and Klia had to endure. The main character was choking with self-hatred. He pressed his hands against the wall and, hanging his head, cried from the realization of what a terrible son he was. Tears flowed in a thin stream down his cheeks. The guy grabbed his sword. The next second, he began to furiously cut through the air in front of him. Casting a shadow on the wall, he worried at the thought that he didn't even know. The young man remembered his conversation with Lulu when she was sitting on a wooden fence, answering that everything was pointless when asked what useless efforts meant. The sorceress looked at her puzzled ward, saying that trying does not mean cruelly exploiting your body physically and that to achieve a goal you need to use it both physically and spiritually. Only then will it be considered effort. The cat confidently placed her paw on her chest, declaring that it is important to use both body and soul, and that only a sincere soul supports sincere actions. Frowning her eyebrows menacingly, Lulu called out to the main character. Iron looked very tense when he heard the sorceress question whether he had put enough heart into his efforts. Having delivered another furious blow to the air, the guy exclaimed that he didn't understand anything. Clouds of dust rose from the impact on the training ground, and the young man repeated his words. The Lester brothers broke the silence and made him look around. One of them was surprised that the main character came here. The second praised his fighting stance, saying that studying at the academy was not a lie. Standing in the doorway with his brother, Cesar stated that they were getting bored of watching the adults talk and that it would be better for them to have a fight among themselves. Standing behind them, Martin, heir to the Russell family, laughed, bringing a smile to Kevin's face, and asked if Iron really didn't know how to hold a sword in his hands just like he didn't know how to properly hold a glass of wine. It was obvious to him that a year of fencing training for a careless aristocrat was not enough. Cesar agreed with his words, laughing. Seeing that the guy lowered his sword, they were surprised at the decision to agree to the fight. The next second, the young man furiously raised his sword, pointing it towards his opponents, and told them to attack. The guests, standing opposite the swordsman preparing for battle, were amazed at his determination. The main character's face looked very worried. The heirs of the Lester and Russell families frowned in amazement. Kevin called his challenge too daring. The boy accepted the challenge and headed towards the sword rack. Turning the weapon in his hands, he thought that he had not picked up a sword for a long time, but a swordsman who had been training for only a year would be very easy to defeat. Smirking arrogantly, Kevin was ready to show Iron what real shame was. The guy, holding a sword in front of him, resolutely knitted his eyebrows. The boy smiled, wanting to see what his opponent was capable of and how much his skills had grown. The young man tried to remain calm. Heir Lester did not have time to say that he was going to concede. His opponent was already approaching him, raising his sword to strike. Kevin noticed him too late. With one powerful blow, the protagonist made his sword appear in the air. The unarmed boy did not even have time to understand what happened, looking at his opponent in fear. The sword was right at his neck. Cesar and Martin opened their mouths in sincere surprise. Kevin fell to the floor, looking dumbfounded at the tip of the sword at his shoulder. Iron looked down at him with a calm expression on his face. Looking at the others present, he asked who was next. The defeated opponent, rising to his feet, said that this fight did not count. The guy looked around, wanting to know why. Knitting his eyebrows angrily, the boy declared that they had not announced the start of the duel and that he had been vilely attacked on the sly. He frantically tried to feel for the sword that had fallen behind his back when the young man replied that he was ready to repeat the fight. Martin intervened in their conversation, saying that he would come out instead of him. Kevin, looking at the brunette, did not agree with him, wanting to give revenge himself. Looking down on him, the heir of the Russell family said that it was all because of his carelessness and asked him to step aside. The boy had to agree. Approaching the main character, he looked at him arrogantly and said that he would feel better only after he personally fought him. The twins looked at each other, declaring that their opponent was not ready for a fair fight and was only capable of playing not by the rules. While Martin was preparing for a duel, picking up a sword, one of the twins shouted that he would not lose due to the difference in build. Looking at his opponent coolly, Iron asked if he was ready to begin. Keeping his gaze confident, the brunette answered in the affirmative. He threw his first punch, which was blocked. Smirking, Martin thought that the block would not help in this situation. He began to launch many attacks from different directions. The twins watched the battle in admiration, shouting words of encouragement towards their friend. But something made him tense. Despite many consecutive blows, the main character managed to remain calm. Martin did not understand why his opponent had not yet fallen off him. Blocking another attack, Iron managed to push his enemy away. The brunette's sword seemed to be smoking, and he thought he was swinging it too hard. The next attack came from the heir Perir. Barely able to stand on his feet from her strength, Martin parried the blow. Gritting his teeth, he raised his sword above his head. Almost immediately he had to lower it. He noticed that his red hands were shaking, but he didn't understand why. Keeping determination in his eyes, the protagonist asked why his opponent did not attack. Having widened his eyes in fear, the brunette thought that he couldn't handle more and that he didn't want to continue the fight. Seeing how his opponent raised his sword for another blow, the guy begged for someone to stop their fight. A smiling Ryan came out onto the training ground, telling them to stop fighting because it was already clear who would win. They lowered their swords. The heir of the Chiron family asked Martin to stop before things got worse and before he was injured. Smirking arrogantly, Ryan praised Iron and asked if he would mind fighting him. The guy added that it would be a fight with real swords, causing horror on his brother's face. Looking back, the main character agreed to the abandoned duel. The new opponent grinned again, praising his fighting spirit. A sharp sword shone in the young man's hands. Ryan narrowed his eyes, wondering why he was so eager to agree to a duel with real swords, and assumed that it was because of his studies at the academy. Taking out his sword from its sheath, which reflected his grinning face, he thought that he should leave a small scar on the opponent's face, but immediately changed his mind due to the fact that the face of an aristocrat must be protected. Iron looked at him silently, having listened to the words that he was being given the right to attack first because he had less experience. Closing his eyes, Ryan asked why he was silent and whether he should start the battle on his own, but after these words the hero accepted his offer. This statement made the Chiron heir furrow his brows angrily, but agree. He laughed, but the blonde didn't react to it. Smiling, Ryan added that he never thought that the day would come when they would duel against each other, and because of this he had a strange feeling. With an angry expression on his face, he remembered what his opponent was like before. The dark silhouette of a young man held a sword in front of him as he stood on the training ground. Ryan imagined everyone laughing at the guy and called him a worthless coward. Holding a sparkling sword in front of him, he prepared for the attack, asking not to disappoint him. Gathering all his strength, Iron grabbed his sword tighter. Clenching his hands on the hilt of his sword, the guy exhaled. Holding his weapon, the heir of the Chiron family chuckled. To concentrate, the main character closed his eyes. The twins and Martin, who was standing behind them, were shocked by this, suggesting that the young man was just fooling around. The guy's eyes were closed. The next moment, he opened them and concentrated on the battle. Ryan squinted, not understanding what was happening. His opponent's sword seemed to glow. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from fear. The opponent's blow made him jump several meters. At some point, his back touched the wall of the fortress. The young man tried to catch his breath without letting go of his sword. Looking at his enemy, he did not understand why he allowed the distance between them to increase. Iron remained completely calm. Frightenedly holding his sword in front of him, Ryan could not believe that he was afraid of the blow of a careless aristocrat. Trying to collect his thoughts, he frowned, not wanting to fail. When the guy wanted to do something, his sword was cut in half. He watched in shock as half of the sword flew into the air. The silhouette of the attacker was visible through the fragments of the sword. The main character lowered his weapon with an unchanged face. The young men watching the battle opened their mouths wide in surprise, not expecting their comrade to lose. Looking at his broken sword, Ryan couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Looking up at his opponent, he tried to understand how his sword had been cut. Looking at the blade lying on the ground, the guy realized that they hadn't even crossed swords. A voice from the side made him distracted. The barons of different families came to the training ground. The Viscount asked if the children had decided to have a duel. Ryan called his father in fear. Suddenly Phil's face changed. The guy looked at the part of the sword that remained in his hand. His father asked why the sword was broken. The words that he lost a duel with the son of Baron Perir shocked his father and the barons Lester and Russell standing behind him. Iron's father opened his mouth in surprise, looking at his son. He thought it was incredible that his son had defeated Ryan. The main character looked away in embarrassment. The humiliated heir of the Chiron family lowered the corners of his lips, thinking about what he should do now. He grinned, deciding to act as confident as possible. The guy thought that he should speak as if nothing serious had happened, and handed over his fragment of the sword to Sir Stuart. The young man raised his hands, declaring that his opponent's skills were surprisingly grandiose, because the sword broke in two from an attack from more than 5 meters. The barons continued to look at him silently, unable to find words. A bead of sweat ran down Ryan's forehead from the exertion. Suddenly, his father, standing opposite, laughed, praising Iron's skill and saying that his son was not fit to be his opponent because he had studied at Crono Academy for a whole year. Baron Lester, looking at them, clapped his hands, saying that Iron's amazing progress would undoubtedly bring great benefit in the punitive expedition, which was a great happiness for the Southern Alliance. Viscount Chiron agreed with him, saying that they were jealous of Baron Perir, to which he responded with gratitude. The moon illuminated the tower of the estate. The guests said that they were going to go back, since the meeting was over and it was already deep night outside. The head of the family agreed with this. The Chiron family moved towards their carriage. Phil called his son by name as he followed him. The man said that they almost became estranged from the Pereira family, but thanks to the fact that the young man lost the duel on purpose, their morale grew and everything ended on a positive note. These words made the guy grit his teeth in irritation. Without turning to his own son, Viscount Chiron asked that this should not happen again. Frowning his brows, he said that from now on he would not be able to turn a blind eye to his unauthorized changes to their plan. Ryan nodded, asking his father for forgiveness. From the anger overwhelming him, the young man clenched his teeth tightly. He called to Sir Stuart, who was walking behind him. The guy furiously knitted his eyebrows and asked to invite 5 student soldiers to him upon his return home. The books stood in neat rows in the bookcases. Baron Pereira told his son that he could not take part in the punitive expedition, despite the fact that this was a very important event. The man, sitting at his desk and looking at his son, added that now it is extremely important for him to become an official student of the Crono Academy rather than waste time, because now the most important thing is to practice the technique. Iron thoughtfully lowered his gaze and declared that he would take part in the punitive expedition no matter what. Baron Pereira raised his eyebrows in surprise, whispering his son's name. He looked decisively at his father, and the main character repeated that he definitely wanted to join the expedition. Looking at the shocked expression on the man's face, he clarified that he understood his experiences and was going to fill in his gaps. Looking resolutely ahead, the guy said that he would do everything possible in the remaining 3 weeks to eliminate any cause for concern, and that he would refuse to participate only if after these trainings his father still did not believe in him. Baron Pereira pursed his lips in confusion, thinking about what his son had become. Iron left his office and walked along the corridors of the estate. He walked past his mother and Klia, who were standing at the window. The sister followed him with her gaze, worriedly crossing her arms over her chest. Something made her think. Blushing, the girl asked if everything would be okay. The mother looked at her, answering that everything would be fine because her brother was trying his best, and they just had to believe in him. Klia asked if she believed in her son. The woman answered in the affirmative. The guy practiced, biting his lip. He cut the air with his sword, wanting more power. The young man swung his sword again, deciding that he would never repeat his mistakes. The sword rack shook. The sword sparkled as it hit the tile. The main character thought that he would not transfer the burden of responsibility to his family and that they would not have to face disrespect. He sliced through the invisible target once more, deciding that he would never be a problem for anyone again. His eyes shining with anger, Iron thought that he would no longer just stand and watch. As he struck the ground again, he didn't want to see his family have to hold back their anger or be sad. The guy sighed heavily. Trying to catch his breath, he looked to the side, asking what his actions were like now. Looking at the black cat sitting on a wooden fence against the night sky, the young man asked if what he was doing seemed like a wasted effort. Lulu rose to her paws and replied that now he was really trying. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character asked if he could start learning witchcraft. The sorceress nodded affirmatively. Pointing to himself, the swordsman resolutely asked to quickly teach him witchcraft, promising to do everything he was asked to do. The talking cat walked along the fence, telling him not to rush and that she would definitely undertake his training, but not today. Looking at the out-of-breath Iron, she advised him to calm down and come to his senses so that he could rest and start training tomorrow. Turning around irritably and heading towards the exit, he agreed. The dawn sun illuminated the sky and the training ground. The sorceress said that she relied on it, and asked the guy not to overdo it. The guy approached his new teacher, saying that no one would disturb them, because he asked his father to limit the entrance, which the cat was very happy about. Frowning his eyebrows in surprise, the young man asked where Lulu got her glasses, which, despite everything, looked quite cute on her. Standing on her hind legs, the sorceress with glasses on her eyes and a tie around her neck stated that the outfit is a very important thing that can build a different way of thinking. The student, embarrassedly looking away, said that he understood everything. Waving a pointer, the cat reminded that the spirit is important in witchcraft and that desire alone is not enough. She said that one needs to make the desire come true, and his desire is to protect the family. The main character confirmed this. Lulu put the book on the ground and began to tear out page by page, asking what needs to be done to make her cherished desire stronger. The student, looking at her, replied that he did not know. Sitting among many torn sheets of paper, she said that the most common and simple way to strengthen desire is superstition. Looking at the pointer, the witch explained that superstitions are like rumors without logical basis. People also believe in them, and in witchcraft faith comes above all else. No matter how absurd the desire may be, the more sincerely a person believes in it, the more powerful the witchcraft power becomes. She imagined how many people stood in front of a huge rock illuminated by the sun, and said that primitive people revered the sun and huge stones as gods, and said that through offerings they want to fulfill their cherished desires, using the most unshakable method of faith, religion. A drop of blood fell against the backdrop of the sun. Lulu noted that taking a victim as payment is a fairly effective method, but it is better to avoid it. Blood covered the corner of the wooden table. She explained that in this case, a person trying to attract the power of mystical witchcraft would be more likely to be heard by the devil. The cat grabbed the main character by the chest and said that she knew what was the most suitable method for him to fulfill his desire. Waving her pointer, the sorceress declared that training with a sword and concentration on his strong cherished desire would help him. Grabbing his cheeks, Lulu asked him what he was waiting for and said that it was time to pick up the sword and begin training. Iron raised his sword above his head to strike. His gaze was full of determination. He gripped the hilt of his sword as tightly as he could. After that, the guy cut the air with a powerful blow. He continued to hold the training sword tightly in his hands, sweat dripping from his face. The young man was surprised that he needed to continue the same training with the sword, but the cat, crossing her paws on her chest, objected that these were not the same training at all. Propping her paw on her cheek and winking, the sorceress wanted him to promise her something, but then decided that the word persuasion sounded more meaningful. She asked that the main character take 1,000 swings every day, putting his soul into each one, and practice day after day with a serious spiritual attitude, thinking about what needs to be done to move forward. Iron nodded confidently. Sitting on the box, Lulu waved her shining pointer, saying that this feeling was similar to the superstition she spoke about earlier, and that without it there was no confidence that her student would reach the desired level if he just trained with the sword every day. The wooden stick in her hand sparkled. The cat explained that if the student repeats the actions tied to his cherished desire over and over again, then his faith, that is, fortitude, will become stronger and will strengthen every day. He needs to give up his old approach and start training with a strong spiritual attitude. The tired guy knitted his eyebrows, realizing that simple swings would not change anything. He cut the air with his sword again, thinking that he should make a powerful swing with all his strength. His face was tense, wondering if he should put love for his family into his punches or should he repent by remembering what a fool he had been in the past. Hitting the air once again, the young man suggested that he should ask to be endowed with such outstanding mastery of sword art that he would never again receive contempt. Lulu watched his training from the side. Putting her paws behind her back and waving her pointer, she decided that for now it was enough that her student began to think. The sorceress thought that if her ward continued to try hard, he would definitely awaken his strength. The main character swung his sword again. The sunlight illuminated everything around her. She supposed that awakening witchcraft through effort might sound ridiculous. But, looking at the efforts of the out-of-breath iron, the cat thought that this option would suit him perfectly. Witchcraft Lesson, Day 2, a guy was swinging a sword on the training ground. Witchcraft Lesson, Day 4, it was night outside, but it did not interfere with his training. Cumulus clouds floated across the sky. The training sword fell onto the tile with a thud. Witchcraft Lesson, Day 10, the young man tried to catch his breath, putting his hands on his knees. Beads of sweat ran down his face as he tried to figure out if he was doing everything right or if he was just wasting his time. Noticing his concern, Lulu called out to him, standing on her hind legs. Frowning menacingly, she asked if he knew what made a boiling soul cool down and a stone heart crumble into grains of sand. The main character was embarrassed, looking at his mentor, the sorceress, without waiting for an answer, said that the reason for this was doubts and self-doubt, although this is normal because the soul cannot always be constant. Iron looked at his shadow, which he cast on the sword lying on the ground. The cat continued her speech, saying that due to doubt, the fiery will begins to fade in. As the body becomes heavier, more and more disordered thoughts accumulate in the head, which usually flow in a negative direction. Lulu's glasses sparkled. She concluded that she needed to act not alone, but together with someone. With a decisive knitting of her eyebrows, the sorceress declared that when a person does not believe in himself, he must believe in the one who believes in him. The guy looked questioningly at his girlfriend, lowering the corners of his lips. The cat again grabbed his chest and said that when the one who believes in him suddenly becomes hard, he will need to repay him with the faith he received. Holding him by the jacket, she shouted that such an alliance would allow him to move forward much more confidently. Taking the cat in his hands, the young man lowered his gaze, saying that it seemed to him that no one believed in him. Once on the ground, Lulu exclaimed in bewilderment, asking why he thought that. The main character turned away, answering that he was just a coward who did nothing but avoid everything and run away, and therefore no one would believe in him and no one would love him. Looking at the leaving student, the sorceress, smiling, declared that she believed in him. He turned around in surprise. His mentor said that she was mistaken when she called him as boring as hundreds of stones in the valley. Presenting a sparkling nugget in front of her, the cat explained that some of the stones are strong, smooth and beautiful, and such beautiful stones are liked by many people. She pointed to a scroll with Klia and a blue gem on it and said that his sister was a real sapphire. Standing on all fours in front of Iron, Lulu said that she was a cat, not a person. Turning around, the sorceress smiled and stated that, in her opinion, there were many people who loved him next to the guy and that he should not rush and make such categorical statements. As she left, she said that the lesson was over and that he should think carefully about everything in his room. The young man silently followed her with his gaze. The sun was shining on the training ground. The chandelier under the ceiling sparkled with dozens of lights. The main character lay in his bed, reflecting on the fact that he now has a person who believes in him. On the bedside table next to a flower vase there was a frame of the family portrait. He thought that his parents and sister had been waiting for more than 10 years for him to come to his senses. Iron rolled onto his side, realizing that if it weren't for his family's faith, he would never have had the will to even pick up a sword on his own. He imagined the academy with flags flying on the wall and remembered his friends, the director and the instructors. Seeing the magic ball on the table, the guy thought about Lulu and how all these people believed in him, despite the fact that he had been missing a lot all these years. The young man closed his eyes, reflecting on his abilities. A strange haze shrouded his body. He thought about whether he could become the one who gives faith to others. His body was completely covered in blue energy. His desire to become such a person was too great. Klia was sitting in the library, reading a thick book. Suddenly her expression changed. Becoming more tense, the girl felt powerful witchcraft energy. She burst into her brother's room, finding Lulu sitting on the bed. The body of the main character was in a huge blue capsule. Klia asked in bewilderment what was happening to her brother. The sorceress, turning to her, explained that Iron had awakened the witchcraft power in himself. The girl ran up to the bed, declaring that she had never heard of such a method of awakening. The cat hesitated. Clenching her fist, the young sorceress screamed furiously for someone to immediately explain to her what was going on. Lulu raised her paws and replied that she would tell everything. Grabbing her tail, she confusedly explained that the guy had penetrated deep into his own soul in order to fulfill his cherished desire. which caused misunderstanding in the girl. Klia clenched her fists with force. The sorceress said that he had found himself in the most suitable place for the fulfillment of desires, where no one would penetrate or interfere in any way. Looking at the sparkling dark capsule, she continued her speech, saying that the young man would continue his training there until he achieved a satisfactory result. The sister asked when exactly he would return back. The words that he would return immediately after receiving the results, but no one knew exactly when this would happen, brought Klia to tears. The cat looked down worriedly, saying that this could equally likely happen tomorrow, in a month, and even in a year. Looking at her own reflection in the capsule, Lulu thought that she had once again brought the curse upon her friend and asked Iron to return to them alive. The main character was lying in a black capsule with his eyes closed. The clear sun illuminated a wall of stones stacked on top of each other. The guy thought about what kind of hedge was in front of him. Finding himself in the middle of the forest, he looked around in surprise. A man stood in front of him with a sword in his hands. He realized that he was in a dream in which the man was swinging his sword. The man with long hair raised the sword behind his head over and over again. The young man thought that his friend was continuing in the same spirit as always, without any changes. Iron smiled as he looked at him. Suddenly, his facial expression changed. Something tensed the guy. The muscular man turned in his direction. The young man widened his eyes in surprise. The man who had previously only waved his sword looked him straight in the eye. Iron, dressed in a beige shirt, froze with an expression of shock on his sweaty face. He looked at a muscular man with long gray hair. Neither the main character nor the stranger moved, silently looking at each other under the scorching sun. The man stood straight, his blue eyes were directed at Iron, and a soft light aura appeared behind him. Suddenly something shone brightly behind him. His long hair became disheveled. The main character widened his eyes in surprise. Rays of light emanating from the stranger rushed towards him. Iron screamed in fear and clenched his hands into fists, as if trying to defend himself. The man did not move. His whole body began to emit a dazzling radiance. The rays grabbed the main character and lifted him into the air, causing him to scream loudly. Iron closed his eyes, still squealing. The main character lay on the ground, letting out a heavy sigh. He sat up, touched his forehead and said that his bed had become very hard, and this may have been due to a strange dream. His eyes widened when he realized that he was sitting on the ground and also wearing different clothes. He looked around, saw a small wooden house, asking himself if this was a dream. Iron stood up, saying that the man had disappeared. The main character lowered his head and thought with fear on his face that this had never happened to him. Then he turned around sharply. A two-handed sword was stuck into the ground. Iron looked around the house, growing near a tall tree, and came to the conclusion that this situation could not be explained in words. The eyes of the black and white cat and the main character widened at the same time when the young man realized that the reason was witchcraft. He smiled and extended his hand forward, asking if he had awakened the witchcraft. He grabbed the hilt of the sword tightly, suggesting that this place was created based on a deep desire. Iron took the weapon out of the ground. He swung his sword and thought with a confident smile that he was on the training field. Then the main character closed his eyes and sighed with relief. He opened his eyes and thought with a grin that this place was intended only for him. He swung his sword in the air again. Iron twirled his weapon. Then he swung, raising the weapon behind his back. With a loud cry, the main character hit the ground with his weapon. He was covered in beads of sweat and was breathing heavily. Then Iron looked at the night sky, in which the moon was visible, and thought that he was just getting hot, and it was already dark. He closed his eyes and walked away, thinking that it would be nice if night didn't come. Suddenly he stopped and saw the shadows of his feet on the illuminated ground. The main character turned around, his mouth open in shock and his eyes widening. He raised his head and saw the bright sun in the blue sky. Iron smiled joyfully and thought that this was witchcraft. Then he wished for spring to come, and immediately yellow flowers grew from the ground. The young man raised his hands up, thinking about the light wind, and pink petals flew in the air. The main character opened the door of the wooden house. With a wide smile, he wanted to change his clothes, and immediately his outfit changed. Iron sat down at the table, on which many different dishes immediately appeared. He fell on the white bed, closed his eyes and said that it was amazing here. The main character put his hands under the back of his head, thinking that this was the most suitable environment to concentrate on the sword and that the power of witchcraft was incredible. On the 5th day of his stay in another world, Iron stood in the middle of the training field and practiced with the sword. The young man began to sweat, thinking that he was sleeping in bed, but every time he woke up here. Then he remembered a muscular man with long hair and thought that this stranger was somehow connected with him, because he appeared at the moment of awakening his witchcraft. Iron furrowed his black eyebrows. Then he shook his head to clear away unnecessary thoughts. The main character raised his sword above his head, thinking that he only needed to focus on training. Iron hit the weapon, thinking that yesterday he made 2,000 swings, which means that today there will be 3,000. The young man continued to swing his sword, mentally counting. On the 211th day of his stay in another world, Iron held his weapon with both hands and breathed heavily through his mouth, sweating. He could not do more than 6,000 times. He furrowed his brows, trying to figure out what the problem was. The young man looked at his shadow and said that everything was fine and that one should not doubt oneself. Then he raised the sword and said that we need to continue studying. Iron swung his sword as he continued to count. Then he turned around, his eyes tired. He looked up, a look of surprise on his face, and he thought he had relaxed for a moment, adjusting to his surroundings. The young man continued to train while yellow leaves fell from the trees. On the 353rd day of being in another world, it was a clear day. White clouds slowly moved across the sky. Iron fell to the ground, saying that today he only managed to make 5,695 swings of the sword. Then he walked towards the house, thinking that he had never had a rest this year, so he needed to quickly regain his strength and resume training from tomorrow. On the 417th day of his stay in another world, the main character gripped the hilt of a large sword with both hands. He looked at his red hand and thought that it would be awkward to train tomorrow if he continued now. The sun was shining, a large tree shaded the wooden house. The broadsword lay on the ground. On the 624th day of being in another world, the door to the house was closed. Iron was lying on a white bed. The young man spread his arms to the sides. He had not picked up a sword for 96 days. The main character opened his eyes while lying on a white pillow. He looked into the stream. His face looked sad. Then he closed his eyes, thinking that the result was obvious, and that most of his life had been spent in laziness. Iron recalled how tightly he held the sword in his hands when he showed himself at the academy. Then the young man stared in shock at the weapon, part of which suddenly disappeared. He raised his head, blue eyes wide. Iron looked at the muscular back of the man with long hair. The stranger, whose body exuded a golden aura, swung his sword. Iron turned over on his side, thinking that his search for his sword path had brought him here. The weapon, covered in sand, lay on the ground as the protagonist thought he had fallen miserably as that man's help evaporated. Aaron lay on his side on the white bed, thinking that all his sweat-inducing training had turned out to be pointless sword swings, and that he had poured his soul into this for a year. The main character covered himself with a red blanket, coming to the conclusion that this had become his limit. Dark circles formed under his eyes as he thought about the fact that he didn't know how long he had been here, and that he had wasted a huge amount of time if time flowed in this world the same way as in reality. Iron's gaze was blank. He closed his eyes, thinking that now it didn't matter, and it was enough for him that he could calmly be in a place where there was no one else except him. Suddenly the main character opened his eyes after he heard someone calling him. He jumped up on the bed and with a sleepy look asked who was there. Suddenly his blue eyes widened in shock. A man with blonde hair and a ponytail told the main character to wake up. Ilia stood in the doorway, saying it was time for early training. Iron immediately stood up, shouting the girl's name in shock. He immediately ran to her, asking what she was doing here. Suddenly the main character's foot got caught in the blanket. With a loud crash, Iron fell to the floor. His face turned red, tears welled up in his eyes, and he touched his teeth. The main character looked up when he heard Ilia laugh. The girl put her hand on her waist and asked with a smile if Iron was going for a run in these clothes. Ilia ran ahead, and the main character followed her. As they ran along the path between the trees, Iron thought that there had never been a running road here before. He was covered in sweat and was breathing heavily, thinking about when it had managed to appear here. Ilia, frowning, told the main character to keep up and pick up the pace. Iron leaned his hand against the wall, closing his eyes and breathing heavily while he thought about the fact that he had not had such a marathon for a long time. He jumped in surprise when Ilia sat down at the table and said that they would eat, after which they would immediately begin sword training. The main character, whose face was wet, was holding food in his hands. Ilia was also busy eating. When the girl asked why Iron was looking at her like that, the young man with a dumbfounded face asked how she ended up here. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, frowned and screamed loudly for Iron not to ask stupid questions, but instead to eat faster. While the main character held a sword in his hand with a concentrated look, Ilia stood behind him and criticized his stance. The girl recalled that Lulu taught the young man this, and Iron immediately turned around, with eyes widened in surprise, asking how Ilia knew about the cat. The main character froze in fear when the girl's face twisted with anger and she furiously yelled that she would not answer such stupid questions. Night fell. Iron stood with a sword in his hands and trembled with fatigue. Ilia came up to him, praised him and said with a smile that that was enough for today. Then she turned around and said goodbye to the main character. Suddenly she began to evaporate like a ghost. Iron silently watched as Ilia just disappeared into thin air. Sadness appeared on his face as he realized that the girl was not real. The main character fell on the bed, smilingly saying that he wouldn't have to force himself to sleep today because he was very tired. Iron closed his eyes and assumed that Ilia might have appeared in this world because he called to her while unconscious. He smiled, concluding that it was very good. Suddenly, someone grabbed the main character by the clothes, shouting loudly at him. He opened his mouth in shock when he saw Judith holding his t-shirt and shouting that it was already daytime and the young man was still sleeping. The girl blushed and pulled the main character out of the house by the hand. Ilia and Brad stood outside. The boy with blue hair smiled and asked how Iron could have overslept. Brad crossed his arms and sighed displeasedly when Judith handed the protagonist a sword and said that they would start a duel right away. While Judith and Brad were arguing, Ilia suggested that Iron leave them and go train somewhere else. The shadow of a young man with a weapon in his hand was visible on the ground. The main character frowned because he was dissatisfied with his sloppy stance, and he assumed that the reason was due to resting too long. Iron opened his eyes wide and froze when Ilia suddenly called him. He raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly when the girl said that his stance was still not perfect, but it was getting better. She said with a confident smile that the main character could do anything. Iron turned away and nodded silently, pursing his lips. Then he looked away in surprise. Judith and Brad watched him with smiles on their faces. The main character cringed. He was uncomfortable with the fact that they were all looking at him like that. Iron ran, his face sweating, and he was breathing through his mouth. Judith, Elijah, and Brad ran with him while he was lost in thought. While Iron held the sword in his hands, the blue-haired youth frowned, telling him to concentrate. The company was sitting at the table, and Judith, with a wide smile, shouted for the main character to eat everything she had prepared. She nudged him on the shoulder as he ate the meat. Iron's face turned red as he mentally wondered why these people believed in someone like him. Someone was running very quickly along the path. Iron was sweating, his mouth wide open, and he thought that he was barely breathing. Dust rose under his feet as he thought that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him and that it seemed that his limit had come. Iron continued to run, breathing heavily. He widened his blue eyes. Suddenly, a joyful smile appeared on his face as he felt that he was able to run even further. The main character widened his eyes in surprise when someone rushed past him. Judith frowned in concentration and shouted that she was not going to lose. Iron took a firm step. He then lifted his heel off the ground and turned around. He held the sword in his hand, looking at Brad, who was sitting on one leg. The blue-haired youth jumped, swinging his saber. Brad and Iron's weapons collided and red sparks appeared in the air. The main character used his broadsword as a shield, which hit his opponent's attacks. Brad retreated, loudly shouting that Iron was doing well for being more confident than yesterday. The main character frowned and pursed his lips tightly, swinging his sword. He then swung his weapon in the air, but Brad managed to dodge it. He frowned his black eyebrows. His gaze was serious. Suddenly, Iron was behind him. Brad froze, eyes widening in shock as the protagonist prepared to attack him. He frowned and turned around, clutching the hilt of his saber tightly. Their weapons crossed. Brad jumped back, swinging his weapon in the air. While Judith loudly encouraged the protagonist, clenching her hand into a fist, Ilia frowned and said that this was the first time she had seen Brad continuously increase his distance. The boy with blue hair grinned approvingly and praised Iron. The main character smiled warmly and replied that it was all thanks to them. The young man looked at the sky, in which orange clouds swirled, and thought that Lulu was right. Iron lowered his sword to the ground. He looked at his shadow and the other two nearby, thinking that there was no need to torment himself alone. The main character then raised his weapon, his gaze focused. Iron remembered a creature with green skin and sharp fangs. Then a memory appeared before his eyes of picking up a piece of paper folded into a small square. Iron arched his eyebrows and pursed his lips, thinking about conquering mountains with people who love and appreciate you. The main character unfolded a piece of paper, and surprise was reflected on his face. He stood holding the sword in his hands and looked at the colorful landscape. Brad and Elijah smiled, and Judith asked if Iron had broken his record. The main character turned around and confirmed this. With a happy smile, the young man said that he had reached 10,000. Judith stretched, saying that their role was over, and Brad, putting his hands on his waist, said that maybe they would be called again. Iron smiled as the red-haired girl pointed her finger at him and sternly told him to work hard and not let his doubts get the better of him. Ilia, who was already disappearing into thin air, wished the main character good luck with a smile. Iron raised the corner of his lips and thanked her. The trio evaporated, and the main character now stood alone. There was a confident smile on his face. He pulled the sword out of the ground. Iron then swung his weapon, raising it above his head. He swung his sword and decided with a grin that he would now start over. Iron ran, frowning in concentration. He moved among the trees, and it was 1,237 days in this dimension. During the 1,292nd day, Iron was still practicing with the sword. The wind rose from the swings of the weapon, green leaves flew in the air. When it was already 1,375th day, the main character swung his sword in the middle of the night. His face was tense, he pursed his lips and opened his blue eyes wide. On the 1,492nd day, Iron stood in the middle of the training field with a weapon in his hands. When the 1,566th day arrived, he swung his sword so hard that the grass around him swayed. It was raining, drops fell on green trees. During the 1613th day, Iron was breathing heavily, frowning, and still practicing his sword skills. He stood on the training field, and bright rays of the sun could be seen among the clouds in the sky. On the 1687th day, autumn came, yellow leaves were flying around. On the 1755th day, Iron swung his sword while birds soared in the sky. The main character raised his weapon above his head, breathing heavily. The gray fog rose around him. There was a small yellow flower growing on the ground. There were many such flowers. They grew on the training field, over which there was a beautiful sunset. Iron stood barefoot on the ground. A golden glow emanated from his muscular arms. His brows were furrowed and his blue eyes were hard. Iron stood holding his sword by the hilt as his entire body emitted a bright aura. The aura even came from the weapons. Iron closed his eyes and sighed. He then looked at his palm and remembered the times in the academy when he felt a similar feeling, wondering how much his progress had increased. The main character smiled. Then he turned around and thought about calling his comrades, because they had not seen each other for a long time, and besides, he wanted to get something. Ilia smiled, Brad raised one eyebrow, and Judith greeted the main character with a surprised look on her face. She walked up to him, put her hands on his waist and asked if Iron had called them to show off his height. He turned and walked away, and Judith shouted after him that in that case she would leave. Iron, with his hand on the hilt of his sword, offered to fight again. The girl rolled up her shirt sleeves and said with a grin that she would be his first opponent. The main character turned around with a smile. When he said that all three would be his opponents, the guys froze, looking at him in shock. The iron sword he held in one hand shone in the sun. He then quickly swung his weapon. A powerful explosion occurred, accompanied by a shock wave. The protagonist's blue eyes sparkled as he told them to attack with a grin. Iron had a confident smirk on her face. Ilia and Judith took out their swords. They were glad to see how the main character had changed. When the red-haired girl said with a smirk that Iron had become too cocky, Brad, who was standing behind, said that Judith shouldn't be the one to talk about cockiness. The main character smiled softly and thought that this would not be easy. There was firmness in his blue eyes. Iron held the sword in his hands, looking at his three opponents, and he was confident of his victory. There were 2 scars on the main character's cheek. He closed his eyes. Then he strained his ears, listening to the sounds around him. Someone stepped on the ground, making a loud sound. Brad's hand gripped the saber very tightly. Judith exhaled noisily through her mouth. A drop of sweat ran down the girl's cheek. Iron smiled contentedly. He then swung his sword towards Judith. She exhaled tensely as the protagonist's blow hit her. Iron frowned when he saw Brad rushing towards him from behind. The main character dodged the attack of a young man with blue hair. When Ilia jumped and swung her weapon, Iron fell to the ground. He then straightened up and swung his sword, fighting several opponents at once. The main character turned around and saw that Ilia was sitting on the ground and preparing to attack. When one of the opponents jumped high into the air right above Iron, he just smiled confidently. The young man managed to jump away, and a powerful explosion thundered not far from him, dust rising in the air. Judith, holding the weapon tightly, quickly ran towards the main character. Her thin sword collided with a two-handed sword. The girl made an effort and waved her weapon. Another explosion thundered. She shouted with a joyful smile that Iron was not bluffing after all. The main character smiled widely, shouting that he was able to see everything in detail. Judith widened her red eyes in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. While Iron and Judith fought, Ilia and Brad rushed towards them. The red-haired girl clenched her teeth in tension as she tried to fend off the main character's attacks. She opened her mouth in shock when Brad stood in front of her, his thin eyebrows furrowed. Iron let out a pained sigh as Brad stabbed him. Judith and Brad then jumped, attacking the protagonist at the same time. His eyes widened in surprise. Blue and red flashes filled the training field. While Iron was fighting 2 opponents, Ilia found herself at his side. The young man turned around, mouth open and frowning in shock. The girl held a thin sword in her hand. Then, arching her eyebrows and pursing her lips tightly, she swung her weapon. Iron clenched his teeth and exhaled loudly. He leaned down and cut the air with a sweeping movement of his sword. Ilia widened her gray eyes, watching the main character. Judith jumped, gritting her teeth tightly and swinging her sword. Iron looked at her, preparing to parry the blow. Brad opened his mouth and widened his eyes in shock. A red glow emanated from the main character's wide sword. There was a loud explosion and thick gray smoke appeared around. A sound wave passed through. Birds were flying in the sky. Judith was sweating and breathing heavily. She furrowed her brows, asking if Iron had copied her technique. In response, the young man only grinned. When Ilia, with an indignant expression on her face, said that he had repelled her attack with Brad's defensive move, the protagonist nodded. Brad, who had scratches on his face, asked how he did it. Iron scratched the back of his head and answered with a smile that he was just working until he lost his pulse. Iron remembered how he had gritted his teeth with tension, holding a barbell on his shoulders while Ilia watched him with her arms crossed. He then remembered sword fighting with Judith. After that, a memory appeared before his eyes of him and many other young guys meditating. Judith and Brad looked at the main character dumbfounded when he said that the only thing he knows is to work hard. Ilia smiled, saying that memories from the academy alone are not enough, so far the techniques have not been perfected. Brad closed his eyes and sighed, saying that he wanted to get his comrade's sword techniques, but that didn't mean he was betraying his own. Iron clenched his hand into a fist, looking at his interlocutors with a smile and asking them to teach him their techniques. Judith pointed her finger at the main character and shouted indignantly that this was a real scam and Iron was a brazen robber. He fell silent, his face showing sadness and disappointment. Then, with the same expression on his face, he told Judith to awaken the witchcraft. The girl responded by throwing a sword at him, but Iron managed to dodge, screaming loudly in fear. While Judith ran after him with an angry expression on her face, the main character shouted that he also tried to the point of exhaustion to come to this result. The broadsword shone under the sun. Brad was breathing heavily, his mouth open as Iron stood behind him. Judith looked at the protagonist with a grin, their weapons crossed. Ilia and Iron stood side by side, swinging their swords in the air in the same way. The thin sword stabbed into the ground. Ilia furrowed her brows, her face showing many scratches. Brad was breathing heavily, his blue hair disheveled. Judith was lying on the ground, sweating profusely and saying that it was a waste of time to teach Iron. Then she closed her eyes and said that the main character, who stood with his legs wide apart and holding a sword in his hands, won. As Judith vanished into thin air, telling Iron to expect no mercy when he came out, the young man said goodbye with a wide smile. Then he looked at his palm and thought that he had succeeded. Looking at the two-handed sword stuck in the ground, Iron realized that he had become stronger. The main character lay down on the bed, smilingly thinking that it was time for him to leave this place. He rolled over and thought that he was looking forward to tomorrow. Night fell, the wind gently shook the tree growing near the house. Suddenly the space shook. Loud noises were heard and dust rose into the air. The long black door with many patterns was closed. Iron walked barefoot on the ground, looking up. He looked at the door that appeared in the middle of the training field, asking if this was the way out. The main character touched the door and said that there was neither a handle nor a hole for a key. Then he turned his head and looked back. He opened his mouth in surprise when he saw that the sword of the pearl from the dream was standing right in front of the door, as if on purpose. Iron took the hilt of the weapon. He pulled the sword out of the ground. Raising the sword, Iron suggested with a smile that this was the key. The main character inspected the weapon with a pleased expression on his face and said that it suited him perfectly and suggested that it was because he had grown. Iron chuckled as he looked down. He then walked forward, thinking that his purpose here was to free himself from the dream pearl sword. When the main character walked up to the massive door and picked up his weapon, he thought that he would eventually need it to get out of here. Iron smiled when he thought that the old him would have said that this was all wrong and despaired. He closed his eyes, his body began to emit a golden glow, while he thought that changes had occurred in him thanks to that man. Iron remembered the stranger's tone back. He remembered his younger self, who had difficulty holding the sword in his hands, and thought that it was thanks to that stranger that he had first gotten out of bed and swung the sword. Iron recalled how in his youth he first ran until he lost consciousness, sweating profusely. Then the main character worked hard with a barbell because he wanted to become like that man. Young Iron began to sweat, his brow furrowed and his mouth open. Then he held a wide sword in two hands, looking at it with concentration. He remembered how he fought with Judith in the past. Then he remembered sitting on the floor in the lotus position with his eyes closed. Iron thought about how he had swung his sword in the past. He remembered how the blow of the sword cracked the floor, and a trench formed there. The young protagonist gritted his teeth tightly and frowned, his entire face covered in scratches. Then he remembered a muscular man whose body seemed to be on fire. A white silhouette of the main character was visible holding a weapon. Iron swung his sword in the air and came to the conclusion that this was his will. Suddenly, blinding flashes appeared on the massive door. The main character smiled widely and came to the conclusion that this was his way of the sword. He woke up on a luxurious bed and let out a heavy sigh. He immediately got up and recognized his room, in which everything remained the same. Iron rested his hands on the mattress and thought that it seemed like very little time had passed. He looked out the window and thought that he wanted to see his parents as soon as possible. Iron, whose blonde hair reflected the light, suddenly heard meowing. The main character immediately called Lulu, but instead he saw a white cat. A man in a green tailcoat opened the window and kicked out the cat, shouting that the door was tightly closed and she was able to get in here again. Marcus fell silent and turned around when the main character called him. He then raised his eyebrows, opened his mouth and widened his eyes, shouting in surprise. Iron wanted to ask about his family, but Marcus began to cry, hugging the young man tightly and shouting that he had finally returned. The main character began to sweat with excitement, not understanding what the man was talking about. Iron put his hand on the sobbing Marcus's shoulder. The main character furrowed his eyebrows and asked how much time had passed, and the man replied that 5 years had passed. Iron froze with his mouth open, thinking about what happened to his promise to the head of the academy in Ilia. The main character screamed loudly, asking about his parents and Klia, and Marcus looked at him with fear in his wet and red eyes. Iron's parents hugged her tightly and they also began to cry. The main character knelt down, apologizing to his father and mother for staying there too long. Baron Perir arched his eyebrows and, as tears streamed down his cheeks, said that they were grateful that their son had returned unharmed. The man wiped the protagonist's wet face, thanking him again and again. Iron then asked Amelia where Klia was, and the woman, wiping her cheek with her hand, replied that she was in the Principality of Caesar because she had become a student of the outstanding sorceress Skina Keaton. The main character smiled when he realized that his sister was also okay. Then his face became worried, and he thought that because of him, the whole family was again in an awkward position, and this could not be done anymore. Iron looked at his parents and told them with a smile that even though they said they were fine, they must have been really worried. Baron Perir and Amelia opened their mouths in surprise when their son said that during these 5 years he had not just been locked up. Iron, whose eyes were red from sobbing, said with a smile that he had trained hard and achieved good results. Amelia smiled, and Count Perir asked if the young man was talking about training with the sword, and Iron replied that it was so, and that there was no need to worry anymore. The protagonist, with a confident look in his eyes and a wide smile, said that from this day on, as the eldest child of the Perir family, he will no longer make them ashamed of him. The man looked at his son with concern. The main character took Amelia by the hand and said that it was now April, so he would take part in the punitive expedition that would take place next month. Suddenly, someone in long purple clothes came into the room. Iron turned around. He saw Klia standing with her hands clenched into fists and her lips pursed. The main character smiled widely and said that his sister had grown up a lot. When Klia got angry because he was smiling, he raised his eyebrows slightly and replied that he was just glad to see them again after a long time apart. Amelia, whose face was sweating and flushed, asked why Klia was here and not in the Principality. The girl, whose blonde hair covered half of her face, frowned and said that she would participate in the punitive expedition in her brother's place. Iron froze with a look of shock on his face, and Baron Perir asked what Klia was talking about. The girl, with a stern expression on her face, replied that Iron had spent 5 whole years in a terrible place, so he should not be sent on such a dangerous task. The main character, whose eyes showed shock, said that his sister should not worry about him, because inside that space he gained strength through training. Klia put her hand on her waist and said that the punitive expedition is an event that enhances the honor of the family, and the right decision is to take part in it. Then the girl waved her cloak, shouting loudly that she was challenging her brother to a duel so that he would show her his abilities. Iron looked at his sister seriously as Amelia loudly called the girl's name. The main character took a step and replied that he agreed. He clenched his hands into fists and walked past Klia and told her to follow him. Iron walked up to the large iron door and said that he would demonstrate to his sister the power that he had acquired in that place. The 2 armored knights sweated with excitement when they saw the main character, because they thought that the witchcraft story was just a cover and that Iron had long since died. Klia and Iron stood in the middle of the training field and silently looked at each other. The girl put her hand on her waist and angrily screamed for her brother to get ready. The main character folded his hands as if they held a sword and said that he was ready. Klia furrowed her brows and screamed at him not to make her repeat herself. She was just about to point out that he didn't have a sword when she suddenly fell silent and opened her blue eyes wide. A golden glow began to appear around Iron's hands, from which a weapon was formed. The sword materialized before the girl's eyes. When the weapon appeared completely, the main character furrowed his eyebrows and shouted that he was now completely ready. Iron's face was tense. The knights raised their eyebrows in surprise when they saw the sword appear. Marcus began to sweat and opened his mouth wide, thinking it was witchcraft. Amelia covered her mouth with her hands, and Baron Perir widened his eyes and thought that Iron had awakened the royal power. The main character grinned smugly when he heard the exclamations of admiration, and thought that he had just pulled out a weapon. Klia lowered her head and clenched her teeth. Then she waved her long cloak and reached for the bag that hung on her belt. The girl took out a small object that sparkled brightly. The next second, 3 swords appeared around her, emitting a purple glow. Klia waved her hand and the swords flew up. When the blades of the weapons were pointed at the main character, the girl announced the start of the fight. Iron stopped smiling when he saw this and asked in a trembling voice if he could take back his words. The swords rushed towards him, leaving bright purple streaks in the air. The main character repelled one attack with his sword, letting out a heavy sigh. He looked at the smoke, pursed his lips tightly and thought that Klia had simply released the swords, but it felt as if his arm was about to break. The girl had serious strength. Iron gritted his teeth as another sword rushed towards him. He opened his mouth in shock as his sister's attack deflected off the blade of his sword and then moved to land behind him. The parents screamed loudly in excitement, warning their son to turn around. Iron looked back with furrowed brows and saw a stream of purple energy right in front of him. The main character managed to swing his sword and defend himself. Klia frowned and tensed. Then she turned around and raised her hand. After that, another stream of magic rushed towards her brother. The main character jumped back, stepping firmly on the floor. A bright flash illuminated the space. Sparks and lightning appeared and a loud noise was heard. Iron swung his weapon as his sister's swords flew behind him. Klia bared her teeth and made a displeased sound. Then she leaned down, gritted her teeth, and attacked her brother again. Iron, whose face was wet, watched her carefully. The swords flew towards him again. When the girl's weapon hit the target, a powerful explosion occurred, dust and black smoke rose. While Marcus silently watched the duel, the knights anxiously tried to figure out whether they should stop the siblings, but they had no idea how this could be done. Marcus's face was wary, his eyes wide. Iron stood with a sword in his hands, smoke was flying around him, and deep marks were visible on the floor. Klia clenched her hand into a fist so hard that it trembled, and the girl did not understand why her brother did not counterattack. The main character looked at his sister with a calm face. Then he looked up and saw 3 swords high in the sky. The weapon fell to the floor with a loud clang. Then it disappeared and drop marks appeared on the ground. Marcus smiled. Klia clenched her teeth, tears rolled down her cheeks, and she sobbed. Amelia hugged her husband and they both looked at their children with warm smiles. The sword in the protagonist's hand began to evaporate, and he went to his crying sister. The girl was trembling, and Iron, with excitement on his face, told her not to worry so much. The wind swayed the yellow and blue tapestries while the protagonist said that this time he made a decision because he was truly confident in his abilities. He then hugged Klia, who began to sob loudly, and asked how long she had to wait for him. The sun's rays came through the glass of the door leading to a small balcony. Iron was sitting on a chair and talking to a man in a long purple robe. Klia, standing half-turned, reported the appearance of the Magians. The main character widened his blue eyes and opened his mouth in shock, and the girl added that a month ago their traces were discovered in the southern part of Chiron territory. Magians are creatures with powerful powers obtained through a contract with a devil who had dark skin, sharp fangs, and red eyes. Klia turned around and said that the twisted and dirty power that comes from the unholy soul makes them much more formidable enemies compared to simple monsters. When the girl screamed that she had better get involved too, Iron stood up from his chair and walked towards her, his face worried. He was taken aback and frowned when Klia looked at him and angrily asked why she couldn't go, given her power. The woman in white and blue clothes said with a smile that nothing would work out. Iron froze in shock, and Klia screamed loudly that her only older brother came out of the barrier after 5 years, so she couldn't help but come. Skina adjusted her hat, winked, and introduced herself as the most charming witch Cesar. Iron greeted the sorceress in a trembling voice, and with raised eyebrows in surprise, he thought that Skina would already be over 50 years old this year, so she must have rejuvenated herself with witchcraft. The main character widened his eyes in shock when Skina said that he had thought correctly and explained that she could not read minds, but was able to guess about them. When the sorceress closed her eyes and began to praise herself with a smile, Klia looked at her brother and shouted irritably that he should not listen to this nonsense, because besides Skin's witchcraft, it was a complete disaster. The sorceress hugged her student with a joyful smile, saying that she had veiledly praised her, which made Klia even angrier. Iron widened his eyes and opened his mouth when Skina said that his sister had been talking only about him for 5 years, and Klia squealed deafeningly. The sorceress twirled a strand of the girl's hair around her finger, who clenched her teeth in anger and with a smile told her to wait in the other room. The main character looked at the woman in admiration. As Klia walked away and Skina looked after her with a smile, Iron thought that this was the first time he had seen a person who treated his sister so skillfully. The sorceress closed her eyes and with a wide smile apologized for the not very successful first meeting, but the main character assured that everything was fine. When Skina said that Iron was very different from her sister in many ways, he laughed. Then the sorceress showed the main character a pendant with a blue crystal and said that she had come to give it to him. This small crystal, emitting a glow, was an artifact that helps to fix a certain amount of energy and risk factor, and can even neutralize quite strong poisons. Iron looked at the artifact in his hand and said that he could not accept such a valuable item, but Skina replied that she did not make it alone, but together with Klia. The main character opened his mouth and widened his eyes in shock when the sorceress said that his sister had been praying for his safe return for 5 years and had been putting her power into this artifact every day. Skina closed her eyes and smiled warmly, saying that this was the first time she had seen Klia so cheerful since she accepted her as her student. Iron clenched his hand into a fist, thanked the woman and promised that he would definitely use this artifact. The main character looked with a smile after the sorceress, who left and said that Klia has an amazing brother. She touched the hat, turned around and said that Iron was much better than she expected. The main character smiled. The sorceress left the room, and he was left there alone. He paced around the room, thinking that his parents were okay. Then he clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that Klia had found herself a wonderful teacher. Iron walked up to the white cabinet. He did not smile and was silent. The main character put his hand on the ball, in which his alarmed face was visible, and thought about where Lulu was. At the temporary gathering place of the Chiron territory there were white tents, between which people in iron armor walked. The main character was sitting on a wooden box. He looked down thoughtfully. Iron recalled how Klia, with furrowed brows, told him that someone had stayed at the estate for a couple of months and then disappeared in an instant. The main character silently raised his hand when the girl turned around and added that she didn't know anything else. Klia turned around and looked at her brother with her lips pursed in displeasure as he said that he understood that Klia had a bad opinion of Lulu, but it was not her fault and no one was to blame. The girl asked what the main character wanted from her, and he fell silent, looking lost at his sister. He then closed his eyes, smiled, and asked Klia not to hate Lulu so much when they met her again. The girl turned away and said that she would try. Iron looked at his feet, thinking about Lulu. Two men in armor looked at the main character furtively and gossiped that he was imprisoned in a witch barrier. The young man who was polishing the sword said that Iron probably lied to everyone in order to lie calmly in bed. Ryan looked at the sword glinting in the sun while his comrades said that Iron would not pass if he showed the same skills. The young man turned his gaze to the main character. He looked at Iron talking to his father and thought he was glad to meet him here. Ryan's smile was reflected in his sword when he concluded that he would definitely take revenge on the main character for that shame. When the black-haired boy said that he thought Kevin would be trembling in fear because of the Magin and not participate, he put his hands on his waist and laughed. Kevin said that thanks to the Magins from the royal capital, a detachment of Sunset Knights in golden armor, magicians and priests was sent on the expedition. A tall man appeared behind the young man, and Kevin, with a grin, introduced the second in command of the Sunset Knights, Sir Hilburnett. Ryan turned around with shock on his face. When the black-haired boy raised his hands and told Kevin to shut up, he became perplexed. He then turned around and screamed in fear when he saw Heel behind him. Some people came out of the tents, looking at the deputy commander in surprise. Heel furrowed his thick black eyebrows and said that all the aristocrats gathered here would be better off not participating in this punitive expedition. The faces of the man with green hair and a mustache and the man with a small beard were distorted in shock. Ryan furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth. Baron, Perir, and Iron turned around. When Heel said that he would conduct a raid on the Magin only with his armed forces, the man in the red cloak yelled indignantly, asking how he could decide such an important issue single-handedly. The deputy commander took a step. He frowned angrily and yelled loudly that even children knew that Magins were not comparable to monsters. The aristocrats began to sweat and opened their mouths wide. Kill turned away and with anger in his eyes said that he and his fighters were armed with firm faith and ardent devotion to their state, and therefore were quite ready to destroy the wicked Magin. Then the man clenched his hand into a fist. The knight's head turned into the wide-open mouth of a predatory cat while Heel said that they did not want to participate in an expedition with aristocrats who, instead of the well-being of the continent and the peace of the country, were pursuing only an interest in personal glory. The man said the last phrase while standing with his back to his interlocutors. He then turned around, looked down at the aristocrats and asked if they had anything to add. A man with blonde hair and a beard began to sweat and opened his mouth, breathing heavily. Kevin and the knight standing next to him leaned over, beads of sweat falling from their faces. The main character looked calm, and his father frowned on his wet face. Suddenly Iron looked up. When the young man fell to one knee and bowed to Hill, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. The man looked at the main character and asked who he was. Then he went to Ryan. He was angry because he blocked his path. The young man clenched his teeth and also began to sweat, feeling incredible pressure. A stream of blood flowed from Ryan's mouth and he had difficulty introducing himself. The man frowned and asked with an angry look what he needed. Ryan, sitting on the ground, shouted loudly that they were too relaxed before the fight with the Magin and that they were very sorry. The young man flexed his fingers, shouting that this would not happen again and they would look up to Hill and his squad of Sunset Knights. The dark-skinned man with a black beard smiled as Ryan desperately shouted that they would do everything possible to ensure that there was not an iota of carelessness left in them. Heel turned away from him and laughed loudly, saying that he had gone too far with humor and that he had no intention of banning anyone from participating in the raid. The aristocrat with blonde hair smiled and said that only by seeing how the heads of secular families fight the Magins personally, the people will be able to find peace of mind and enjoy life. Hill's face became serious as he said that what he said about never being careless in front of the Magin was true. Night fell and the light was on in the tent. Hill sat at the wooden table and looked at the scrolls, thinking about Ryan. The man with a concentrated face came to the conclusion that this young man is quite talented, but the problem is that besides him, no one else stands out. Hill turned around when someone announced that he had a visitor. A knight-errant from the kingdom of Tobra named Tom Miller entered the tent. He smiled, and Hill immediately asked what business he had come for. Outside, a lantern stood on a wooden box while the men discussed apprentice Tom. Hill asked with a smile whether the knight was too strict with his student. The man scratched his long gray beard, winked and replied that he did not think that the current graduates were better than his student. When Tom mentioned Ilia, Hill became interested and asked if this was the same Ilia Lenje, who took first place in the final assessment but refused to officially join the academy. It is said that at the age of 14, after leaving the academy, Ilia became an honorary member of the strongest squad of Moonlight Knights in the Kingdom of Adan. Tom frowned and said that, in other words, a beast like Ignata appeared on the continent. Hill sighed and said with a smile that he was jealous because their Kingdom of Hail did not have such talents. The man stopped smiling when Tom said that, according to his student, the beast that is almost on par with Ilia comes from Hail. The deputy commander laughed, saying that he was no longer at the age to fall for such jokes, and the knight sighed. He looked carefully at his interlocutor and said that at the final assessment there was a student who showed almost identical results to Ilia and took second place with a slight difference. Tom slammed his fist on the table and added that his student had witnessed a demonstration of the beast's power. The table cracked from the impact and the knight said that the force was shocking. Hill opened his amber eyes wide. Tom crossed his arms and said that this student left the academy for some reason. The knight, who had a long scar on his face, looked intently at his interlocutor and said that he could recognize that student since they were both from Hail. Hill jumped out of his chair and yelled loudly, asking what the man's name was. Someone was fingering an artifact in the form of a small blue crystal. Tom said that this student's name is Iron. The main character frowned and looked around. A crowd of knights with flags raised walked along the road along the forest. Soon the group came to an open area of the forest and decided to stop. The group commander turned his head, notifying everyone that they would stop here for a short time, but for now they had to decide something about a snack. One of the knights in golden armor sat down near a tree, deciding to rest. The knight raised his helmet and, looking at the young people, smiled and called his comrade, who was sitting next to him. At this time, Ryan and his comrade were sparring. Ryan stabbed with his sword, but his comrade successfully blocked his attack. The knight in golden armor told his comrade that this was certainly better than nothing, but it was too ostentatious. His comrade, whose face was slightly open, noted the good skills of the guys. Looking at Ryan, who struck again, the knights noticed that he stood out the most. Phil, seeing his son's success, was delighted. He smiled, mentally calling his son a good man. Phil imagined the Perir as standing on the hill. The difference between them had grown greatly over several years and it was difficult to reduce their power. Smirking, the Viscount decided to take the lead in this raid. Then their family could once again restore their status. Looking at the commander, Phil understood that Ryan was needed for everything. Even if he had to overcome himself, he had to catch the eye of the deputy commander. As Hill began to walk towards Ryan, Phil mentally screamed when he saw this. Ryan's lips stretched into a smile when he saw this. He already wanted to show off even more skills. But suddenly Hill walked past him without saying anything. This shocked Ryan. He became numb and began to tremble a little. But after shaking his head a little, Ryan smiled again, deciding not to pay too much attention to it. But a moment later his eye widened in shock when he saw which way Hill was going. Iron, who was sitting on the edge of the clearing, raised his head, looking in amazement at Hill, who approached him. Hill walked up to Iron and stood in front of him. The young Prince Perir rose to his feet and looked at the second in command, not at all worried. Hill frowned at the calm Iron. He remembered one of his knights standing in front of him telling him that the same heir of the Perir family, who was called a careless aristocrat, was very famous in the southern part of the Hail Kingdom. And when Hill turned around with the desire to leave, his knight told him that the reason why his location was unknown was because he was imprisoned in some place by witchcraft. Standing in front of Iron and frowning, Hill thought about many things: why Iron refused to officially join Crono Academy and return back home, and what else is this case with witchcraft? How does it relate to his younger sister Klia? The young Prince Perir nodded his head in greeting to the second in command of the group, naming his rank. Hill, who stood in front of Iron, parted his lips, saying that since he was now leading the squad, he should call him Raid Commander. Iron straightened up, accepting the order. Looking at the young Prince of Perir, Gil asked him directly why he did nothing while everyone else spent their time diligently practicing with the sword and he was the only one sitting still carefree. So he wanted to know the reason for his overconfidence. Iron silently listened to the commander's words, without uttering a word. Not even a single muscle on his face flinched. Ryan and his partner looked at the protagonist, listening as he began to apologize for showing himself in bad faith. Bowing his head slightly, the protagonist said that his current lack of training was not an indication of his aging. Hill was a little surprised and raised one eyebrow and asked Iron why this was so. The protagonist, looking at the ground, began to answer and thought about his further words. But a moment later he raised his head, saying that at the moment he lacked determination. Hill leaned a little to the side after Iron's answer and thought. The faces of Ryan and his partner twisted with hostility, and when Kevin began to imitate Iron, Ryan immediately ordered him to shut up. Straightening up, the squad leader called Iron's answer quite interesting, after which he asked to tell him more about it. The protagonist's lips parted as he said that he took part in a punitive expedition to destroy the Magian, and in the process he wanted to raise his family's reputation by being good. Hill stopped frowning when he heard Iron's honest answer. The knights, led by a knight in golden armor, looked in surprise at Iron, who said that he was now trying to understand what he could do for the sake of this very activity. The entire group crowded behind the commander, looking at Iron and listening to him say that he was significantly lacking experience in raids and therefore he decided to focus on something other than training. Standing still and not at all nervous from the many stares of people, Prince Perir said that in efforts, not only actions are important, but also approach, saying that he lacks determination. He meant that in the current state, sword training will not be considered effort for him. Hill nodded, confirming his words. Mentally he was amazed at Iron. Suddenly, a knight in golden armor approached them and notified the commander that it was time for them to leave. He turned sharply and ordered the detachment to get into formation and move forward. When Iron turned around and was about to leave, Hill stopped him, saying that he would go next to him. Walking forward and not turning to the protagonist, the team leader said that they should talk some more. The detachment of knights again walked along the road along the forest. Ryan bit his bottom lip in displeasure. Phil approached his son, telling him not to rush, not to get angry prematurely and to wait for the right moment, because the opportunity would definitely appear. An evil grin appeared on Phil's face as he said that even if the opportunity didn't come, he could create it himself. The son, repeating after his father, smiled evilly and said that the last option was much better. Hill, next to whom Iron was walking, was shocked to learn that he was even armed right now. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that if the commander is uncomfortable, he can show the sword. The squad leader turned his head and looked at Iron and decided to give it up. A drop of sweat ran down the squad leader's face. The more he listened to the protagonist, the more surprised he was. Looking at the spacious, blue sky where the clouds were moving, Hill decided to continue the conversation by asking what Iron should have focused on more than training with the sword. Looking at the squad leader, the protagonist said that there were 3 such things. Firstly, he had never killed anyone, so in order to prepare for the shock and confusion that would follow the first murder, he calmed himself. The protagonist's cape fluttered in the wind as he walked, saying that, secondly, as far as he knew, for a warrior without experience there was nothing more dangerous than a flaring desire to act, so he tamed his excitement and tried to be careful. The group commander listened in surprise as Iron, walking next to him, said that, thirdly, the matter was the demonic energy that the Magians and their monster servants emitted. He had to sharpen all his senses and try to understand and recognize the appearance of the enemy in advance. Hill smiled, starting to laugh after Iron's words. The protagonist smiled nervously and thanked the commander when he said that his words sounded many times more realistic than he expected. Looking at the heel knights walking behind him, Iron said, "Do not try to take on too much responsibility the first time and completely entrust the latter to experienced soldiers." Smiling, the squad leader said that to quickly determine the demonic energy, they took the priests with them. But unexpectedly, when the commander told Iron to concentrate, he turned around and looked back. Turning around, Iron stood motionless as the knights passed by him. Gil decided to look where Prince Perir was looking and asked him about it. Turning around, the squad leader saw a huge blue-skinned monster. Its fangs protruding from its lower jaw were the size of a man. Iron's eyes widened when he saw such a huge enemy. When the monster bared its teeth and growled, the group commander shouted to warn everyone about the enemy behind. A moment later, the heel grabbed the hilt of his sword and began to draw it, while shouting for the knights to get into formation. The giant raised his hand, tearing out several trees and growled. The knights who saw this screamed, and the rest warned each other about a large number of creatures in the other direction. The commander shouted all the time, giving orders, the results of which were priests and magicians running back and knights standing forward. Hill clenched his teeth, deciding to entrust the small monsters to his knights, and he needed to deal with the giant. An unexpected gust of wind shocked Hill, interrupting his thoughts. Iron, raising his sword high above his head, rushed straight towards the giant monster. The giant growled, opening his mouth wide. The protagonist swung his sword, leaving behind only a trail of golden energy. Hill opened his eyes wide in disbelief and shock at everything that was happening. A moment later, the giant's body was severed by Iron's vertical slash, which went right through the monster, killing the creature for the first time. The giant's blood flew next to him, but the protagonist did not show more than one emotion. The knights in golden armor looked in shock at the splashing blood of the monster. Ryan and Phil were frightened by what they saw, and Phil clenched his teeth in disbelief. Even the squad leader's mouth dropped open in shock. The body of the monster, cut into 2, began to fall back and fall directly on Iron, who had cut it. The protagonist frowned as he held his sword. Even Baron Pereira himself opened his mouth in shock. The monster, having uttered its last roar, began to fall. But a moment later the giant was able to recover and began to turn around. He alarmedly shouted to Iron to be careful. The giant, having almost completely recovered, turned around and, growling furiously, raised his hand to strike. A moment later, a powerful blow from the giant shattered the ground, causing fragments to scatter. Perir began to sweat profusely. Seeing this, he was worried about his son. The monster, covering its mouth, growled, looking at the ground. He looked at the dust that rose after his blow, trying to see his enemy. Suddenly, Iron flew out of the smoke and began to run straight down his hand. The protagonist pushed away from the monster's hand and jumped. A moment later, Iron found himself in front of the monster with his sword raised to strike, which he shrouded in his mana. The next second, Iron cut off the giant's hand, blood again sprayed in all directions. The giant leaned back a little in pain and spat out a small amount of blood from its mouth. The protagonist cut the giant's severed hand into several pieces and landed on his palm. When Iron just landed on the ground, the giant was already raising his hand to strike, approaching Iron. The protagonist glanced at the monster, noticing his attack. Arcs of mana appeared in the air in front of the protagonist. Iron managed to approach the monster at great speed and swung his sword several times across the knee. The giant fell off his feet and fell, thereby missing Iron with his fist. A huge amount of dust rose into the air. Iron turned around, looking at the giant figure hidden in the smoke. The monster's eyes, even when hidden by smoke, glowed bright red. The giant opened his mouth wide and roared, dispelling all the smoke around his head. Hill saw this and shouted, ordering Iron to get out of there. Iron swung his sword, creating gusts of wind. The protagonist sharply raised his sword back, and his eyes glowed brightly. The giant opened his eyes wide, looking at the protagonist. When Iron swung his sword, making a vertical slash, a powerful stream of wind appeared and flew straight at the giant. Iron stood motionless while the flow of wind destroyed everything in its path. Therein, Perir and the knight standing next to him opened their mouths in shock. Phil and Ryan clenched their teeth in fear as the wind blew their cloaks. A huge amount of dust began to rise in the middle of the forest. Smoke and dust began to spread and settle throughout the forest. Iron's cloak barely fluttered even with such a powerful attack. Ryan, sweat dripping down his face, parted his lips in shock and fear at the result of the attack. The protagonist's attack destroyed everything in its path, creating a long ravine. Hill looked at this in disbelief, his mouth involuntarily falling open. Beads of sweat ran down his face as Hill frowned at the protagonist. Looking at Iron's back, whose neck and face were partially covered in the monster's blood, Hill realized that what his knight had said turned out to be true. He was truly a beast of the Hail Kingdom. A moment later, the sword in Iron's hand disappeared, leaving behind only the golden glow of mana. The squad leader turned around sharply, seeing a knight in golden armor who had killed the monster that had come running. Heel shouted, ordering the knights to come to their senses, because the battle was not over yet. After Heel ordered the knights to attack, they grabbed their swords and ran forward. Soon the squad was able to enjoy the blue sky with clouds floating across it. Having killed the last monster and leaving 3 knights on guard, one of the knights in golden armor approached the squad leader. Hearing that no one was hurt, Heel turned around, telling everyone that after a short break they would resume formation. At this time, Iron stood alone, separated from the group. Iron's eyes were wide open. He did not understand why he did this. At the sight of the giant, he became angry and his feelings were the first to flare up. The protagonist looked down, sweat dripping from his face as he tried to comprehend such strange behavior. Looking at his hand, Iron realized that at that time he seemed not to be himself. Suddenly, Hill walked up to Iron and stood in front of him. Looking at him, the squad captain asked Iron if he understood what he had done. The protagonist lowered his head in shame after the commander's question. Iron bowed his head and apologized for disobeying orders and acting spontaneously, even though they had discussed how to behave. Hill looked at the bowed head of the young prince, listening to him say that he restrained his emotions and did it his way. Iron sat up straight when the commander started laughing, asking if Iron didn't get the joke. Placing his hand on Prince Perir's shoulder, Gil said that they were on a punitive expedition and they had only one goal, to destroy the monsters that threatened the state, so he was good. Smiling, the squad leader told the protagonist that it was thanks to the fact that he deftly dealt with the giant that the squad did not suffer serious damage, but they would discuss everything in detail later. Then Heel congratulated Iron on the fact that his first appearance on the stage was mind-blowing. The protagonist, smiling, expressed his readiness when Hill turned around and said that he would continue to expect the same activity from him. The worried father approached Iron. He was worried about his condition. The son smiled and turned to his father and said that he was fine, after which he lifted the edges of his robe and said that he had just gotten dirty. Suddenly clenching his teeth, the father hugged his son tightly, greatly surprised. Squeezing his son with all his strength, the father told him that he was very proud of him. Iron at that moment was looking lost into the space in front of him, his mouth open in amazement. A moment later he raised his hand to hug his father. After another moment, the son hugged his father, who was worried about him. A smile stretched across his face and his eyes closed. The entire squad crowded along the edges of the clearing, looking at the father and son hugging. At this time, Jack looked at the silent Ryan standing in front. Ryan called out, shaking. Jack kept looking at Ryan, who asked if it was ready. Jack's lips parted as he said everything was ready. Squeezing his blade with all his might, the enraged Ryan ordered it to begin now. Soon the knights lined up and continued their march. Iron was holding a blue crystal in his hand, which was an artifact. Heel asked if it was an artifact that could capture demonic energy. Kill looked in surprise at the artifact in Iron's hand, who said that this artifact was made by his younger sister, the sorceress, together with her mentor, and he was told that he would help in the punitive expedition. The squad leader frowned, wondering if this artifact could detect demonic energy faster than the sacred objects of the priests. Suddenly, the crystal glowed brightly and flew out of Iron's hand, indicating the direction of the demonic energy. This shocked Iron and Hill. They realized that the enemy was approaching from the left. The commander of the detachment sharply waved his hand, ordering everyone to prepare for battle, and the spearmen to stand in a row on the left, after which the knights instantly carried out the order and lined up. The bushes in front of the knights began to tremble. Suddenly, monsters with open mouths ran out of the bushes. Seeing this, Hill realized that the previous time was not an accident. The squad captain shouted sharply, ordering the squad to storm the enemy and destroy everyone at once. Soon one of the knights pierced the heart of the last monster with his sword. The protagonist turned sharply to heel when he called him. Walking forward, the squad leader told Iron that from now on he would not focus on the sacred objects of the priests, but on his artifact, so as soon as he sensed demonic energy, he would have to tell him. Iron and the squad captain walked next to each other. Ryan and Jack stood behind and watched this. Jack glanced at Ryan as he cursed. Soon the day passed and the sun began to set, turning the clouds pink. He saw this and ordered to stop, set up camp and prepare food. After some time, the cooks were already distributing food to the knights standing at the cauldrons. Two knights who sat down on the edge of the clearing with food began to talk. One of them looked at Iron, asking how old he was. His comrade, who began to eat, answered him by saying that he was 21. Upon hearing him, the knight could not help but be shocked, because Iron had such powers at 21 years old. Looking at Iron, who was sitting alone, the knight said that it seemed to him that his level already corresponded to that of an expert. The knight looked sharply at his comrade, who had not stopped eating, when he said that Iron, of course, corresponds to an expert, because no one on the continent except the experts was capable of defeating the giant alone. Then the two knights continued to discuss the protagonist. Unexpectedly, when the young prince brought the spoon with food to his chest, his artifact glowed brightly. A moment after Iron brought the spoon to the artifact, its tip turned black. The protagonist remembered how his sister, holding out her finger, told him that if the artifact changed its color to black, then he sensed poison, so it had a detoxification function, which is why he just needed to wait until the artifact returned to normal blossom. The prince looked to the side, realizing that someone clearly wanted to kill him, although he had previously thought that there would really be a competition between the families, but he did not think that the rival would begin to act so sharply. Iron looked at the three children of the families talking among themselves, sure that it was one of these three families and most likely it was Ryan. Looking at his father talking with other family members, the prince decided not to tell him so that he would not worry. Looking at the blackened crystal, Iron brought his food to it, deciding to keep what happened a secret until he dealt with it himself. The crystal began to draw out all the poison from the food. The Iron's finger felt something strange stuck to the bottom of the plate. Iron looked at the plate, puzzled. The prince began to take out a piece of paper from under the plate, realizing that there was something under it. Taking a small piece of paper with a warning about poisoned food written on it, Iron read it. Having hidden the note, Iron began to think about what was happening. The note was written crookedly, and the identity was not revealed in order not to reveal his identity if someone else found the note. Having brought the spoon with the soup to his mouth, the protagonist began to eat. He did not even expect that anyone would help him. He was interested in the personality of the helper. At this time, behind Iron, hiding behind a tree, stood the dark figure of a man. It was Jack, standing behind a tree, looking at the prince. Looking away, Jack wondered if he had done the right thing. Soon, when Iron was carrying his bowl, Hill blocked his path and they exchanged pleasantries. Hill extended his hand to Iron, offering him a duel. The prince looked in shock at Hill, who said that he should evaluate his potential properly because it would be useful in the next punitive expedition. When night fell, all the people sitting near the fire turned, looking at Hill and Iron standing in the clearing. Seeing how Hill turned around and began to move away from the prince, many people began to call their comrades to watch the duel. Taking his black blade in his hands, Hill ordered Iron to take out his sword. A moment later, a bright light appeared under Iron's palm and formed a huge two-handed sword. The two knights sitting on the side widened their eyes and mouths in shock when they saw how the sword spontaneously appeared in Iron's hand. Hill pointed his blade at the prince and released his aura, saying that this duel was meant to test his skill, so he put all his power into the sword and would like to finish everything in one blow. The prince, looking at Hill, opened his lips in agreement with the squad leader. Hill smiled when he saw how Iron did not doubt for a second. This calmness amazed him. Looking at Iron, whose body was enveloped in a faint golden glow, Hill realized that he felt his superiority, and that's why he was calm. The squad leader stomped his foot sharply, releasing the pressure. The commander's pupils began to glow as his lower face transformed. Fangs and the muzzle of a beast began to form on him. Some people who saw this looked at the squad leader in fear. Soon the squad leader completely transformed his head, turning into a formidable tiger. Looking at the Iron, he saw how it began to glow brightly. His spirit seemed unbending, like steel. Hill, who is able to see the spirits of people, was shocked to see how the spirit of Iron, gradually increasing in size, reached a huge size and raised his sword behind his head. The commander's hand trembled. He clenched his blade even tighter, realizing that if he did not take it seriously, the spirit would consume him. Hill opened his mouth and growled, resisting Iron's spirit. The two family representatives looked at the commander in horror, realizing that he was absolutely serious. Suddenly a knight came running with a plate of food in his hands. He smiled expectantly, asking about the duel that had not yet begun. Suddenly the knight stumbled and began to fall straight onto the battlefield. The knight fell to the ground, and his bowl of food fell right in the middle between Iron and Hill. The commander, having returned to his usual appearance, glanced at the knight. The knight, asking for forgiveness, began to get up, saying that he would clean everything up right away. All the knights and family members expressed their surprise with their mouths wide open when Hill, opening his lips, invited the prince to finish here. The squad leader turned around, saying that this was enough and henceforth Iron could act at his own discretion without asking his permission. The young Prince Perir opened his eyes wide in surprise at the commander's words. Hill smiled and looked at Iron, saying that with such skills it would be better to give him freedom of action, because his skills are quite enough for the expert level. Soon everyone went to their tents. Iron, lying next to his father, put his head in his hands and looked at the ceiling. Then his gaze moved to the lamp. Then the protagonist looked at the ceiling again, thinking about the battle with the giant and the duel with the commander. At those moments he felt similar, but at the same time slightly different feelings. Iron closed his eyes, remembering his feelings that enslaved him and took away his right to own his body. In his dream, Iron stood in the rain, just like on the very day he first had the dream. He looked at the old wanderer training in the rain. Looking at him, the protagonist realized that it was all his fault. He thought that he somehow escaped from him, but he reappeared. Iron sharply widened his eye, noticing the strangeness. The old man frowned, and his pupils glowed brightly. He was angry. The dream became different. That man never showed his emotions. Now the man's pupil glowed brightly, and his eyebrows were drawn together. The prince involuntarily opened his mouth in shock. He could not understand the reason why the man was angry. The bright light of the sun falling on his face woke up the prince. The protagonist sat down, thinking about the dream. Looking at his hand, Iron realized that when the dream changed, changes also occurred in it, and this time was no exception. Some time later, Iron came out of his tent in the early morning. Ryan, hiding behind his tent, looked after the protagonist. Ryan, standing with his back to Jack, asked him if he had added poison to Iron's stew yesterday. He answered him by saying that he did everything and even saw him eat everything. Looking at Iron, who was bandaging his hands with bandages, Ryan asked why it didn't affect him at all. Jack, looking at the protagonist, said that he himself didn't understand this. Jack was shocked when Ryan ordered him to give him a double dose of poison today. Nervous and sweating, Jack tried to convince Ryan, because the outcome could be dire. Ryan abruptly stopped Jack from speaking further by extending his hand and stroking his head. Gritting his teeth and looking angrily at Jack, Ryan asked him if he dared to worry about Iron. The shadows of the two people stretched out as Jack asked for forgiveness for his mistake, and Ryan complained and scolded him in a trembling voice. Ryan lowered his hands and stood in front of Jack, saying that he knew how nervous he was about Prince Perir. Was it possible that he had received little from his father? Frowning, Ryan turned around, telling Jack to do everything exactly as told and not to forget to whom he owes his position. Jack lowered his gaze without saying anything. He just decided to remember everything. Soon the sun was already at its zenith, illuminating the whole sky and earth, and Kill's cry was heard, ordering him to finish the meal and go on his way. The artifact on Iron's neck turned black again and began to absorb all the poison. Prince Perir, holding a bowl in his hand, wondered if this man who had given him poison planned to do this every time. A moment later, Iron smiled, looking at his hand. In his hand was the same note as yesterday. He was glad that at least someone was on his side. After some time, the expedition continued, and the knights marched again. Hill glanced at the protagonist, noticing something strange. Hill asked the protagonist walking next to him if everything was fine. Iron, smiling a little nervously, said that everything was fine. The protagonist stopped abruptly and looked to the side. It was as if he was struck by a ray of light. His pupils lit up. A moment later, the artifact hanging around Iron's neck glowed brightly and he notified the squad leader about the detection of demonic energy. Iron suddenly rushed towards the source of demonic energy, saying that he would deal with the monsters. The blue-skinned monsters opened their mouths and ran towards Iron, growling. The protagonist raised his hand back and began to summon his sword. In an instant, the protagonist swung his sword, cutting 2 monsters in half. One of the monsters ran at great speed straight towards the protagonist. The huge monster raised his hands, clenching his palms into fists, and was about to hit Iron. Iron blocked the monster's fists by raising his sword above himself. The monster clenched its jaw and growled. The protagonist glanced at the monster as his blade trembled a little. The monster frowned, and the pinkish smoke from his eyes was no longer so obvious. Iron overpowered the monster and, with a swing of his sword, cut it into 2 pieces, causing it to roar loudly in pain. At this time, 2 monsters took advantage of the moment and rushed at the protagonist from behind. But suddenly someone swung his sword 3 times, leaving behind a trail of white energy. Iron turned his head and saw Heel cutting the monsters behind him into pieces with 6 swings of his sword. Smiling, Kill told the protagonist to entrust the rear to him. After the battle, knights in golden armor approached the Iron and expressed their admiration for it. Looking at the leaving knights, Iron smiled when he heard one of them say that thanks to him, this time everything would go without unnecessary problems. But a moment later, the protagonist stopped smiling, looking at his palm. Iron clenched his hand into a fist and felt his sensations continue to intensify. The protagonist remembered the moment when, as if a ray of light had hit him, it illuminated him. Iron looked at the ground wondering if this was the man's influence and how he was even connected to him. At this time, an angry Ryan screamed. Ryan, looking at Jack, shouted at him, asking how to understand the fact that Iron had become even more active. Jack, standing opposite Ryan in a small clearing, said that he saw that the artifact that captured demonic energy sparkled and seemed to have a detoxification function. Enraged, Ryan hit the tree with his fist, cursing Klia. He put his head to his fist and clenched his teeth as Ryan tried to figure out what he needed to do. Frowning, Ryan looked ahead, finding a solution to the problem. Ryan grabbed the hilt of his blade with a trembling hand and decided to kill the Magian. Hill stamped his foot, notifying everyone of his arrival. The group stopped right in front of the Magian's lair, a man-made cave. Heel told Iron that he would lead the way with him. Suddenly, Ryan approached the commander, saying that he would also go in the vanguard and help. Looking at him, the commander agreed, but warned him, saying not to relax. Soon all the knights entered the cave and began to look around. The notes, as if straight from a music book, began to float in the air. Many knights failed to notice the strange dark energy around them, listening only to the sound of the violin. The notes continued to twist and fly through the air. The notes along with dark energy enveloped the entire space. Some knights began to smile and enjoy the music, and their pupils began to glow. The notes continued to float in the air, intoxicating people. Within a couple of seconds, the knights walking along the corridor were hypnotized. They smiled mindlessly, and their eyes glowed. Iron flinched when the knight walking next to him began to smile widely, and his eyes lit up. He realized that there was something wrong with everyone. They were hallucinating from the music. Iron shouted, trying to bring the knights to consciousness, saying that it was a trap. Hill raised his head and began to actively inhale the air. A moment later, having transformed his head, Heel roared loudly, bringing all the knights to consciousness. The knights, out of fear, put their swords in front of them and listened to the order of the shouting Heel, who said that if someone did not come to their senses, they could not be shaken with force because it was impossible to succumb to the Magian's tricks. The knights tried to catch their breath. Sweat flowed down the face of one of them. Looking forward, he noticed the figure of a man. The girl sitting at the piano, around whom the dark mana was constantly squirming and frolicking, feigned surprise at the arriving guests, and then expressed her joy. Gil put his sword in front of him, realizing that in front of him was a stronger Magian than he thought. Suddenly, a girl with long black hair and a black tight-fitting dress turned her head 180 degrees and looking at the group, Hill smiled, asking if they wanted to listen to another composition. In a dark cave, leaning on a piano, stood a woman in an elegant dress, towards whom a horde of armed knights was advancing. A brunette with a malicious grin stood surrounded by skeleton violinists with broken skulls, dressed in tailcoats, and a beam of light fell on everyone from above. A shadow fell on the puzzled faces of Iron and Hill as they looked in bewilderment at the unusual dead musicians led by the soloist. Carefully examining the dark-haired girl with an insidious smile, the guys wondered if this was really a Magian in front of them. With his golden eyes bulging and his thick eyebrows drawn together, Hill thought in a panic that the brunette was distinguished from a human only by her red eyes, because even after borrowing demonic power, she supported her own self. A girl in an elegant dress at the piano put her hand on her chest, languidly closing her eyes and smiling seductively while a light purple haze surrounded her. Frowning and sweating from tension, Iron cast a piercing gaze at the Magian, preparing himself for the fact that he would succeed, but the lady decided to show her superiority. The girl broke into an insidious smile, touching her sharp fangs with her tongue, and asked the guests if she could play one composition. As Phil began to step forward, aggressively insulting the Majin, Heel turned around with concern and covered the path with his hand, trying to stop the enraged man from being reckless. At this time, the brunette raised her eyebrows pitifully, holding her hand to her chest, and asked to listen to her wonderful performance. Predatingly licking her lips with her tongue, the girl flashed her eyes and, showing her fangs, declared that the first melody was just an appetizer. While the insidious brunette was describing the next composition, a purple haze began to spread throughout the cave, and Viscount Phil, succumbing to the spell, expressed agreement with an admiring look. While dark demonic magic filled the entire space, the stranger promised that her music would be sweet like a dream. Hearing the menacing cry of a knight in golden armor ahead, the Viscount woke up from hypnosis, covered in cold sweat, and began to breathe heavily, while Hill, knitting her thick dark eyebrows, yelled furiously, announcing the news to the squad so that no one would look into the eyes of the Majin. A young man in a cloak rushed nearby. Having left the formation, the enraged Ryan quickly ran towards the insidious enemy, along the way grabbing his sword to kill her, while one of the knights called out to him with alarm. Ere Chiron furiously approached the dark silhouette of the lady, determined to finish her off in one blow. The brunette, without moving, cast a relaxed glance at the guy with a malicious grin, and her long dark hair stretched in his direction. Ryan bared his teeth angrily, intently watching the Patlas approaching him and swinging his sword. The next moment, the heir, Chiron, with a furious look, swung his blade, beating off long dark hair, and the blade left a bright mark in the air. The guy in the red cloak, turning away, was breathing heavily, thinking about the fact that he could not cut his hair and it was behind him. Majin, exhaling steam, looked at the guest in bewilderment, clarifying what he was doing. In the weaving lump of darkness, the voice of a girl was heard, asking whether the opponents really thought that they could cut off her hair. After that, the demonic lady extended her black hand with her fingers spread forward, covering the insolent one. The thick darkness was dispersed by numerous rays of dazzling light. Ere Chiron froze in horror, watching the dark female hand reaching out to him, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his face. The glow continued to spread as the palm approached, displacing the darkness. Now, when Jack covered Ryan with himself, gritting his teeth and holding out a sword in front of him, grabbed by his long hair, he stood behind him with his mouth open in shock. The knight in the red cloak turned around worriedly, asking the heir of Chiron to step back because of the danger, while he, very worried, tried to explain that he had to kill the enemy. The next moment, long black hair began to wrap around Jack's body as Ryan looked at in horror. In the distance, the silhouette of a girl could be seen with a hand on her hip, who, with her curls, lifted the captured man up, and he began to let out screams. Majin looked with pleasure at Jack's face, which was sweating, and grinned from being tied tightly with hair, and said that she was glad to meet you. Hill watched with concern what was happening, frowning his thick eyebrows, while the girl asked without worrying too much, declaring that she was not going to kill the knight. Lifting Jack's body into the air with the help of demonic power, the Majin fiercely flashed her red eye and with an insidious smile announced that she was for peace. Seeing this, Hill yelled furiously, asking what kind of tricks these were. The dark-haired lady with a seductive grin gave off a faint purple haze, offering to make a deal. Jack, with his hands tied and holding the sword tightly, twisted his mouth with dissatisfaction, hanging from the ceiling, while the Majin declared that she would exchange his life. Dropping her arms along her body and breaking into an insidious smile, the fanged lady said that she wanted to exchange the knight for the life of a girl as beautiful and talented as her. The angry Viscount Chiron and Hill blocked the way, and the girl promised that if she was released from the cave, she would release Jack to a safe place. The brunette with sideburns looked intently at her opponent, asking Phil not to interfere. Viscount Kion, surrounded by knights, furrowed his eyebrows and twisted his mouth with displeasure, sweating. The man clenched his fist, swinging it angrily and shouting furiously that the Chiron family did not negotiate with the vile Majin. The brunette, carelessly raising her red eyes upward, noted with sarcasm that this was sad. At that moment, black hair wrapped around and tightly squeezed Jack's neck, causing him to grit his teeth and saliva to flow from his mouth. Ere Chiron stood in a daze, shaking with fear and clutching his sword in his hand, when the Majin reported that the knight was sacrificing himself for him. With her eyes wide open and her name flashing furiously, the angry lady proposed changing the terms of the deal. Ryan, looking straight at her, clenched his teeth in horror, realizing that his body could not move. Phil, watching the air, asked the young man with a desperate cry to return quickly. Heel yelled furiously, ordering the large army of knights to prepare for battle. At this time, the opponent's long black hair rose into the air, intertwining and curling. Now dark curls wrapped around the body of a shocked and immobilized Ryan, who could only watch in horror what was happening. Viscount Chiron, eyes wide with fear and covered in cold sweat, watched as the air was grabbed by his opponent and began to scream. Now the lady standing at the piano was holding two prisoners high in the air, tied by her long hair. Heel held out his hand with a stern expression, directing a squad of knights in golden armor and blue cloaks forward towards the Magin. Suddenly, Viscount Chiron appeared in front of the armed warriors, leaving a dusty trail behind him, and began waving his arms, loudly demanding to stop. Hill knitted his thick dark eyebrows, looking menacingly at Phil, and shouted angrily, asking what he was doing. The panicking man began to break out in drops of cold sweat and, clenching his teeth tightly, hiccuped from internal tension. A squad of red-cloaked warriors clad in silver armor appeared in front of Viscount Chiron, and the man, with a furious cry, ordered them to stop the Sunset Knights in order to save the heir. Hill, furrowing his brows, looked dumbfounded at Phil, menacingly asking if he really thought he could get away with anything. And his current opponent cast a mad look, shouting angrily and rudely demanding that the knight shut his mouth. Turning his panicked gaze to the side, Viscount Chiron began to sweat and, breathing heavily, declared that he would never retreat to save his son. Magin at this time grinned sarcastically and, knitting her thin eyebrows, answered that the deal was still valid, swearing on the name of Mr. Lastro. Baron Russell and Baron Lester watched in horror, covered in sweat, when Viscount Chiron shouted to them, threateningly demanding help. The knightly army with a Musliman, his eyes menacingly sparkling in the darkness, stood with weapons at the ready, and Phil gave the order not to give any mercy to anyone who interfered with the raid on the Magin. Viscount Chiron opened his mouth, from which drops of saliva flew out, screaming furiously demanding to attack immediately. At this time, the girl grinned maliciously, watching with pleasure what was happening with red eyes. She lowered Jack close to her with saliva around her mouth, her teeth clenched from tension, and with feigned pity she called the knight poor for the quick reaction of his colleagues. Covered with a blush and touching the fang with her tongue, the Magin raised her eyes in thought, trying to understand what to expect next. While the girl looked up, the sarcastic smile disappeared from her face, making her serious. Clenching her fist, the lady with floating black hair worriedly noticed a guy with a bright aura that dispels the darkness. He stood in front of the clashing squads of knights, raising a long sword. Blonde iron in knight's armor, emitting a bright glow, did not move, holding the blade, which confused the Magin. Having examined in detail the concentrated face covered by the blade, the girl also noticed that the main character's eyes were closed. The red-eyed opponent raised her eyebrows in confusion, asking if he was really standing like that during a tense moment. Just when she thought it was strange, Iron suddenly opened his blue eyes, darting a piercing gaze in front of him. He rushed forward sharply, rushing at such high speed that all that was left of him was a dusty trail and rising currents of air. The girl's red eyes widened in shock, and her irises shrank. The next second, she was already screaming furiously in pain when the guy ran around, cutting her body horizontally at the waist into two parts, from where blood gushed out. Iron, having abruptly slowed down and raising clouds of dust, stood in the distance, moving his arms and weapons away from the shock wave, while in the distance the demonic opponent fell to the ground with successful screams. The piano also collapsed, and white and black keys fell out of it, flying high into the air. Hill watched in amazement what was happening, standing still and not moving. Iron, with flowing blonde hair, leaned slightly forward, casting a furious gaze of blue eyes at the Magin, whom he had inflicted fatal damage on. The demonic brunette sat on the ground, holding her chest, and with clenched teeth, displeasedly watched as the two severed parts of her body slowly grew back together. The girl threw an angry look at the guy who attacked her, and blood flowed from her mouth down her chin. The body, cut horizontally at the waist, continued to grow together with the help of dark matter stretching from one half to the other. The Magin, who had not yet fully recovered, with a hole in the middle of her body and two prisoners visible in her curls, furiously rushed towards the enemy, who, holding his sword forward, ran towards her. The lady, stretching out her hand, began to spin the captured Jack and Ryan in a circle, deciding to use the hostages as a shield. The blue-eyed prince glanced at her with a frown, his mouth twisting in displeasure. Now, when the blow from the sharp blade landed on the shoulder of the outstretched arm, the Magin froze with a glassy gaze, looking into the void while Iron rushed through the air above her. The severed limb flew away from the body, releasing a fountain of blood as the lady watched in horror. Turning her head towards the enemy, the brunette bared her teeth angrily and, in a panic, concluded that he was not even paying attention to the hostages. Flying past, Iron carefully watched the girl while she realized that the blonde was aiming only at her. The prince frowned menacingly, casting a piercing gaze from his blue eyes, and the Magin angrily looked at him in response, fiercely flashing her red iris and grinning. The main character sank to the ground and began to raise his sword with a frown, while behind him was a bright trail from the lady, who suddenly jumped from her seat. Magin with a severed hand walked towards the prince, who was holding a bladed weapon above his head, throwing two hostages to the sides, one of whom was completely in a cocoon of black hair. When the enraged brunette got close, hoofed her hand and activated demonic magic, Iron jumped into the air, swinging his sword wildly. With a frown, he looked intently at his opponent with blue eyes, inflicting a powerful vertical blow on her, from which a glow formed. The man in the cocoon collapsed a moment ago, destroying the ground beneath him from the impact. The Magian's red eye sparkled from her dark hair, and she decided that she could slowly restore it. A thin black strand rose into the air, emitting a bright glow, and the girl concluded in shock that the demonic energy was not gathering. Iron towered above a dense cocoon of dark hair, casting a puzzled look down, and the lady asked if he was really to blame. While inside, the Magian looked at the blonde through the gap and grinned angrily, thinking that the young man could not have such power. The armored prince began to swing his sword upward, raising it straight above his head as his green cloak fluttered. After the blow was struck, there was a powerful surge of energy, spreading everything around, followed by a bright flash. The Magian with glowing eyes, who were in a dense cocoon of their black hair, began to bleed from the attack. The main character raised his sword up again, waving his free hand. After that, the blonde, with a furious look, delivered another powerful blow to the opponent, hidden in his long locks, and a bright glow rose in the air. The girl inside, grinning angrily, watched Iron's actions through the crack, not believing that he had broken through the strong defense. The guy, illuminated by a bright light, threw a mad look at his opponent in the cocoon, continuing to strike with angry screams. Najin watched the prince through the crack in horror, her eyes wide open, and realized that she was mistaken because she definitely could not defeat him. A bright thought appeared in the girl's head in the darkness, which informed her that if even one mistake appeared, then she would be finished. The powerful blows created a hole in the ground, from which a strong stream of blinding energy began to rise. The protagonist continued to strike furiously, trying to weaken the cocoon's defenses and cut it, and streaks from the blade sparkled in the air. Iron watched his actions in concentration, wrinkling his nose as his blonde locks fluttered from the rising whirlwind. Nightheel, knitting his dark thick eyebrows, suddenly rushed towards the young man, holding his sword at the ready. Baron Russell and Viscount Chiron stood in shock, their mouths agape as they watched the dark-haired man's actions as beads of sweat ran down their faces. An impenetrable dusty curtain rose to the stone ceiling, blocking visibility in the cave. Suddenly, rushing through the spreading haze, a man flew at high speed, emitting a bright glow. The hero, dressed in a blue cloak, rushed forward furiously. A man in golden armor with the head of a ferocious beast, bearing sharp fangs, jumped up and furiously swung his blade in flight. With a bloodthirsty look, he opened his mouth with sharp teeth, from which drops of saliva began to fly out. After that, the bestial knight with a blue cloak fiercely entered the fight, flashing his bladed weapon while delivering powerful blows. He bared his teeth angrily, focusing a maddened gaze on his opponent. When the cocoon of hair was completely cut, only feet and black boots were found inside. The upper part of the Magian's body, supported by its arms, crawled along the ground with all its might, gritting its teeth and trying to get away as quickly as possible. The girl, breathing heavily with steam, turned back with concern, her red eyes fiercely sparkling. Above her towered the dark silhouette of a young man with disheveled hair, hidden by a dusty curtain. The guy, hidden in the rising thick clouds, began to approach, pursuing the enemy. While streams of dust flew past, preventing him from clearly seeing the silhouette, an eye began to sparkle furiously on his face. Najin turned away, looking ahead in shock, while the dark silhouette of the protagonist in the distance sharply raised his sword, dispersing clouds of dust in different directions. The lady, opening her mouth with sharp teeth, watched in horror as a strong enemy approached her. Iron developed enormous speed and, while rushing forward towards the demonic girl, a thick strip of dust mixed with small pieces of earth rose from him. As the Magian gaped at her huge red eyes in shock, a thin crack appeared on one of them, stretching across her entire face. Suddenly, streams of blood rose into the air, and the girl thought about the shame of being defeated. The porcelain face of the Magian, on which a perplexed grimace was frozen, split into several large fragments due to cracks, and she could not believe that she had lost to some person. A vertical crack ran through the entire blackened body, splitting it into two halves, from which smaller fragments fell. Now the place where the Magian lay was filled with dark energy rising upward. A deep groove stretched across the ground, caused by a powerful blow from a blade. One of the knights in golden armor lifted the lid of his helmet and, with his mouth open, looked in shock at what was left of the defeated Magian. While the guy in the cloak stood to the side next to the dissected ground, the squad began to rejoice that the air iron was able to defeat the demonic enemy. Baron Pyron with a light beard looked at his son full of pride, breaking into a happy smile. Hill sat on the ground, joyfully looking at the guy and reporting that he simply had no words. Knight Jack stood with one eye closed and thin saliva flowing from his mouth while the crowd chanted the name of the prince who saved everyone. With both eyes widening in shock, the man in the red cloak cast a puzzled glance at Iron, becoming covered in beads of sweat. The blonde stood at a distance, turned away, thinking about something while the rising dust hovered around. The action moves to the territory of Chiron, where among the tents of the temporary headquarters of the nightly detachment of the Sunset, warriors in golden armor walked, carrying a load. One dark-haired knight lifted the lid of his helmet, puzzledly discussing with his partner that the expedition ended without a single casualty. They remembered the blonde heir of Perir, who single-handedly dealt with the demonic Magin, which was different from the known rumors about him. One of the knights, frowning, looked forward and asked if they could return when the deputy commander dealt with the matter, and the second supported, saying that it would be necessary to look into this issue. Further actions are transferred to the meeting room of Viscount Chiron, where he sat at the table with 2 guards behind him, gesturing with his hands and explaining that he was to blame, but in the cave his mind became clouded. The commander of the squad of knights in golden armor, Klia, angrily hit the table with his fist, demanding with a menacing cry to stop talking nonsense and making excuses. Phil, sitting across from him, raised his hand, perplexed, declaring that the massive man himself had witnessed himself being mind-controlled. Staring at his interlocutor, Viscount Chiron admitted that his son was really dear to him, but he was not so stupid as to abandon peace on the continent because of affection. Phil shamefully raised his hand to his face, ashamed of having succumbed to the mind control of the wicked Magin. Hill, frowning, cast a heavy glance at his interlocutor and mentally insulted him, remembering that the Viscount was in his right mind. In the depths of his soul, the head of the knightly detachment regretfully admitted that there was no crushing evidence that could help convict him. Viscount Chiron, meanwhile, opened his palm and grinned maliciously through his fingers. In an elegant room with patterns, furnished with luxurious furniture, a young man stretched out on a high bed, stretching his legs in white socks to the edge. Iron lay on his back, putting his hands under his head, and cast a frowning glance at the ceiling. After that, the prince stood up, sitting on the edge of the bed and thinking intensely about that sword. The main character stretched his hand forward, as if squeezing the handle with his fingers, and thought that the blade did not appear for the sake of a noble family or for the sake of a family. The guy recalled how, during the battle, he tightly gripped the edged weapon, and streams of scarlet blood flowed down his gloved fingers. Iron's mind flashed to the image of him swinging furiously on the battlefield, deciding to strike his opponent, and now he realized that the sword had appeared to cut the Magin. He remembered the silhouette of a long-haired, muscular man, mentally wondering if he had really contributed to this. Iron sat on the bed in thought, frowning, and tried to understand who the stranger was, endlessly confusing him. The prince glanced suspiciously to the side, turning his head when a voice was heard behind him, warning about the arrival of a guest. Jack stood in the open doors with a tired look, dressed in a red cloak, which greatly surprised the main character. Sir Stuart, closing his eyes, respectfully lowered his head in front of the heir as a sign of greeting, and he, looking at the man with a puzzled look, clarified what issue he had come for. Alarmed, Jack said that he was obliged to tell the prince some facts about the punitive expedition before thanking him for the rescue. The blue-eyed blonde shook his head in bewilderment, raising an eyebrow and clarifying what he was talking about. Knitting his brows together, Sir Stuart explained that when the Magin took him hostage, no one cared, listing the second in command, Heel, and even his master, Viscount Chiron. Iron, looking down, silently recalled that at the time of the attack on the enemy, he was so overcome with rage that he did not pay attention to the hostages at all, but acted only to kill the girl. The main character looked at Jack with blue eyes, puzzled, while the interlocutor sincerely admitted that if not for the young man, he would have died, once again expressing gratitude for the rescue. The guy looked away, lowered his eyes, and after an impending silence, declared that everything was not as the man thought. After that, Iron sharply turned his eyes back to his interlocutor when Sir Stuart said that there was something else. The man, making a guilty expression, admitted that it was he who added poison to the prince's food. The blonde, hearing this, took on a puzzled look, rounding his blue eyes and opening his mouth slightly, after which Jack offered to sit down to explain the situation in detail. Now the two interlocutors were opposite each other at the table in red chairs, and the man said that he was following the owner's order, which he now regretted. Lowering his eyes in shame, Sir Stuart concluded that this was an unwise act for both a knight and an ordinary man, adding that he understood the inadequacy of words in such a terrible situation. Ere Iron silently lowered his blue eyes, deep in thought, when his interlocutor stated that he was ready to suffer any punishment. Sir Stuart gave the prince a puzzled look when he turned slightly to the side and said that he had expected this, but it was still confusing. Jack, sitting in a velvet chair, was shocked when the main character stood up and began to walk away with clenched fists, asking the man to step since he was not in the mood for dialogue now. The blonde young man, with his back turned to his interlocutor, walked up to the window with the curtains open, from where light entered the room, and said that he would not forget about what happened, but for now his thoughts were confused. Sir Stuart lowered his eyes in shame and, nodding his head, promised that he would definitely be punished for his action. Ere Iron looked silently out the window with a sad look, his eyebrows knitted together as the sunlight fell on his face. The main character froze, his eyes bulging in shock, when suddenly a familiar voice was heard behind him, warning that nothing would change, no matter how much he thought. The blonde prince turned sharply towards the sound, with a shocked look, discovering the black cat Lulu in the room. A domestic animal with white fur on its chest and a protruding fang raised its large blue eyes to the guy, asking if he was doing well. Iron dropped to one knee in front of the cat that appeared, smiling joyfully and saying that he had been looking for him for a long time, asking where he had been. The blonde pulled his hand forward in puzzlement when Lulu turned away, sadly lowering it and admitting that he was ashamed to look at his interlocutor. The drooping black cat complained to himself, sadly thinking out loud that if he had taught the prince another ability, he would not have been separated from his family for 5 whole years. The main character sadly lowered his blue eyes, realizing that the animal considers himself guilty for being imprisoned in a witchcraft world. Upset, Lulu put his white paws on his head, shyly pressing his ears, and said with annoyance that if it weren't for him, then Klia would not have been so upset, after which he began to apologize. The cat looked at the guy puzzled, raising his paw to his open mouth when he raised his palm to him, saying that he was not to blame for anything. Iron's mouth opened in shock when Lulu suddenly pulled back, loudly shouting that he was a black cat, promising failure for everyone and bringing only trouble. Lulu raised his paws, yelling furiously that even if it was a superstition, it was still valid, arguing that if more people started believing a bullshit, then it became true. Iron, with his eyebrows drawn together and his arms outstretched, looked intently at the annoyed cat, slowly trying to get closer to him. Lulu began to open the purple portal with his paw, concluding with a sad look that he would not appear again. Because of him, the young man might have new failures. A flash of bright light flashed across the room as Prince Iron accelerated and flew towards the cat. Having fallen to the floor, the main character with a furious look grabbed the indignant Lulu, who had climbed into the portal, who began to scream heart-rendingly, demanding to let him go. The blonde man raised the cat with a smile, declaring that from this day on black cats would be a symbol of good luck, and he put it out, trying with effort to push the man away and shouting this nonsense. Lulu continued to poke Prince Iron's cheek as he enthusiastically concluded that now everything would change and the animal would be with him. Large tears flowed from the cat's big eyes when the young man, holding him in his arms, declared that he would believe that black cats bring good luck more than anyone else in the world. The main character was sitting in the lotus position, holding Lulu when he, spreading his paws and burying his face in the young man's chest, plaintively admitted that he was very bored. The cat lay with his soft paws with pink pads resting on the gilded headboard with patterns, and thought about the mystery of witchcraft. Lulu pressed his fluffy head to the head of the blonde prince, looking at him and telling him that this was his path. Iron sat up in bed, looking puzzled at the joyful cat moving away to the side, who admitted that he had been there since the guy's return. The young man, looking dumbfounded, screamed in shock when the woolly assistant admitted that he had appeared in the guise of a white cat and had written a note during the expedition warning against poisoned food. Lulu raised his big blue eyes to Iron and excitedly announced that he wanted to ask something. The main character looked down at the cat in confusion when he noted that the young man seemed more ferocious in the battle with the Magin, and asked if something had happened. After the guy's confession about the man from the dream, Lulu put a finger to his chin and thought, thinking about what had been said. Iron, listening to the cat's reasoning out loud, looked at him dumbfounded, widening his blue eyes. After some time, Lulu came to the conclusion that the man from the dream hated not specifically the Magin, but the devil himself, pointing his sword towards a cloud of darkness with an insidious red smile in the sky. The cat also suggested that a gray-haired, overgrown warrior with a long beard and a fierce look lived about 150 years ago. The main character, with sweat on his face, looked down, looking puzzled at Lulu, who suggested that that person existed a century and a half ago. The cat, closing his eyes, jumped high to climb onto the bed, and in flight said that in fact it does not matter whether a man thinks about something or not. Lulu, knitting his eyebrows, confidently stated that the really important thing is the fact that the will of the unknown swordsman influences the soul of the young man. Iron looked away in bewilderment, raising his eyebrows, and timidly agreed with his furry interlocutor. The cat, standing on the bed on 2 paws, lowered his front one onto the hand of the blonde prince with a soft smile, reassuring him that there was nothing wrong with it. After that, Lulu, raising his fluffy white chest and clenching his paws into fists, said with a serious look that if the guy couldn't handle it himself, he would help with his strength, and Iron laughed loudly, closing his eyes. The cat tensed his upper limbs, showing off his muscles as beads of sweat ran down his head, and the main character looked with joy at the animal that was finally nearby. The Perir smiled softly, mentally reasoning that being alone would only increase his worries. Looking up and taking on a serious look, Iron nodded his head, remembering unresolved matters, one of which was the promise made to the head of the academy. He remembered a trio of friends, consisting of a guy with blue hair and 2 girls with red and white hair, all of whom he had not seen for 5 years and wondered if they were doing well. At this time, a knight walked menacingly inside the white tent, making loud noises with his armor as he walked. He turned in the other direction, stepping heavily on the ground with his gold-colored iron boots. It was an enraged Hill, who, after negotiations with Viscount Chiron, was furiously rushing around the tent, indignantly frightened. The head of the group of knights wearing golden armor and a blue cloak stopped, clenching his fists angrily as he thought that the other noble families also agreed with the words of the criminal Phil. The brunette with sideburns knitted his thick dark eyebrows and, covered in perspiration, concluded with concern that the man could not be allowed to escape punishment for the sake of the well-being of the kingdom and peace on the mainland. The man glanced sideways in surprise when a voice suddenly pulled him out of his deep thoughts, notifying him of the arrival of a guest. The deputy commander stood with a puzzled face, clenching his fists, when the figure of a man dressed in a red cloak appeared at the entrance to the tent, who said that he had to tell something. The action moves to Viscount Chiron's office, where there is a huge window on the wall with the curtains pulled back, and through it one could see the clear sky with clouds floating across it. A mug flew in his direction, which, hitting the wooden frame, shattered into pieces, which was accompanied by an indignant cry about the disgusting tea. While drops of the brewed drink flowed down the glass, while the angry man at the table scolded the maid, who, shyly lowering her head, apologized. Viscount Chiron opened his mouth wide, from which drops of saliva flew out, loudly driving the woman out with a mad look. After she left, the man sat down at his desk, folding his hands on it and thinking that the incident that had occurred during the expedition had been settled. Phil clenched his teeth with tension, and drops of cold sweat ran down his face as he furiously thought that this was the last chance to restore their noble family. But iron ruined everything. When there was a knock on the locked doors with golden patterns, Viscount Chiron shouted menacingly, reminding him that he was not accepting anyone today. The man furiously hit the table with his hands and, bulging his eyes, loudly told everyone to go to hell. Phil was greatly taken aback, covered in sweat and in a panic hearing a voice, noting with a chuckle that he was very worried. The doors opened slightly, and Deputy Commander Gill appeared behind them, who with an inspired smile announced that he had come to complete their conversation. When the knight, clad in golden armor, stood on the dark tiles, Viscount Chiron, sitting at his table, declared that they had nothing more to talk about. The brunette with sideburns, continuing to grin, decided to get straight to the point due to lack of time and noted that during the punitive expedition a very shameful act had been committed. Phil panicked greatly and looked at his interlocutor in shock, breaking out in drops of cold sweat, when Gill said that the Viscount Chiron family had poured poison into the food of the heir of Perir. Coming out from behind the table, the man in the red kaftan began to furiously lash out at his interlocutor, waving his arms and shouting that such accusations were extremely unpleasant. The deputy commander turned to Viscount Chiron, asking with a smile what he would do if it turned out that there was evidence. Phil, in horror, screamed loudly, threateningly demanding that his interlocutor stop talking nonsense and get away from his lands. Without finishing the threat, Viscount Chiron fell silent and froze in bewilderment, opening his mouth slightly. When Jack appeared behind Hill, giving Phil a stern look, the dark-haired man with sideburns stated that he was a witness to the incident, and also noted that the fact of a voluntary confession had been taken into account. Pointing at Sir Stuart, Viscount Chiron, looking dumbfounded, shouted that this was complete nonsense, declaring that the knight in the red cloak acted on his own initiative. Phil was taken aback, his jaw dropping and his eyebrows raising as Jack furiously shouted at him, demanding to know the whole truth. Sir Stuart cast a contemptuous glance at the man from under his brows, noting that he was behaving simply disgustingly. Viscount Chiron sat down in a chair, at the same time indignant at the formidable knight, but he was silenced with a shout by the enraged Hill standing next to him. There were pieces of a broken white mug lying on the floor, and a puddle of tea was spreading around, and the deputy commander said in a calm tone that he would submit an official request for an investigation to the kingdom. While Sir Stuart stood, Hill turned around, quickly retreating to the exit, and finally noted that Viscount Chiron had better surrender himself. The two knights were now heading towards the door of the office to leave, and while the second-in-command gloomily warned of the consequences, Phil was shaking with fear. The iron boot of the knight in golden armor stepped on the ground, making a characteristic sound. Kill walked confidently down the street between the erected tents and standing subordinates and, clenching his fist, thought that the matter had been at least somewhat resolved. A brunette with sideburns sat on his horse and, glancing at the knight in a blue cloak, warned about leaving for the Perir estate, giving the order to complete preparations for his return. Hill with a joyful smile quickly rushed along the road, kicking up dust and resolutely considering taking Prince Iron into the ranks of the Knights of the Sunset. Having reached his destination, the man opened his eyes in shock and opened his mouth when he was informed that the heir had left for Crono Academy. The drooping Hill, who had heard that the young man had refused to enter the educational institution, stood opposite his father, who explained with bewilderment that his son had some business there. The deputy commander looked down, exhaling sadly and wondering if he was too late. Above the interlocutors there was a clear sky, through which not many clouds floated, and they animatedly discussed Iron and his knightly talent. The main character, dressed in a dark hiking cloak, meanwhile walked along a dusty road, surrounded on both sides by trees. The Perir heir glanced sideways, curiously concluding that the distinguished Ian was the head of the academy. A bald old man with a gray beard and eyebrows with a sweet smile appeared in the guy's head, while the blonde Iron reported that this was the first teacher he truly respected. The main character, looking down, thought that Ian would be able to give him advice about his unstable condition, realizing that the leader himself would not do anything about the dreams. Pointy black ears peeked over the boy's shoulder, and Lulu said there was no way to know for sure. The cat came out from his bosom, with an inspired look, reminding him that the man was the best swordsman on the mainland, which puzzled Iron. A person who is considered the best in any field on the mainland is no different from a sorcerer, because he has an absurd will and abilities that cannot be explained by the point of view of common sense. The prince, having heard the explanations of the furry assistant, lowered his gaze and with a joyful smile came to the conclusion that perhaps there was still a chance. When Lulu, walking on the shoulders of the blonde Iron, joyfully clarified whether he was really his teacher in witchcraft, the main character extended 2 fingers, answering that the furry animal was the second. Having dropped to the ground, the black cat said with a serious look that he needed to be well prepared for the trip. Prince Iron glanced sideways in confusion as a magical pink haze began to rise from the ground and called out to Lulu in a questioning tone. He stood on 2 legs, dressed in boots and a suit, and a real sword hung from his belt. A light haze continued to hover around the fluffy cat, which gradually dissipated, revealing a neck with a red scarf and a green vest on its chest. Lulu, holding the side of his black hat with a feather with a soft finger, lifted it slightly, asking how Iron was wearing his outfit. And Boots cast a cool glance at his interlocutor, who admired the pet's transformation. Lulu, with his eyes closed and his paw on his hip, showed off in front of the prince, who watched him with a soft smile. The cat resolutely walked along the road to the academy of the strongest swordsmen, holding out a sharp sword sparkling in the sun, and the main character in a camping cloak followed him with a smile. The great city of Alcantara is depicted, with people walking around, and the question is asked whether it is here. It is reported that the Crono Fencing Academy is located in this city. Looking around, Lulu notices that there are many magic lanterns and she can play all night, to which the young man smiles. The cat watches in shock as people cast magic, informing Iron about this, and claims that it is beautiful and unusual, with which he agrees. It sounds like it was thanks to the Crono Academy that Alcantara became a great city. The young man looks to the side, smiling, and comes to the conclusion that they will like it here. It is reported that the academy itself has changed for the better. Looking around, Lulu suggests that they first find a place to stay for the night, and it is important that it has a cool name. The sign for the Cradle of Swords is shown and the cat suggests this option, claiming that the name is good, to which Iron replies that they can stop there if she wants. Lulu jumps off his shoulder, saying that she will take a walk, to which he tells her not to walk for long. He opens the door and walks into the building, admiring it. There are many people sitting in it, and the young man notices that it is spacious. He frowns as the atmosphere confuses him. He looks at one person, realizing that there is something connecting most of those present. He turns his attention to the other, coming to the conclusion that absolutely everyone is carrying swords. He wonders why they are staring at him. He opens his eyes wide in fear and thinks about what he did wrong. A man stands opposite him, telling him to wait. He, crossing his arms over his chest, believes that the young man is another guest of Crono Academy. Looking back questioningly, Iron states that it is and wonders how he knows about it. Those around them begin to laugh, declaring that they have begun to recruit everyone into the academy. Frowning, the man says that anyone can throw a challenge, but Iron had better assess his strength sensibly. There is an exclamation that not everyone can challenge. The young man is surprised when the man points his finger at the screamer and declares that if he doesn't like something, they can go out and see which of them is right, but the main thing is that he doesn't regret it later. In response, he is insulted. Iron just looks around questioningly. He doesn't understand what they are talking about. Suddenly they call out to him, and he turns around awkwardly, responding. The phrase of a man sounds, telling another to follow him. The young man approaches the bar and offers to stop the quarreling, to which the man smiles, telling him not to worry because in the 10 years of his work there have never been fights here. Turning away, he asks if Crono Iron is from the academy, to which he replies in the affirmative and wonders how he figured it out. The young man is surprised when he finds out that everyone here is guests of the academy. Ordinary people don't come into their establishment, only those like them. While sipping his drink, the man asks if he has already passed the guest confirmation, to which he asks how it is. He finds himself in an awkward position when the bartender asks if he's serious about coming in unprepared. The leader and the people around him are depicted, and it becomes known that for any swordsman, Crono Academy is a dream, which is why many came here. One of the teachers is shown, and it is reported that due to too many applicants, at first they were all sent back, but most refused to leave just like that, and some even called the academy workers cowards. The silhouettes of two people with swords are seen, and it turns out that this is how the guest's confirmation appeared. Once every 2 weeks the academy selects a date and holds an event where there is an opportunity to fight with swords. Walking into the room, the bartender states that in order to get a pass, you need a mercenary badge. Iron thinks that this is not directly related to him. However, he wonders why he doesn't get a badge. He notices something in surprise. He and the man walk down the stairs when it is reported that there is a mercenary agency below. Smiling, the bartender claims that they cannot conduct the test from above since it is too noisy there. Then the young man has questions. He only tells him that he will see everything soon. As he enters, he announces his arrival. A man approaches the arrivals, wondering what brought at such a time, but soon notices the guest and assumes that they came for a test. Iron looks at something, asking what it is, and a smiling Ed reveals that it is a measuring tool, and if he hits it, the force of the impact will be displayed on the screen above. The young man asks whether he needs to punch. Slinging his weapon over his shoulder, the gray-haired man states that he needs to strike with his sword, and this is a simple but convenient method for understanding his true strength and rank. Looking at him, Iron wonders what will happen if he breaks this thing, because it looks unreliable, to which the man states that this is a magical object and it is not so easy to break, so he has nothing to worry about, but in general, it's surprising that this really worries him. Smiling, Iron states that he will do his best then. Ed happily reveals that he is a guest at Crono Academy, to which the man asks if he is too young. Crossing his arms over his chest, he declares that he is betting 7 pieces of silver that it will be 300, to which Ed says that, although Iron may be young, he is strong and it will be 500. Grinning, the gray-haired man says that then he believes that there will be 501, and the bartender calls him cunning. A rack of swords is shown, and the man remarks that Iron doesn't have a sword, so he could take any, but he replies that it's fine. The gray-haired man looks at him questioningly, asking what he means. His sword immediately appears in the young man's hands. Those present are amazed at this, and the gray-haired man asks how he could create a sword out of nothing. Iron stands with his eyes closed and is silent. He suddenly opens his eyes in determination. He swings his sword, looking at the magical power meter. He frowns, holding his breath. The young man swings his sword, striking. The men are dumbfounded. Iron sighs after being hit. He looks at the magical object in admiration, noticing that all the damage really disappears. Ed approaches him, wondering where the sword came from. Suddenly the weapon disappears, striking everyone, and the young man reports that this is witchcraft, something similar to the usual local magic. He turns his head, asking how many points he has, and claims that he doesn't know what's good and what's bad, so he asks to be told. The men look up with their mouths open. They question in shock when they see a number over 10,000 on the power meter. Iron happily asks if he passed when the gray-haired man awkwardly smiles and answers yes, but he can only get a silver badge the first time. The young man agrees to this. While he sits on the bed, Lulu touches the mercenary badge, admiring it, and Iron reports that it was interesting. Licking, the cat claims that she wants tomorrow to come sooner. Raising his head, the young man happily agrees with her. He thinks that tomorrow he will be able to meet Judith. A girl is shown holding a sword and smiling resolutely. Iron admits that he wants to see him soon. The next day comes. A young man stands with a cat on his shoulder who wonders where the people near the gate are going. Smiling, he suggests that they are participating in a test, and Lulu happily looks away. Her eyes sparkle with amazement, and she invites him to go there too, to at least have a look, because it's so interesting, and the young man has no choice but to agree. Sitting on his shoulder, the cat tells him to go faster and is happy. The blue sky is visible, and the thought sounds that they will look at least for a short time. A place with something like stands is depicted. Sitting there, Lulu excitedly declares that she is really looking forward to starting and it will be fun, and the phrase is heard that there are a lot of people here. The men look down, asking what this kid has forgotten here and whether they have become completely insolent. Iron lowers his head, arching an eyebrow. He smiles, finding someone with his eyes, and the cat twitches her ear. She wonders if he knows anyone. He answers in the affirmative. The young man remembers a smiling Lance. He reports that they studied together. A matured young man is shown with a sword in his hands. Smiling, Iron says that this is Lance and he studied with him. Looking at the guy with interest, Lulu claims that he looks cool. Lance is depicted with a sword in his hands, and the phrase that he is strong is heard. With a serious expression on his face, he greets all the guests of the Crono Academy and informs that today he, a student of the 27th summoning, will fight with them. There are dissatisfied exclamations about the fact that he is not even a graduate. People sit in the stands and ask if some student can defeat them, asking to bring a normal opponent. Lance tells them to calm down because the 27th call is called Golden. To this, a statement is heard that he is just a student and this is a deception. Smiling, Lance states that he knows they all deserve a graduate-level opponent. The men make faces when he states that this time it will be different because the academy wants its students to gain experience in real duels, although he admits the possibility that people will be stronger than him. He draws his eyebrows together at the bridge of his nose, proposing to introduce a condition according to which, if someone does not like the fight with him, they have the right to call the senior student. Some people say it's easy. Lance turns his attention to the man who appeared opposite him. The bald man frowns, claiming that he will defeat him and call a worthy opponent, to which the young man smiles and agrees because he has every right to do so. Lance looks at him in surprise. He notices a large sword in his hands, to which the man asks if he is afraid. The guy puts his sword forward at this and, laughing, says that he just remembered someone. He offers to give the man the first attack. He frowns at this, calling him a stupid boy. He declares that he will not forgive him for such words. He immediately takes off. He approaches Lance, swinging his sword. The guy just looks at it carefully. He suddenly parries the man's blow, which shocks him. Something flies off and the man is stunned. He thinks about what he did. Focused, Lance draws his sword back, preparing to attack. When he decisively approaches the man, he thinks he has struck. The guy knocks the sword out of his hands, causing the man to fall. The people between whom the sword flew and pierced the wall, their mouths opened in surprise. Lulu looks on in admiration, calling Lance strong. The man looks around awkwardly and wonders how this happened, noticing that the guy is stronger than he seems. Lance's leg is shown and he talks about the next guy. Smiling, he asks him to come out to him. The gray-haired man, leaning his hands on the ground, sadly notes that he has lost. The brown-haired man holds a sword in his hands and trembles. Another person is already lying on the ground unconscious. One of the observers asks how a simple student can have so much power, to which he is told that he is from a special 27th call and it's not for nothing that they are called golden. Turning to his interlocutor, the man claims that he must correct the situation. Lance notices how he declares that the man is the hero of their village. He fought alone against 17, only he can succeed, to which he is told to calm down. Lance watches the dialogue in surprise. He heads towards the men, and they wonder why he is coming here. A man with blonde hair notices in surprise that the strong man sees the strong man from afar, and his neighbor, closing his eyes, asks the guy not to come here, because he will behave better. Lance claims that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He says Iron's name, smiling, while the others ask what's going on. He asks in trepidation if he remembers him. Smiling back, Iron confirms that they haven't seen each other for a long time. As the men sit in shock, he claims that he didn't think he would meet the young man here and wonders how he ended up here, to which he replies that it was a long journey. Lulu wags her tail when the phrase is heard that the journey is, of course, long, because they have not seen each other for 5 years, and the question of whether Iron had his own reasons for this. Perir is surprised when he is told that if he had arrived a little earlier, he would have been able to see Judith and Brad. He asks if Lloyd was at the academy. A girl and a guy are seen walking away into the distance, and Lance reports that Brad quickly returned here, said that he wanted to do everything right, and a few days ago he went on a hike with Judith. Looking down, Iron is happy about this, but is sad that they could not meet. He looks at Lance in surprise when he tells him to go down faster. He has a determined expression on his face, and he invites the young man to fight because he probably didn't waste his time either. Smiling, Iron agrees. They are already standing opposite each other, and there is a question about who it is it not the one eliminated in the final selection, and the remark that the guys seem to know each other. Someone reports that he now remembers. Lulu actively supports Iron, which amazes the man sitting next to him. Lance, turning in surprise, asks if she is talking and if this is his cat, to which the young man reports that this is his mentor. A sword appears in his hand as he notices that she taught him a lot. Lance looks at him dumbfounded when he realizes that the sword appeared out of thin air and wonders if it's magic. He suddenly calms down, realizing that this is not magic, but witchcraft, and the talking cat applies to this too. He wants to tell him something. Iron smiles as he states that he constantly surprises him and believes this is the result of his 5 years of hard training. Holding his sword forward, Lance reports that he hasn't been idle either. He puts his foot to the side. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, he declares that he has no intention of losing to Iron. At this, the young man looks at him seriously. A smile appears on his face. Frowning, Lance says to move forward. With a determined expression on his face, Iron supports him. The guy rushes into battle. They clash swords. Lance turns his sword, parrying the blows. He begins to attack, swinging his sword. Everyone is amazed that Iron repels all attacks. Lance puts his sword forward, walking along the edge of the alien. He looks down questioningly. He notices that he has a strange feeling. The rivals' swords collide with each other again. A surprised Lance seems to notice something. His face darkens and he swings his sword as he decides to check things out. The sword approaches Iron, who is standing sideways, but he is already looking at it. Turning around, he immediately deflects the blow. Lance slides his foot along the ground. He looks at the young man in surprise, trying to say something about him. He noticed Brad's style being used and reported it. Lloyd and Iron show up with determined expressions on their faces. Standing opposite Perir, the guy comes to the conclusion that it was not his imagination and this is definitely Brad's technique. He looks at Iron in confusion, wondering how this is possible. Suddenly he opens his eyes, noticing something. He pays attention to the young man's stance. He stands with his eyes closed and holding the sword in front of him with the tip up. Lance frowns, denying what's happening. He immediately rushes to attack, deciding that he will not let the young man prepare this terrible attack. He actively fights back, frowning. He clenches his jaw when he gets hit close. He jumps to the side. Looking ahead in surprise, Lance remembers that the last time Iron saw Brad in action was 5 years ago in training. He opens his eyes wide, questioning how he could have learned his technique back then. Iron is shown addressing him. He talks about what now. He takes off, swinging at the guy from above. He claims that it is his turn. The sword flies down at great speed. The surface breaks under Lance, but he defends himself with his sword, blocking the blow. A man's feet slide on the ground, and the thought of a lie sounds. Looking at Iron in shock, Lance claims that this is impossible. The young man spins in flight, and the thought of what it is sounds. Lance parries his blow again, taking it all. This is reported to be a fighting style. The guy remembers how he leaned his hands on the ground, breathing heavily. He, sweating, looked ahead and frowned. Judith turned around and happily noticed that he had given in and praised him. He understands that this is her fighting style. He clenches his jaw as his sword hand shakes from the pressure. Iron quickly pulls away. Lance exhales, holding the sword in front of him. He covers his mouth as sweat runs down his face. Sounds like he pushed him away. A large sword is visible, and the guy thinks that he was so confident in himself, he believed that, except for those two, he would not lose to anyone else. He wonders why he can't do it. A concentrated Iron appears, and Lance asks if he really won't be able to defeat him. The guy immediately takes off. He attacks Perir with determination as he parries away punches. Huge clouds of dust form, and only the blows of swords can be heard. The man is surprised to notice that he is crowding the golden-haired man, and Lulu is worriedly supporting Iron. He clenches his jaw and realizes that he has been distracted. Lance, mouth wide open, continues to confidently attack him. Iron swings his sword and it jumps to the side. The guy hits him, but he defends himself with a sword. Lance frowns and thinks about what he knows. He gets hit, but he tries to hold onto the sword. He understands that he cannot defeat him. A sword is visible in the guy's hands. 3 determined guys are depicted. Their shadows are shown, and the phrase is heard that they worked until they dropped to improve their skills. Furrowing his brows, Lance states that he tried too. He asks Judith to wait. Her shadow is visible and she stops. She turns around in surprise when Lance asks to fight again. He can hardly hold the sword in his hands. He asks to try again. He exclaims that he doesn't want to lose. He swings his sword, drawing it back. Iron looks at him in surprise. He swings his sword low while Lance holds his sword higher in front of him. He immediately turns his attention downwards. Iron swings his sword again. The surprised Lance's sword flies out of his hands. The sword flies, and the amazed faces of those present are reflected in it. He flies further and further. Suddenly he hits the ground. Iron stares intently as his sword disappears. Lance looks at him silently, clenching his hands into fists. He smiles as he exhales. Lulu exclaims that Iron has won. She happily raises her paws. Shaking Lance's hand, the young man says that he is an excellent opponent, to which he smiles and asks what he has been doing all these 5 years. The man sits in disbelief and wonders how Iron defeated the guy while the cat looks at him contentedly. Suddenly she frowns, turning her head. She approaches Iron, telling him that the person he needs is here, to which he is surprised to know who it is. He widens his eyes, looking questioningly, when Lulu claims that she is talking about the mentor he was talking about. Holding a sword in his hands, the leader notes that defeating Lance was easy for him, but he is not such an easy opponent. The leader stands with his sword lowered, and the question of whether he is the master of Crono Academy is heard when it turns out that he is called the best sword of the continent. Everyone looks in surprise, and someone is happy that they will be able to see him in battle. We are talking about great luck. The men stand opposite each other. With a determined look, Iron declares that he is attacking. The manager looks at him carefully, allowing him to do this. The idea sounds that the young man needs to make every effort. He rushes into battle, swinging his sword. He swings and the man deflects his blow. He fights back with his sword. Suddenly he swings his arms, scaring the young man. He is focused and claims it was a light attack. The phrase sounds like it was a good attack. Iron frowns, trying to fight back. The leader states that he clearly lacks strength and speed. He talks about what will happen if he acts so recklessly. He puts his sword forward. The man claims that in this case the young man will only give his opponent a head start. He strikes him again. Clouds of dust fly, and the leader notices that Iron is using Brad's fighting style and is also successful at it. Sneaking up on him from the side, he declares that the young man is still not as free as he could be. Iron turns his gaze to him, surprised. He immediately defends himself from the blow with his sword. Looking down, the man tells him to take his time. He stabs him, causing him to frown. Iron grabs the impact as his sword pierces the ground. The phrase is that he needs to work more on combining techniques. Clenching his hand into a fist, the leader communicates that in a real battle he cannot simply attack and defend. With a determined frown, Iron warns that he is attacking. He rushes forward, swinging his sword. Lance looks at him in surprise. The young man strikes with concentration. One can see a whole whirlwind from numerous blows. Covering himself with his hand, Lance realizes that this is a heavenly sword. The man remarks that it was not bad. A cloud of dust is shown with a spark shining there, and the phrase is heard that this is even good. The leader immediately strikes, and the young man flies to the side. Holding a sword in his hands, he claims that Iron cannot surpass him. Perir breathes heavily when asked if this is all. The man frowns, wondering if he will show him anything else. The young man looks at him, eyes wide. He stands silently, his back turned. He holds the sword tightly in his hands. He closes his eyes, concentrating. The men stand opposite each other, and questions are asked about what it is, why they stopped, and why his eyes are closed. Lance notices something, frowning. He thinks about the sword. It turns out that he once saw him for the last time. The young man opens his eyes, holding a sword in front of him. Suddenly, he hits the ground with it, causing clouds of dust to appear. The man stands with his sword pointed forward. Lance watches this in surprise and questions arise. Suddenly, the manager looks at something with his eyes wide open. He jumps when the impact happens. Lance stands with his mouth wide open in surprise. A huge gap appears in the rock surface, and the question arises as to what is happening. The sword sparkles when lowered. People say, "Look at this." They look at what is happening in shock, realizing that only sword masters can do this. Lowering the sword point down, the leader claims that he did not think that he would have to draw it. It turns out he has an aura sword. Looking contentedly at the young man, he reports that he is good and now he understands what kind of sword he has. Iron looks down, and the phrase is heard that his heart is still restless and he should find out the reason for this. The young man looks at the man in surprise. Raising his head, the manager claims that their selection ends here and they hope for the guest's understanding. Turning his back, he tells Iron to follow him. He states that after the sword talk, it's time for them to have a real talk. They sit opposite each other in a familiar office. Holding onto the edge of the table, Lulu reveals her name and that she is a witchcraft teacher. Smiling, the manager claims that he is glad to meet and asks if he should address him as you, to which the cat replies that he can communicate informally, because they are both teachers. The man wants to introduce the person standing next to him, but does not have time to finish. Coming forward, Kara introduces herself, after which the young man introduces himself in response. There is an invitation for Iron to talk. He sits awkwardly in his chair when the question comes about what he's been doing for the past 5 years. Next comes the question of what worries his heart so much. Books are shown on the leader's desk, and he talks about witchcraft and that dream greatly influenced the young man. Looking up, he announces that he will tell you straight out that he doesn't know exactly why he dreams about him, but he can help. Iron is surprised when he is advised to leave here. Gesturing, the man states that he would be glad if the young man stayed to train with them, if he is not yet ready to fight monsters, and he can practice here. However, the question arises whether this is the right path for him personally. It is reported that the swordsman has many roads. A silhouette of a man is shown, and the phrase is heard that Iron should follow the path his heart desires. The man claims that he has seen too little yet. He calmly looks at the young man, telling him that his perception of the world depends on his surroundings and, perhaps, when he sees something new, the problem that worries him will change. A large sword is depicted, and the leader states that Iron can find something that will make his sword stronger, or he will find a sword stronger than all that have come across before. It is reported that in this vast world he will be able to find all the answers. The man from the young man's dreams appears, and it becomes known that he will also be able to find him. Iron just remains silent to this. Looking at him, the manager says that this is a difficult decision and he better think about it. Kara is surprised when Perir says he will go. He begins to talk about something he has always avoided. It turns out that he was avoiding something that scared him, or simply didn't want to do anything, and at this time Lulu is confused and the man smiles. He resolutely declares that he will not run away again. A man is shown standing at the window. Looking down, the man wonders how a young man is to a woman. She looks out the window, claiming that he has talent. However, she believes that he is far from a real swordsman. Grinning, the man declares that she is straightforward. A window is displayed and the leader asks Kara to give Iron time. A young man appears smiling resolutely, and the thought is heard that he will find the answer he is looking for. The next day comes. The young people stand opposite each other, and Lance says that Iron could stay longer, to which he replies that then he definitely won't want to leave. He is surprised when the guy asks if he will go west, since Judith went there too. Smiling, he states that the 5 western kingdoms are famous for their fencing styles and have many famous academies and battle sites. He advises the young man to go there because he thinks it will be useful to him. He waves back at Iron when he says he's gone and says goodbye, and Lulu waves back. The guys go in different directions. Suddenly Lance stops. He sadly lowers his gaze, silent. He is surprised when his name is called. Kara appears in front of him. She tells him not to feel inferior. Lance looks at her with his mouth slightly open as she advises him to overcome this feeling and move forward proudly. She's serious and tells him to get his act together and show him what he's really worth. She informs him that he has been doing this until now. Lance begins to shake, not saying anything. Suddenly he smiles joyfully. His expression becomes determined and he agrees with the woman's words, who smiles in response. Iron looks around when Lulu asks where they will go now. A crawling man appears, asking for some food since he has been starving for a week. He smiles, wondering if the young man remembers him. It turns out that this is not a person, but an orc, and their meeting is depicted 5 years ago. Iron looks at him with raised eyebrows. He watches awkwardly as the satisfied orc hurriedly eats. Lulu frowns, claiming that he is suspicious and could be dangerous, to which the young man replies that she should not worry since he is not bad. He looks away thoughtfully. He thinks about what worries him, that he then asked about his age and gave that note, so perhaps he knows something about his dream. Sighing, the orc reports that he feels much better, to which the cat asks if he thinks that he is crossing all boundaries, and why such an attitude, since they only met once. She finds herself confused when he hands her a wooden ball as a gift to stop her nagging. She immediately begins to hug the gift, claiming that it smells delicious. The orc reports that the ball contains a little herb called teho. It grows only in the northwest, and cats simply adore it. Satisfied, Lulu declares that he is good. Smiling, the orc notices that Iron's magical girlfriend is no longer angry with him, which means he can repay for the food, to which the young man remembers that he said that he has no money. Pointing his finger at himself, the orc claims that this is so, but Iron must not forget that he is a wizard, and orc magic is stronger than human magic, so he thinks that it will be useful to him more than ordinary money. Perir agrees. The orc points his finger at him, asking if there is a persimmon tree growing near his house, to which he answers in the negative. Smiling, the orc claims that he is sure that the tree was there before, perhaps in the youth's childhood, which is why he does not remember. To this again there is a confident negative answer. The orc assumes that the tree was only recently planted and the young man did not find him, but Lulu, crossing her paws, reports that she senses deception and tells him to tell about her. Smiling, the orc claims that she likes raw fish. Lulu looks at him questioningly, stating that all cats love fish. They sit at the table, and the orc says that only cats know about this, but not orcs, and this is all his magic. To this, Lulu remains silent in disbelief. She turns to Iron and whispers that the orc is 100% deceiver, so he has no money at all for food. Exhaling, the orc communicates that he is not happy with what is happening and does not want people to think badly of him. Suddenly his eyes begin to sparkle. His fangs are shown, and he claims that the stone on the young man's heart has become even heavier. Iron looks at him in shock. He lowers his gaze when the phrase is heard that, even though he skillfully hid it before, now the truth is coming out. The orc also looks down, reporting that it's as if a hot tip is penetrating the young man's heart and he is in great pain. It becomes known that someone is deliberately pushing them deeper. Iron and Lulu look at him dumbfounded. Lowering his hand, the orc claims that he uses not just psychic abilities, but elementalism, and, although he is not as good as those more experienced in this matter, even he can see the power of metal. The young man is surprised to hear this. The orc picks up the sand in his hands and says that elementalists believe that everything in life is made of 5 elements. A diagram is shown showing earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. It is reported that it is these elements and their harmony that support everything that exists in the world. Surprised, Iron asks if his metal element is somehow released, to which the orc replies that he is smart and this metal tip upsets the balance in his body. The question is how to get rid of it. Raising his hand, the orc claims that there is no way to get rid of the element. The young man needs to force it to coexist harmoniously with the rest. He looks down, declaring that if one energy is too strong, he needs to divide it into other, less strong ones. He suddenly snaps his fingers. Iron and Lulu are surprised when the orc offers the power of fire. A flame shines in his eyes, and he says that if the young man can control the element, he will open up new opportunities for himself. He claps his hands, claiming that while the metal is sharp and makes him feel pain, if you hit it with the right amount of fire, something will happen. It turns out that in this case you will get a decent sword. A small sword appears in the orc's hands. Iron's eyes widen in surprise. He excitedly wonders how he can learn to control his fire. Looking at him, the orc replies that he needs to ignite it in his heart, which raises questions from the young man. His eyes sparkle again as he talks about what he sees. It turns out that he sees a fire that was not there 5 years ago. You can really see the flame in the young man. The orc tells him to make him move. The fire is burning and he talks about how it should be like he is adding more wood to the fire. He needs to keep trying constantly. It is reported that then his fire will become larger. Iron looks at him resolutely, silently, and thinks about what he needs to light the fire. He comes to the conclusion that he needs to move more. Standing opposite the orc, he announces that he will go and thanks him for his words. He turns around when someone calls out to him. He is surprised when the orc asks if he can go on a journey with him. He smiles awkwardly, saying that he thinks that this is his first time on such a long journey, so his help will definitely not hurt. He has been on this continent for 10 years and will definitely be useful. Iron looks up, lost in thought, and Lulu asks him what they will do. Smiling, he agrees, and the orc rejoices, claiming that this is the right decision. Lulu looks at him meaningfully. The orc assures them that he is not with them for the money. He looks away, wondering when he will be able to see the boy turn into a real man, and says that he hopes that he can help him with this. The answer is silence. The cat, frowning, declares that whoever doesn't work doesn't eat. The orc reports that he understood her, and now Iron and Kubar are walking along the road leading to Durink. Iron asked why they were there, to which the orc replied that there are a lot of skilled blacksmiths there. The sun illuminated their path, and Iron listened carefully to his companion, who said that it was better for him to visit this city before traveling to the 5 western kingdoms. Lula, yawning tiredly, said that Iron did not need a new sword. Then, having tensed a little, Kubar explained that this was not a simple journey for equipment, it was the forges that were the best at handling metal and fire. Blacksmiths worked tirelessly to make excellent equipment. Kubar believed that if Iron saw how metal and fire created something new by combining the elements into a sword, it would help him light a fire in his heart. Lulu joyfully exclaimed that the orc was right, because it was best to see it all live. She, getting right in Iron's face, said that he would be able to use the real process of making a sword for real training. Looking into Iron's eyes, Lulu asked him if it was true that he felt better thanks to his knowledge of the spell. Iron agreed with her, confirming that they were going to Durink. The orc approved his decision, and together they turned onto another path. Having reached the hotel, Iron and Lulu watched Kubar and the owner argue. Kubar asked him for something, but the owner refused him. In response to his refusal, Kubar said that he knew the real prices, so there was no point in showing off, threatening him that he would tell everything to the locals. The owner, hearing this, turned around and agreed to accept them. The orc showed an approving sign with his hand and said that as soon as they took their things to the room, they would go to the restaurant. Sitting in the hotel, Iron and Lulu watched as Kubar, who had eaten his fill, shouted that the waiters should bring him beer. Night fell, the moon was not visible in the window. Lying each in their own bed, Lulu could not sleep, so she asked Kubara to tell him something interesting. After thinking for a while, he asked if they knew who was among the 10 most powerful swordsmen on the continent. Iron, interested in this, then raised his head. After thinking, he said that he only knew Mr. Ian, and Joshua from the Lynch family was also very strong. Hearing such a meager answer, the orc said that he did not think that he knew so little about the world. Laughing, he continued that the strongest are those from the 5 kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom, but one person violated this statement. It was Ian, a native of the Crono Academy, and a picture of the most powerful swordsman flashed in Kubar's head. After thinking a little, he said, and so this is the captain of the White Guard from the Holy Kingdom, Julius Huel, captain of the Scarlet Knights Rigoberto Clark. 5 come from families of hereditary swordsmen, including Joshua and Karakam, the great leader of the orcs. They are called the strongest. The shocked Iron immediately said that since Ignata is with them, then in total there are now 11 of them. After thinking a little, Lulu stopped him and said that one thing was missing. The orc confirmed her words, after which, closing his eyes, he said that perhaps Ian had set the bar too high, which is why many consider him the strongest, but Kubar did not agree with this. After a short silence, he said that he considered Kun the strongest swordsman. He became a swordsman at the age of 70. Iron jumped up from the pillow, asking the orc in surprise. The image of Kun appeared in Kubar's head. He explained that many of Kun's acquaintances laughed and underestimated his stubbornness, but no one except him decided to take this difficult path. But after a while, he managed. Rising from the pillow, looking thoughtfully ahead, Kubar said that at 70 he became a sword master, and already at 90 he was considered the strongest on the continent, adding that he influenced all the swordsmen of the world in the art of fencing itself. Surprised Iron, turning away from the orc, asked incredulously if this was true. Kubar, sitting down on the pillow again, heard Iron say that he was sure that Kun was good even at 50 years old. Looking ahead, Iron smiled and said that although they laughed at him, he had achieved his goal. Leaning against the headboard, he said he thought there were other amazing people who made it to the end. After listening to him, Kubar leisurely said that at least he didn't know for sure. He smiled and added that he was sure that there were others like him in the world. Looking at his interlocutor, Kubar, with a slight smile on his face, said that he agreed that there are many excellent people who have to reveal their true potential. In his head, the orc thought that Iron wanted to become a swordsman. He looked out the window at the sky, covered with clouds, and added that, however, his view of the world was much broader. After a little silence in his head, he said that this kid will go far. Morning came, the sun illuminated everything around. Kubar said, pointing to the mountain ahead, that this was the Alhad mountain range, and as soon as they crossed it, they would already be in Durink. The orc laughed and said that they were unlikely to get there themselves, because robbers lived in the mountains. Hearing this, Iron, greatly frightened, asked Kubar again. Kubar hastened to reassure him, telling him not to worry because they would join the group, asking if Iron had a mercenary sign. Having come to his senses, Iron said that there is. Approaching the group, he gave the leader his mercenary badge, thanks to which he immediately accepted it. Kubar approached Iron and Lulu, who were sitting on a log. They asked him if he was allowed, to which he proudly said that yes, because who wouldn't want to have an elementalist orc in their group. Suddenly they heard a cry, which said that they could leave their armor or shoes. It was a little girl who was holding the helmet of a knight in her hand, who was sitting in front of her in a box, asking her if she would make it, shouting to him that she would do everything. At that moment, she looked interestedly at Iron and Lulu looking at her, but quickly looking away, she ran away. The girl ran past them, then Lulu, jumping in front of her, stopped her. The surprised girl, pointing her finger at Lulu, said, "This talking cat is very cute." The girl smiled and introduced herself as Anew. After that, she immediately offered her services to repair shoes or armor. After looking at it, Iron refused. Anew immediately turned around and began to run away, finally shouting that if they needed anything, let them contact them. Surprised, Iron wanted to turn to Lulu, but she beat him to it, saying that this was a girl. After falling silent a little, she looked at Anew, who, with a smile on her face and a helmet in her hand, ran away, adding that she was a sorceress. The group went to the mountains, passing through the forest. Lulu sat on Kubar's back, playing with his hair. Seeing Iron's thoughtful face, Lulu informed Kubar about this. Kubar turned around and asked Iron what was the matter, to which he decided to ask if he could point the sword against a person. Hanging his head sadly, he said that he had never killed people before. Kubar, walking in front, with Lulu on his back, began to think. Iron continued that today he realized that, despite his wishes, he might have to kill one day. Kubar was silent, listening to the thoughts of Iron, who asked if he could decide to do this, after which he immediately said that although they would have to meet with the robbers, even their lives were valuable. Iron was confused. He said that he couldn't just scare bad people forever, because if they continued to do this, he wouldn't be able to turn a blind eye to it. Having interrupted him, Kubar answered his comrade with complete relaxation that this is a difficult question and there is no need to think about it so much. Surprised, Iron did not understand him. Then he remembered and said that he had heard that the terrible robber Khazar lived in these mountains, adding that he also wanted peace. They walked further and further until Iron, without ceasing to worry, said that Khazar had been asking money for crossing mountains for more than 5 years with his group, adding that they needed a group to look more confident. Behind Iron walked a swordsman who listened to what they were saying. At this time, Kubar told Iron that there is no need to think that they are bad, because this is just their business, because they themselves do not like the fact that they walk around their house, which is why for them it is like a fee for crossing. Throwing his hand forward, Iron excitedly asked, "Don't these robbers take this money for nothing? Because this is not their territory, why doesn't the kingdom do anything to them?" The swordsman behind him said that everyone, of course, knows about this, but they understand each other. Lulu could no longer stand it. She covered her ears with her paws and shouted indignantly for them to finish. Confused, Iron said that everything was so confusing. Kubar, in turn, laughed and said that this is always the case in the world, but there is no correct answer. A crowd of robbers appeared in the distance, and the group, immediately realizing who it was, stopped. The leader of this group, with a smile on his face and a bag of money in his hands, shouted to them that their payment was in this bag, asking if they could pass at night. The leader of the robbers, with a red glowing stone on his chest, shouted to the group to leave their things and leave. Sweat ran down the orc's face. He, like everyone else, was scared. People crowded together, looking at the road along which the armed detachment was walking. They discussed the words of the robber and did not intend to leave their things. Anew looked out from behind the adults. She was outraged that the bandits took tribute, but continued to scare them. The bearded man told Khazar that his joke went too long when the robber repeated the order to get out. A dark-haired man with a white headband said that from that day on the rules had changed. The cat sitting on the orc's back neck irritably pulled his hair and asked what was happening. The main character was confused. Iron, in armor, took a decisive step forward. The frowning fair-haired guy looked at the robber. They called him and asked what was the matter. He replied that he felt something. The dark-haired man grinned evilly. Streams of magical energy were coming from the medallion on his chest. Iron said that the robbers emanated bad magic. The cat and the orc were alarmed. Lulu asked if the main character felt the change in Khazar's energy. The guy confirmed and added that the enemy was quite weak and they would be able to break through. Hubar and the cat looked at Iron demandingly. They wanted an explanation, because when coming into contact with such magic, a person loses his temper from overwhelming anger. Behind the back of the main character, the knight took up his sword. The guy said that he doubted that the enemy had become a Magian. The blonde mercenary, drawing his sword from its scabbard, said that criminals should not be trusted. The knight's sword attracted the attention of the main character. It was a steel blade, which means there was a veteran with them in the squad. The bearded man called out to the warrior, calling him Ulfkin, and asked if he was sure he could cope. The veteran replied that they had nothing to worry about. Ulfkin showed his blade Khazar and said that the losses from the robbers would be greater and suggested ending the bickering. The knight snorted derisively when the leader of the bandits praised his sword and ordered him to leave it in exchange for forgiveness. Ulfkin said that he would not believe the criminals. The evil Khazar raised his hammer to strike while the knight threatened him. A strong blow from the hammer sent Ulfkin flying far away. The tree the knight crashed into cracked and the blonde man groaned. A dark-haired man in green clothes noticed another knight and ordered Ulfkin to help him. The poor fellow tried to explain that if the veteran could not cope with Khazar, then he certainly would not succeed. The bearded man watched as the people argued excitedly over the bandits' demands. The debaters froze when Khazar said that he had changed his mind. The dark-haired man was angry. He said that his mood had turned bad and now he intended to kill them all. People screamed. The blonde guy looked at his opponent. The cat called out to the guy as he walked forward. Iron assured his friends that everything was fine and he had a plan. The leg in armor fell to the ground. The guy walked towards the robbers. A man with a scar on his face looked displeasedly at the approaching guy, who said that Khazar was not himself. The robber asked who it was. A blonde guy in a dark cloak introduced himself and said that he was a student of the 27th selection of Crono Academy. This statement led people to confusion. Anya came out from behind the adults. She looked at the main character in surprise and could not believe that in front of her was a student from the golden selection. The robber's heels left the ground. There were streams of magical energy next to his feet. Khazar did not believe Iron. The dark-haired robber hit the young man with a sword. He shouted that he would never believe that a fencing academy student walked without a sword. The main character stopped the hammer with his hand. He calmly looked at Khazar. The dark-haired man was amazed. He couldn't believe that Iron stopped his hammer with one hand. The leader of the robbers and the main character stood opposite each other. The guy continued to hold the hammer. He asked where Khazar got this pendant with a red stone. The man fell to the ground when the guy pushed him. The dark-haired robber was angry. The medallion on his neck continued to glow. He called the guy names. The main character raised his hand, and currents of air swirled around him. He remembered how the girl with the long braid said that he was strong and should be more responsible. Young Iron replied that she had nothing to worry about because he was ready. Klia, with her arms crossed on her chest, said displeasedly that she was worried not about the boy, but about other people, because great power leads to great responsibility. Iron, shrouded in a magical glow, took out his sword, and the angry Khazar ran towards him screaming, raising his hammer to strike. The guy frowned. He sensed danger and tried to calculate the strength. The robbers looked in amazement at the crack in the ground that appeared as a result of the collision between Iron and Khazar. Surrounded by clouds of dust, the guy stood with a sword in his hands and looked at something. The frightened robber sat on the ground, his hammer lying nearby. Iron thought about how many more people he would meet on his way with such an expression on his face. The leader of the robbers covered his hands in fear and asked for mercy when the main character turned to him. Khazar was amazed when the young man tore the medallion from his neck. Red magical streams emanated from the jewelry lying on the guy's palm. Iron thought that it was not a Magian, but the energy emanating from the object was terrible. The guy's blue eyes looked thoughtfully at the enemy. The main character knew that the robber's behavior had changed because of this pendant. Iron showed the Khazar pendant and asked where he got it. The robber muttered something. The guy decided that he would kill this man if he lied. The man with a scar on his face was confused. He said that he did not remember where the jewelry came from. The pendant just appeared on him. The people watching the dialogue were outraged. They did not believe Khazar's words. Iron bowed his head slightly and said that he believed the robber, but would take the pendant with him. Sweat flowed down the man's face. He thanked the guy for his trust. Iron, with a smile, asked the robber to give way to them. The man agreed. We see white clouds in the blue sky. Khazar apologized to everyone. The sky turned into sunset colors. People said that they were alive only thanks to Iron. Opposite the main character, sitting on a log, stood a bearded man. He said that he would get anything if the guy wanted it. The fair-haired young man looked at the dark silhouettes of people who were walking towards the large house. Lulu, sitting on the head of the orc, said that it was impossible to just let the robber go. Iron answered with a smile that he could not do otherwise because Khazar was actually an ordinary person. The cat knocked her paws, pretending how she would beat the robber if he did anything else. Kira thought that sometimes Lulu scared him. The orc looked at the guy in surprise when he said that he wanted to continue training with the sword. He did not understand why iron was needed, because he was already quite strong. The main character looked at the ordinary people from the squad with which they went on a journey and said that they would all have suffered if he had been a little weaker. Dark-haired Kubar agreed with Iron's thoughts that the more he can do, the more dangers he can overcome. The orc thoughtfully scratched his stubble-covered chin. When the guy asked if there was a person in Durinka who could help him, Kubar replied that there were excellent swordsmen and blacksmiths in the city from whom he could learn. The blonde guy smiled. He hoped that they would be able to carry out their plans. Glowing lines pointed towards the fire. While the cat was calmly licking itself, Kubar, sitting next to him on a log, became wary. The orc looked at the back of the guy's head and realized that a fire had been lit in his heart. Iron reached for the object hidden under his cloak. He remembered something. The pendant lay on the ground. The main character stood above it with a sword, encouraged by Lulu. He was about to destroy the dangerous object, but Kubar stopped the guy. The orc put the jewelry in a special burgundy bag that did not allow magic to pass through, and said that perhaps later something could be done with the pendant. The main character was surprised when he heard someone's enthusiastic words. A fair-haired girl in a dark dress looked at something with delight and offered to change. A little girl stood next to the guy holding the sword. Anya said that she wanted to exchange her treasure for the guy's sword to give it to her captain. The fair-haired young man looked at the girl in confusion, pondering her words. The main character said that he could not exchange with her because the thing was dear to him and he doubted that the girl would be able to use it correctly. The blonde girl asked why he thought that. The cat approached Anya. They said hello. Lulu looked in amazement at the golden flash that appeared in front of the girl. She wanted to show off her treasure. The girl was holding a large golden piggy bank. Lulu and Kubar were delighted. Iron stared intently at the streams of powerful magic emanating from the object. Anya put the piggy bank on the ground. The main character sat down, examining the object. He asked what he should do with it. Anya said that she had been collecting money for a whole year. Kubar and Lulu looked at the golden pig with delight. The girl looked at Iron with hope, saying that she would exchange the item for his sword. But he refused. Anya suggested raising the stakes. The fair-haired girl showed a bag of money. She was sure that now the guy would definitely not be able to refuse. She threw a coin into the slot of the piggy bank because she wanted to show the main character something. The golden pig vibrated and grew in size. The girl, the cat, and the orc looked at Iron with hope. Everyone insisted on an exchange. The guy looked irritably at his comrades and told them to come to their senses. He refused Anya's exchange. She looked at the guy with sadness, but he was adamant. Anya ran away, carrying a piggy bank over her head. She said that she would come back, because before Iron gets to Durink, the thing will become even cooler and then he will definitely agree. The guy sighed heavily. The cat and the orc looked after the girl. They liked her. We see the full moon and stars in the night sky. Kubar called out to the main character walking up the stairs and called him to him, but he replied that he did not want to drink. The orc pointed his finger at the man sitting with him at the table and said that he had news about Durinka. A man sitting at the set table said with delight that the best blacksmith in the city had returned. Iron leaned his hands on the table and asked to tell him more. A white image of a bearded man with his hair in a ponytail appeared next to the stranger. He said that the best blacksmith in the city was a dwarf named Vulcanus. All the swordsmen of the continent respected his swords. We see glowing Roman numerals next to the swords and learn that Vulcanus numbers his special swords. They are also called numbered, and there are 9 in total. The man showed 2 fingers and said that only a person who meets a certain characteristic can become the owner of numbered swords. Iron was surprised when his interlocutor said that only current and future sword masters get special swords. 3 people were sitting at the table. Kubar and the main character listened attentively to the man, who said that in the past 10 years, only 3 ordinary swordsmen were able to obtain a numbered sword, but later they became masters. The man spread his fingers and said that in 2 days a competition for the 10th numbered sword would be held in the city. Ulfkin separated from the crowd. He was leaning on a cane, and there were bandages on his face. He wanted to know the details about the competition, but the man sitting at the table did not know them. Kubar looked at Iron with a beer, smiling, who said that he wanted to take part in the competition to gain new experience, because the best swordsmen would take part in it. Ulfkin, standing behind the man, drooped, realizing that if Iron participated, his chances of winning would be too small. The smiling guy stood up and said that he would go into the room. Kubar was surprised and said that they had just started a conversation. The dark-haired orc looked displeasedly at Iron, who said that he was a little tired. Kubar drank beer from a wooden mug and thought that the main character was not ready yet. The orc put the mug on the table. He thought that this conversation would be very valuable for any swordsman, but Iron acted as if he was not at all interested. Q-Bar's dark eyes were directed downward. He thought that even if the oddities of the young man's behavior were attributed to character traits, it could not be denied that he was different from the other swordsmen. Illuminated by moonlight, a fair-haired guy sat next to a large window. Q-Bar thought that for some reason Iron was still far from the rank of swordsman. The blue-eyed young man looked sadly out the window. The lips were pressed into a thin line. We see a dissatisfied Iron in armor. The guy thought that he had been outplayed again and was glad that he managed to escape quickly. He was worried that something like this could happen again. The blonde guy looked ahead thoughtfully. He was sitting in a meditation position and decided to try imagination training. Magic fire surrounded the guy's body. Two hands separated by a line pulled towards each other. Iron tried to clearly imagine himself in a magical silhouette. We see the black silhouette of the main character. A beam of light illuminated the black figure of a guy who approached some tall object. The action moves to the city of Durink. A craftsman, the main character and his company stopped and watched the townspeople on the city street. Iron's attention was attracted by a mustachioed knight. Q-Bar said that they had finally arrived. The guy noticed that there were many warriors in the city. The orc explained that everyone had come to participate in the competition for the 10th sword. A girl in a black dress stood next to a tall, smiling man and asked where the captain was. The cat sitting on the orc's shoulder recognized Anya's interlocutor. The smiling man with green eyes was a master. He told Anya that the captain was busy but would come soon. The orc looked carefully. The man seemed strong, but he did not look like the famous Q-Bar sword masters. The main character and his company stood opposite the girl and her friend. The man said his name was Jorg. The others also introduced themselves. Jorg said with a smile that he heard that the new acquaintances were as special as Anya. Iron was confused when Jorg asked him to show him the sword. The man explained that he was curious because the girl only talked about him. The main character swung his sword, streams of magical energy emanating from the blade. The green-eyed man watched the swordsman. He realized that it was not the weapon. Iron, who was holding the sword, looked irritated. He did not like Jorg's gaze. The man raised his palms in a conciliatory gesture and apologized. He said that, as Anya said, the sword was truly amazing. The girl was delighted. The gloomy main character hid the sword. He said that no matter what, you shouldn't take other people's things just like that. The girl was indignant and said that she was ready to pay all the money she had saved up for the year. Anya was upset when Jorg said that the sword was much more expensive than the amount she offered. The man apologized and hurried to take the girl away. Lulu, Q-Bar and Iron looked at the girl and the man. Anya joyfully waved goodbye to them. The cat waved his paw in response. The blonde guy turned to the orc and said that Lulu was right. Jorg really looks strong. The man and girl left. Iron looked after them and thought about how strong the captain is if he has such subordinates. The company's attention was attracted by two men who let out exclamations of delight at the sight of someone. The two red-haired knights smiled. They were the twin swordsmen Charlotte and Victor. Q-Bar opened his mouth in surprise. Iron asked if they were known. The orc confirmed and added that the twins would participate in the competition together. The guy looked to the side in confusion. The orc called out to him and told him to get ready because the competition should be difficult. The orc walking next to the blonde guy shook his head disapprovingly when Iron asked if Jorg would participate in the competition. He believed that this was a great chance and was going to make the most of this situation. Q-Bar pursed his lips, fangs protruded from his mouth. The main character looked at his interlocutor in surprise when the orc said that it was important for a swordsman to meet good opponents and test his skills. But there was one condition. Q-Bar's brown eyes looked at the guy carefully. He said that Iron should not learn from his opponents. We see a white figure of a man surrounded by streams of magical energy. The orc said that when Kun fought against Ian, he did not do it to learn something, but to win. The main character realized that he must win the competition for his own sake. The blue-eyed guy looked attentively at his interlocutor. Q-Bar said that only with the right attitude can one achieve some heights. The dark-haired orc looked intently at the main character. He said that a swordsman should strive for victory. Iron smiled as the orc apologized for crossing the line. Dark-haired Q-Bar looked confused when the main character thanked him and said that these were exactly the words he needed to hear. Iron turned around and said that he would go to the hotel. He needed to think about the orc's advice. Dark-haired Q-Bar looked after him thoughtfully. The guy was sitting on the bed in a meditation position. Iron was thinking about something. We see a wooden window with bars. The main character thought that he had never thought about winning before. While studying at the academy, he only wanted to become like others. He remembered the blue-haired guy and the girl with red hair. He thought that his friends always strive to defeat the enemy. The palm of a guy is depicted. Iron thought that the desire to win is the simplest and strongest desire of a swordsman. He understood why Q-Bar raised this topic. Iron is shown from the back. The main character pressed his hand to his chest. He tried to understand whether he had ever felt the desire to win. The sun's rays illuminated the white building with a tiled roof. The cat lazily yawned and stretched. Kubar, sitting on the table in front of him, scratched himself. The orc shared his worries about expecting too much from Iron. Lulu assured him that everything was fine. The cat waved his paw in greeting at the sight of the main character, and the orc tensed. The smiling guy stood next to the table. Lulu waved her paws. She was sure that something had changed in him. We see the glare of fire on the thoughtful face of the orc. Something was burning brightly in the guy's chest. Kubar realized that his fire had intensified. The cat looked at the orc mockingly and said that she was right. The sun's rays penetrated through the window glass into the room. Iron invited his friends to go to the competition. The Durink sports arena was shaped like an octagon, and people were already gathering in the stands. The gray-haired man with crossed arms smiled contentedly. It was the two-sworded Gruz. The muscular man was warming up, his face covered by a mask. It was Rendell One Blow. Iron, Lulu and Kubar were sitting on the podium. The cat was greedily eating a snack in the shape of a fish. The orc said that many worthy opponents had gathered here and perhaps Charlotte and Victor would not be able to win. Something caught the attention of the people gathered in the stands. A red-haired dwarf walked through the doorway. It was Vulcanus. He was accompanied by another dwarf and a tall man. Their names were Pablo and Duens. Vulcanus held a magical mouthpiece in his hands. He cleared his throat and said that most likely everyone knows who he is, so he will immediately get to the point. The dwarf stood in the middle of the site in front of the stands. He said that the rules are very simple. 2 people go out onto the site and fight. The reward for victory is a numbered sword. The bald man turned to the spectator sitting next to him. The man did not understand who would be the winner if, according to Vulcanus's plan, the winner of one battle fought further and the loser leaves. If a person gives up, then a new couple enters the ring. The red-haired gnome said into a bullhorn that there would be no winner because he needed to find a mesmerizing swordsman to create a new sword. Vulcanus waved his head towards the 2 men standing behind him. He said that the competition would continue until they found the right swordsman. The dark-haired orc smiled. He understood the blacksmith's plan. Kubar explained to Iron that the dwarf had gathered swordsmen not to hand over a sword to one of them, but to create it. Vulcanus pointed a finger behind himself and ordered him to begin. The red-haired knight and the muscular man entered the court first. The spectators were very surprised because Victor and Rendell were considered candidates for victory. Rendell stood with his sword slung over his shoulder. He told the enemy that he hated people like him because he could not understand what was hidden behind the forced smile. Victor smiled peacefully and said that the enemy should not be so angry because he is also a swordsman. Iron, Lulu and Kubar continued to sit on the podium. The cat asked what was happening. The orc explained that Charlotte and Victor were one of the best swordsmen. The blonde guy and the cat looked at the orc suspiciously when he began to enthusiastically talk about swordsmen. 3 dark figures were visible to the side of the masked swordsman. Rendell asked Vulcanus if he could kill his opponent. The audience was shocked by his question. The red-haired dwarf grinned. He said that if the enemy did not mind, he could be killed to make the competition more interesting. The swordsman with freckles on his face smiled. Victor said that he agreed and that it would be easy to kill Rendell. The masked swordsman cursed. The shadow of one of the fighters was visible on the ground. Vulcanus said that the battle could begin as soon as he gave the sign. The man raised one finger and said to get ready. Vulcanus tapped his finger and announced the start of the battle. There was a flash and Rendell raised his sword to strike. Opposite there was a flash of a different color. The masked swordsman froze in his lunge, his sword broken, the tip flying in the air. We see the back of a muscular man, sword fragments falling around him. Victor wiped the sweat from his brow. He praised his opponent's speed and said that he thought he would make a hole in his chest. The blonde swordsman watched the battle intently. He was delighted that Victor had destroyed his opponent's sword. A man and a girl stood next to each other on the grass. Jorg said that Victor was good. Anya, with childish spontaneity, asked how good he was. A man with his arms crossed on his chest and a girl stood next to the steps. Jorg said that Victor was good even among the experts, but he was not sure whether the swordsman could enter the list of the top 200. The man's green eyes moved to the girl. He asked if Anya checked those guys. An image of twin swordsmen appeared next to Anya's face. There were colored lines around them. The girl said with a smile that their lines turned red from gold, which means they are the ones they were looking for. Jorg said that in this case they need to leave marks. Anya, holding a lollipop in her hands, looked sadly at the 2 piggy banks. She regretted her earnings for 2 days. The piggy banks broke and golden rays appeared from them. The rays directed by the girl stretched towards the sports arena. They touched the foreheads of the twin swordsmen. Charlotte asked his brother why he was so upset. A symbol of 2 triangles touching their vertices appeared on the swordsman's forehead. Victor apologized for the delay. Jorg with the lollipop stood at the side of Anya. He told the girl to continue. She answered irritably that she knew everything herself. The golden beam, obeying her hands, wriggled. The beam touched the forehead of the cat lying on Iron's lap. He asked Lulu what happened. The animal raised its head and asked to be scratched with a smile. Kubar watched the fight intently and was happy that they came to the event. Jorg approached the girl. He asked why Anya marked the cat if her target was iron. She replied that the animal was always with the guy. The man sighed and smiled. When Anya asked if tagging magical creatures was too expensive, his answer was yes. The girl began to lick the lollipop. The man watched her and thought that Anya had interesting skills and wondered how she could become a sorceress. Magical energy emanated from the golden piggy bank. We learned that Anya did not say that the object could grant wishes that did not exceed the cost of what was inside. Falling to the ground, the guy tried to hold back his scream. Looking at Victor, whose sword was pointed towards the enemy, the man said that the battle ended in the first round, marking his victory. Horrified, the knight named the number of people Victor had defeated, wondering if this was normal. The stranger noticed that he constantly wins. Smiling, the guy wondered if he was the only one left. At that moment, someone asked him to stop talking and go to the fight. Looking at the bearded old man, who folded his hands, the guy declared that he needed to show the highest class. Bowing her head towards Iron, Lulu tried to see if he would come. The main character, in turn, said that this was so. Inspired, the stranger wished Iron good luck. Smiling, the main character thanked him. Turning around, the guy turned his attention to the approaching Iron. Continuing to watch the main character walking, he noted that someone had decided to volunteer. Frozen in one position, Iron was mired in his own thoughts. A memory flashed into his head where he was running as fast as he could. In his thoughts, he talked about the day they took the test. His gaze was directed at someone's back. Continuing to think, the main character noted the same feeling that he felt when looking at Elijah. Lifting one foot off the ground, Elijah continued to run quickly. His face was covered with drops of sweat. At that moment, he was thinking about the desperate desire to win. Heading towards the guy, in his thoughts, Iron noted that he remembered this. Smiling, the guy noted the expression on the protagonist's face. Lowering his blade, he thought that the guys were really going to fight like swordsmen. With a stunned expression, the elder, in his thoughts, wondered who was in front of him. Looking at Iron, whose face was filled with determination, he believed that it was him. Turning around, the guys heard someone ask them to stop. Raising his hand, Volcanus declared that he had chosen. Further, he reported about the owner of the 10th numbered sword. After which, he grabbed the main character by the hand. Raising it, Volcanus announced Iron's choice. Heading towards them, the guy tried to find out what he was talking about. Indignant, the guys wondered what kind of nonsense this was, noting that they had not even started the duel, adding that the main character would probably lose. Activating the mechanism, Volcanus ordered them to be silent, telling them that the essence of this competition was not to win, saying that he was looking for a person who would give him inspiration. Indignant, the unknown person noted that even they were better than this boy. The man wondered what this nonsense was, not understanding how Volcanus could choose Iron. Volcanus declared that this competition was over. Waving his hand, he asked the main character to follow him. Smiling, the guy said that Iron was an interesting guy, noting that he was so interesting that he would receive a numbered sword. Further, he asked the main character not to feel guilty, noting the honesty of being chosen. Smiling, Iron thanked him for his words. Lowering his head, the stranger froze in one position. Watching the protagonist swing his sword, Volcanus asked him to make it even stronger, saying that it was not enough yet. Waving his hand, praising Iron, he asked him to place the sword in the indicated place. Leaning on the table, looking at the sword, the man tried to find out what kind of material it was, adding that he understood that it was magical, not understanding why it was so strong. Volcanus, in turn, said that he saw no traces of the hammer. Placing his hands on his side, the stranger noted his ignorance of the fact that someone was making a sword specifically next to the swordsman. Agreeing, Iron noticed that he even had to swing it. Lowering his head, the main character assumed that they felt this energy and chose him. Folding his hands, the stranger considered that this might be so. Smiling and turning his head towards Iron, the stranger asked him not to worry, saying that the main thing is that the result is good, asking if this is so. Further, he wondered when else in his life the main character would get such a chance. Averting his gaze, Iron was lost in his own thoughts. Closing his eyes, the stranger asked him to stop thinking, asking why he should be so sad when everything turned out great, noting that he would ask for something for himself. Taken aback, looking towards the departing stranger, Iron asked him to ask for his sword. With an angry expression on his face, Volcanus tried to find out if he wanted him to give him the sword for free. Having reported that this was so, the stranger noted that he had two conditions. Holding up two fingers, he stated that he wanted Volcanus to make equipment for the main character, including a sword for Lulu, and allow him to observe the work process. Indignant, Volcanus wondered why he would listen to these strange conditions. Looking at the excited master, the stranger asked if he was using Iron to improve his skills. Turning his attention to the standing Pablo and Devonson, the stranger spoke of the knowledge that they had a long break, that they could not find inspiration and return to work. An image of the main character appeared in his head, whose face was shrouded in bright bursts of aura. The stranger noted that a young man then appeared and gave it to them, wondering if they had decided to take full advantage of it. Looking at the taken aback stranger, Vulcanus wondered who he even was to dictate terms. Pointing his finger at himself, the stranger declared that he was the best guide. While examining the new armor, the main character noticed the idea that it was lighter than he thought. Lulu, in turn, was delighted by the fact that she now had a full set. The stranger said that it suits them very well. Smoke is slowly coming out of the chimney of the house. Using a huge sledgehammer, the man continued his work. Averting his gaze, Iron stared at one point. Having completed the forging process, Vulcanus placed the weapon in a red-hot furnace. Slowly, he moved it forward. Small particles of ash swirled around the protagonist's face. His gaze was drawn to the sledgehammer, which lay on a small iron table. In his thoughts, he noted that it was not time yet. The reflections of the moon were visible on the hammer. The silhouette of his hands was directed towards the sprout. Suddenly, that same sprout was covered in bright flames. A cloud of bright energy continued to be visible in the protagonist's hand. Continuing to think, he said that he could light a fire in his heart. Enveloping his hands in flames, he pulled them towards the blade. Against the backdrop of the thick forest, the wind swirled many fallen leaves. Turning, the stranger tried to find out how Iron's mental training was progressing. The main character noted that there is still a lot to work on. Smiling, he stated that he felt progress, adding that he would try harder. As he set out on his journey, turning to the stranger, he wondered why there were so few swordsmen here. The stranger said that most came to get a numbered sword, noting that they had no other reasons to stay here. Walking leisurely, Iron replied that he was sorry, saying that it would be a great chance to fight with different opponents. Encouraging the main character, smiling, Lulu stated that he now has a numbered sword, adding that thanks to him he is stronger than everyone else. Having said that she was right, the stranger noted that the main character had nothing to regret, inviting him to look at the weapon in action. Laughing, Vulcanus asked for forgiveness, saying that he could not make the sword right now. Indignant, the stranger wondered how long they should wait. Vulcanus stated that a year would be enough, adding that he was making the best sword he had ever forged. Frowning, the stranger tried to find out why he was deceiving them. Having agreed, the main character said that he would wait. Leaning towards Iron, the stranger whispered in his ear that he had not let Vulcanus get away with this, suggesting that he could deceive them. Stating that everything was fine, the main character noted that initially he did not even hope for this. Standing on the stranger's shoulder, Lulu said that they believed the master and were waiting for the result. As Iron walked through the thick of the forest, he wondered what their next goal was. Looking at the pleased protagonist, the stranger told about the city of Latium, saying that this is the best place for a swordsman in the kingdom of Mayos. Wary, Lulu stared ahead. The stranger said that this time the main character will definitely have someone to compete with. Frowning, Lulu asked the guys to stop, saying that there was a smell of blood ahead. Having stopped, the guys froze in one position. Suddenly, the stranger felt something. His gaze was drawn to a guy standing behind a tree. Taken aback, the stranger said that it was Charlotte and Victor, not understanding why they were there. Lowering his hand, in which someone's head was visible, the unknown person said that they had been waiting for them. Horrified, the stranger tried to find out what was in his hands. Tossing his head to the side, Charlotte declared that they had just dealt with him. Frightened, the guys saw Randall's head in front of them. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, the stranger wondered what they were doing, not understanding how anyone could kill a person for anything. Charlotte noted that they only eliminated the thief. Closing his eyes, grinning, he lowered his gaze. Lulu's face was filled with genuine anger. The main character said that he did not understand, adding that after everything they had done and after all their efforts. Interrupting him, Charlotte stated that this was so. With a bloody mark on his face, he said that someone should repay them for their efforts. A bead of sweat began to slowly run down Iron's face. With a malicious grin on their faces, the guys declared that they needed a numbered sword. Indignant, Lulu said that it was not ready yet and that they themselves did not have it. With a distraught look, Charlotte asked her not to lie, wondering if she wanted to deceive them and take him for herself. With a stunned expression on his face, the stranger tried to find out if they were ready to kill because of some sword, stating that this was a crime not only according to the laws of Durink, but also of the entire continent. Smirking, Charlotte thanked him for his concern, noting that no one would think of them, adding that they had an excellent reputation. At that moment, the faces of the guys were enveloped in genuine shock. Smiling maliciously, he stated that the young swordsman had been attacked, noting that only a sword was found at the crime scene, adding that there was no trace of the swordsman himself. Next, he wondered if they had a bad idea. Lowering his head, the main character froze in one position. Looking at the puzzled Victor, Iron said that he had one question. The stranger's face was filled with incomprehension. The main character said that he had heard about them before arriving in Durink. Indignant, Iron wondered how two great swordsman brothers, whom everyone respected, could do such a thing. Further, the main character noted that if they do not answer, then even by killing him they will not take the sword. Staring at one point, Charlotte was lost in his own thoughts. With a serious expression on his face, he stated that the numbered sword was most important. Raising his hand, the main character tried to find out whether it was even possible to compare life and a piece of metal. Screaming with a distraught look, Charlotte stated that the numbered sword was not a piece of metal, saying that iron would not understand this. The protagonist's face was shrouded in bewilderment. Enveloping their bodies in a dark aura, the brothers said that they had been in this business for 30 years, and 20 years ago they crossed the line. Further, they stated that to become a master, one can do anything. Baring his teeth, Charlotte noted that no matter how many years have passed, nothing has changed, saying that they are still in a terrible hell. Angry, the brothers revealed that it wasn't just them, wondering how many other potential sword masters there were who weren't getting the recognition they deserved, stating that they would do anything to cross that line. After which, they reported that the pain that had lived with them for so many years should disappear. Having prepared for battle, in his thoughts, the main character noted that this was nonsense. With a shocked look, he continued to think, wondering how people could do such a thing. Shouting out, Charlotte declared that he would never understand this. Having created a bright cloud of aura around himself, one of the brothers prepared for battle. Baring his teeth, Iron wondered if this was magic. Suddenly, a silhouette of an unknown person appeared behind him, his body covered in bright mana. Smiling, the guy noted that he had finally found what he was looking for. Wary, he turned to Anya. Staring ahead, she announced that she understood him. Rushing into battle, she declared that she would do everything. A magical portal opened in front of her face, from the depths of which powerful energy emanated. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Due to the incredible power of Anya's technique, the ground began to shake. Suddenly, someone came out of the portal. The brothers' faces were filled with bewilderment. With a stunned expression on his face, the stranger said that the captain of the Black Knights from the Sacred Kingdom had appeared before them. A powerful gust of wind blew his hair. Glares of bright light fell on the main character's face. Ignata appeared before his eyes, her body covered with powerful armor. The wind fluttered from side to side behind her. Taken aback, the stranger reported that Ignata Grysencha was in front of them. Averting his gaze, in his thoughts, the main character noticed that it was Ilia who was talking about her. Ignata's face was calm. Bowing her head, she called out to Charlotte and Victor. Looking at the frightened brothers, Ignata declared that they had crossed the line. They, in turn, tried to find out why she was here. Throwing off her cloak, she noted their assumption that hope had left them. Taking the sword out of its sheath, she said that she would give them a chance to be acquitted. Indignant, Charlotte ordered her not to dare disturb them. Frowning, Ignata said that if they could say anything to justify themselves, then they should start talking right now. Covering her face with a purple aura, she announced that this was their last chance. A bright flash of her aura covered the expanses of the place where the battle took place. Surprised, Iron froze in one position. Beside himself with rage, Charlotte called out to his brother. Screaming as loud as he could, Victor prepared for battle. Sticking the sword into the ground, Ignata noted her disappointment. Her face was shrouded in indignation. Rushing into battle with lightning speed, she suggested that they should not have been given a chance to justify themselves. From what they heard, the expression on the brothers' faces changed to one of bewilderment. Due to the colossally powerful attack, Victor let out a piercing scream. Ignata's hand was shrouded in bright rays of aura. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Victor stared at one point. Raising her leg, Ignata prepared for the blow. After the blow was struck, Brother Charlotte was thrown to the side. With a look of complete incomprehension, Charlotte watched his brother. Finding herself near Victor's body, Ignata again prepared to attack. With an incredibly strong kick, she pushed Victor into the wall. His gaze was shrouded in hatred and contempt. Frightened, Charlotte tried to call his brother. Blood gushed from Victor's mouth. Horrified, placing the blade behind his back, Charlotte rushed to the aid of his wounded brother. He was shocked by what he saw. Raising her head, Ignata asked him to look at it. Standing in front of Victor's lifeless body, she wondered if this was the worst death for a swordsman. Once behind her, Charlotte tried to strike. Small drops of blood were visible on Ignata's face. Suddenly, she delivered an unimaginably strong blow, the trace of which remained in the air. Charlotte's eyes turned scarlet. His gaze fell on the sword, at the hilt of which someone's hands were visible. His face was covered in confusion. Watching Charlotte fall to the ground, Ignata said that she was sorry. Turning around, Victor's brother heard her declare that he no longer looked human. Raising her foot, preparing for the blow, Ignata said goodbye to him. At that moment, splashes of scarlet blood flew in different directions. With a look of disgust, she said that such a creature deserves only death. Horrified, Iron froze in one position. Lowering her hands, Ignata lowered her gaze, observing the body of the deceased Charlotte. Clenching his fists in thought, the stranger was amazed that she alone had dealt with the sword master. While on his shoulder, Lulu was shocked that Ignata easily defeated the two experts. Extending her hand, Ignata found traces of blood on it. Heading in her direction, Anya tried to address her. Smiling, she asked permission to clean her boots. Stretching out her leg, Ignata thanked her for her help. Looking at the surprised Jorg, she tried to find out his opinion. He, in turn, wondered what she was talking about. Grinning, Ignata announced her new magnificent manner of speaking, asking if she now looked like an aristocrat. After which, agreeing with her, Jorg noticed that she was a great fellow. Looking at the taken aback Ignata, Iron wondered how this was possible. Lowering his head, the main character stared towards Ignata's subordinates. Raising his blade, he tried to find out how she was able to kill these people so calmly. At that moment, drops of sweat appeared on the stranger's face from excitement. Saying that he doesn't blame her, Iron noted that he was really interested. A smile appeared on George's face. The main character wondered how she could kill a living creature so easily. Wary, Iron thought that he was not capable of this. A small strand of hair fell on Ignata's face. Moving forward, she called out the main character's name. Taken aback, Iron wondered if she knew him. Shaking off the dirt from her hand, she announced what awaited him from today. With a serious expression on her face, Ignata stated that from this day forward, he was appointed as a member of the Black Knights of the Holy Kingdom of Avilius. After hearing this, the protagonist's face was shrouded in obvious bewilderment. Watching the main character standing in front, the stranger froze in one position. With a shocked expression on his face, in his thoughts, he wondered how Ignat knew Iron. Slightly tilting her head, Ignata stared at one point. Continuing to think, the stranger noticed that she even invited the main character to the squad, again wondering what was going on. With an excited expression on his face, Iron declared that he was giving up. Smirking, Ignata noted the harshness of his answer, asking what he didn't like. After which, she asked to listen to him again, telling him that the Sacred Kingdom was a much better place than he thought. Putting her hand to her chin, she stated that they had many good points, wondering where she should start, adding that she wasn't great with words, but she would try. Raising his blade, the protagonist asked for forgiveness, stating that he was not going to join them anyway. With her gaze wary, Ignata became mired in her own thoughts. Iron's face was shrouded in genuine surprise. Being under the influence of Ignata's technique, the main character froze in one position. Frightened, Lulu said that it was the same as with Jorg, saying that Ignata wanted to penetrate Iron's mind. Closing her eyes, she exhaled. Looking at the stunned protagonist, she told about rumors that say that one young man has iron in his heart. With a smirk on his face, Jorg placed his hand on his side. Ignata noted that the young man was so great that he was able to impress Vulcanus himself, wondering how she could have ignored him. Smiling, she tried to say something. With a distraught look, she declared that there was no iron in it yet. Baring his teeth, Iron began to shake his head. Raising her hand, Ignata noted that she would repeat it again, saying that she was inviting him to join the squad of Black Knights. Looking at the frowning protagonist, she stated that this was not an order, not a request. Iron, in turn, replied that he refused. Outraged, Ignata told him that he had no choice, asking if he was seriously planning to succumb to uncontrollable power and bring chaos to the entire continent. At that moment, Iron's face was covered with genuine fear. Bending down and starting to hiss, Lulu stated that the main character would not go anywhere, noting that he was gradually getting stronger, saying that that was enough for now. Smiling maliciously, Ignata called Lulu a cute cat, saying that she liked her. Lulu's face was filled with indignation. Grabbing Iron by the leg, she declared that he would not go anywhere, asking Ignata to stop behaving like that. With an excited expression on his face, the main character lowered his gaze. Looking at Ignata, he said that he was really trying. She, in turn, stated that she did not believe it. Taken aback, Iron said that he wanted to prove that he could control the iron in his heart. With a serious expression on her face, Ignata wondered how he would do this. An image of a man with a distraught look, whose body was covered in armor, appeared in his head. Iron said that in the Kingdom of Hail he encountered a knight named Gilbernet, adding that his energy was similar to demonic. Putting his hands behind his back, preparing to attack, the silhouette of the unknown man froze in one position. The main character stated that he did not understand then that after that battle he began to forge his inner iron. Inspired, Iron said that if Ignata showed him such a will to fight, he would prove that he was capable of anything. Frowning, she wondered if the protagonist wanted to fight her. Holding his sword in front of his face, Iron declared that he was a student of the Crono Academy of the 27th batch, adding that he was challenging Ignata Greisencha from the Sacred Kingdom to a fight. Gusts of wind swirled leaves that had fallen from nearby trees. Inspired, Lulu encouraged Iron, saying that he would succeed. Wary, the stranger said that Ignata fought with thousands of magians and became stronger than them. Lowering his head in thought, he noted that Iron was unlikely to be able to hold out. Taking the blade with both hands, the main character prepared for battle. Continuing to think, the stranger wondered if Iron had already come up with something. Baring his teeth, the main character thought that he was strange. Hanging his head in thought, he wondered where he was so angry. Looking at Ignata standing next to him, he suggested that it might be because of Ilia's past. Wary as he continued to think, he stated that it must be something else, noting his lack of knowledge as to why. As he continued to clutch his sword, the scraping sound of his armor could be heard. With an expression on her face, Ignata believed that Iron was already ready, stating that she would release the energy, saying that this would mean the start of the battle. Tilting his head, Iron agreed with her. Clumps of powerful purple energy began to form at Ignata's feet. Holding her blade up to her face, she prepared to fight. Her powerful energy terrified the protagonist standing nearby. Concentrating, Iron formed a stream of colossally powerful aura behind him. With a serious expression on her face and in her thoughts, Ignata suggested that the main character would not be able to win. Seeing something, she was very surprised. Closing his eyes, Iron froze in one position. His hair was blown by powerful gusts of wind. In his thoughts, he noted that now he needed to use this feeling. A piece of iron from which the sword was made could be seen in the sky. Using a hammer, the unknown person continued to forge it. Swinging, the silhouette of the protagonist prepared to hit a piece of metal. Continuing to think, he noted the feeling of how anger filled him and how it set his heart on fire. Bringing the hammer behind his back, Iron again prepared to strike. Bright sparks of flame could be seen near his face. Tongues of fire enveloped the expanses of the place where the forging of the sword took place. Suddenly, Iron's body was covered in a bright stream of energy. From what he saw, the main character was shocked. Lowering his hammer, Iron was lost in his own thoughts. At that moment, he thought that now he could definitely change everything. Baring his teeth, he began to try his best. Putting the blade behind his back, the main character took a fighting pose. Swinging his sword, he declared that he could win. From what they saw, the guys' faces were covered with genuine bewilderment. Jorg and Anew were shocked. With a distraught look, Ignata continued to observe the protagonist's technique. With a serious expression on his face, Iron shouted that he was starting the fight. The main character runs across a field in a beige raincoat. He stands in a fighting stance in front of Ignata, who is standing in the same position. He raises his sword to strike. With enormous force, his sword crashes into the ground. Ignata calmly jumps to the side. The main character is tense and notices how fast she is. She looks calmly in his direction. His cloak suddenly lifts off the ground. With jerks, he quickly approaches her, simultaneously delivering slashing blows with his sword when she calmly avoids the blows. Lulu sits on the man's head, digging her claws into his hair, and says, smiling, that Iron attacks well. The man notices that Ignata has not yet made a single blow. She stands straight on one leg with a sword in her hand, looking to the side. The main character appears above her and raises his sword to strike. She looks worried. She parries his blow with her sword. A powerful wave comes from them. Iron is tense. The gray-haired man looks and smiles. The man with fangs and green skin is amazed and says that the blow was deflected with one hand. A pit appears under Ignata and Iron. They stand in a fighting stance. He is thrown back by the explosion. He flies several meters away, barely holding the sword in his hands. He tries hard to hold it and thinks that he needs to maintain balance. Ignata appears behind him with a sword raised to strike and asks where he is looking during the fight. She strikes and a huge wave comes out of it, accompanied by a large amount of dust. The sword falls from his hands, his eyes are closed. With an indifferent look, she says it's over. He grabs the sword in his hand. Spending a lot of strength, gritting his teeth, he holds the sword in his hand. She looks surprised. Angrily, he raises his sword to strike. The sword hits the ground with force and it bounces to the side. He sweats and looks in her direction with horror. Smiling, she raises her fist to strike. She delivers a sharp blow to his stomach and the sword falls out of his hands. He is thrown many meters to the side, backwards. A man with fangs and a black cat shout the name of the main character. Ignata calmly looks down. The gray-haired man asks if they want to take him, and she says that he has made his choice. He says he is a very interesting guy. She smiles and says he believed he could beat her. Iron lies on the ground unconscious, with a green man and Lulu sitting next to him and examining him. He lies on the bed with a plaster on his left cheek and with his eyes closed. Someone is calling him. He sits up on the bed. Lulu and the fanged man smile and are glad that he woke up. He opens his eyes, looks in their direction and asks where he ended up. With horror, he notices Ignata next to him, sitting on a chair and looking sternly at him. She gets up, approaches him and says that he shouldn't make sudden movements. She lifts his t-shirt, inspecting something. Everyone is horrified. She examines the red mark on his body and says that she is just a witch. Lulu looks at her angrily. Ignata holds her hand to his wound. Transparent runes appear near her hand. The wound begins to heal. A man with green skin notices in surprise that this is sacred magic. She tells him, sitting slouched on the bed, that now it will be easier for him to move. He looks at her unkindly. He, sitting on the bed, asks what kind of sword she has. She stands and, smiling, asks if he is Crono's student, to which she receives an affirmative answer. She, still smiling, says that it is too difficult for young people. Standing half-turned, he says that her sword will help her become queen. A man with fangs points his finger at her and says she's crazy. He looks at her with fear and asks if she is planning a rebellion. She says that everything is wrong and asks to examine his pockets, in one of which there was an amulet. It ends up on her hand, and she says that only her country holds back the war and that when wars began, great evil was revealed. She closes the amulet with her hands, a blue rune appears and she says that the truce is unstable. She looks down heavily and says that she herself does not know how to save people from suffering. There is an amulet on his hands, he looks at it in surprise. She stands with her back to everyone and says that if she creates her own country in a world of chaos, it will be good. She declares that she will achieve her goal in a peaceful way. She, smiling, looks at Lulu and says that she is a black cat. The cat looks down and is told that sometimes, to be great, you have to go through hard times. The window onto the night street opens and she turns to Iron. She stands at the window and asks who he believes. He sits in bewilderment and says that he. She stands and looks heavily out the window. She turns sharply and says that she believes herself. He looks at her in shock. She says with a serious expression that her confidence opens up any path she is willing to take without regrets. He looks at her in surprise. She jumps out the window and says with a smile that she would give the same answer the next time they met. Smiling, she tells him her last words. The space next to the window is empty. Everyone looks out the window and shouts that she jumped off. They turn towards the protagonist, who says that it felt right when she killed Victor and Charlotte. He sits with his back to them and says that he did not doubt the correctness of the decisions since her movements were confident. Looking into space, he says that he is angry because she is capable of this, but he is not. The man with green skin looks at him with a smile when he says that he is jealous of her. He looks at his bandaged hand and smiles slightly. The carriage rides through a green area. An orc sits in the driver's seat. Lulu and the main character are sitting in the carriage, looking at the floor. She looks at him angrily. His face is emotionless, his eyes are closed. He remembers hitting the sword with a sledgehammer. He breathes heavily, looking at the sword. He stands motionless at the anvil, holding the hammer in his hand. His hand is on the anvil. His hand begins to glow red, and he realizes that the fire inside is not as strong as before, but he hits the anvil with force and anger and says that he is not going to stop. Views of the evening forest. An orc with a ladle in his hand, wearing an apron, says it's time for dinner. Iron and Lulu are sitting inside the carriage. He smiles and asks if it's time, since he's still training. Smiling, the orc asks what his progress is. With a satisfied expression on his face, he says that he is working slowly but surely. The man with green skin looks surprised. She calls Lulu for dinner. She is asleep and does not respond. Squinting, he asks whether all magicians are really so diligent, to which he receives the answer that it is the cat who is so diligent. Smiling, he looks and realizes that the meeting with Ignata greatly influenced her. They sit by the fire in the evening, over which the cauldron is boiling, and eat when the main character says that it is very tasty. Night sky, forest. An orc walks through a dark clearing and hears the sounds of training. He sees Iron's silhouette waving his sword. He thinks he's doing a great job for continuing to train without rest. Smiling, he looks and is surprised at how diligent he is. The sweaty protagonist holds a sword in his hands and stands in a fighting stance. A 3-story medieval house against a background of blue sky and forest on a sunny day. Orc and Lulu talk about going to the toilet as Iron stands at the wooden table. He sits down at the table and closes his eyes. Someone asks for 1 bottle of whiskey. He is surprised because this voice is familiar to him. He carefully looks to the side and hears someone asking him not to take too much food. His gaze is filled with fear. He sees Judith, who says she always finishes everything. Brad sits with his back to him and says that indeed, she finishes everything, after which she turns inside out from overeating. She stands up from the table overflowing with food and agrees with him. She looks surprised and grabs his shoulder. She calls the name of Iron, who got up from the table. Smiling, he says their names. Frightened, they ask what he is doing here. Orc and Lulu stand in front of him and ask who they are. Judith says in horror that she sees a talking cat. Orc says they look strong. Brad and Judith stand there, worried. Smiling, the main character asks them to calm down. Because these are his friends from the academy, they are surprised. They introduce themselves. The orc, smiling and closing his eyes, says that his name is Kubar. The cat, standing on its hind legs, smiling and putting its hands to its sides, says that its name is Lulu. The orc stands in front of a shocked Brad and asks for forgiveness for yelling at them. Judith stands next to Iron and says that he has grown up. She gets angry and puts him in a chokehold. She holds him as he tries to free himself and asks where he went because she thought he died. Brad asks what business he had. Smiling, the main character says that it is a long story. She closes her eyes, lets him go and offers to leave everything for later. Smiling, she offers to test him, to which he happily agrees. Light green forest. A small platform made of stone. Next to it there are a couple of benches and people saying that you can be here because there is no one nearby. Judith and Iron stand on opposite sides of the platform. She holds a sword in her hand and asks where his weapon is. He takes the sword in both hands, it begins to glow yellow, and with a smile declares that the sword is always with him. Surprised, his friends ask what it is. An orc with a cat on his shoulder declares that it is magic. Smiling, Judith realizes that he hasn't played games for 5 years. They accelerate and start running towards each other. A red stripe sweeps across the square. Their swords clash against each other. The orc is surprised at their strength. Brad watches everything contentedly. She looks at him worriedly. She doesn't understand what the. He raises his sword to strike. He strikes with enormous force and throws her aside. He runs after her. Their swords clash again. Brad is alarmed and realizes that he is using their techniques. Smiling, she asks what he is doing. With a satisfied expression on his face, he says that they will talk later. Brad rushes at them with a sword. He shouts and invites them to fight together. Judith fends off Brad's aggressive blows. He sees something flash before his eyes. He sees Iron trying to slash him. He bounces up from him. He lands, and immediately, the main character raises his sword to strike him. He jumps back, the sword hitting the ground with force. He smiles and asks not to forget about him. The orc realizes that he does not feel fear at all. All three run with swords at each other and smile, and Kubar understands that they are enjoying what is happening. She holds the sword and says that it is very good. The tired main character says that they are much better than he thought. Brad suggests we finish this for today. She asks Iron to show her one last time. He is surprised. She asks to see the shot he made in the exam. He smiles. He holds the sword in his hands, closes his eyes, concentrates. He suddenly opens his eyes. They look and don't understand why already. He hits the ground and a large crack appears in it many meters ahead. The crack stretches across the entire site. They look and are greatly surprised at his power. Brad examines the crack. They ask if he trained hard. He looks at them and says that he only recently learned to do this. They are all walking along a forest path. Brad says he's reinstated at the academy. The cat walks next to him. Iron says that he knows about his restoration. He is asked if he went to the academy. He replies that it is a long story. Lulu smiles and says that Judith is very strong, to which she responds with gratitude. The cat holds a ruby in its paw and offers to accept it as a gift. She refuses, but they tell her that they have a lot of them. No one understands why she refuses, to which she angrily states that she is afraid because the black cat is giving it to her. Lulu sits upset. She runs up to Iron. He smiles and hugs her. Judith apologizes. 3-story wooden building at night. Iron, Brad, and Judith are sitting at a wooden table. They ask him if there will be a cat and an orc. He replies that they said that it was better for them to talk themselves because they have not seen each other for a long time. Brad says they're good. The main character is asked what happened to him. He sits slouched and says that even before entering the academy, he looks at the table and says that he had the same dream in which a man was swinging a sword. He sits and says that, on the advice of the master, he entered the academy. They listen to him intently. He says it's pretty stupid. They say it was hard for him. He looks at them in surprise. Judith looks at the table and says that she used to consider herself the strongest in the academy. She looks at the ceiling and says that this is the wish of him and that man from the dreams. She understands that he tries every day to defeat the man from his dreams. A warrior with a sword in his hand stands on a dark street. She puts her hand on his shoulder. She smiles with her hand on his shoulder and says that he is a great fellow and that he should fight him. He sits in bewilderment. He tenses up. He smiles, closing his eyes, and thanks her. Brad says he raised him, to which everyone responds negatively. He says, folding his arms across his chest, that he helped him come all this way. Judith yells at him and he asks him not to talk to him like that. Iron looks at them, smiling, and realizes that they have changed a lot. Brad offers to join them. She supports this idea. He's scared and says he doesn't mind. He looks down and doesn't understand if they can get together. Kubar and 3 friends are sitting at the table. Orc and Brad drink beer and talk about beer, mentioning that Judith gets drunk from one drink. She gets up from the table and orders such conversations to stop, to which she is told that she is going to bed soon anyway. Sometime later, she lies on the floor and hugs Lulu, apologizing to her, which the cat tries to get away from. She cries and calls her happiness cat. The cat asks Iron for help because she could be strangled this way. The main character smiles with relief because he understands that he worried in vain. Iron, accompanied by Brad, Kubar, and Judith next to the carriage, asked Judith and Brad where they were going, saying that the place they wanted to get to was Lathian. Judith turned sharply, telling the protagonist that they had already been there and that he did not need to waste his time because that place was terrible. Brad nodded, agreeing with her. Next, the girl began to remember how she and Brad had the door closed right in their faces, and some even screamed, refusing to fight. Remembering this, Judith said that there were a lot of swordsmen, but they considered themselves so tough that they refused to fight. Kubar, having heard her, opened his lips and asked if they showed their badges of the 27th selection to Crono. The girl clenched her jaw and fists angrily, saying that they showed them and still refused them. Iron, who looked at Kubar, was surprised when he said that that was why they were refused. Then the orc began to explain the reason for the refusal, saying that they are called the Golden Selection. Therefore, the knights did not want to lose their dignity. Lulu, jumping on Iron's head, asked him where they would go. Brad and Judith turned around, standing opposite the protagonist and the orc, offering to go to Partisan, a city known for its freedom-loving swordsmen. Events move forward a week, looking at the blue sky with clouds floating across it. Brad thanked Q-Bar for the food, and he laughed and said that he was glad that they liked it. Judith jumped up and, smiling, offered sparring to Iron, who was sitting. The two blades collided at great speed, leaving behind only a trail of energy. Iron and Judith stood opposite each other with their swords in front of them. The girl shouted, asking the protagonist if he was already accustomed to her technique since he repelled all her blows. A moment later, Iron's eyes widened in shock. Judith smiled and enveloped her sword in an aura. Q-Bar and Lulu, who was sitting on his shoulder, opened their mouths wide in shock when they saw the manifestation of the aura. They then looked at Brad, who was standing next to him, who told them that Judith only uses part of the aura since she is just learning this technique, but as soon as she becomes a sword master, her sword will become more dangerous. Judith began to attack again, forcing Iron to only defend herself and parry her blows. Brad, looking at his fighting comrades, remembered how, as soon as he began studying aura, he realized that Iron already knew such techniques for using aura as flash and concentration. He remembered how Iron made his vertical cut at the academy. Then he remembered how Iron always closed his eyes with his sword in front of him during training. Seeing how the protagonist was absolutely calm even now, with only sweat dripping from his face, Brad assumed that it was the protagonist who was closest to the title of Swordmaster. Soon the tip of Iron's sword touched the ground. Judith smiled, putting the sword to the shoulder of Prince Perir, who was leaning over from fatigue and admitted his loss. Laughing, Judith said that she lost only once out of 10, which means she has a 90% chance of winning. Straightening up, Iron tried to even out his breathing, mentally admitting that he was the weakest and it was difficult for him to defeat both of them. Brad suddenly approached and pulled Iron out of his thoughts by offering to talk. Brad looked at her friend, who had her hands on her hips, and said that even on the second day of training, she reflexively dodged to the side and did not parry the attack, as usual. Iron looked in shock at how his two comrades taught each other. Brad asked her to repel attacks because it was impossible to constantly dodge. Surprisingly, the girl quickly agreed. Brad turned his head to the protagonist, asking Iron for his opinion on their sword fight without swords. They discussed each other's techniques and gave advice. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that it would be difficult for him to evaluate someone else's technology and he would rather just listen. Smirking, the protagonist finally understood why his comrades were so strong. He had hope of becoming the same as them. Soon it got dark, and the group stopped at a hotel with lights burning in the windows. Judith at that moment asked the protagonist if he would have dinner and where he was going to go. The orc and the girl looked at the departing Iron with shock when he said that he was going to train and would return in the morning. Judith jumped up from her seat and, screaming, decided to go train too. Closing his eyes, Brad stood up and asked Q-Bar for forgiveness because he was also leaving, and the perplexed orc asked Brad why they rushed to train so quickly. Walking behind his comrades, Brad said that when Iron tries hard, he always improves his skills very quickly, and Judith simply did not want to lag behind, so she ran after him. Turning his head and looking at Q-Bar, Brad asked him if he had such a thing. The orc, sighing, smiled and said that, of course, he had such a thing. Hearing him, Brad said that Iron had not changed. Looking at his shadow cast by the moonlight, the protagonist froze. A moment later, Iron swung his sword, agreeing with the words of his former master. Raising the sword behind his head again, Iron realized that there was no point in simply repeating after someone else. The oblique blow was struck through the air, leaving behind a trail of aura. Looking at his sword, the protagonist decided to find his own fighting style. Imagining the vague figure of the man from his dream, the protagonist thought that he had his fencing style. Iron then remembered his sword training at Crono Academy, which was his style. Then, under the supervision of the moons, he swung his sword over and over again and learned the style of Crono Academy. But now he had to find his own style based on these. He could also use two techniques, Judith and Brad. Remembering how they both attacked him, Iron decided to combine everything into something better, making his perfect style. The protagonist's body was enveloped in a barely visible layer of golden aura. Events are transferred to the morning sparring, at the moment when Judith slid her foot backwards on the ground. Judith clenched her teeth and frowned, the blade trembling in her hand. Iron looked with some shock at his sword, which he held in his hands, listening to Judith screaming, asking how he became stronger again and whether it was even possible. Brad fell to the ground and tried to catch his breath, saying that the world was unfair and he realized this many years ago. Q-Bar smiled and nodded to Iron, mentally praising him. Judith began to wipe the sweat from her face with her hand while swearing. The girl, clenching her teeth, began to collect all the energy from her body into the sword. Hubar stopped smiling, looking at her. Although she was confident in herself, it was quite difficult for her to control such energy. 2 days later, Hubar, who was watching the battle, opened his mouth wide in shock and trembled. Judith continuously attacked Iron while concentrating the aura in her sword. The protagonist was alarmed and worried about the fight for the first time in a long time. The girl abruptly moved her leg, taking a position that was comfortable for herself. Judith put her sword to Iron's head, thereby winning the fight. A moment later, the girl raised her hand and clenched her palm into a fist, shouting and rejoicing in her victory. Hubar looked at Judith with his mouth open, recognizing Iron's technique in her attack, but this made him wonder how she learned it in just a couple of days. The protagonist and Judith smiled, rejoicing at her victory. Iron expressed his surprise at the girl's maneuver. The 2 swords of the comrades who had just fought were stuck into the ground. Judith was the one who fights for victory like no one else. She could not be defeated in this. But even so, they helped each other. Lying on a tree branch, Lulu listened to Judith and Brad talk, waiting to see the strength of the guerrilla knights. Lul smiled, realizing that they didn't know what level they were at, but they could find out in a duel. After some time, the group arrived in the western city of Partisan, along the streets of which only knights in armor walked. When Judith saw them, she expressed her surprise, and Hubar suggested that many of them were mercenaries. Hubar and Lulu, who was sitting on the orc's back, smiled, looking at the guys, and said that they would go to the guest house. Soon, 3 graduates of Crono Academy approached the Hiram Academy building, deciding to start there. Brad knocked on the door, saying that students from Crono Academy had come to them. A few seconds later, Academy student Hiram came out, dressed in green robes, and introduced himself, asking the reason for his arrival to Brad, who stood opposite him, who first introduced himself and then said that they had come to fight the local sword masters. Academy student Hiram raised one eyebrow, looking puzzled at Brad. Judith was nervous as her teammates stood quietly listening to the Hiram Academy student ask them where they came from. Suddenly, the door behind Kent opened, and from there came the voice of a man asking Kent what happened there. The Academy student Hiram leaned over a little, saying that guests had come to them and wanted to fight. Then Hiram ordered his student to let the guests in. When the group entered, a man with brown hair and his hands behind his back stood in front of them. It was Hiram. He greeted his guests with a smile. The 3 teenagers smiled when they saw Hiram and then introduced themselves and thanked him for the welcome. Smirking, Hiram mentally called the teenagers extraordinary. He could not leave them to Kent. Standing on the balcony, Hiram asked the group if they had come to take part in the battles, after which he informed that all the people on the first floor were newcomers. Brad parted his lips to ask who they would spar with when Hiram told them to follow him. Hiram turned around and looked at Brad and proposed his candidacy. Kent opened his mouth in shock and exclaimed. The same thing happened with Iron. He was struck by Hiram's proposal, and only Judith smiled and was happy with the offer. Soon the whole group of people came to the sparring room. Then Hiram asked them who would be first. Smiling, Iron offered his candidacy and asked if he could. While Judith looked at the protagonist in amazement, Brad smiled when he saw Iron's greed. When the protagonist picked up a wooden sword, Hiram asked him not to be angry if he got hurt during the battle. The 2 opponents stood opposite each other, remaining the only ones on the battlefield. A moment later, Hiram, tilting his body forward, rushed at the protagonist. Iron stopped smiling, looking at the approaching enemy. Hiram grinned, wanting to test how strong the protagonist was. Unexpectedly, when he came close to Iron, he swung his sword, delivering a vertical blow. The Academy director's face contorted in pain as the wooden sword hit him square in the head. Kent began to run up as his headmaster fell to the ground and was knocked out by Iron. Judith and Brad exclaimed in horror with their mouths wide open. Judith even screamed that Iron had killed a man. Hearing her, the protagonist turned around and, being frightened, began to deny Judith's words, while a worried Kent shook his headmaster trying to wake him up. Soon all 3 were sitting in the office at the table opposite Hiram, whose head was bandaged. He, smiling, told Iron not to worry because it was a fair fight and he would admit his defeat. Continuing to smile, he asked the teenagers what academy they were from. The guys looked at Judith, expecting her to introduce them. But realizing that she was not going to talk, Brad turned his head and, looking at the director, said that they were from Crono. Hearing this, the director asked if they were from the 27th issue. Hiram sighed and closed his eyes when he heard Brad's affirmative answer, after which he said that, of course, he heard that they were good, but he didn't realize that they were that good, and it just seemed to him that they came for fun. Hearing his words, Iron shuddered, saying that they would never do that in real life. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief when Hiram, who was sitting opposite him, said that he already understood this, but at that moment he wanted to test them in battle. Suddenly the director stopped smiling, suggesting that we return to the essence of the conversation. Looking at the teenagers, the headmaster guessed that they didn't yet know how strong they really were. Explaining everything to a group of teenagers, Hiram imagined a crowd of swordsmen standing near the mountain, saying that it all depended on the level they wanted to achieve. And if for an ordinary person the dream of becoming a sword master, then for an ordinary swordsman the dream was already an expert, talent, origin and efforts formed from a real swordsman. Iron and Judith looked at the director in shock, and only Brad did not lose his composure, while Hiram said that even the expert was actually a mediocre level, because in their academy everyone was an expert, but even he could not put anyone to help them. Hiram grinned and said that even if there were 4 or 5 experts, each of them could handle them. Judith lowered her head and became depressed when she heard the director's words. The edges of Hiram's lips turned up when he saw the teens drooping. His lips parted as he told the students of Crono Academy that there was still one person stronger than them. Judith sharply slammed the table and jumped up and, raising her voice, asked the frightened Hiram who that man was. Iron involuntarily opened his mouth as he and Brad listened to the words of the director, who said that that person was much more famous than an ordinary swordmaster, and if there were only 100 swordmasters on the continent, then he was the next after them. Hiram couldn't help but imagine a tan man with a gray beard and hair and emerald eyes. It was Jet Frost. When the girl heard that Jet would arrive in the city in 2 days, she smiled widely and clenched her hand into a fist, saying that they would immediately challenge him to a fight. 2 days later, approaching Jet's mansion, they saw a huge number of people crowded near the entrance. Iron saw them and asked if they would be able to fight today. Hiram placed his hands on his hips and sighed, saying that there really were too many people willing and Jet definitely wouldn't fight everyone because he was too lazy. Brad turned his head and asked the director if he knew Jet. He smiled widely, saying that they had known each other for 10 years. Hearing this, Brad asked the director why he didn't personally ask for Jet. Hiram answered him by saying that he asked, but he refused. Soon, an almost bald old man in a butler's uniform came out to them and, with a smile on his face, introduced himself as Jet the butler. Pointing his hand at the power meter, Glenn said that they did not expect so many guests and therefore wanted to hold a selection, but it was necessary for them to score 5,000 points in order to advance. Hiram looked at the surprised Iron, who recognized the technique that the butler had brought. This device measured the amount of mana. The director, looking at Iron, asked him if he had already passed it. Hiram smiled nervously when the protagonist casually said that last time he had about 10,000. He was amazed at the guy's casualness. Looking at the blue sky with clouds floating across it, the protagonist listened as the butler announced the results. Seeing Hiram approaching, the butler smiled and said that he didn't think he would come. Hiram, massaging his shoulder, also expressed his joy at meeting Glenn. A 5-digit number appeared on the strength meter screen. Glenn praised Hiram because his result was better than last time. As the protagonist began to walk away, Judith began to scream and wish him luck. Approaching the power meter, the protagonist summoned his sword from subspace. Suddenly, Glenn approached Iron and asked if his sword was magical. The slightly shocked guy admitted that it was indeed a magical sword, but there was nothing special about it. Glenn turned around, saying that this could affect the result, so he would bring him a similar one. Looking after Glenn, Iron decided not to object to him. After some time, the protagonist stood in front of the power meter with his new sword and smiled with anticipation. A moment later, Iron struck the force meter vertically with his sword. While Glenn opened his mouth in shock and was nervous, Hiram smiled and encouraged him, saying that it was really hard to believe. Glenn, with his mouth wide open, began to read out the number from the strength meter, which was 18,817. Smiling widely, Judith reminded Brad that they were next. A moment later, Judith was the one to strike. Brad followed her with his blow. In Judith's case, the number 16,581 appeared on the screen. And after Brad's blow, the number 16,601 appeared on the screen. The butler, seeing this nervously, gave permission to pass. Brad approached the protagonist, asking him if it was too much to recruit more than everyone else. Seeing the smile on Brad's face, Iron also smiled, saying that the difference between them was not that big. At this time, Judith looked at the strength meter with puzzlement. Looking at the girl with a grin, young Lloyd asked her to relax her face and not get angry. Hearing him, Judith became furious, shouting that she would have gained more if she had tried. When everyone began to be called, Judith remained motionless, looking after the leaving guys. She looked at the ground and thought. Extending 3 fingers on his hand, the butler with a smile on his face asked everyone to split into 3s. By noon, only the protagonist's group remained in front of Jet's mansion. When Hiram approached Glenn, he asked him if he wanted to fight separately. Hiram confirmed this. Suddenly Brad, standing behind Judith, shouted, deciding that this was their chance. Young Lloyd walked up to the headmaster and whispered his proposal in his ear. Hiram smirked, deciding to grant the teen's wish. Inside the training hall, sparks and bright light from the clash of swords were everywhere, filling the space. Hiram was shocked to see a sword pointed at his throat. When Jet's sword lowered, the director sighed with relief, saying that he already knew that he would not succeed. Jet, putting one hand in his pocket, jokingly asked if Hiram expected to win at all. Two figures of swordsmen walked towards Glenn, talking. Hiram said that the remaining team wanted to argue with Jet. Jet turned his head and looked at Hiram, asking about the dispute. The director answered him by saying that if he defeats them, he will use them as servants for a month, and if they win, he will become their trainer for a month. Hearing his proposal, Jet laughed loudly, calling the teenagers funny. The director tilted his head and smiled evilly when he heard Jet say that no one had washed his house properly for a long time. The sword master trembled as he looked at the people who had come. Looking at the three teenagers standing in front of him, Jet screamed, asking Glenn why he didn't warn him that they were all experts. The butler frowned and tried not to look at Hiram, who was grinning behind him, and told Jet that his friend said he would warn him himself. Frost glanced sharply at Brad as he thanked him for accepting their offer. Brad held the blade in front of him and shouted, introducing himself as a graduate of the 27th selection of Crono Academy. Judith followed his example and, holding the blade in front of her, screamed, introducing herself as a graduate of the 27th selection of the Crono Academy. Golden waves of mana began to swirl around the protagonist as he shouted, summoning his sword, introducing himself as a graduate of the 27th selection of Crono Academy. All three took stances, preparing for a fierce battle. Holding his blade in his hand, Frost, looking at the teenagers, suddenly realized which selection of the Crono Academy they were from. He widened his eyes and involuntarily opened his mouth. A moment after the scream, Jet frowned and widened his eyes even more. Iron appeared in front of him with his sword raised to strike, wanting to hit his enemy with one blow. Jet blocked Prince Perir's attack, but the gusts of wind from their collision spread throughout the entire hall. Jet raised one eyebrow and frowned at the trembling blade. Looking at the calm Iron, he could not understand where he got such strength from. Jet swung his sword sharply, pushing Iron slightly away from him. A moment later, the sword master was already attacking Prince Perir, his teeth clenched and his brows furrowed in anger. Suddenly, a bright blue beam of energy appeared, rapidly approaching Frost. Brad deflected Jet's sword, causing him to be greatly surprised, while Iron swung his sword again. Suddenly, Jet felt Judith attacking him from behind. The sword master dodged and was able to escape from the teenagers. Jet clenched his teeth and frowned, looking at the teenagers. The three of them acted very well together, so he had to try to fight each one separately. Frost opened his eyes wide in shock when he saw the white shine of the blade in front of him. Throwing himself onto the sword master's back, he managed to dodge Judith's attack. But before he had time to rise, Iron approached him with a sword raised behind his head. Jet clenched his teeth, seeing how the bright shine of the blade had almost touched him. He was able to jump from a lying position, thereby dodging Iron's blow, the shockwave of which could hit at a distance of tens of meters. A moment later, Frost had to jump into the air to avoid being hit with a sword by Brad, who appeared behind him. The teenagers did not even give the sword master time to think. Due to the enormous speed at which the fighters were moving, a powerful explosion was created. Glenn trembled and looked at the battle in fear, seeing how his master was surrounded. Hiram, standing next to him, grinned, saying that he had been waiting for so long for the moment when Jet would look confused. At this time, Frost did not stop clenching his jaw and shaking with anger. He could not afford to lose, because he did not want to teach them for a whole month. An invisible wave of energy began to spread from the sword master's eye. Brad suddenly stood up in a stupor and opened his mouth slightly, feeling incredible pressure. Judith's eyes widened sharply as the pressure hit her. For the first time in the fight, Iron lost his composure and was horrified. A wave of mana began to spread out from Jet one after another, forcing all three opponents to retreat. Massaging his neck, Frost, whose body was enveloped in an aura, recognized the strength of the teenagers, but now he will not give in. Brad clenched his jaw and looked tremblingly at his opponent. His aura frightened him, and he could barely stay in place. Judith frowned and tutted, holding her sword out in front of her. With a scream, she rushed straight at Jet. Seeing her approaching Jet, he threw his blade at her. Stopping abruptly, the girl was barely able to deflect the sword flying at her with her own. Brad looked at Judith to see the sword fly towards her. Iron became wary, looking at his opponent. Jet raised the heel of his foot, wanting to push off the floor with all his might. A moment later, Jet disappeared from his place, leaving behind only a small gust of wind. Brad opened his eye wide as he saw the enemy disappear, but having guessed his location, Brad sharply looked up, and Jet was right above him. Seeing him take out his blade, young Lloyd realized why he threw his sword at Judith. It turned out he had another sword. Brad turned around and clenched his jaw, wondering what the next attack would be, a cut or a lunge, but he needed to parry the blow anyway. Frost's pupils glowed brightly. He frowned more than ever with anger and hostility. Brad froze abruptly and was unable to move, only trembling due to the aura that Jet had released. Blade Frost was approaching Brad at great speed. The sword master managed to stop his blade when its tip was a millimeter from Brad. Standing in front of the enemy, Frost said that he was the first to drop out of the battle. Raising the blade to Jet's face, He saw Iron in the reflection of the blade. Seeing him, the sword master turned around sharply, wanting to roundhouse kick him. Jet's kick threw Iron back, thus interrupting his attack, but at that moment Jet did not see how Judith was approaching him. Judith suddenly appeared next to Jet and shouted a battle cry. The sword master placed one hand and foot on the ground as he began his maneuver. A moment later, at the moment when Judith swung her sword, Jet had already disappeared from his place. A lock of the girl's red hair rose. The next second, Frost's blade came out between Judith's hair. Standing behind her and grinning, the sword master said that the second one was also ready. Moving a little away from them, Frost asked the blue-haired man his name, remembering some moments from the fight, how he frowned as he released an aura during the fight. And the way Brad reacted, opened his mouth and stood in a stupor. Frost told Lloyd that he had good fencing skills, much higher than those usually possessed at that age, but he lacked attentiveness and the ability to calculate the enemy's attacks. Turning around and looking at him one last time, Lloyd told him that his attack was normal. He was just too distracted, so he didn't notice him, so he always needed to be aware of his surroundings. Brad involuntarily opened his mouth in surprise looking at Jet. He then looked at Judith and made her wince, telling her that her attacks were too boring. Remembering all her attacks, Jet asked the surprised Judith why she used only one cut, because she had to be able to skillfully combine attacks and cuts. That's when her attacks would be balanced. Then he picked up his long sword and looked at Iron, saying that they could still play with him. The protagonist, holding his sword in front of him, looked at Jet, puzzled. Smiling, Frost said that he would give in to him because his attacks were very heavy, so he had to show him the best he had. Iron's two comrades looked at the battlefield in shock, realizing that Iron had won. Hiram looked puzzled at the two laughing teenagers, not understanding why they were laughing. Jet sighed when he heard Iron's question. He asked him if he was sure of this, because he could break a lot. Jet answered him by saying that what was broken could be restored. The protagonist became serious, his hair barely fluttering as he looked at his opponent. He decided to use his inner strength. The protagonist stood up and, closing his eyes, began to envelop his entire body in an aura. Jet suddenly stopped smiling and widened his eye. When Iron's cape flew into the air due to the huge amount of aura, Jet was horrified to see such a strong aura on the teenager. For the first time during the fight, beads of sweat began to run down the sword master's face as he realized that Iron had excellent control over his aura. Iron, who closed his eyes, began to concentrate and release more aura from his body. He needed to defeat the three of them, defeat a strong opponent, and use the chance to study with him for a whole month. The energy in the protagonist's heart flared up like a flame. Opening his eyes and raising his sword high above his head, Iron decided to take this chance. But a sharp cry stopped the protagonist, his aura dissipated, and he looked at the Jet in surprise. When the sword master raised his hand and closed one eye and admitted defeat, all three spectators who had previously lost to him screamed in misunderstanding. Hiram stood next to the sword master, and the three teenagers stood opposite them, rejoicing at the opportunity they had received. They thanked in chorus that he would teach them. Hiram grinned when he saw his friend looking dejected. The next day, Jet dragged the teens into a room with a painted formation on the floor and wall and two platforms, one of which had a pile of rocks on it. Touching one of the small formations and pouring in his mana, Jet said with a smile on his face that their training would take place here for the next month. Suddenly, the formation on the floor and wall glowed brightly and brought pressure down on the teens, causing their legs to give way. This place was powered by magic. Judith clenched her teeth and screamed that she couldn't move. After hearing her, Jet said that if they had enough aura they could hold on, and you can only increase your aura through training. Pointing his hand at the empty platform, Jet said to try to move the stones to the platform on the left, and at the same time they had a limited time. Smirking, the sword master said that if they didn't make it in time, they would be disqualified. 3 hours later, the sword master entered the room again, realizing that the time he had been given was almost over. But when he saw how the teenagers were still dragging Jet's stones, he was surprised to realize that they had hardly managed to drag anything. Suddenly, Glenn, who was holding a notepad in his hand, closed his eyes and said that this was already the third approach. This surprised the Jet. Looking at the guys carrying stones on his back, the butler said that they had finished the first approach at 11 o'clock, so out of boredom they decided to repeat the task. Hearing him, the irritated Jet turned around sharply and, swearing, decided to test how much patience and endurance the teenagers had. On the second day of training, Iron and Judith raised their hands behind their heads and did crunches using a log. On the fifth day, the teenagers carried huge iron pancakes along the road. Judith gritted her teeth as she tied the rope around her hands. Jet watched everything from the side all the time, indifferently. On the night of the seventh day, Lulu's voice was heard in Iron's house, asking him if they had trained their body today. Lying on the chest of a smiling Iron, Lulu asked why they were not given anything new. The protagonist replied by saying that there would probably be something. Having stopped smiling, the protagonist wondered whether the 101st Sword Master was the strongest, but then Iron mentally said that the nickname did not suit him. At this time, the Jet was sitting in a chair in his office. He He looked a little sadly at his desk. Squinting his eyes a little, Jet considered that the nickname of the strongest did not suit him. Looking at the wine, he saw the reflection of 3 teenagers, their gaze, which was not like this from the beginning, and their strength, which did not depend heavily on talent alone. Raising the glass of wine to Jet's lips, he began to remember himself in his youth. Then he gritted his teeth while holding the sword in his hands. He had the same look as his current students. The next day, standing in the training room, the sword master said that from today on, everyone will train in an individual style. Iron and Judith smiled, happy with the changes. The first to come out was Iron, whom the sword master immediately attacked and began to force only to block his blows. Reaching his hand into his pocket and lowering his blade, Jet said that in general Iron is not bad, but he is too passive in battle. It feels like he thinks too much about what exactly the enemy is better than him at, and for example, people like Judith will always be more confident and faster than him. Iron involuntarily parted his lips and asked if he was slower than Judith. A spherical barrier began to form from the sword master's leg as he said that just because he was slower or worse, that didn't mean he needed to be more passive. Having created a sphere of aura around himself, Jet began to approach the protagonist, telling him to create territory, reducing the enemy's territory, constantly occupying an advantageous position while crowding the enemy. Approaching Iron, Jet placed his sword on his shoulder, causing Iron to tremble with uncertainty. The sword master, around whom the aura in the form of a haze was writhing, said that everything was so that it was difficult to even think about escaping. The protagonist was horrified when he saw the aura sphere in front of him. Iron was able to block the unexpected blow from Jet's blade. Smirking, the sword master said that then he would drive the enemy into a corner. The protagonist smiled, thanking the Jet. A few days later, Jet stood with his hands on his hips and looked at the teenagers. Iron, looking at Judith who had fallen to the ground, suggested that she rest. The girl, trembling, stood up and smiled, saying that now everything is just beginning. Stopping smiling, Judith decided that this time she would definitely win. Jet, who was watching everything from the side, frowned. The sword master then shouted, telling the girl to leave her sword and follow him into the room. Judith turned her head and made a slightly uncertain decision. Walking past the guys, the sword master told them that it was almost time for lunch so they could be free, but they would be gone for a very long time. Judith's loud scream made Brad and Iron, who were sitting at the table, flinch. The protagonist turned his head without understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, furious, Judith left the room. Brad, looking at her back, asked the girl where she was going, but she only rudely asked him what he cared about. Iron and Brad went into Jet's office and asked him what he was talking about with Judith. Taking a flask of drink in his hand, Jet said that when he sees them, he remembers his youth. Pouring wine from a bottle into a Jet goblet, he began to tell. He remembered his youth, then he rejoiced at the mere feeling of a sword in his hand. His victories over opponents were decided with one swing of his sword. He became an expert early enough and tried to reach the level of a sword master. But having lost to some masters, he, falling to the ground and sweating profusely, was horrified by their strength. There were masters on the continent much better than him, but he compared himself with them, which gave him a feeling of competition. As a result, he became enraged and gritted his teeth, unable to fully concentrate on his cultivation. Jet, lowering his gaze and stopping smiling, said that it would be good to direct all his feelings for his improvement. The last drops of wine flowed out of the bottle while Jet said that, unfortunately, there was no such thing in competition and he was afraid that they would become like him, and their desire to be better than others would become the main goal. Brad involuntarily opened his mouth listening to Jet. Iron looked intensely at the sword master as he began to recount what Judith had said. Raising his goblet and sipping his wine, the sword master recounted how he told Judith to be careful and only compete with herself. Suddenly, the two guys turned and everyone in the room stared at the girl who had arrived. Judith entered the room and closed the door behind her. Jet, who was sitting on the chair, was shocked and put the glass of wine on the table when he heard Judith begin to apologize. Clenching her palms into fists, Judith said that she understood that her comrades were better than her, but she constantly tried to prove the opposite to herself. The girl's lips parted when he said that she didn't hold the sword just for fun. Looking at Jet, Judith almost screamed, saying that she needed the sword to survive. Judith remembered the moment in her virginity when she held a broken blade in her hand and defended her food from a bandit. The girl shouted to the sword master that she was competing in order to survive. Iron looked in surprise at Judith, who said that if she can defeat someone who is better than her and can move on without losing, then she is ready to endure all the pain that will make her better. Jet widened his eyes hearing such decisive words. Jet saw how the energy in the girl's heart lit up like a flame. Another week later, a group of teenagers stood in front of the mansion and said goodbye to its owner. Iron, standing next to Brad, thanked Jet for her help. Smiling, the sword master invited the students to go to the lands of evidence. Previously, that place was more like a gathering of arenas, in the stands of which spectators gathered. It was the territory of the Kingdom of Klia, one of the 5 western states. Imagining the figure of a swordsman, Jet said that with the recent emergence of swordsmen, the level of that place had increased significantly. Iron sharply widened his eyes and opened his mouth, remembering the information about the lands of evidence. He imagined a girl with silver hair standing near the window. It was she who was the champion of the land of evidence. At this time, wiping the blade of her blade, Ilia looked at the window while sitting on a chair. A carriage was driving along a forest road. Iron, sitting in the carriage, was sad and thought about Ilia. Judith, wearing a black cloak, said with a smile that Ilia has become very strong. Dressed in blue, Brad looked out the window. He said that after such difficulties it could not be otherwise. The girl turned to her friend and asked what difficulties he was talking about. The guy was surprised that she did not know about the disappearance of Archduke Charles. Iron's blue eyes widened in surprise. Shocked, Ilia stood in the doorway with a bouquet of flowers in her hands. 5 years ago, when she returned home, her brother disappeared. We see an empty dark room. Yellow flower petals fall to the floor. They said that Carl disappeared without a trace, and even the family's personal magician could not find him. The man gritted his teeth. We learned that Carl's disappearance had been investigated for 3 months to no avail. People began to say that he had died. Blue-eyed Iron was alarmed. He did not know this story. Brad added that after this story they began to mock the family and predict a terrible future. The guy with blue hair exclaimed that Ilia is the champion of the land of evidence, and such a title cannot be obtained just like that. Kubar was driving the carriage. A cat was sitting on his shoulder. The orc was smiling. The young people, Brad and Judith, were talking inside about how they would definitely win this time. The action moves to the city of swordsman Eisenmarkt of the Kingdom of Klia, the area of which was full of people. Next to a man in an emerald robe, a boy was kneeling asking for alms. Iron did not understand why there were so many rich people in the city. Lulu said that there were also many poor people. Kubar noted with a smile that all cities are the same. Many spectators were sitting in the stands next to the ground. We learned that there are many arenas in Eisenmarkt besides the ground of evidence, so the city is famous for its betting business. A man with a box in his hands approached the guys. He said that he had noticed their interest in betting on fights. The blonde main character tried to tell him something, but the man persistently continued talking, advertising his services. A man with a thin mustache stood very close to the guy. He said that he had tickets to the Champions game in the Land of Evidence tonight at 4 in the evening. Iron asked for 4 tickets. Many spectators gathered in the stands, and there was a platform below on the sand. The main character and his friends sat nearby. Judith was delighted with the arena. A man with a beard asked another man who he bet on. He replied that, of course, on Elijah. The man with the bandage on his face said she was a champion. Judith listened carefully to the conversation in which they said that Elijah became a master at 18 years old. The girl could not believe it. She turned away. The host announced the start of the event. A man with sideburns stood in the arena. He held a sword in his hands. The host said that today's battles will be opened by the swordsman who takes second place in the ranking, Cedric Cooper. The man in black boots took a step onto the platform, and the presenter began to announce the opponent. A hand in black gloves reached for a sword. The presenter noted the incredible talent of this swordsman. Magical energy emanated from the sword. Brad watched intently. Judith was surprised to notice the sword's aura. The host said that Cedric's opponent was the youngest champion. Iron looked at the arena with blue eyes in confusion. The host said that the girl was a sword master. A fair-haired girl with a sword in her hand stood in the arena. It was Ilia Linje. She looked intently at her opponent. The opponents stood opposite each other. The spectators encouraged the swordsmen. Clouds of dust rose into the air from the sudden movement. The man looked in fear as Elijah ran towards him. The girl launched a series of attacks on the enemy. Sweat appeared on Cedric's face. He thought that the swordswoman was too fast and he would not have time to dodge the attack. Due to the speed of Elijah's sword, the movements merged into one stripe. The man was hit in the chest and screamed. Cedric, sword in hand, flew far away. The man looked at the crack on the blade of the sword. He understood that the weapon would break if Elijah hit him one more time. With a cry, the man rushed to the attack. He did not intend to give up without a fight. Cedric's face was twisted from a scream. The opponent's swords collided. Ilia gracefully dodged the swordsman's attack. The blonde girl looked thoughtfully at her opponent. With a blow of her sword, Ilia broke the enemy's blade. The man was on his knees and lamenting over the broken sword. The indifferent girl turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The presenter announced that Ilia had won. Kubar watched the fight carefully. He was amazed at the girl's skills and said that she was on a completely different level. The orc looked sideways at the 3 young people and asked if they were really Elijah's classmates. They didn't know what to say. Kubar noticed that Iron looked sad. The main character said that he would go for a walk. An orc standing on the podium shouted at the guy's back that he would be waiting for him at the hotel. An olive cloak fluttered behind the back of a guy walking through the crowd. The armored foot landed on the pavement tiles. Iron tried to understand how this could happen. The guy's blue eyes looked forward. He doubted what he felt. Iron shook his head irritably, driving away unnecessary thoughts. He was sure of what he felt. We see a fair-haired girl surrounded by streams of dark magic. The main character felt the same bad energy from her as from the Magians. He decided to immediately meet with her. There was a sign on the wall of the bar. The main character needed information, and Kura said that it could be found in such places. The shadow hid the figures of the bar's patrons. Iron walked decisively past them. The guy walked up to the bar and told the bartender he needed information, but the man told him to leave. The mustachioed man was wiping. The young man said that he had important business. The bartender reluctantly agreed to help. The man behind the bar was shocked when the guy asked where he could meet Elijah. The man sitting next to him with a scar on his face turned to him and offered to help with a grin. Iron looked to the side. The man said that he would share the information if the guy won the bet. The man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes slyly and said that the essence of the bet was that they needed to hit each other in the face. The one who fell or lost consciousness was considered the loser. Iron decided that this was the local law and agreed to the bet. The man stretched out his hands, cracked his fingers, and said that he wanted to be first. The guy didn't mind. The man clenched his hand into a fist. He hit the main character in the face. The guy staggered. The guy's body leaned to the side, but he stayed on his feet, and the audience was delighted. The man with the scar on his face grinned and said that he would be disappointed if the guy fell right away and suggested that he continue. The smile disappeared from the man's face when Iron said that it was his turn now. The man was struck in the face with a strong blow. He flew to the side. The main character stood, holding his hand clenched into a fist in front of him, and looked after the enemy. The man's cheek became swollen from the blow. Another man ran up to him. He shook his friend and called him by name. The elf, the knight, and the bald man who were watching the bet were amazed that the guy knocked his opponent down with one blow. An irritated man in a vest rolled up his shirt sleeves, wanting to avenge his friend. The man who wanted to fight and the main character looked in surprise at someone who told them to calm down. The elf in the green hat was reporter Hints. He told them that they should not do this to each other. The man in the vest clenched his hand into a fist and shouted furiously at the elf. He said that if his life was dear to him, then it was better not to interfere. But the reporter was indifferent to his threats. The elf looked intently at the fighter and told him to calm down. The man froze in fear when the reporter said that if he harmed him, then tomorrow all the newspapers would write about him. The elf adjusted the bag on his shoulder and with a smile invited Iron to go with him. He promised that he would give him all the necessary information. There were a lot of people on the streets of the city. The elf took off his hat and introduced himself. It turned out that he was a reporter for a local newspaper. He realized that the young man was a swordsman and asked what his name was. Hints put his hat back on. The main character introduced himself. The elf said that he had the surname of a Westerner. Iron confusedly asked why he was helping him. The reporter smiled mysteriously and said that people should help each other, but in fact he needed a sensation. White clouds floated across the blue sky. Hints told the guy to follow him. The swordsman walked next to the elf. The reporter looked at him and asked why he wanted to meet with Ilia. Iron said that he was her friend and they had not seen each other for a long time. The elf cast an interested glance at his interlocutor. The reporter in boots and the swordsman in armor continued to walk along the tiled road. Iron asked how long Ilia had been in the city. Hints replied that about 2 months, but she immediately became the local champion. There had not been such a strong fighter in the city for a long time. The guy looked at his interlocutor with confusion when the elf said that very soon Ilia would break Ignat's record. The reporter was confused that the guy did not know that Ignata was the champion of the Land of Evidence. An image of 2 girls appeared in Iron's mind. Hints said that Ignata had been the champion for 5 months. It's now December, and if Ilia holds out until April, then everyone will forget about the achievements of the other girl. The blonde guy looked serious. Behind a golden fence there was a white brick castle surrounded by a garden. Hints said that the champions live in this estate. Iron thanked the reporter for his help. The reporter hid behind a tree, and the main character resolutely headed towards the entrance. Hints looked out from behind the trunk, wondering if the guy would be able to get inside, because usually no one is allowed in there. The man in armor asked the visitor what he needed. Iron showed the guard the Lenji family amulet, introduced herself and said that she would like to meet Ilia. The guard was surprised and asked if he could make sure that the amulet was real. The guy agreed. A dark, red-haired woman in a red suit came out of the door. A woman approached the gate and said that she was a representative of Elijah. Her name was Emma Garcia. She said that the champion refused the meeting. The guy standing on the other side of the gate was unpleasantly surprised. Emma asked him to leave. The guy sadly explained his eyes while the representative Ilia explained to him that the girl came here as a swordsman and not a representative of her family and would like to focus on training. He asked if she told the champion his name. The woman replied that she planned to do so later. Iron asked her to do it immediately. Emma asked him to wait. The gates opened. Emma motioned for the guy to come in with a wave of her hand. Hints continued to watch from behind the tree. Holding a notepad and pen in his hands, he was surprised that the guy was able to get inside. Iron stood at the brown door. He knocked. Ilia allowed him to enter. He sighed, gathering his courage. With a wide smile, the main character entered the room. Ilia in a blue dress was sitting at the table. She closed the book and greeted her friend. Young people sat at a round table opposite each other. Ilia crossed her arms over her chest and smiled slyly. She asked what was taking Iron so long. The guy smiled embarrassedly, apologized, and said that he would definitely explain everything. Through the window, a couple sitting at the table was visible. The main character finished his story. He looked intensely at his interlocutor. Ilia said that a lot had happened. The girl became wary when Iron said that he had seen her fight. He was glad that his girlfriend had become very strong, but something confused him. Ilia tensed when Iron said that he thought she came here because of Ignata. For a second, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Ilia narrowed her eyes in displeasure. A purple glow emanated from her body. The girl annoyedly asked what he meant. The main character looked carefully at his interlocutor. He felt the dark energy emanating from her. She trembled slightly and did not look at Iron. The guy said that he had not forgotten his first year at the academy. He thought about his friends and teachers. The guy admitted that that time and those people were very important to him, and Elijah became the first among them who extended his hand. He remembered how he suffered while exercising with a barbell, and the girl came up and explained how it was necessary. He told her that she was very important to him. The guy looked worried. He reminded Ilia of the promise she made after the exam not to interfere in anything else. The girl looked down somewhere. She asked to close this topic. Iron said that it was pointless to follow Ignat's path. Ilia stood up and turned away from him. She said he was exaggerating and she wasn't doing anything wrong. The girl's face darkened. She said that it was all because of the person who treated her brother badly. Ilia grabbed the sword and said that she was just trying to preserve the honor of the family. The sword in the girl's hands glowed. She said that this was the result of her labors. The girl looked at the weapon with a smile and said that the aura sword confirmed the correctness of her path. Iron watched her calmly. Ilia exclaimed that she could not be wrong. The girl looked at the guy with anger. She said that the mistakes were in the past and asked if he wanted to say anything else. Iron got up from his chair and said that she would fight to the end to become the champion. He looked at her intently and asked if he could somehow convince her. The girl looked at him decisively and said that there was no way. Ilia was confused when Iron told her to listen carefully. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and said that she needed to hold out for another 120 days to break Ignat's record. Ilia looked intensely at the guy, her face covered with sweat. Magic flames appeared around the main character's body. He said that he would do everything to overthrow the girl from her place as champion. The girl's eyebrows furrowed. She was shocked by what she heard. Iron knitted his eyebrows and said that she only had 4 months left to break Ignat's record, and he was going to do everything possible to dethrone her as champion. Ilian's eyes widened in surprise. She screamed, asking if he was in his right mind, but the young man only calmly answered, completely. He fixed his gaze on the girl, saying that if he managed to stop her, then she would think about his words again. Having said this, the hero turned around and quickly headed towards the exit, and Ilia froze in place, looking at his back and clutching her sword tighter. She shouted after him, did he really expect to defeat her? A shiver ran down his neck. Without turning around, the young man said that he couldn't do it now, which is why he would have to try hard. Hearing this, a furious grin appeared on Ilia's face, and a trembling ran through his body. Turning to the girl, already approaching the door, Iron apologized for only talking to her about this, although they had not seen each other for a long time. Smiling, he asked her not to forget that, no matter what happens, she will forever be his dear friend. Ilia's eyebrows quirked in surprise. Having told her that they would see each other again, the guy left the room, leaving the saddened girl alone. Judith occupied the top bunk of the bunk bed, lying with her hands behind her head. Brad and an orc were sitting at the table in the room. The girl thought about the fact that she knew that Ilia had become stronger, but did not think that she would become a sword master. Lulu slept carefree next to her. The girl's gaze became more serious. Now she realized that Ilia was stronger, but after 5 or 10 years, they will still see who is capable of what. Lulu woke up without opening her eyes wide. Suddenly, Judith jumped up, screaming that she could definitely defeat her. Out of surprise, the cat jumped up in fear. Lulu turned to the girl with displeasure, saying that she had scared her very much. She immediately apologized. The cat joyfully shouted the name Iron, and her eyes widened. Judith turned her gaze. A smiling young man entered the room. The heroes asked where he was. Sitting down at the table, the guy told everything. The orc looked at him in surprise, asking him about the fact that he had actually met Lady Linya. Upon learning that the young man had challenged her, Brad decided that he had gone crazy. His eyebrows arched and his mouth dropped open. But Iron's gaze was serious. He said that in 4 months he would fight with her. Continuing the conversation, Brad spoke to the guy, asking him if he understood what this meant. Lulu intervened in the conversation and said that she believed in his victory. Judith fell into a stupor listening to all this. The orc excitedly said that the young man, of course, would have time to become stronger, but Ilia was a master of the sword. Iron's eyebrows furrowed, but he confidently stated that he was aware of everything. It didn't matter whether she was a master or not, because he had to challenge her. With a silent step, Judith approached the guy from behind. Her eyes were wide open, but her brows were furrowed. Iron said he was going to win. These words caused an evil grin to appear on her face, but she just put her hand on his shoulder, joyfully saying that the young man had already come so far, therefore he was obliged to fight with her. But she was not going to be left behind and wanted to challenge. Leaving them in the room, Judith headed towards the exit, getting ready to train. Brad watched her go. When the girl went outside, she hissed in displeasure, pursing her lip. She wondered if she could sit still while Iron talked about how he was going to fight Ilia. Still looking at the door slamming shut, Brad noticed that Judith was getting some motivation from the guy. Iron looked at him in surprise, not understanding how he could contribute to this. Turning around, the guy asked if he had a plan. Frowning his brows, the hero confidently announced that he did not have a plan, but would definitely figure out how to defeat Ilia. Jumping up from his seat and leaning his hands on the table, he plaintively asked Brad to help him. The guy closed his eyes, raised his fist to his forehead, calling the guy crazy. Strong drinks appeared at the hero's table. Brad told those around the table that it was not impossible. He had heard of cases where experts beat masters. I entered into a conversation, and the orc said that he had also heard about this. Lulu was sitting on the table, happily eating fish. 3 conditions are required to win. Showing the number 1 on his fingers, imagining the image of the weapon, Brad announced that the first condition was a sword that could withstand a sword with an aura. Turning to Iron, he asked if his sword was strong enough. The young man's head immediately recalled images of Vulcanus and the man from the dream, who praised his sword. With a thoughtful look, the young man said that it had never broken, and one trusted person said that the sword was good. Listening to this, Brad looked away and said it was nice. The second condition is a unique style. I immediately remembered the day of the final assessment when Iron managed to cut the floor into 2 parts. Brad talked about how the guy needs a style that his opponent can't predict, otherwise problems might arise. The young man needs to practice his techniques well. Knitting his eyebrows, the hero said that he would try very hard. Smiling and closing his eyes, Brad noted that he would like to warn him that efforts alone will not be enough, but this will not stop the hero. And the third, most important condition. The main character's eyes flashed. Brad continued, talking about fencing skills beyond the reach of even a sword master. Imagining the image of a girl holding a sword emitting energy, the guy said that Ilia became a master not because of luck, she improved her aura and fencing skills. Holding the mug up and taking a sip, Brad said that if the young man couldn't meet all the conditions, it would be difficult. In a confident voice, Iron said that he would try to make it in the allotted time. A guy who appeared out of nowhere made the heroes scared. He was loudly surprised that the young man decided to challenge the champion. In surprise, Brad choked on his drink. Iron was surprised by the appearance of Mr. Hintz. Smiling, he continued to say that he immediately realized that the guy was not like everyone else, and that's why he followed him. After all, such a sensation cannot be missed. Lulu's eyebrows arched. She decided that the young man was an elf. Taking off his hat, the guy introduced himself as a reporter for a local newspaper. His name is Hintz. Wiping the drink off his face, Brad looked at him displeased. He asked why the guy was here. Smiling, Hintz said that his hearing was sharp and he heard everything they talked about and what they missed. Brad looked at him in surprise and asked what they could have missed. The young man began to say that each swordsman in the land of evidence has his own level. He presented the hierarchy in the form of chess pieces. At the top was the champion, in this context Ilia, below was the level of the king and queen in the lands of honor. After that came the level of pawns, knights, bishop and rook on the lands of opportunity, and at the very bottom was the land of the beginning. Everyone starts with her and gradually climbs up the rankings. Only swordsmen ranked in the top 10 are eligible to challenge the champion. He again introduced the Ilia figurine. Smiling, he continued, saying that even if the hero was skilled enough, it would be difficult to challenge the champion without the proper attention of the public, paying attention to the level of the king and queen. This is the 4th condition. Lightly hitting the table with his fist, the orc realized that they needed public attention, and Hintz could provide it. Lulu, who was sitting next to her, continued to eat the fish, her eyebrows furrowed. Knitting his eyebrows and smiling, the guy confirmed the orc's words, saying that they need to improve the public's opinion of them. His eyes sparkled. He turned to Iron asking if he could help him in their case. The guy looked sideways at him in surprise. He promised to make him the star of the land of evidence. The next day, the entrance exam was held in the evidence lands. Many people came to watch the open-air battles. There were 3 arenas located on the stadium square where the battle was already taking place. One of the reports diligently wrote down everything that happened in a notebook, smilingly calling it the golden graduation of Crono Academy. Brad stood majestically over the defeated man. He was the star of the 27th issue, and also his friend the commoner swordsman Judith. With a sharp movement, she was able to crush her opponent. Both won 3 out of 3. Thinking about this, the man smiled from ear to ear. After this, they were promoted to the level of elephant. He thought that he needed to interview them before that reporter showed up. From the image of hints that appeared in his head, an evil grin appeared on the man's face. The sky was clear, the clouds covered it loosely. Numerous questions from reporters were heard. They asked why the heroes came to the land of evidence after graduating from the academy, whether they wanted to glorify it. Reporters surrounded the heroes. Some of them asked Judith to look here. They literally did not let them pass. Brad followed the girl, closing his eyes and saying that they were not giving interviews. That's why the man never managed to talk to them even a little. Suddenly, another reporter called out to him. The man was surprised because he asked him to follow the fight between Karis and Tristan, but he informed him that the battle was already over. The opponent's sword was broken, and he himself fell to the ground. The second opponent was able to stand on his feet, but also lost his sword. Both Karis and Tristan lost the fight to the young swordsman. Now in the arena, a battle was unfolding between a man in armor and the guy who had won earlier. He rushed headlong into the attack. The guy's eyes widened. He saw his opponent's every move. With one jerk, the young man was behind his opponent, cutting his sword. Iron stood in the arena with his head held high. As soon as the battle ended, Hints immediately approached him, fascinated by writing down all the young man's answers to questions in his notebook. He said his name loudly, thereby attracting the attention of other reports. The hero looked at the smiling Hints with a calm gaze. The reporters surrounding them heard his words, writing down the name of the young man, because no one had heard of such a thing before. After whispering and deciding that Hints would not lie about the name, they also decided to approach and interview the hero. Questions from reporters were heard from everywhere about whether the young man Judith and Brad knew why the 3 of them had come to the land of evidence. Keeping a calm face, Iron remembered Hint's words about being confident and ambitious in interviews. The guy's eyebrows furrowed a little, apologizing to the reporters. He said that since Judith and Brad refused to comment, then he wouldn't either. Standing in front of the crowd surrounding him, the hero was about to talk about his goals and promise something. In a confident voice, the young man began to say that as a knight of the Crono Academy, he promises to reach at least the level of a queen. The image of a smiling Hints flashed through my head. Iron's eyebrows furrowed and her voice became more confident. He said that his goal is to prove that he is the champion here. Enthusiastic discussions of people could be heard from all sides. They discussed that people from Crono Academy immediately received the level of an elephant. Interrupting these words, another person said that he also saw their battles. They were different from other participants. In a crowded place, 2 men sat at a table and discussed the latest news release. One of them noticed the name Iron Perir, asking his interlocutor that this young man was also from the 27th edition. The man sitting opposite confirmed his words, saying that it seemed that the guy went to the same academy. Continuing to read the newspaper, the man arched his eyebrows in surprise. He read aloud the words that the young man wanted to become a champion. Smiling, the interlocutor noted that their world also needs desperate people. It will be interesting to see how far this will go. The door to the room was closed. Iron and Hints were sitting at the table. Brad stood next to them, leaning on the bed behind them. The reporter happily said that it was a great start because they managed to create a stir. Iron responded with restraint that it was really good. Brad watched everything with a calm face. Hints announced that he would start working on the next article, and the young man thanked him modestly. Turning to the guy standing next to him, the hero asked where Judith had disappeared. Taking a step closer, Brad assumed she was training again. But, changing the topic, the young man asked if Iron could ask a question. The young man's face was calm. With his brows furrowed slightly, Brad said that in the interview on the ground at the beginning, he looked very nervous. Was it because of his strong desire to defeat Ilia? The hero lowered his eyes to the floor, intending to share his assumption with the guy. Sitting at the table, Brad asked what kind of dark energy it was, drawing images of embittered knights whose swords and themselves were stained with blood. Iron said that when a person is overwhelmed with negative emotions such as anger or envy, dark energy begins to consume him. The hero folded his hands in front of him on the table and lowered his gaze, saying that he felt that Jet could control his emotions and pacify the dark energy, but there was too much of it coming from Ilia, like from the Magin. If nothing is done, the dark energy may affect the girl too much. Leaning on the table and bringing his clasped hands to his chest, Brad finally understood why the guy decided to go so far. Looking away, the young man asked not to talk about this to Judith for now, fearing that the girl might think too much. Iron agreed with this. Brad turned to the guy, saying that it would be quite difficult to defeat her, but the young man, frowning, said that he would do everything possible. Their conversation was interrupted by the loud exclamations of Lulu, who appeared on the second bunk of the bunk bed. She swore at the young man for not telling her earlier how difficult things were. Lord raised his head in surprise, asking why she wasn't with Q-Bar. With a sharp movement, the cat jumped off the bed, asking that the hero needed to become much stronger in a short time. Iron looked at her in surprise and confirmed her question, asking if she knew a way that could help. Frowning her eyebrows and widening her eyes, Lulu confidently said that with magic anything is possible. The young man will need special training. The guy, concentrating, listened to her carefully. She said that now, every time he swings his sword, he must think about his irresistible desire to win. Outside the window, clouds slowly floated across the night sky. In the center of the room, illuminated only by the light of the moon, Ilia sat on a chair. Holding the donated bracelet in her hands, the girl looked at him with a sad look. She didn't understand why Iron was doing this. In her memories, the image of a guy again appeared, who with sad eyes asked her to stop following Ignat. This saddened the girl. She thought that at least the young man could understand her. The flower on the bracelet shimmered in the moonlight. Looking at him, the girl realized that they both did not understand each other. The eyebrows did not frown. She thought that she needed to meet with the priest as soon as possible. Walking slowly down the street, Iron turned to Lulu, who was sitting on his shoulder. He wondered who Drew was, who wanted to introduce him to the local viscount. Lulu said that this was a really famous person here. Taking out a small piece of paper, the hero smilingly showed it to the cat, saying that there was still a whole week until the next battle, so they could meet. Lulu opened her eyes wide. Ahead, they met a crowd of people who enthusiastically shouted that they wanted to learn from Drew because he would definitely help improve their ratings. Looking at this, the hero realized that it seemed that the one they needed was there. Walking through the crowd, the young man found himself right next to the man, introducing himself as being from Reporter Hints. Lulu, who was sitting on his shoulder, smiled sweetly. The man smiled welcomingly, inviting the young man to move on. Surprise froze on the hero's face, and the cat, without hiding her admiration, arched her eyebrows and opened her eyes wide, exclaiming, "Wow." These were possessions of incredible luxury. The large building was surrounded by beautiful green gardens, and the path from the entrance to the building was flanked on both sides by tall trees. The road to the hall was quite long, so the heroes had to get there by carriage. Having sat inside, the man asked the hero if he had asked the master for training, to which he immediately received an affirmative answer. With a serious look, the young man said that he wanted to learn fencing from him. Smiling awkwardly, he noted that this might be difficult. Lulu, sitting on the young man's lap, listened attentively. Raising his eyebrows a little, he continued to say that his master was very happy with his life, so it was unlikely that he would do something like that. But the man noticed that, of course, the gentleman loves money. Smiling, Iron said that he had plenty of money. Lulu, sitting in his arms, grinned. Leading the young man into the living room, the man asked him to wait here until he brought the gentleman. It was a spacious room with high windows and expensive furniture. Addressing the cat, the young man asked what she thought about it. She, without ceasing to lick herself, said that since this man loves money, then everything will work out for them. The hero's attention was attracted by a man entering the room. The guy noticed that the Viscount was quite young. Lulu turned her gaze to him with interest. Viscount John Drew appeared before them. The guy introduced himself and said that he was glad to meet you. Smiling, the Viscount asked if he was from Hints, to which he received an affirmative answer. Knitting his eyebrows, John decided to get to the point by starting to talk about payment. But Lulu interrupted him. She, standing on her hind legs and stretching one front paw up, declared that she would pay for everything. Seeing the talking cat, the Viscount was surprised, calling her a magician. Iron was surprised by her words. From the portal formed on the table, gold in the form of mice fell onto the table, forming a small accumulation of it. Closing her eyes, Lulu asked if this was enough. John was surprised by the gold. Looking at this, he smiled nervously, and what he saw made his mouth water. He said that this is not bad, but this money may not be enough. Without letting him finish, Lulu realized that this was not enough for him, so she summoned even more gold from their portal. It covered the entire table, even lay on the floor, and the cat herself took out golden statues and figurines from the portal, asking the Viscount if there was enough so many. John's eyes widened at what he saw, and his mouth fell open. The Viscount bowed to the heroes, saying that he was at their service. Looking at the smiling Iron, Lulu with a gold mouse on her head told the hero, "This is how money should be used." Walking into the spacious study room, the Viscount, watching from the side, asked the hero to show everything he could do. Holding the sword in his hands, Iron asked again, all the techniques. Taking the sheet in his hands and putting on his glasses, John asked to demonstrate to him his habits, balancing skills, stances, lunges, in general, all the techniques that he considers effective. Lulu, who was sitting next to her, was surprised at this approach. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy locked eyes with the cat. She also looked at him with a confident look, her eyebrows knitted together. A memory of their training arose in my head when Lulu, watching the guy standing on a stump, asked him to concentrate because there should have been no mistakes. The young man was breathing heavily, holding the sword in his hands. Clenching her paws, the cat loudly told Iron that he must do everything to save that girl to show the strength of his desire. Standing in the center of the room, the young man, holding his sword in front of him, closed his eyes, collecting his thoughts, thinking about what his true desire is. Ilia was on her knees before the priest in the dark church. She held her hands in front of her, clasping them. The girl, raising her eyebrows, repented that she did not know whether there was any meaning in her actions. She was afraid that the path she had chosen was wrong. She was not sure that she would be able to become the best quickly. From overwhelming emotions, tears appeared in her eyes. Swinging, Iron demonstrated the blow. He looked up and became more serious, thinking about Ilia. He asked her not to give up. The priest extended his hand forward, telling the girl not to be afraid. He touched her head with his fingers and a bright flash flashed. Meanwhile, the young man demonstrated more and more confident techniques. An evil grin appeared on his face and his eyebrows frowned. An aura began to emanate from the hero, taking on a bluish glow. The priest's eyes were directed at the sitting girl. He said that anger, envy, and dependence lead her forward. Opening his hand above her head, he told her not to stray from this path. An aura emanated from his palm, with the help of which he could influence the girl's consciousness. Swinging his sword more and more, the young man created a flow of energy around himself, thinking about Ilia. The Viscount was surprised by what he saw. Lulu's eyes widened, seeing him using magic. The hero created his own personal space. He was covered by a dome created by his own magic. The force of his swings carried currents of wind throughout the room. Looking at the helpless girl, the priest smiled, saying that she should move forward until only her path remains in the world. Iron's eyebrows furrowed and her grin became stronger. He thought that he would definitely save the girl. Opening her eyes, she smiled, agreeing with the priest's words. The young man swung his sword again and again, imagining the image of the girl, thinking that he was obliged to save her. A limited space appeared around the young man. Lulu, frowning, said that it was magic, and the hero created the space, wishing it very much. After all, he is ready to do anything to achieve his goal. The guy frowned, there was a furious grin on his face, he confidently held the sword in his hands. She asked not to touch him until he finished training. Lowering his sword, Iron split the floor. Breathing heavily, the guy squatted down. Lulu ran up to him, asking if he was finished. The guy turned his head. She asked how he was feeling, because he had hardly rested for a whole week and had only been studying. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, not believing that so much time had passed. Lulu noted with a sneer that he didn't even notice the time was ticking. She asked if he felt any changes. Iron looked at her intently. Slamming his fist into his palm, he said that he began to feel a certain clarity, and his senses seemed to have sharpened. The Viscount entered the hall, going straight to the important matter. The guy asked what this important matter was. John said that today at 2 o'clock he will have a duel. From what he heard, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. People had already gathered at the stadium, making loud noise. In the arena, an elephant-level fight was about to begin between Dominique and Iron. The young man was announced as coming from the famous Crono Academy. He stood confidently on the battlefield, holding a sword in his hands. The crowd was wild. Everyone was wondering if he could keep his promise. The men in the crowd were discussing that the young man had promised to reach the level of the queen, and they were wondering if he would succeed. The second guy noticed that a large number of people came to look at the level of the elephant because everyone was very interested. The battle has begun. Dominic, with a furious grin, rushed at the young man. Iron took a fighting stance. Everything has changed. The guy's eyes widened. Now he could clearly track the enemy's trajectory. The man swung his sword at his head, about to strike. But there was not a drop of fear on the young man's face. He was able to stop his blow at that very second, and the shockwave from the collision of two swords raised dust into the air. The man's sword splintered and he opened his mouth in defeat. Iron's eyebrows were furrowed and her eyes were serious. The battle was over at that very moment. The enemy fell to his knees in front of the hero, and the crowd watching this made a furious noise. The winner was Iron Perir. The same men who discussed the guy before the battle opened their mouths at what they saw. They did not understand what happened, how the hero was able to win in one round. The reporters following in his footsteps did not let the young man leave the arena. They congratulated him on his victory and asked him to comment on his feelings at the moment. Without turning around, Iron said that he had not done anything special, but simply kept his word. Frowning his brows, he said that he was going to continue to win victories until he reached the level of the queen. Without saying another word, the guy quickly rushed away from the reporters, but they still followed him, asking him to look into the camera or comment on what happened. In a tavern full of people, young people discussed what had happened, not understanding how he managed to defeat Dominic. The guy enthusiastically said that this happened in just one round. Reading the newspaper, one of the men noticed that the young man even defeated the Magian. This was said in Gilbert's interview. The man standing next to him opened his mouth in surprise, asking about the Magian. The crowds of people in the room were talking about how they couldn't wait for his next battle to come and see it. John, smiling, noted that it was a good duel, and now he knows what the hero is missing. Turning to him, the Viscount said that his fencing style was too ordinary and he needed something abnormal. The man promised to teach him some skills. Unexpectedly, he pointed his finger behind the young man's back, asking what was there. Iron immediately turned around. The Viscount spat in the direction where the hero was looking. Noticing this, the young man grimaced his face. His eyebrows furrowed and he asked quietly what the man was doing. The Viscount laughed, saying that it was a joke. He caught the spit in his hand, clenching it into a fist. He extended his hand to the guy, offering to shake hands. Iron pulled his lip upward in displeasure. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. There was a dagger pressed to his hand, and the Viscount smiled slyly. The young man did not understand how this happened. John, smiling broadly, said that Iron must watch not only himself, but also predict the enemy's movements. The guy's gaze became more serious. The man continued to say that only with the help of psychology and clever miscalculation would he be able to win, and he promised to teach him these tricks. 10 days later, the heroes trained again. With one movement, the young man managed to repel the sword and mace used in battle. Stepping back, John praised the young man's attack. There was a grin on the Viscount's face. He thought that the guy was great because he was able to learn his secret techniques in just 10 days. But not only learn, John's eyes widened. Iron managed to improve them. He looked at his opponent with a serious gaze, confidently holding the sword in front of him. Clouds floated across the night sky, blocking the crescent moon. The young man was sleeping. In a dream, he found himself on the battlefield. His face was calm, but in an instant his eyebrows frowned. He realized that he had not seen this in his dreams for a long time. A man with long hair appeared before him, raising a sword above his head. The young man noticed that his opponent had become older. His gaze was stern. Looking at him, Iron did not understand why he came to him right now, what he wanted to tell him. The guy began to slowly drop to one knee. Closing his eyes, he thought that if a man wants to help, he will gladly accept it. But if he gets in the way, he will repel his attacks. After all, the hero was no longer going to follow the lead of others. Taking a lotus position, Iron began to meditate, and his body emitted an aura of yellow-orange color. Now only he himself chose his path. Lulu, who noticed the glow around the sleeping hero, came closer. She looked at him, realizing that even in his sleep the hero was undergoing mental training. Turning over several times in the air, the sword knocked out of the opponent's hand flew away along the arena. When he landed, he stuck into the floor. With one movement, the young man managed to defeat another swordsman. His cloak fluttered in the wind. Iron Perir was once again declared the winners of the battle. Raising his sword to strike, the young man focused his gaze. The crowd enthusiastically discussed the fact that the hero again managed to win in one round. His opponents fell in unison one after another. The young man raised his sword again and again, looking down at his opponents. With one movement, he managed to destroy their swords, leaving them unarmed. The people around were rejoicing. Iron Perir really keeps his word. The crowd shouted his name. The boys watching said they believed in him. Once again, the victory was his, without a single loss. Judith, who saw all this, stood in a stupor. The land of evidence became the guy's training place. The girl's eyes became lifeless. Iron reached the king level. Turning around, the young man smiled and looked at the crowd rejoicing around him. The land of evidence recognized his talent. Confetti swirled in the air around the main character, pleased with his victory, and the spectators gathered in the square chanted the name of the winner. Friends rejoiced at his victory. Lulu, sitting on Kubar's head, admired the fact that everyone was shouting the hero's name. Brad, smiling, concluded that his friend had become stronger. The guy turned to Judith, who was standing with her back to him, asking how she felt about the fact that Iron had won again. There was no answer. Brad silently looked after her. Judith walked away, passing rows of cheering spectators. The girl lowered the corners of her lips in disappointment, thinking that she should not have lost. Her boots clattered on the stone pavement. Imagining Iron's determined face, she thought that her desire alone should have been enough to become stronger. Red straight hair glistened in the sun. Judith clenched her fist tightly, wondering if she could ever surpass her friend in anything. The girl pursed her lips and lowered her gaze. A man in a white hooded robe accidentally brushed against her shoulder. The book with the red bookmark fell to the ground with a thud. Judith picked up the book and handed it into the hands of the owner, asking for forgiveness. The stranger replied that there was nothing wrong with it. She turned around and walked on while the man in the robe followed her with his eyes. Suddenly he called out to her, causing her to turn around. The stranger took off his hood and, smiling, asked if the girl would like to talk. On the battlefield, the enemy swung his sword. The next moment, a powerful blow thundered, but the main character managed to dodge. A flurry of attacks almost hit his face. The opponent furrowed his eyebrows. Suddenly the enemy rose into the air, disappearing from sight. At that same second, the swordsman found himself behind Iron, preparing to strike. The guy noticed this in time and prepared his sword for a counterattack. Gritting his teeth, the opponent raised his weapon above his head, wanting to finish off his enemy. When he was ready to cut down his target, the young man was no longer in front of him. The main character was behind him, holding his sword in front of him. His opponent did not have time to react and only screamed in horror. The fight was over. Iron lunged, putting his sword to his opponent's neck. A few more centimeters, and the blade would have cut off the head of the frightened swordsman. The guy's face was completely calm, and a voice sounded, proclaiming his victory. The spectators jumped up from their seats, rejoicing and shouting that he managed to defeat the terrible knight. Looking at the battlefield, where the silhouette of the winner towered, the tournament guests wondered if anyone could defeat him, and shouted that the king level was too easy for him and that he was only one victory away from the queen level. Two friends sitting at a bar clinked their cups in a toast. Q-Bar happily stated that now everyone is talking only about Iron. Brad, sitting next to him and holding a cup in his hand, added that all the articles are only about him. Then the orc said that Judith is also close to the level of the king, and the guy replied that on the match will decide whether she will advance. After taking a sip, Q-Bar looked at his friend, asking why he was not participating, and noting that he was not at all interested in the land of evidence. Raising the goblet to his mouth, he replied that he was not too interested in simply swinging a sword. The young man put the drink on the table and was asked if there was any reason for this. Looking down, Brad replied that he didn't know, but something was still bothering him. He remembered standing in front of the academy director, who said it was time to graduate. His face expressed sincere bewilderment. The guy asked when the exam would be, to which the director replied that he did not understand what they were talking about. Brad explained that he had heard from Judith that as a final exam he needed to go to training. He stated that they would help him gain experience, but the old man, without looking up from his papers, replied that this exam was needed for those who really needed training. The man raised his head and smiled, saying that the young man was already worthy of becoming a graduate of Crono Academy and that he did not need an exam. Brad's mouth dropped open in surprise when the principal congratulated him on his graduation. A smile appeared on his face. Still smiling, he answered his friend's question. Q-Bar looked at him with undisguised admiration, calling the reason why he was not participating in the tournament surprising. The door behind the guy swung open, forcing him to turn around. An upset Judith entered the room. The guy jumped up from the table and asked how her training went. Ignoring the question, the girl, looking resolutely into her friend's eyes, offered to fight right now. This statement caused bewilderment on the young man's face. It was night. They stood in a clearing among the trees. Brad asked how she found this place. There was no answer. He took his sword out of its sheath and smiled, saying that it was time to check how much stronger his girlfriend had become. Knitting her eyebrows together insistently, Judith called his name. His expression became more tense. The guy thought to himself that something had happened because she didn't look like herself. The girl raised her sword in front of her, asking her to fight with all her might. Brad raised his weapon, its blade glinting in the moonlight, and replied that he would try. The midday sun illuminated the estate building. The main character was tense about something. The sorceress asked him what happened. Iron stood on the training ground, his body covered in mist, and he said that his body began to glow. The cat approached him and, raising her eyebrows, asked if he meant the aura and had he really not seen it before. The guy looked back, answering that he had felt it, but had never seen it. Lulu explained that this was good because the training was working and his senses were becoming sharper. The young man looked at his shining fingers and asked himself if this was really an aura. The Viscount student ran into the hall, saying that the date of the last battle had been announced. The main character asked when the battle would begin. Out of breath, the student replied that the battle would take place tomorrow, but there was one problem. Iron looked around in confusion when he heard the name of his opponent. The amphitheater was full of spectators. The commentator announced that the final match, which everyone had been waiting for so long, would take place that day. He announced the name of the best newcomer, a graduate of Crono Academy. The guy walked onto the battlefield, his cloak fluttering in the wind, his boots clicking on the stone tiles. The commentator was ready to announce his opponent. A girl with red hair moved towards him. The voice stated that this was a newcomer from the people who had only recently received the level of a king, but was stubbornly moving forward. The man announced the name of the commoner from Crono. Judith resolutely walked onto the battlefield, holding a sword in her hands. Brad, sitting in the spectator's seat, looked down when the commentator announced that today's battle would involve the students of Crono Academy. The opponents looked into each other's eyes. The speaker said that this was a battle that could not be missed, and that he himself was interested in who would emerge victorious. The main character, looking at his opponent, asked what he thinks about when he looks at the person he wanted to fight. The girl closed her eyes, laughing, and replied that it should be obvious. Knitting her eyebrows together with confidence, she shouted that it was impossible for them to avoid a fight. Iron was amazed at the rage in Judith's eyes when she declared that she would become better than him and fight Ilia. As soon as the commentator announced the start of the battle, it moved like lightning. Their swords crossed, raising clouds of dust around them. The girl clenched her teeth, fighting off the attack. The guy provocatively urged her to try to defeat him. Fearlessly holding his sword in front of him, he shouted that he was not going to give up either. They pushed each other away and ended up on opposite sides of the field. Making a dash, Judith rushed into battle. Their swords clashed with each other. The opponent dodged the lightning attacks as quickly as she could. With one powerful blow, she threw the young man away from her, raising a huge cloud of dust. Exhaling, the girl looked up. Her eyes widened in fear. The sword was right next to her chest. The main character dealt a crushing blow that shook the earth. Jumping back in time, his rival clenched her teeth with rage. The spectators in the stands watched in shock, not understanding how the swordsman managed it, and shouting words of support towards Iron. A bead of sweat ran down Brad's temple, surprised that his friend had managed to push Judith away. Iron shouted that he was preparing to attack. The startled girl opened her eyes wide. Dodging the swift blows, she could not understand where her opponent came from so much strength. Knitting her eyebrows angrily, Judith tried to understand what had happened, because her friend had changed a lot. She looked at her scratched sword, thinking that a little more and it would fall apart, and decided to at least hold out until the end, realizing that she could not cope with it. They were again within a few meters of each other. The girl tried to catch her breath, thinking that it was too difficult for her to resist. The guy's face was completely calm. Judith asked herself what she should do in such a situation. Sweat dripped down her face as she stared at her enemy, trying to figure out how to defeat him. She clenched her teeth bitterly, not sure that she would succeed. The girl swung her sword forcefully, preparing to attack. Time after time, Judith struck, convincing herself that she could not stop until she was knocked down. The young man bent down so that the sword flew past. The opponent understood that she needed to continue to attack until he fell down. After another crushing blow, it was impossible to see anything on the battlefield. The main character looked forward resolutely. Judith narrowed her eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, she wanted to make a jumping attack. Iron turned around, already swinging his sword. Dust rose into the air. The perplexed rival was disarmed. Her sword was high in the sky. The guy confidently lowered his sword, standing behind the girl. The commentator announced the end of the battle. When the speaker announced the name of the winner, the amphitheater exploded with applause and cheers from the audience. The sword fell to the ground with a thud. The main character stood on stage in front of a crowd of journalists wanting to know more details. Hints, pen and paper at the ready, said the winner had reached the final level of evidence and apparently had no intention of stopping. Standing in front of the pulpit, Iron confidently declared that he would fight to the end and would not stop until he achieved his goal. He knitted his eyebrows decisively and said that he would destroy everyone who tried to stop him. His friends gathered in front of the stage. Lulu waved her paw at him and congratulated the student on his victory. Brad noticed that he looked happy and asked if he enjoyed being interviewed, to which the guy laughed, answering that it was not really his thing. After his question about how Judith was feeling, Brad lowered the corners of his lips worriedly. He said that the girl disappeared immediately after the fight, very upset about the defeat, and they should wait a little. The young man lowered his gaze, agreeing with his friend. 2 days later, it was night, but there was a light burning in the window on the second floor of the wooden house. A worried Brad sat on his bed, thinking about how upset his girlfriend was that she still hadn't returned. He looked thoughtfully at the floor, realizing that Iron's victory was fair and that nothing would stop his friend on the way to his goal. The guy thought that, most likely, she just overdid it a little, but suddenly something made his face change. He remembered how they stood in a clearing in the forest and how from the very beginning of the battle the girl seemed to be surrounded by a dark aura. A scene surfaced in his head of how Iron, standing in front of him, said that hatred, anger and envy create the ground for the appearance of bad energy. Brad rushed out of his room to go find his girlfriend. Running past the houses, he looked into every nook and cranny. The guy stopped in front of the amphitheater where the battle was taking place, but she wasn't there either. Out of breath, the young man stopped in the middle of the street, putting his hands on his knees, trying to figure out where she could go. The next second he stood up, realizing where Judith might be hiding. The guy rushed into the forest, remembering the training field where they fought. He went deeper into the forest, running between the trees. Brad gritted his teeth and couldn't believe that his girlfriend had been overcome by dark energy. A man's hand reached out to a glass filled with red liquid. Next to it stood a dish with sliced meat and cutlery. The stranger turned the glass in his hands, holding it by the stem. A few days ago, when they ran into each other in the town square, a stranger asked Judith to go with him. Brad stopped as he entered the training field. A red-haired girl was sitting on a large rock in front of him. The guy walked towards her, calling out to her. Something made him stop and open his mouth. The stranger took a sip from his glass, thinking that he had almost succeeded in realizing his plan. Then, on the square, the girl smiled and rejected his proposal. A transparent tear fell down, sparkling from the light of the moon. Sitting on a stone, Judith cried with her head down. Tears flowed down her cheeks. The girl clenched her teeth and said that she knew that everything would end like this from the first attack of her opponent. Brad looked very worried. His friend said she knew she couldn't win but still tried hard. She imagined herself running after the main character and stated that she wanted to catch up with him and surpass him. The girl ran quickly, breathing heavily, but every time the same thing happened. Their silhouettes were moving away from each other, and she was tormented by the thought that this was happening all the time. Wiping her tears with her bandaged hands, Judith stated that Iron was moving further away from her each time. The guy looked at the crying girl. Her voice was trembling. With tears in her eyes, she blurted out that it was too offensive for her. Despite the situation, Brad's gaze was quite calm thanks to the fact that his fears were not confirmed. The girl grabbed him by the jacket. Having hugged him, she burst into tears more than ever. The young man thought that his friend had not changed at all. As he watched Judith cry, he thought about what she meant to him. Brad recalled suggesting to the academy director sitting behind his desk that he postpone his graduation. The student smiled, saying that he also wanted to take the test because it could give him something, and that he would return with Judith. The guy remembered how he and Kubar sat at the table. Then the young man smiled and replied that he decided not to participate in the tournament because he found something more important than the simple path of the sword. Brad put his hand on the sobbing girl's shoulder. Having hugged her, the guy promised to protect her. Another battle was going on at the amphitheater. A huge number of people watched it, sitting in the stands. The spectators were surprised by the appearance of the main character, who came to watch the fight. They began to whisper. Someone said that he had really reached the level of the queen. One person wanted to ask him for an autograph, but another objected to this. Iron's face was tense. He realized that at the king's level, everyone fought with the help of aura. The bodies of the swordsmen clashing in battle were covered with a light haze. One of them, a brunette in a red suit, swung a glowing sword. The guy noticed that during the attack an aura appeared from behind their shoulders. After a crushing attack, the brunette's opponent flew into the air. He landed a couple of meters from the enemy and immediately rushed forward to strike, the main character realizing that it was at the moment when the aura appeared that he could use it to strengthen his attack. The brunette swung furiously. His blow cut the air in front of him, but his opponent's sword was right at his shoulder. The commentator announced that the fight was over and that Donovan had won. The young man carefully watched the progress of the battle and concluded that the swordsman in the red suit had much more aura, but still lost, because victory in the battle depends on its correct and skillful use. People gathered in front of the entrance to the amphitheater, decorated with white columns. Iron walked past them, thinking that he needed to become an aura master in order to defeat Ilia, and that he needed to go train now. Brad called out to him, asking if he watched today's battle. The friends stood opposite each other in the crowd. The main character, smiling, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Brad, looking his friend in the eye, asked if he liked the fight, and noticed that his friend had reached an amazingly high level. The guy replied that he had to try hard for this. After his question about whether Judith had returned, Brad looked away, looking at the walls of the amphitheater, after which he replied that the girl had returned a few days ago and that there was no reason to worry. The young man smiled joyfully, saying that they would need to meet, and then they said goodbye. Brad watched Iron leave. Judith came around the corner of the amphitheater, trying not to attract attention, but her friend noticed her. Turning and catching her by surprise, the guy asked how long she was going to hide and whether fear was the reason for her secrecy. Playfully looking away, the girl said that she just went to the restroom and that she didn't know that Iron was here. The young man grinned. Rather than continue the awkward conversation, Judith turned and prepared to leave, explaining that she needed to train and asking to call her if an interesting battle broke out. Brad exhaled, smiling, thinking that she needed to give her time. A few days later, the main character stood on the training ground, reflecting on the fact that he always worked according to the same scheme, correcting mistakes and directing his aura in the right direction. Looking at the way his fist glowed, Iron thought that imagining the aura was not that difficult. His gaze seemed worried because he didn't know how to improve the aura, because it was too abstract a feeling. Lulu walked up to his feet and asked if her student would go watch today's fight. The guy picked up the happy cat, answering that this fight was definitely not to be missed. The spectators in the stands of the amphitheater rejoiced. The commentator said that the February Battle of Champions would begin right now. The speaker asked to greet the champion. Swordmaster Ilia, a girl in white armor, entered the battlefield. Then the voice called out the name of the queen-level fighter who was ranked 4th in the ranking. Elder Grayson stood opposite his rival with a confident look. The main character sat on the podium with Lulu, thinking that he needed to watch more closely how exactly Ilia was increasing his aura sword. The girl clutched her weapon tightly in her hands. A huge amount of energy formed under her fingers, smoothly passing through the handle into the blade. Furrowing his brows, Iron felt the same sensation as during his attacks and noticed how the aura transferred from his body to the blade of the sword. Something made Elijah look away and look at the stance. She lowered her sword. The speaker did not understand what was happening, stating that Ilia had put away the aura sword. The men sitting next to the young man began to discuss the fact that the champion would not use her sword. One of them asked if she had talked about it. Another viewer replied that there were rumors that the champion promised not to use the aura sword anymore, since many were sure that without it she would not win in a regular battle. The guy, having heard these words, opened his eyes wide in surprise. Elder Grayson asked with a dissatisfied expression whether his opponent was so arrogant. Frowning her brows, Ilia replied that this was not arrogance at all. The speaker announced the start of the battle. The movements of the competitors were so fast that it was difficult to notice how they moved. At the same moment, they crossed their swords, repelling the attacks one after another. The main character opened his mouth from tension, realizing that now the battle was going completely differently. An aura accumulated in the hands and feet of the fighters. Iron noticed that when the girl swung her sword, the aura moved only to the necessary parts of the sword. He opened his eyes wide as he noticed something on the battlefield. Ilia raised her sword to strike, but Grayson was able to repel the attack by putting his weapon in front of him. The guy managed to see how the aura gathered at the point of impact, and only then the attack was made. A drop of sweat ran down his temple. The young man realized that the man used aura in a completely different way, extracting maximum efficiency from a sword with minimal aura. A wave of pure energy spiraled into the sky. The champion began to deliver lightning-fast strikes one after another. Blood appeared on the opponent's cheek. She managed to graze his chest. Grayson clenched his teeth in fear, unable to resist such a high speed of attacks. The main character saw how Ilia began to press him and realized that the battle would soon end. He thought that her strength, speed, and endurance were many times greater than his abilities. The girl took a fighting pose, preparing for the next attack. Grayson could not even imagine that she was so much stronger than him. Standing in a cloud of dust, the swordsman watched his opponent intently, thinking that it would have been easier if he had been younger. The man narrowed his eyes, deciding that even if he were younger, he would not have had the opportunity to defeat her. White hair rose into the air from a sharp jerk. Grayson was completely bewildered, not having time to react due to the insane speed of the attack. The sword flashed right in front of his face. His sword was cut in half, the blade flew into the air, and the speaker announced that the battle was over. The man fell to the ground with the bitterness of defeat. The girl closed her eyes and, without turning around, sheathed her sword. The commentator said that Ilia Linji defended her title of champion. The audience joyfully began chanting her last name. The main character watched her with furrowed brows. 3 days later, clouds floated across the clear sky. Kubar asked why his friend wanted to meet Grayson. Iron replied that he had a favor to ask. They walked along a wide street surrounded by houses. The guy said worriedly that he didn't know if the man would agree to listen to her. The orc patted him on the shoulder and said that they often drank together, so there was no reason to worry. Kubar smiled contentedly and closed his eyes, saying that Grayson loved alcohol very much and that it was worth treating him to make him kinder. The young man looked at his interlocutor, glad that he had such a friend. The thought flashed through his head that thanks to this meeting he could improve his aura. The orc said that they were there and pointed his finger at the mansion. At the same moment, the protagonist's face became more tense. His friend asked what happened. His worried face was surrounded by clots of dark energy. He said that he noticed something in this building. The entire mansion was engulfed in a dark aura. Iron exclaimed that bad energy was coming from there. Kubar opened the doors of the room, calling out to Grayson in concern and asking what had happened. They saw that in the center of the round room there was a man sitting, from whom a dark aura emanated. The voice asked who dared to burst into the room. The shocked heroes opened their eyes wide, beads of sweat running down their cheeks. The bloodied man in the center of the room sat in the lotus position next to his sword stuck into the floor. Raising his furious eyes, he declared that he did not remember calling anyone to his chambers. The heroes stood opposite him, surrounded by dark energy. Grayson was silent and did not move. Kubar opened his mouth in concern, wanting to know whether the swordsman had turned into a Majin, but Iron hastened to calm him down. Without taking his eyes off the source of the bad aura, the guy explained that the transformation was not over yet. The orc looked at his comrade in amazement. He noticed how his aura changed. The guy was covered in a bright yellow veil. Clumps of energy emanating from his cloak sparkled. Kubar compared his aura to real steel and thought that his energy was much purer and stronger. Shining, the main character looked resolutely towards Grayson. The orc concluded that this energy controls everything. Iron stood opposite the man sitting on the floor, who asked why they came here. The guy didn't even flinch as he stood in front of him and stated that he had been informed of Grayson's love of dueling. Knitting his eyebrows together decisively, he offered to fight him and said that the loser would fulfill the winner's wish. The man frowned, gritting his teeth. As he was about to get up from the floor, he grinned, finding the proposal interesting. The next moment, the swordsman smiled widely, revealing his teeth, and accepted the challenge. He grabbed the sword sticking out of the floor, tightly gripping the hilt in his hands. Grayson straightened up and, smiling, declared his desire. The young man put his sword in front of him, surrounded by a light aura. The man's eyes were bloodshot. His desire was to take his life. At the same moment, he made a jerk towards the main character. A number of lightning attacks were repelled thanks to masterful blocking of blows. Their swords clashed in a furious fight. The veins on Grayson's face stood out from tension. He raised his sword to strike. Iron managed to change his position. The guy noticed how his opponent ducked down. His sword seemed to bend as he swung, and the young man noticed that his enemy was moving like a real snake. He managed to fend off a barrage of swift attacks thanks to his broadsword. Looking at the way the swords clashed against each other, he thought that he would have lost immediately if it had not been for training with Drew. Thanks to them, the swordsman saw all the movements of the enemy's aura. The man's hand, clutching the hilt of the sword, glowed due to the dark aura. Having determined the right moment, the main character made a dash, swinging his sword, declaring the beginning and end of the attack. The crushing blow raised a cloud of dust and threw Grayson several meters away. The man widened his eyes in bewilderment, not understanding what had just happened. Hubar opened his mouth in surprise, trying to understand how his friend did it. Iron swung again for another attack. As their swords crossed, a flash of light energy appeared in the air. Frowning intensely, the enemy clenched his teeth, wanting to know what was happening. Looking at the guy's determined face, he tried to understand how he managed to push him back. Another blow made the man jump back. Even the demon's strength did not help him defeat him. Grayson swung his sword furiously, not wanting to acknowledge his opponent's strength. His body was completely covered in a dark purple aura. His eyes burned. He declared that this would never happen. Furiously baring his teeth, the man shouted that he would never recognize him. Hubar knitted his eyebrows in concern, calling out to his friend and asking him to run. Standing opposite the flaring flame of the dark aura, the young man asked him not to worry. The main character closed his eyes, saying that this would not happen again. Holding out a sparkling sword in front of him, he said that he was no longer afraid of the Magin. With a menacing cry, Grayson raised his sword above his head, not even noticing the impending attack. Iron's eyes expressed only confidence in victory. The devastating blow from the collision of dark and light aura was more like an explosion. The man's expression was very confused. He opened his mouth in surprise, noticing that only the sparkling handle remained in his hand. The broken sword fell to the floor. The defeated enemy sat down on his knees in front of him. A dark aura began to leave his body. Tears flowed down his cheeks. The man was glad that he could return and put an end to this. The guy sat down opposite his sobbing opponent. Hubar called out to Grayson, rushing to his aid. The young man put his hand on the swordsman's shoulder. The man thanked him, glad that in the end he was able to regain his human form, a small flame burning in his chest. Hubar lowered his eyebrows in disappointment, saying that the fire was dying out and, unfortunately, this was the end for Grayson. Looking at his opponent, the protagonist asked what ending he was talking about. He stated that he was finally able to fight one of the best warriors, the orc's eyes shining with amazement. Iron said that he now had hope of defeating Ilia, and that he would like to become as strong as Grayson, a fire flashing in front of his chest. The guy put his hand on the perplexed man's shoulder and thanked him for a worthy duel. The orc was shocked by what he saw. Hubar noticed how the fire in the chest of the amazed swordsman flared up. The young man, enveloped in a bright aura, reminded that the loser must fulfill the winner's wish. The lights hanging in the air in front of their bodies flared up. Grayson's body was covered with a light aura. The main character wished that his opponent would continue to carry out worthy and impressive battles. 3 dark silhouettes were visible at the open gate. Hubar remembered how a dazzling purple glow emanated from Grayson's sword and asked where he got this weapon from. The dark man put his hand in front of him and answered the interlocutors standing opposite him that he didn't know this himself, because the sword was already in the room when he returned home. Grayson put his hand on his chest and said that, after he fully recovered, he wanted to visit the temple to confess his sins and pray for forgiveness. The orc remained silent, looking intently at his interlocutor. He saw the fire burning inside the man and came to the conclusion that his heart was already absolutely pure, and there was absolutely no bad energy in it. The sky gradually darkened and the sun hid behind the horizon, and Grayson said goodbye. The main character and Hubar walked through the forest and were silent. Iron frowned when the orc said that he remembered Ignat's words. He remembered the faces of Khazar, Charlotte, and Victor, who were smiling madly. Then he pictured Grayson's face darkened with anger. Ignata was holding a small shining artifact in her hands, and Hubar opened his mouth and widened his eyes in shock. The orc frowned and said that, according to the girl, the peace would soon be broken. When Hubar asked what Iron thought about this power, the protagonist frowned and replied that he himself did not know much. He remembered how he held his sword, clenching his teeth tightly, and said that he knew that he could win, so everything happened on its own. The main character looked down and with a serious look thought that perhaps it would be possible to defeat Ilia. Hubar opened his eyes wide, furtively watching the thoughtful Iron. He turned to him and thought about the energy that purifies bad mana and the fire that revives life. Brad, with his arms crossed, asked Judith to eat normally, and the girl, resting her hands on the table, asked why the young man was so mischievous lately. When Brad smiled and addressed someone, Judith turned around in confusion. Iron walked up to the wooden table, greeted Judith, and she widened her eyes in surprise and awkwardness. The blue-haired boy turned and walked away, saying that he would buy beer, and Judith blushed and Iron looked puzzled. When Brad asked if Iron was still training, the red-haired girl stole a glance at him. The main character looked at the dish from which steam was emanating and answered ambiguously. Brad opened his mouth in surprise when Iron said that he was working on the aura and that it was not so easy. Judith suddenly interrupted him, putting her hand out to the side. She was stunned that the main character did not know how to control mana. She then asked about what Iron was showing them, and the young man looked up, saying that he was simply training his senses, not the aura itself. Brad yawned, saying it was hard, and Judith smacked her head with her hand. The blue-haired young man looked seriously at the main character and said that at the academy they were trained in aura control after basic training, but not everyone participated in this, because you can only be born with an aura. Iron's face became covered with beads of sweat, and Judith fell silent, looking at the table. Suddenly she abruptly stood up from her chair, lowered her head and said that nothing could be done in this situation. She then pointed her finger at herself and shouted that she would train the main character. Brad watched with a slight smile as the girl sternly ordered Iron to get ready and study hard. In a small field stood two people with weapons in their hands. The fire shimmered and shone brightly as Judith explained that there are 6 basic concepts of working with the aura, and generation begins within. The girl, dressed in armor, emitted a red glow and said, "Strength reflects power and hardening teaches patience." She then raised her sword higher and with a serious face added that flourishing heightens all senses, concentration gathers all aura together and creates greater power, and expression radiates power outward. Judith lowered her sword, looked at the main character and said that they would now focus on concentration and expression. The girl presented the outlines of the weapon and said that these are the most important points for creating an aura sword, but the rest should also not be forgotten, because they are all important for the balance of the use of aura. Iron furrowed his brows, looked at his sword and thought that this looked like the moment of an attack, so he would still be able to create an aura sword. He spread his bent legs wide apart, clenched his teeth and thought that now he needed to start developing his aura and bring the theory to life. A month later, a man stood in the middle of the training field with a sword in his hands. Iron's body emitted a golden glow as he tried to create an aura with his eyes closed. He tensed his hands, which held the hilt of his sword. Then the main character opened his eyes, clenched his teeth tightly. His body and his sword seemed to be on fire. Iron sighed, frowning, and thought that this always happens when transferring aura to a sword. He examined his weapon, which had many scratches on it, and suggested that it seemed to absorb aura. Iron stared at the sword, thinking it was getting heavier. Suddenly a man in brown and green clothes ran up from behind and shouted loudly that the date for the next battle had been set. He revealed that the protagonist's opponent would be a young man with long red hair named Ricardo Pinto, who is the former champion of the Land of Evidence. Iron widened his eyes and frowned when he heard the last phrase. Hintz looked at him sternly and said that Ricardo is one of the best experts, and this time he will have a special weapon. The man reported that the protagonist's opponent, holding the sword on his shoulder, received it from his father, a sword master named Jerison Pinto. When Hintz said about the numbered sword, Iron's face became wary. The man, frowning his thin eyebrows, said that even an aura sword could withstand such a weapon, and if the main character defeats it, he can immediately fight with the champion. Iron smiled when Hintz said it would be difficult even for him. The man raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes in surprise at this reaction. The main character said with a grin that the owner of the numbered sword is an excellent opponent for him, and that he will definitely be able to win. There were 2 people standing in the arena. Spectators were sitting in the stands, while the host loudly announced the participants in the fight. Ricardo and Iron looked at each other with furrowed brows and pursed lips. A young man with long red hair raised his sword and said that Iron is a swordsman who is getting a lot of attention right now. The main character looked closely at Ricardo, who concluded that Iron is very popular since they have so many viewers. Suddenly, the red-haired young man began to emit a red glow and shouted loudly that the main character was still too far from his level. Iron stood firmly on the ground, his feet starting to emit golden light. Ricardo saw this and frowned in confusion, his mouth parted. The main character looked at the enemy with impudence and confidence. Ricardo's eyes widened in shock when Iron suddenly appeared in front of him, swinging his sword. The red-haired youth furrowed his black eyebrows and thought that the main character was very fast. He swung his sword, but Iron was already behind him, his cloak flying up. Ricardo turned around, anger appearing in his eyes. When their swords collided, a shockwave erupted. Ricardo clenched his teeth and let out a painful sigh. The main character swung his sword, and his opponent flew back. Ricardo covered his face with his hand and admired Iron's strength. A yellow aura sparkled around the protagonist's leg. Suddenly, he rushed forward with unprecedented speed. The red-haired youth, whose face was covered with perspiration, opened his eyes wide. He held his sword in front of him as a shield as the protagonist jumped up and swung his weapon. Ricardo clenched his jaw from tension, and a bright flash flashed from the blow of the swords. Deep wrinkles lay between his eyebrows while he thought that iron concentrated very easily, and he could see that the work on the aura was carried out at the highest level. Ricardo furrowed his black eyebrows and shouted loudly that the main character had not boasted in vain. Iron didn't answer, his face was concentrated. He then swung his sword, sending bright yellow sparks into the air. White flashes filled the space as the speaker reported that both participants were performing at their best. There were two girls on the balcony, one of them was sitting on a throne and the other was standing nearby. Emma watched Ilia, who was watching the fight intently. Ricardo clenched his jaw, and a blinding flash appeared between him and Iron again. The sweaty face of the red-haired young man twisted with anger when he realized that the main character had begun to aim at his sword. Iron jumped, swinging his weapon. Suddenly there was a deafening explosion, and gray smoke appeared on the battlefield. The spectators opened their mouths in shock, carefully watching the fight. Judith's eyes widened in surprise, and Brad called Iron an idiot for trying to break a numbered sword to see if he could overpower it with an aura sword. Veins appeared on Ricardo's forehead with rage because the protagonist was trying to destroy his sword. He then screamed shrilly, red strands of hair falling across his enraged face. Iron furrowed his thin eyebrows and widened his blue eyes. He then looked serious and the sword in his hand began to shine brightly. Ricardo gritted his teeth as golden flashes flashed near him. They swung their weapons at the same time, emitting a red and yellow aura. The ground under the protagonist's feet cracked. He did not pay attention to this and continued to carefully look at the enemy. Iron swung his sword, but Ricardo managed to substitute his weapon and defend himself. He gritted his teeth and loudly insulted the protagonist. Iron raised his sword above his head, pursing his lips in concentration. Their weapons crossed, and the impact sent sparks into the air. People in the crowd began to sweat with excitement. Not taking their eyes off the fight, they were shocked that the main character was pushing Ricardo away. The red-haired youth jumped back, biting his lips in rage. The crimson sword glittered, reflecting the rays of the sun. Iron clenched his jaw, many abrasions were visible on his face. He swung his weapon, attacking his opponent. Ilia was dressed in iron armor. She sat on the throne and carefully watched the duel. The main character furrowed his eyebrows. His gaze was stern. Ricardo jumped, a shockwave erupting from the clash of swords. A crack appeared on the red-patterned weapon. The spectators stood up from their seats and opened their mouths in shock. A bright flash began to flare up between the opponent's weapons, and Ricardo screamed loudly through clenched teeth. Judith and Brad watched the fight with stunned expressions on their faces. When Ricardo saw the crack on his sword, he broke out in sweat and had a look of horror in his eyes. The black-haired young man opened his eyes wide and screamed loudly. Ilia widened her eyes in surprise. Ricardo, whose face was wet with fear, looked at his weapon. The main character stood with one knee bent and a sword on his shoulder. Suddenly, a bright golden lightning appeared in space. The impact ruffled Ricardo's hair and sent his sword flying high into the air. The people sitting in the stands let out stunned gasps as they looked at the battlefield with shock in their eyes. Ricardo opened his mouth in horror, looking at his sword, which split into many small pieces. While the speaker announced Iron's victory, he frowned and glared at the red-haired youth. Judith looked at the main character with an admiring smile, and Brad did not understand how he did it. Iron raised his head and smiled slightly. Then his gaze became stern. Ilia pursed her lips in displeasure as the speaker shouted that it was now known what the next match would be. The audience stood up from their seats and shouted loudly in support of the main character. Ilia and Iron looked at each other with hostility, and the speaker announced that they would duel. The main character was breathing heavily through his mouth. He then tensed the hands that held the sword and let out a tense sigh. He sighed, frowned, and wondered if he had absorbed the aura again because it didn't work out for him. Judith asked with a grin if Iron had tried to make an aura sword, and the young man with an angry look replied that he had been trying to do it for several days, but nothing had worked out for him. The main character widened his eyes in shock when Judith said with a grin that this matter would take a couple of months. Brad stood with his arms crossed while Lulu sat on his shoulder. Judith stuck out her tongue, teasing Iron, who furrowed his eyebrows in anger. Lulu looked at Brad, who was carefully watching his comrades. There was a bright blue sky above the palace. The man in red clothes watched Ilia holding a sword in her hand. Emma pursed her lips and thought that the girl had not slept for a whole week and was only training. Ilia began to sweat drops while Emma thought that she didn't want the warrior to lose herself too much. Iron sat on a rock while a colorful sunset was visible behind him. He looked down, anxiously wondering if he could defeat Ilia. The main character raised his head and opened his eyes wide when he heard someone's voice. Judith stood in front of him and smiled. When Iron asked if his worries were obvious, the girl turned around, put her hands behind her back and confirmed it. Then she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. The main character raised his eyebrows in confusion when Judith admitted that for several days she had envious thoughts towards him and his work with auras. The girl stood with her back to him, saying that iron was beyond her understanding. She then turned around and said with a warm smile that she still couldn't hate him. The main character opened his mouth slightly when Judith added that Ilia hardly hated him either. She tilted her head and said with a smile that iron was trying for the sake of others. She then closed her eyes and slapped him on the back with a satisfied face, causing him to jump up from the rock. The girl with a smile told him to do his best. Iron looked gratefully at Judith, who said that then he would have nothing to worry about. The full moon was visible in the night sky. The main character was lying in bed and looking at the ceiling. He closed his eyes and thought that he must win. Behind a fence built of stones, there was a green tree. Iron stood on the training field and looked at the armed man. He frowned and thought that the dream had changed a little. He felt that the fierce and defiant energy seemed to have calmed down. Opposite him stood a muscular man with long gray hair. Iron made a surprised sound and widened his eyes. The stranger held a sword in his hand, and the main character leaned over in embarrassment. The man opened his mouth, then his teeth almost clenched. The main character opened his blue eyes wide in shock. He sat up on the bed and thought that the stranger wanted to say something again. White clouds swirled in the bright sky. The stands were filled with spectators as the speaker loudly shouted that today would be the battle they had all been waiting for. Iron, clad in armor and holding a sword by the hilt, was introduced as a novice aiming for the queen's place. Ilia clutched a thin saber in her hand, pursing her lips as she was introduced as the current champion and sword master. Hubar and Lulu looked at the arena with interest. Judith and Brad looked worried. Ilia and Iron did not take their stern eyes off each other. As soon as the speaker announced the start of the battle, the girl rushed towards the main character. She struck and a white flash appeared in the air. Ilia's eyes emitted a violet glow. She suddenly moved behind the main character and jumped up. Iron managed to turn around, placing his weapon in front of him as a shield. The spectators' mouths dropped open in shock due to the speed of the opponents. The main character raised his sword above his head. Ilia was emitting a purple aura. Rays of light began to appear around her leg. When Iron tried to attack her, she quickly jumped back. The ground under the girl's feet cracked. In an instant she was next to the enemy, swinging her saber. The protagonist's comrades widened their eyes in surprise when he was able to use the expression. Brad said that Iron concentrated his aura before jumping and instantly exploded it, thereby increasing his speed. The main character frowned. White streaks from the swings of weapons were visible in the air. Suddenly Iron turned around. His eyebrows were furrowed and his gaze tense. Ilia jumped back, her saber leaving a deep mark in the arena. The girl looked at her smoking weapon with surprise and thought that the main character had pushed her away. A golden aura began to emanate from his feet. He swung the sparkling weapon towards the enemy. From above you could see how fast Iron moved. Ilia closed her eyes, her face began to sweat, and the presenter shouted that the girl looked very confused. She gritted her teeth and frowned, wrinkles appearing between her eyebrows. The girl pursed her lips and twirled her saber in the air. Brad's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the technique. Ilia swung her weapon, and the hurricane headed towards the main character. Iron stood with his legs spread wide as the whirlwind approached him. He placed the sword on his shoulder, his light brows furrowed. The hurricane destroyed everything in its path, fragments flew into the air. Judith and Brad opened their mouths wide in surprise and shouted that Iron was using the heavenly sword. A large ring of black smoke appeared in the arena. Ilia parted her mouth and widened her eyes in shock. The main character, whose cloak was fluttering in the wind, with a stern expression on his face, told the girl to take out the aura sword. She did not move. Scratches and beads of sweat were visible on her face. When Iron said that otherwise he would break her sword, Ilia clenched her teeth aggressively. The weapon in her hand began to emit a purple glow. She bent her knees and raised her sword higher, preparing to attack. A young man with black hair, dressed in a white cloak, looked at the duel with a calm face. Iron watched from afar as a purple light formed around his opponent. His eyes widened and his eyebrows raised. Ilia swung her weapon, and the protagonist had to lean back to avoid the blow. As the attack passed over his face, he clenched his jaw in tension. Ilia's eyes turned white with anger as she continued to attack. Judith frowned her black eyebrows and said that it was still difficult for the main character. Lulu said with a confident look that Iron could handle it. The main character tensed his face and let out a painful sigh. He attacked Ilia. The field was plunged into blinding flashes. Iron approached her, gritting his teeth and looking at her with hatred. Then he pursed his lips tightly and raised the sword above his head. Ilia raised her eyebrows to the bridge of her nose and opened her mouth slightly in shock. The next blow cracked the arena, and a deep trench formed there. The spectators did not take their eyes off the battle. They were horrified by the actions of the protagonist. Ilia, sweat dripping from her cheeks, clenched her jaw and thought that she was not so weak. Then she picked up the shining sword, walked to the front and decided that she needed to end this now. She looked up and saw Iron jump up, swinging his weapon. The girl frowned her thin eyebrows, clenched her teeth, and thought that everyone would definitely recognize her strength if she made the main character suffer. Judith and Brad, their faces wet, saw Ilia speed up. Lulu, whose eyes were wide open, thought that Ilia was stronger than iron, but he held up well thanks to hard training. Thick black smoke rose across the battlefield. Ilia tried to see something. There were many small abrasions on her cheeks. The main character held a sword in one hand. His gaze was serious. The girl's face twisted with anger, wrinkles appeared on her nose, and she hissed loudly. Suddenly, a bright white flash illuminated everything around. Ilia's eyes turned white. She clenched her teeth tightly and prepared to attack iron. Their weapons collided, sending a powerful shock wave across the battlefield. The main character looked attentively at the enemy. Ilia jumped into the air, looking at the main character with hatred. He looked to the side when suddenly his sword began to emit a dazzling glow. Iron remembered how Ilia helped him exercise with a barbell. He then remembered how they ate together. A memory of how the girl looked at him with a smile appeared before his eyes. Ilia's sweaty face showed wild anger. The girl struck, and the protagonist's beige cloak flew into the air. She widened her eyes in surprise, assuming that Iron had dodged. Through the dense smoke, the bright outlines of a sword were visible. The impact caused dazzling flashes resembling flames. Iron stood with a sledgehammer in his hands and looked at the smoke. He picked up a large golden sword and looked at it with admiration. Ilia tensed when she saw the main character swinging his weapon. The light blinded the audience, causing some of them to squint their eyes. Judith, her face covered in beads of sweat, swore loudly. Brad furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth in shock when he saw the aura sword. Only golden light was visible in the arena. This glow then spread to the stands. Hubar, Judith, and Brad widened their eyes in surprise when the speaker announced that there was now a winner. Ilia looked lost at her saber, which had split into two pieces. Iron, holding a massive golden sword, was declared the winner of this fight and the new champion. Ilia fell to the ground and dropped her weapon. She looked down, not understanding what to do now. It was all over for her. The main character quietly called the girl. She looked up at him. Iron dropped to one knee in front of her, and Ilia felt a very warm energy emanating from him. He extended his hand to the girl with a smile and invited her to make peace. Ilia widened her violet eyes and remained silent. Then a warm smile appeared on her face. They shook hands, looking at each other with tenderness in their eyes. They sat in the center of the arena while the audience actively discussed the fight. The bald man glanced at the man in white clothes who brushed against him as he passed by. He put his hand on the stranger's shoulder and angrily shouted at him to apologize for pushing him. Suddenly the man fell silent, raising his eyebrows and widening his eyes. He began to turn around in bewilderment and ask what he was doing here while the stranger was leaving. He looked at Ilia, who was looking at Iron with a smile, and thought that the dark energy had disappeared without a trace. The stranger looked at the main character, who was also smiling, and thought that his energy was the opposite of darkness. A stranger with short green hair looked down at Iron, wondering who he really was. Brad buried his head in the newspaper and read aloud about the controversy over the victory of the main character in the fight for the champion title. Hubar, Iron, and Judith sat at the table, listening to Brad read that all the arguing ended after Ilia admitted defeat in person. The main character was stroking Lulu, and Judith rose from her chair and angrily yelled at him, but Brad asked her to calm down. The orc looked at Iron and thought that the young man had done what seemed impossible. While the main character with bandages on his face smiled, Hubar thought that for the sake of his goal he had reached the end and showed everyone what he was capable of. The orc was silent, looking at the young man with black eyes and thinking that Iron had changed a lot, because at their first meeting he was a completely different person. Hubar turned away from him. His hair tied with a white elastic band, he mentally wondered why looking at the new protagonist gave him goosebumps. Brad crossed his arms and asked about the sword. Iron remembered how his weapon became golden and shining and replied that he checked the sword several times, but it was the same as before and he did not know what happened then. When he said he wanted to ask about it, Judith's eyes widened, wondering who. Lulu, whom Iron was stroking on the head, suggested that he wanted to find out from the man in his dreams, and the young man confirmed this. He smiled and said that he could talk to him now. A week later, the sun was shining brightly over the palace. Someone knocked gently on the door. Iron was holding a bouquet of yellow flowers in his hand, and Ilia was smiling, asking if he was doing well. They sat down at a round table opposite each other. The main character looked down and said that he was going to leave, and did not know where, but in any case it would happen in a couple of days. Iron then looked at the girl and asked what she planned to do next. Ilia lowered her head and remained silent. She folded her hands and replied that she didn't know. Then she looked at the main character and said that only after losing did she realize that she had nothing more. Ilia imagined how stubbornly she was running forward on her own cloak, and said that the goal for which she had strived so much and which had defined her whole life had disappeared in a second and left nothing behind. The girl imagined how she stumbled on her cloak, and confusion appeared on her face. She imagined herself standing in the middle of an empty space and said that she could not see where to go next. Ilia's cheeks turned red and she looked down and asked if Iron could tell her what to do. The main character confidently invited her to go with him. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Iron smiled and said that he had a similar situation, and he also didn't know what to do next and where to go. He looked at Ilia with warmth and said that he was still confident in the future because there were people close to him. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes when he said that she believed in him, and he was able to go all this way. Iron leaned closer, saying it was his turn to believe in her, and Ilia froze, eyes wide. The main character looked at the girl with confidence and told her not to worry and that they would move on together. Ilia closed her eyes, smiled, and agreed. Brad sighed heavily and with a tired look hinted that he might be against it. Iron scratched his neck and smiled awkwardly, and Brad said that Ilia had been on her own all this time and now she suddenly decided to team up. The blue-haired young man looked sternly at the girl. She looked down confused when he asked her if she saw him and Judith as her friends or just Iron alone. Judith slapped the boy angrily, but he ignored it, standing with his arms crossed. He then smiled and said that they should get closer first. Q-Bar and Lulu watched the conversation with a smile when Brad suggested exchanging secrets. Elijah opened her mouth in surprise when the young man approached her and said that Judith believed in Santa Claus until she was 14. The young man said that even at the academy a few months before the New Year she behaved well, there was a Christmas stocking next to her bed, and she helped everyone around. Judith blushed with shame, and Brad, closing his eyes, added that he later found out that it was all for a gift from Santa Claus. The young man wanted to continue, but the red-haired girl hit him in the face and screamed loudly, asking if it was his secret. Iron and Ilia looked at each other with smiles. Judith, who seemed to be smoking with anger and held Brad by the collar of her clothes, ordered the two to tell their secrets too. She screamed even louder, causing the main character and Ilia to tremble in fear. The moon illuminated the night sky. Iron lay in bed with his eyes closed. There were two people standing on the training ground. The main character put his hand on his chest, asking the man to tell who he was. The stranger was silent and did not move while Iron asked him questions that interested him. Suddenly Karen raised his sword, holding it by the hilt with both hands. A gilded weapon stuck into the ground appeared in front of the main character. He smiled and asked if the man was a swordsman too. As Iron screamed for the stranger to fight, the man stepped forward. He then swung his sword, approaching the main character. There were many blinding flashes from the battle. Iron clenched his teeth and let out a tense sigh. Karen looked at him, emitting yellow lightning. The man's beard and hair fluttered in the wind. The main character lost his balance due to the blow. He drove along the ground, where two long footprints remained. Iron said with a smile that his opponent was strong. Black smoke appeared around, and the main character said that he could imagine how hard Karen had to work. He clasped his hands tighter on the hilt of the sword and said that he also wanted to become like that. As the man approached him, a golden aura began to emanate from the protagonist's body and weapon. He raised his sword above his head and shouted loudly that he was really trying hard. Karen's eyes widened in surprise. The space was illuminated by a blinding flash. The man continued to look at Iron while his face was blinded by the light. When their weapons collided, Karen's sword broke, sending pieces flying into the air. Iron clenched his teeth tightly and frowned. When Karen spoke, his mouth opened slightly and his gaze became interested. The man seemed to be hiding a smile under his long beard. He put his hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he would support him. With a face full of bewilderment, the main character froze in one position. His gaze was directed at the old man, on whose face the light was falling. Approaching the main character, Karen said that he would support him, after which, covering his body with an aura, he began to slowly disappear. With a worried expression on his face, Iron asked him to wait. Raising his hand, the main character repeated his phrase again. Sitting down at the table where all the guys were, Judith wondered if he had said that he would support Iron. He, in turn, said that this was so. Looking at the drooping protagonist, Brad tried to find out what happened next. Iron said that after that he disappeared as if in a fog. Looking at the surprised Q-Bar, the main character noted a strange feeling as if Karen would not show up again. Turning to the shocked guys, Q-Bar wondered if they would mind going to Turkeli. Judith, in turn, tried to find out where it was. Brad said that this is an orc city in the northwest. With a serious expression on his face, Q-Bar declared that this was his homeland, where his mentor lived. An image of an old man appeared in his head, on whose body a red robe could be seen. The plot tells us that this is the best shaman in the history of the orcs, the Great Gurgur. Looking at the surprised Iron, Q-Bar suggested that his mentor could help him understand the nature of his dreams. After which, the main character wondered if this was true. Looking at the grinning Judith, Brad said that he was not against it, asking what she thought about it. She, in turn, noted that she agreed with him. Looking at the embarrassed Iron, Judith declared her joy that she could now see the two strongest of them every day. Smiling, Ilia said that she also agreed. Lulu noted that she had never been to an orc village, saying that it would be cool. Near the ground bridge there was a crowd of townspeople watching the carriage as it moved forward. The story takes us to the next day. Presenting herself to Emma, Ilia asked her to tell her parents that she had returned. Having agreed, she asked her not to worry, wishing her a good trip. At that moment, Ilia noted that she forgot to say goodbye to her mentor. Looking at the annoyed Elijah, Emma said that he left a few days ago, suggested that something urgent had happened, saying that he asked to say goodbye on his behalf. Waving her hand, Ilia announced that she was leaving. While in the carriage, Lulu announced that they were leaving, wishing everyone good luck. The crowd of townspeople were in bewilderment. Folding his hands, the man noticed that the champion had left. Against the backdrop of the city walls, the cry of a stranger who proclaimed himself a champion could be heard. The man wondered how such a weakling could become a champion. Stopping next to a clearing, the guys set up camp and built a fire. Smirking, turning to Q-Bar, Brad said that next time he would drive the carriage. He, in turn, wondered why this was so, noting that it was not a burden to him. Brad assumed that Q-Bar was getting tired of taking care of them all the time. Pointing a finger at herself, Judith declared that she was in charge of lunch today. Brad asked Q-Bar to rely on them. Further, the plot tells us that a little time passes. Taken aback, having picked up Judith's cooking, the main character wondered whether it was really edible. Taking the lid off the pan, Ilia said that she had managed to prepare the soup. Having spat it out, the stunned Brad declared that it was also poison. From what he heard, Elijah's face was clouded with annoyance. Watching the sun set, Q-Bar offered to leave the cooking to him, noting that he would call them if he needed help. Lowering her head, Ilia asked Judith to imagine that the sword was an extension of her hand, adding that it would be much easier to control it that way. Brad leaned over, lost in his own thoughts. In his hand was a wreath, which he made from only picked daisies. Then he put it on Lulu, who was sleeping on the grass. Small sparks flew out of the newly lit fire. Raising his hand, Q-Bar threw dry leaves into the fire. Approaching him, the main character sat down on a felled log. Q-Bar, in turn, tried to find out whether he had finished training. With a curious look, Iron wondered if something was bothering him lately. Q-Bar, in turn, noticed his powers of observation. Looking at the puzzled protagonist, he reported his anxiety about returning to his native land. Iron suggested that Q-Bar did not leave there because of the good life. Continuing to watch the fire, he noticed that he was embarrassed to speak, saying that he was unable to return there alone. Averting his gaze in thought, Iron stated that he understood this. Continuing to think, he believed that this is why Q-Bar constantly travels around the continent. Lowering his head and apologizing, Q-Bar said that he wanted to enlist their support and return, noticing the strange behavior at his age, asking if Iron thought so. Taken aback, the protagonist stated that this was not the case, noting that he offered to send to Turkelly without knowing what they would answer. After which, Iron stated that despite this, Q-Bar gained courage. Surprised, his comrade opened his mouth. Barely holding back tears, he turned away and thanked the main character for this. Suddenly, the boy's carriage ran over a rock, causing the wheel to break. Folding his hands, Q-Bar wondered if Brad was serious about this. After his words, he tried to apologize. With a look of indignation, Judith said that this was expected. Seeing the carriage ahead, Q-Bar suggested that they might be merchants, saying that he would ask them for help. Pointing at them, turning to his comrades, he said that they were just heading towards the orc tribes, adding that fortunately they agreed to help them. After which, the guys met the traders. Lost in thought, Frederick noticed that he had heard these names somewhere. Once in the cart, the guys hit the road. Lowering her gaze, Ilia was lost in her own thoughts. Smiling, turning to Elijah, Lulu tried to find out how she was, noting that she was completely down. Staring into space, Ilia said that she was constantly thinking about what to do next, saying that her heart became much lighter than before, talking about the uncertainty of whether this was the right path for her. Once on Elijah's lap, Lulu declared that if there were too many thoughts in her head, then she shouldn't think about anything, wondering if the experiences would help her make up her mind. Further, she asked her to forget about everything and calmly move forward. After she lay down on Elijah's lap, Lulu noticed that she needed to repeat after her. At that moment, Judith tried to find out what they were doing. With a cry, Frederick declared that he remembered. Kangel noted that he scared him. With an excited expression on his face, Frederick spoke about the gold graduate of Crono Academy, who performed in the Land of Evidence, adding that it was from there that he knew the guys. Kangel tried to find out if he was talking about those behind. After reporting that this was the case, Frederick noted that they had the same names. Hitting him on the back, Kangel wondered if he thought that a name alone was enough, asking what aristocrats should do in such a wilderness. Then he again wondered if they should not use the money they won to train in a new place. Turning around, Kangel invited Frederick to take a look for himself. Looking at the guys frozen in one position, Kangel wondered if Frederick thought this was a golden issue, calling the guys simple tramps. In the vast area where the guys were passing, some sounds began to be heard. Turning around, the main character heard someone ordering them to stop and get out. Wary, Q-Bar tried to find out what was happening. Frederick told him about the robbers. Looking at the approaching army, he declared that they were orc bandits. One of the bandits had many scars on his face. Frederick said that he had heard about this orc, saying that he was the leader of a group that kills everyone they met on the way, adding that no amount of negotiations will help. Rushing into battle, the head of the orcs ordered everyone to be killed. Fragments of stone blocks flew in different directions. Finding himself behind Frederick, the orc tried to strike. Having arrived to the rescue, with lightning speed, the main character cut the enemy's body into 2 parts. Remnants of dried blood were visible on his face. Running up to the guys, Ilia asked them to hide behind. Swinging his blade, Brad decapitated one of the bandits. Lightning-fast swings of the sword could be seen next to the orc's feet. Pushing off from the ground, carrying out a series of attacks, Ilia blew off the heads of a group of bandits. Horrified, Frederick called what he saw impossible, thinking that orcs were much stronger than people, amazed that the guys were winning. Beads of sweat slowly ran down his face. Watching Iron fight and continuing to think, he noted that this was indeed a gold edition. Beside himself with rage, the orc let out a piercing roar. Suddenly, with the help of his sword, the main character pierced him right through. Finding himself behind the body of the deceased enemy, Iron saw how the horde of orcs continued to move towards him. Swinging his sword, the main character again prepared to attack. Parts of his opponent's bodies were scattered in different directions. A powerful splash of blood appeared next to him. Looking at his sword, Iron thought that he had cut 6 people with 1 blow. Turning around, addressing the main character, Brad tried to find out if he was okay. With a serious expression on his face, Iron stated that he was fine. Wary, continuing to think, he noted that now was not the time to relax. Stopping, the scarred orc noted the strength of the protagonist. Taking his comrade by the head, he declared that in this case he, too, would fight at full strength. Horrified, Judith wondered if the scarred orc was crazy. Blood could be seen flowing out of his hand. Suddenly, the scarred orc's body began to turn red. Standing on his hands, he let out a piercing roar. Frightened, Kubar wondered if it was blood magic, noting that it was forbidden. Rushing into battle, the scarred orc declared that he would kill them all. Suddenly, a hammer flew towards him, after which, an explosion occurred at the site of a fierce fight. Due to the unbearable pain, the scarred orc began to scream. Taken aback, Iron wondered where this hammer had come from. While on the mountain, the unknown person jumped from that place, heading to the battlefield. With his fist behind his back, the unknown man prepared to attack. With a stunned look, the scarred orc froze in one position. Suddenly, after his blow, an explosion roared across the battlefield again. There was a cloud of smoke in the air. In the hand of the unknown person was an axe that was covered in blood. Raising his hand, the unknown man ordered his soldiers to advance. Many fighters began to jump from the stone hill. The unknown army began a fierce battle with the orc bandits. Surprised, Brad wondered what kind of orcs these were. Raising his head, Kubar declared that these were shamans from Turkali. Brad, in turn, asked if these were local warriors. Looking at the unknown man who raised his hand, Kubar noted that he was their leader, adding that he was one of the 10 strongest shamans on the continent. Looking at the leader of the orcs, Kubar said that his name was Karamkan, noting that he was his father. Presenting himself before his father, Kubar noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Frowning, Karamkan ordered him to leave, declaring that this was his last warning. With an annoyed expression on his face, Kubar froze in one position. With a face full of anger, his father ordered him to leave and never return. With a serious look, Kubar said that this was impossible, saying that he would have to talk to Therakan. Having refused him, Karamkan again ordered him to leave. Tapping his foot, the main character noted that it took a lot of effort for Karamkan's son to be here, wondering if he really couldn't talk to him. Looking at the indignant Iron, Kubar's father tried to find out who he was. The main character said that he was his friend, introducing himself by name. Averting his gaze, Karamkan stated that this was a family matter and a tribal matter, asking him not to interfere. Frowning, Iron stated that this was his friend's case as well, adding that he had the right to interfere. Biting his lip, Karamkan wondered whether the protagonist would take responsibility for his decision. Inspired, Iron declared that he was ready to do anything for Kubar. Putting the hammer behind his back, Karamkan noted that in this case, they would check it. Throwing the hammer at him, he wondered how true his words were. Kubar's father's weapon ended up next to the protagonist's face. Reflecting it, Iron jumped to the side. His hammer slammed into the stone wall. Suddenly, he began to return to him. A powerful blue aura began to form in Karamkan's hand. The hammer handle began to glow. Suddenly, Karamkan's weapon began to fly towards him. Horrified, in his thoughts, the main character wondered what happened to his hammer. Releasing a powerful charge of bright aura, Iron directed it towards Father Kubar. Having caught his breath, Karamkan thought that his attack was not bad. Looking at the main character, frozen in one position, in his thoughts, he noted that he was sweeping away his attacks with an aura and making excellent use of the power of the forest. Rushing into battle, continuing to think, Karmakun declared that he would definitely be able to hold out. The guys' auras collided in a fierce battle. Continuing to attack, Kubara's father noted that he was doing a good job of holding back attacks with his weak body. Wary, Karamkan said that this was the end, asking Iron to surrender. Folding his hands, the main character jumped to the side. Pushing off the ground, Karamkan tried to strike again. With the help of his blade, the main character managed to repel his opponent's attack. Frowning in thought, Kubara's father noted that Iron's sword had reappeared, wondering if it was magic. Looking at the alarmed protagonist, Karamkan said that he recognized him, adding that he was a worthy opponent. Having formed a powerful cloud of aura in his hands, Kubara's father announced that he was giving a final warning, asking him to leave. Beside himself with rage, Karamkan declared that either he would make it so that they would never be able to raise their swords. Covering his body in purple energy, Lulu ordered him to stop. Jumping into the air, she declared that she was not going to hold back any longer. Angry, she said that she would not forgive Karamkan if he did something to Iron. Then, using her technique, she created a huge purple sphere. Horns appeared on her head. Lulu's hair began to fly due to the strong gusts of wind. From what he saw, the main character was shocked. Clenching her hand into a fist, the reincarnated Lulu hung in the air. Lulu, reincarnated as a girl with demonic wings, soared high in the sky, releasing bolts of lightning, and the orc shaman Karamkan with a white braid and labrys in his hand looked at her from the ground. Judith and Brad also raised their heads up and watched with their mouths slightly open in amazement, after which the blue-haired guy asked if it was a dragon in front of them. Lulu, in demonic form with horns on her head, grabbed one of her wings and began to examine it with admiration, noting its interesting appearance and strength. The gray-haired leader of the orc shamans with a beard and fangs protruding from his lower jaw, frowning his thick eyebrows, looked with bewilderment at the girl soaring in the sky, wondering if she was really a magician. Lulu at that moment raised her palms above her head, and creating a magic staff, with an enraged look she prepared to attack, shouting that she would take revenge on the monster for the harm caused to Iron. The girl, while in the air, created a glowing magic circle behind her and, with a stern face, pointed a stick with a sparkling ball towards the enemy, furiously releasing concentrated fiery energy at him. Seeing the approaching powerful stream of flame, Karamkan, greatly taken aback, began to move back towards the high rock with an anxious look, without turning away. Lulu, with her mouth wide open, eyes wide and cat fangs showing, watched her attack in shock, realizing that she had missed. Now a concentrated stream of fire with a bright radiance was rapidly rushing towards a detachment of orc shamans in blue cloaks, who, covered in perspiration, screamed in panic and quickly ran away. The magical flame nevertheless overtook the company of monsters and, filling the space, raised a strong whirlwind, scattering the warriors in different directions, causing them to emit terrible screams. In the place on the ground where the huge fireball landed, a deep crater now formed, in which the remnants of magic sparkled, and at the edge on one side, attacked orcs in blue cloaks struggled to rise. Red-haired Judith and blue-haired Brad's jaws dropped in shock when they heard Lulu's nonchalant words as she reported using the technique for the first time, deciding that the controls were too complicated. Kubar went to his close people, Karamkan's father and Iron's friend, standing opposite each other in combat readiness with weapons in their hands, asking them to stop. The dark-haired orc called out to the shaman, looking at him with a disappointed look and saying that he did not understand his parents' life choice. Gray-haired Karamkan turned slightly, looking sideways at his son, and began to listen with an attentive look when he declared that he was glad of his departure from Trukali. The blonde, with his eyebrows drawn together, looked at his friend, who was thinking about a family problem, with his blue eyes in bewilderment, while beads of sweat flowed down his face from excitement. Kubar, kneeling down and placing his gray palms on the ground, sincerely admitted to his father that he missed him very much. The orc was trembling with great excitement, desperately lowering his head when words were heard from his parted mouth with fangs that he really missed his family, consisting of his father and brother as well as his homeland. Kubar, without rising, bowed to Karamkan as a sign of greeting, while he, towering over his son, cast a frowning glance at him. The gray-haired orc shaman's eyes, surrounded by deep wrinkles, sparkled as he looked at his adult child with warmth, pausing. A moment later, Karamkan turned around and began to walk away, waving his white scythe and calling Kubar to follow him. The dark-haired orc, hanging his head, sobbed bitterly, and large tears flowed from his face when his father suggested that they talk together in the castle. Iron at this time was standing by the rock with his arms outstretched, casting a look of bewilderment at Lulu flying towards him from above, to which she, frowning her eyebrows, explained that she had been training to help in defense. The blonde looked puzzled at the yawning cat, which he now held in his palms, asking if this was her real form, and the familiar only answered that she didn't know and wanted to sleep. Exhausted Lulu, clinging to the shoulder of the main character, fell into a sleep, and he joyfully watched her while a tender girl with silver hair stood behind him. Ilia cast a soft glance at Iron, reminding her with a smile that they had to get up early tomorrow, so it was time to go to bed too, to which the young man agreed. In the overcast sky, covered with clouds and darkening as night approached. A thick column of smoke rose, surrounded by bright sparks. On the road among the rocks there was a fire, in which the wood was crackling, and nearby the dark silhouette of a guy dressed in a cloak could be seen. Blonde Iron looked with a downcast look at the bright flame illuminating his face, slightly closing his eyes and curling his mouth, and at that moment he was called out. Blue-haired Brad approached the fire, stopped not far from his amazed friend, and, despite looking at him, with a thoughtful look asked if he had any regrets. The two guys looked at the bright sparks flying to the sides, and the prince openly answered in the negative. Air Iron looked with slight bewilderment at Brad, who seriously stated that the young man must steel his heart, warning that a similar situation could happen again. Closing his eyes and looking piercingly ahead, the blue-haired guy concluded that one should not be afraid of what the world is preparing, one must continue to move forward. The main character, pondering his friend's words, knitted his eyebrows and curled his mouth, lowering his blue eyes to the burning fire, after which he briefly agreed. The action moves to a few days later, when Iron, Lulu and Ilia, sitting in a wooden cart, raised their heads in amazement, looking at something above. The guys on the carts drove along the stone road from the mountainous area, and in front of them on the hill there was a view of the luxurious city of the orcs Trukali with snow-white buildings illuminated by the sun's rays. Sometime after their arrival, a group of travelers stood in a large, beautiful hall with a round table, and Iron asked in bewilderment whether they really needed to go through an immigration check. Kubar closed his eyes and smiled softly when he heard the concerned Judith's question about his well-being, and asked the girl not to worry, adding that everything would pass quickly. Iron's red-haired friend gave the orc a stunned look, surprised at the immigration check, and Brad, watching her, explained that this was due to the fact that Kubar was the local crown prince. The main character, sitting at the table opposite Ilia, stared in amazement at a local worker who said that Mr. Therakan was waiting for the guys. A red-haired orc walked along the hall ahead, leading 4 cloaked people who had arrived in Trukali. On the way to Tharkan, who is Kubar's younger brother, the friends began to animatedly discuss the local leader, and Brad, with a wary look, warned them that they should be careful. Now 4 in a line stood at the entrance to the office of the most picky orc, who sat at the table in a chair against the other wall of the room, and in front of him there were prudently placed a number of chairs equal to the guests. Therakan, with tousled hair and sideburns, joyfully slammed his 2 fists on the table, greeting travelers with a smile and introducing himself. The local leader began to look even happier, closing his eyes and thanking the guys for bringing his older brother home. Judith and Brad, sweating with excitement, cast suspicious squints at Therakan, mentally wondering why he turned out to be so cute. After asking Iron a question about the immigration check, the local chief enthusiastically replied that Kubar had already successfully passed it and was now finishing up the formal procedures. After Therakan asked what the guys knew about the relationships in the orc family, the taken-aback blonde said that there was nothing concrete, excitedly suggesting that something had happened. The local leader, taking on a thoughtful look, looked at his interlocutor and declared that he did not know where to begin his explanations. After this, Therakan began to talk about how his father Karamkun, the previous leader of the tribe, had 2 wives. The orc's mother, the first wife of the former leader, was unable to get pregnant for a long time, and the sad conclusion was made that she would not be able to have children. Then Karamkun decided to take a second wife, and Kubar was born, who immediately became the future heir by right of birth. But a turning point occurred when the brother of the current leader turned 10 years old, greatly astonishing the little dark-haired orc. At that time, Karamkun's first wife was able to give birth to a son named Therakan, to whom the ruler was very happy, after which chaos began in the tribe. The leader said that there were factions that supported his brother, the first son, and there were those who preferred the red-haired youth himself, believing that he should become a manifestor as a child from his first wife. Due to these political differences in society, the relationship between Kubar and Therakan deteriorated, which led to an escalation of the conflict. Therefore, one day, the grown-up first son Karamkun, putting on a mantle, decided to leave the tribe and leave, thereby ending the dispute between the factions, and 17 years have passed since then. An orc in a burgundy suit and brown boots walked through the hall, covered with a red carpet, making characteristic sounds. The gray-haired Karamkun, hung with regalia, stood tall, casting a proud glance at his returning son, and his second wife was so deeply moved that she could not hold back her tears. 2 red-haired orcs, a man with a nose ring and a gloomy woman, who had previously been at war over the right to inherit the throne, now watched the arrival of the first child of the former ruler. Kubar walked confidently along the red carpet, heading through the entire hall filled with guests to the orc in front, seated on the throne. The dark-haired, gray-faced man furrowed his eyebrows slightly as he suddenly appeared before the tribe after 17 years. Therakan, sitting in his office, finished the story, wondering in surprise how much courage it took for his elder brother to come to Trukali. The main character listened attentively to the story, breaking into a smile and beaming with happiness when the current local leader again thanked the guys for their help with the return of Kubar. Iron cast an awkward glance at the elated Lula, who had heard about the reward and climbed onto the table with her paws spread, shouting that she agreed to receive it. Some time later, Ilia, Crown Prince Perir, and the Black Cat stared forward in shock at the Trukelli treasures collected throughout the continent, their mouths agape. Therakan led the guys to the weapons room and, stopping opposite the guests, invited them to choose anything from a variety of sparkling blades, shields, and armor. The company dispersed around the room in different directions, and Iron looked in amazement at the wall hung with objects intended for battles, and Lulu, sitting on his shoulder, expressed great delight when she noticed a huge axe to the side. Judith widened her eyes and opened her mouth in shock, and Brad glanced sideways at Therakan in surprise when he asked if they wanted to see the weapon that his older brother had recommended especially for the couple. The red-haired orc came close to the brick wall, on which were framed two swords with red and blue elements, called yin-yang. The local leader explained that cold energy emanates from one of the blades, as if from shadows, while warm energy comes from the other, like the word from the sun. As Judith and Brad drew their bladed weapons and examined them with curiosity, the orc added that the swords were also simply called blue and red. The girl and the guy raised their blades, looking in amazement at the blades, from which emanated an aura that matched the color of the guy's hair. Therakan watched the admiring guests from the side in shock, declaring that the red and blue swords had just shown their true forms, realizing that his brother knew who he was advising them to. Brad, holding the sword horizontally in front of him, looked at it with a puzzled expression, asking whether everything would be okay if the couple accepted this precious weapon. Judith, standing opposite the local leader, opened her mouth in admiration, squeezing the red blade, when he asked with a smile not to doubt, because the owners had just been chosen. Lulu walked forward through the armory, trying to pick up something for herself, but did not find a suitable thing, and Iron and Ilia followed her, looking at the sparkling treasures of the orcs that covered the walls. On the cat's head lay a staff with a sparkling turquoise stone, and in her armpit there was a small sword in a sheath, and she, rounding her big blue eyes, froze in amazement. The blonde prince was greatly taken aback, glancing forward and knitting his eyebrows when he noticed something unusual. The guy and the cat simultaneously pointed their fingers at the shining, precious multicolored ornament hanging in front of them on the wall in a frame. Iron, holding a bright pendant in his palm, looked at it in bewilderment, not understanding why it attracted him, and Ilia looked with curiosity at the accessory from which good energy emanated. Therakan, who approached the blonde prince, and Lulu, who raised her head with interest, putting her hand on her belt, said that in ancient times the pendant belonged to an amazing summoner, not advising her to take it. Iron, joyfully looking at the orc leader, thanked him for allowing him to take the jewelry, and the cat, climbing onto his shoulder, opened her mouth with overwhelming happiness. Ilia was slightly taken aback, turning around to see the red-haired Judith approaching from behind, who enthusiastically clarified what the girl had chosen for herself. Lowering her eyes to the floor, the blonde friend showed a small dagger, awkwardly admitting that she wanted it for herself, which was unexpected. A slight blush of shame appeared on Ilia's cheeks, and she silently looked down when Judith stated that she had thought of a more interesting choice. Hanging, the girl with white hair, dressed in a blue cloak, turned away, sadly thinking that she did not know which sword would suit or like her. The next day came, ragged clouds floated across the clear sky, and the bright sun released its shining rays, spreading like a rim through the air. The four in cloaks, led by Iron, walked along the hall, approaching the familiar orc Kubar, who, bowing his head, wished everyone good morning, after which Lulu unceremoniously began to question him with an indignant look. The fanged, dark-haired man looked up, sadly conveying the sad news that his teacher, the great Gruger, had passed away a year ago. Hearing this, the blonde young man froze in shock, his blue eyes widening in shock and his mouth curling. The main character, drooping sharply, lowered his head and looked at the floor with a sad look, while Kubar shared facts about the now able teacher, who was older than his father. Prince Iron suddenly raised his head and, raising his eyebrows in surprise, looked hopefully at his interlocutor, who said that the great Gruger had managed to leave a letter. Kubar carefully opened a sheet of paper, worn from age, and looked at its contents with puzzlement, concluding that the teacher knew that the orc would lead them to Trukelli and also left a riddle in the letter. The delighted Iron looked with enthusiasm at the dark-haired interlocutor, who with a smile said that they would understand what the great Gruger wanted to convey if they could find the correct answer. Further actions are transferred to the training arena located within Trukelli, where Judith and Brad, Iron and Ilia trained in sword fighting in pairs. Two orcs, towering on the podium, watched the guys with dissatisfaction and suspicion, and one of them, folding his arms on his chest, gloomily asked whether Kubar had brought these people and received an affirmative answer. Next, the interlocutor began to explain to his comrade that the stern, white-haired Ilia belongs to the Lynch family. The orc reported that the blood of the Lloyd family of warriors flows in the veins of the gloomy blue-haired Brad. One of the interlocutors asked the other who the blonde young man holding a large sword in his hands was, and he explained that iron was also from a noble family. After this, the gloomy orc with an earring on his eyebrow frowned with displeasure, declaring that among this company there was also a person in whom the blood of the mob flowed. Judith held the gifted blade with a stern expression as a crowd of orcs discussed her familyless origins from the stands, which was considered a disgrace for a warrior. The red-haired girl frowned deeply and silently curled her mouth, because it was unpleasant for her to hear such vile words addressed to her. Rad, holding the blue sword horizontally, cast an alarmed glance at his partner, asking her not to pay attention and warning that a showdown with the locals would worsen Kubar's situation. An enraged Judith, her eyebrows furrowed, opened her mouth and indignantly replied that she knew this, and that's why she was holding back. The action moves to a week later to the training arena, where the red-haired girl and Brad are once again locked in combat, quickly flying towards each other with blades at the ready. Two orcs standing at the very top of the stands behind Judith were now watching her with admiration and discussing in their own language her incredible strength, unusual for a commoner. The red-haired girl, dressed in a cloak, lowered her arms along her body and, raising her head, sighed tiredly. Two orcs, who had previously been talking among themselves, looked down in bewilderment, hearing them being called out. Judith climbed up the steps of the podium to a group of local residents with a sword in her hands, outraged that she was being discussed again, and offered to fight. Two orcs looked in shock at the approaching girl and, loudly swearing at themselves in their own language, clarified how she knew Orcish. An enraged Judith, furrowing her eyebrows in anger, replied that she had learned curse words from Kubar, but added that she had not taken into account the dishonor of the gray-skinned fanged creatures. The red-haired girl, in a fit of anger, screamed furiously, inviting everyone who was discussing her to come out to her to fight, but a voice asked her to stop. Someone in Golden Knight's armor strode across the tiles of the arena, clinking his metal boots as he walked and declaring that he could not come to terms with such words. In front of Judith now stood a menacing, massive orc named Gant, who was the second in command of the Red Axe Battalion. Hearing the name of the armored giant, Brad gritted his teeth tightly with tension and began to sweat, remembering that Kubar had called him one of those to watch out for. A tall red-haired orc with an earring in his ear frowned his thick eyebrows with displeasure, saying that the girl had now insulted his entire race, so she should be punished for foul language. Judith, feeling a surge of confidence, brazenly demanded that the interlocutor stop talking nonsense. Second in command Gant was dismayed, clenching his fists in anger as the red-haired girl standing across from him commented that the man should better monitor his subordinates. The tall, red-haired orc with the earring in his ear tensed so much that the veins stood out on his face as he listened to Judith's words about how the guys in the stands were making the orc race look bad. The enraged red-haired girl, knitting her eyebrows, screamed, menacingly asking the deputy commander why he shouldn't take responsibility for his subordinates and decide in battle who the real warrior is. The red-haired orc frowned deeply, furiously promising that he would make the stubborn interlocutor regret it, and she, casting a contemptuous glance, noted Gant's self-confidence. The tall warrior in armor was distracted from clarifying the relationship by the cry of an approaching bald subordinate, who in a panic reported the appearance of Sir Gruger in the temple. The red-haired orc turned his head in bewilderment, loudly asking whether the man could really return alive. At this time, at the temple, Kubar collapsed to the ground from shock at the sight of the translucent teacher, and the orc standing nearby retreated back from fear. The great Gruger, appearing in a ghostly form, calmly hovered over the sacred slab in the lotus position, while the dark-haired disciple was located opposite in the grass. The long-haired blue spirit in the cloak and Kubar suddenly stood up and turned around, seeing a horde of orcs quickly rushing into the clearing. Second in command Gant furrowed his red brows angrily as he pondered the reasons why the man had brought the great Gruger back to life. The gray-haired ghost of a sage with a long beard, floating in the air and shining, greeted the tall orc, trying to calm the warrior. One gray-faced man with red hair and a nose ring twisted his mouth sadly, and his comrade standing next to him lowered his fanged jaw in amazement. Kubar carelessly raised his eyes while the great Gruger calmly explained that he had only come to talk with his student, whom he had not seen for a long time, and also to thank those who had come with him. Closing his eyes, the ghost of a gray-haired old man with a good-natured smile assured that he would leave the world of the living as soon as he finished what he came here for, after which he asked the extra observers to leave. Now next to Kubar stood four of his friends of the human race, dressed in cloaks, and the great Gruger, soaring above, thanked them for this meeting with his student. After these words, the blue ghost of the sage, sadly lowering his eyes, fell silent for a moment while luminous magical streams rushed past his face. The blonde iron in armor froze in shock, his arms hanging along his body, and perspiration appeared on his face when the old man suddenly turned to him. The ghost of the great Gruger, sparkling in the darkness, looked softly at the guy with slightly closed eyes and decided to be frank with him. The main character froze, eyes bulging in shock and eyebrows drawn together, when the old man stated that he could explain his dream. The great Gruger said that the long-haired, muscular man who was so interesting to him was his past self. There was a certain similarity in the face of the now discouraged blonde iron and the formidable warrior with a long beard. Both had blue eyes, and the sage concluded that he was the rebirth of a swordsman who lived a long time ago. Judith, sitting on the shoulder of the girl Lulu and Brad at once turned their amazed gaze to the main character, not believing what they heard, and leaves rushed past in a stream of wind. Blonde Iron continued to stand motionless in shock, not saying a word when the sage asked to wait a little before he could reveal the youth's past life. The ghost of the great Gruger hovered in the air, raising the wind, and told the surprised children that he had prepared a gift so that they would not get bored. Kubar looked up at the teacher with enthusiasm when he good-naturedly asked the dark-haired orc to call his younger brother Therakan to discuss everything with him first. There were 2 companies on the arena slab, and the orc informed the blonde iron that he had finished his conversation with the great Gruger. The local leader looked at the young man, voicing that the sage's gift was the aura technique, which was passed on to the high-ranking warriors of Trukeli. When the words that this was the 5 elements divine technique were heard, several red-haired orcs frowned in shock and displeasure, and Ilia and Iron widened their eyes in amazement. Halapa, with a menacing look, walked towards the leader with a confident gait, clenching his fists and declaring that he was against it, which puzzled the man. The official representative of the court faction with a nose ring cast a dissatisfied glance at his interlocutor, clarifying why he was making such a serious decision alone. The orc shouted angrily that the greatest peoples of Trukeli had spent hundreds of years sacrificing their own lives to hone the spiritual technique of the 5 elements, and began to be indignant that they wanted to share it with people. Therakan turned a perplexed look at Halep, explaining that he was sharing such valuable knowledge with the guests for a reason, but to create the best version of them. The red-haired leader of the tribe explained that all this was so that their people would enjoy an era of prosperity. Another orc with 2 earrings and a pointed ear frowned with displeasure, declaring that these people were different because they had proven that they were great warriors, but they objected to him. The Halep official looked at Ilia and Iron, who looked serious, noting that he had confidence in the 2 swordsmen. He turned his gaze to the blue-haired, shocked Brad, adding that he also did not doubt the powers of the descendant of the old hero of the Lloyd family. After that, Halapa looked at the gloomy Judith with red hair blowing in the wind, saying that he did not trust this swordswoman. The girl began to grin angrily, uttering curses angrily through her teeth when the official called her family unworthy, mentioning that she also dared to insult their entire race. Judith glanced in bewilderment at Brad, who looked contemptuously at the speaker, standing up for her friend and saying that the orcs were the first to hurt her. Halapa, not paying attention to the man's objections, continued to tell the leader with a stern expression that the girl had not shown herself to be a worthy warrior. Therakan closed his eyes and, knitting his red eyebrows, reluctantly agreed when the interlocutor from the faction demanded to convene a meeting. After this, the leader, emitting blue streams of energy, menacingly turned to the taken-aback Gant, asking him to swear by military honor and tell the whole truth. Above the stands of the arena among the high rocks, the rays of the setting sun shone, descending down, and the whole sky turned pink, and Therakan, asking for forgiveness, asked to wait a little longer. The 4 friends sat down on a bench in one row, and 3 of them looked in bewilderment at the drooping Judith, who sadly declared that it was all her fault, deciding that she should have been more restrained. Closing her eyes, the red-haired girl sighed heavily and apologized that, because of her own stupidity, she had become a burden to her friends, promising to take full responsibility upon herself. While Judith was baring her teeth angrily, angry at the perplexed Iron's question, someone was walking measuredly along the stone tiles towards the company. Therakan and Gant, surrounded by other orcs, came very close to the red-haired girl, looking at them expectantly from the steps. The tribal leader looked piercingly at Judith and, announcing that he had heard the second-in-command's version, offered his deepest apologies as a representative of all the people. The red-haired girl stood attentively, listening to the words that her military fitness was not recognized. Judith lowered her head, not answering, when the leader of the orc tribe, as proof of her strength, invited her to undergo a special test of their people, and after a moment she agreed. Brad and Iron, hearing this, stared at their friend in shock, their mouths open in severe shock. Then the red-haired girl turned to her friends, enthusiastically trying to reassure them that if the gift was intended for them, then she would definitely be able to pass the test. The next day, the promised special test for Judith was organized in the arena, and all the stands were filled with noisy orcs who came as spectators. Brad looked very worried, sweating as he listened to the fact that such a test requires a warrior to show his exceptionality. As Judith tied her short red hair into a ponytail, it was explained that the test required the person taking it to fight unarmed. The main condition for victory was to defeat 3 ferocious high-ranking orc warriors of colossal size in a row. At that moment, only the confident thought flashed through the red-haired girl's head that she could earn recognition. The black cat Lulu, who was being picked up by Iron, screamed loudly, encouraging Judith. In the arena, opposite each other stood a tall Gant in shorts, who frowned, and a short red-haired girl in a t-shirt, menacingly clenching her fists, and it was announced that this was the first test. The orcs from the stands furiously shouted in one voice for the man to get lost, asking the deputy commander to quickly defeat the enemy. Gant cast a contemptuous look down at Judith, declaring that he would now show what it means to be a real warrior. The red-haired girl, clenching her hands into fists with a menacing look, her eyebrows drawn together, offered to look at the strength of her opponent. After the start of the test was announced, the red-haired Gant, grinning angrily, furiously rushed at Judith with his palms out to the sides. Suddenly, the orc began to twitch, his red eyebrows furrowing as a powerful blow flew towards him. The enraged girl, flying into the air, made an attack with her fist, after which Gant's head with clenched teeth turned yellow and blood gushed from her mouth. Halipa, located on one of the stands, watched what was happening with some concern and shock. His mouth parted and perspiration appeared on his face. Brad, sitting on the other side, watched his friend with admiration, cheering loudly to encourage her. The red-haired warrior Gant clenched his teeth with fangs from tension, while blood and drops of saliva continued to ooze from his mouth. Many powerful and sharp blows flew straight at the deputy commander, leaving numerous trails of white streaks in the air. The enraged Judith threw a menacing look at her enemy with red eyes, frowning and quickly moving in space. After a series of powerful attacks, delivered with tremendous speed and force throughout Gant's body, he fell to the ground, gritting his teeth and closing his eyes. After that, the tall, pumped-up orc stood up and began to pull his hand towards the enemy, but she, swinging, launched a kick into his side with all her might. At that moment, the deputy commander sharply bulged his eyes from pain, and many small drops of cold sweat appeared on his gray face. The heated Judith, throwing a menacing look at her opponent, screamed furiously, demanding that he try harder and asking if he was ashamed in front of his friends. Having become enraged at the girl's words, Gant began waving his fist in a fit of anger, raising his head and making screams. The deputy commander was greatly taken aback, and perspiration appeared on his face from horror when a red-haired opponent appeared very close behind him, asking with a furious look what it means to be a real warrior. After the words were spoken, Judith, with fierce sparkling eyes, tightly grabbed the neck of the red-haired Gant, who clenched his teeth and unsuccessfully tried to remove her from himself. At one point, the orc raised his eyes with concern, wheezing as he tried to breathe, and the red-haired girl continued to strangle him, grinning menacingly. Now the unconscious second-in-command Gant was flying onto the stone tiles, and Judith, behind him, concentratedly continued to press on his neck with a furious look. The orcs, who were in the stands as spectators, watched in shock what was happening, not believing that a person was capable of defeating a strong warrior from their people, after which the girl's victory was announced with a cry. Shaking off her palms, Judith looked sideways at Gant's lifeless body lying behind her, noting with contempt that he considered himself a real warrior, but turned out to be too weak. Ilia and Lulu, standing on her knees, watched with concern as Brad jumped up from his seat, enthusiastically waving his fist, shouting words of encouragement to his friend. The next warrior entered the arena, menacingly stepping on the stone tiles with bare feet and bandaged ankles and concluding that Gant had talked too much. Now her second opponent, Garam, towered over the short Judith, striding towards her with clenched fists. The warrior with a scar across his face cast a stern look at the girl, asking if she would mind if they started right away, to which she, looking at him in the same way, agreed. The crowd of orcs in the stands, seeing the strong Garam, screamed furiously, chanting that he would definitely finish off the man. After the loud announcement of the start of the match, Judith continued to stand in place as the opponent suddenly rushed towards her, kicking up dust. The girl, eyes wide, watched in horror at the orc's actions. Garam quickly ran towards her, furiously swinging his large fist, from which a bright blue glow emanated. The enemy struck the girl with enormous force, after which she was thrown far back, and she tried to slow down, sliding her feet on the ground and holding her chest. Taking a fighting position and sighing heavily, Judith threw a menacing look at Garam, realizing that the conduct of this battle would change for the worse for her. The red-haired orc with scars across his eye held out a glowing blue fist in front of him, furiously deciding that he was going to use all his power. The tall, muscular warrior was approaching Judith, who was shaking her hand and casting an angry glance at him from under her brows. Brad watched closely with Iron, concluding with concern that this fight would not be easy. The two opponents of different races stood opposite each other in fighting positions, and Judith analyzed the overwhelming amount of blue aura coming from Garam while she didn't have much red energy. Exposing her fists and throwing a menacing look at the orc, the girl mentally concluded that this fight would not be easy. After the loud announcement of the start of the battle, a tall gray-skinned warrior with a concentrated look rushed towards the enemy, raising a whirlwind of dust around him until Judith moved. With a stunned look, she barely had time to step back when a powerful blow flew at her, leaving a long white trail in the air. A fist flew right in front of red ponytailed Judith's face as she backed away through the rising dust. While the tall, muscular opponent stood with his back to the girl, she flew into the air, scowling as she prepared to attack and pondering the need to get closer. Suddenly, Garam flew up and swung his bent leg, emitting a blue glow. The tall orc landed on the ground with a powerful attack that sent Judith flying far back, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. Recoiling further and bending her knees, the furious girl took a fighting stance, moving her fists to one side and casting a fierce look at her opponent. The swordswoman watched as Garam smashed through the stone tiles with his foot surrounded by blue magical energy. Pushing off from the ground, the enraged orc flew at his opponent, swinging a large glowing fist, and she watched this with concern. Judith, looking sideways in a hurry, twisted her mouth and extended her hand, thinking that the man would strike from the right. Standing in a defensive stance with her fists extended forward, the red-haired girl, seeing Garam's trajectory, worriedly assumed that he was bluffing. An orc with a scar across his eye, surrounded by blue mana, gave Judith a condescending look, telling her that she was simply disgusting. Standing in place, Garam swung his fist strongly, making a powerful attack and throwing the enemy far away, followed by a dusty trail along the ground with fragments of stone tiles. The startled Judith flew far back, arching her back and spitting blood from her wide-open mouth. Garam strode towards his opponent with fierce, burning eyes, clenching his fists, and making his way through the dusty curtain, and along the way he reflected on the accidental victory in the last fight. Standing up, the beaten Judith was breathing heavily while the orc philosophically concluded that everyone has their place in life. The menacing orc, towering over the short, shaking opponent, looked down at her, expressing the hope that she would change her attitude from today. Garam with scars looked at the girl through his eye, asking her to surrender and promising to be supportive for the last time as a true warrior. Judith stood in a fighting position, trembling and holding out her fists, and with a chuckle demanded that they stop talking and just attack. Hearing such rude words addressed to him, Garam furiously cast a contemptuous glance at the girl, his eyes sparkling. The man rose into the air and, swinging his leg, began to strike his opponent with his strength while she defended herself from them, putting out her fists. While Garam was furiously swinging his fists, Judith, having managed to dodge, sharply ducked down. Raising his bent leg, surrounded by a bright blue glow, the orc shouted menacingly, warning that there would be no more indulgences. Suddenly, the enemy rushed furiously towards the orc warrior, swinging to strike, and he watched her movements in shock. Judith, surrounded by red energy, bared her teeth angrily and glared fiercely. After that, the girl, running up, furiously struck her opponent with her head in the stomach with all her might, causing him to bend in half, screaming loudly in pain. The gray-haired Karamkun, sitting on the podium next to the annoyed Kapila, carefully watched the fight, amazed at the man's strength. The tall Garam, leaning forward, began to breathe rapidly, clutching his chest, and drops of cold sweat appeared on his face. At this time, his opponent was moving quickly around the arena, leaving columns of dust in the air. Judith, approaching the orc, clenched her teeth tightly and, activating the fiery energy in her fist, began to raise it to deliver a powerful blow. The next moment, the girl rose into the air, and her burning fist struck her opponent's cheek with all her might, and bright sparks began to fly to the sides. Garam, flying farther back with each blow and turning his head away, clenched his jaw tightly, and while traces of flame spread across his gray skin, he thought that heat was coming from his opponent's hands. The gray-haired Karamkun opened his mouth in shock, wondering in bewilderment how Judith could use an aura containing fire energy if she had not studied the 5 elements divine technique. Garam watched the girl's movements with concern, covered in cold sweat from horror, while she, baring her teeth menacingly, threw a furious look at him. When the orc, putting out his fist, began to attack the enemy, she, with a concentrated look, took a fighting pose, parrying the blows. The warrior with a scar across his eye looked down, noticing with horror that his palm was covered in fire. The gray-haired Karamkun continued to closely monitor the battle, frowning and worriedly thinking about the fact that he could hurt himself if he misused the most difficult element of all 5. Garam, without taking his eyes off his opponent, furiously waved his large fists, trying to strike, but the girl only blocked them with great speed, putting out her arms. At one point, Judith did not have time to cover her face, and the orc hit her cheek hard, causing her to fly back slightly. The gray-haired shaman Karamkun looked at the person in the arena with a piercing gaze, concluding with concern that the girl was using the energy of fire incorrectly. He watched as the red-haired swordswoman, gritting her teeth and covering herself with her hands, endured, having never fought before, while hot flames emanated from her. While Judith stood with her legs apart, her knees slightly bent, a powerful blow from Garam's fist landed in her face, with all his fury grinning angrily. The next moment, a booted foot, blazing with a bright fire, hit him in the cheek, and blood sprayed from the man's closed mouth. Judith glared at her opponent, full of rage, while her bangs fell in red strands over her eyes. Now the girl remembered how she held a sword with a broken blade, mentally admitting that she envied her friends, but did not complain about the way she was born. She thought about how she would like to have Brad's freedom, Iron's strong mind, and Ilia's innate talent. crossing her outstretched arms in front of her. A battered, bruised and dirty Judith acknowledged the fact that she was still jealous of the three boys, but did not hate herself because of it. While Garam, grinning angrily, furiously aimed his fists at the red-haired girl, she dodged sharp blows, continuing to reflect on her feelings of inferiority. Judith stood with her legs apart, her knees slightly bent, and crossed her arms in front of her, from which smoke emanated, realizing that it was envy that had helped her develop all this time. Covering herself with her fists, the bruised red-haired girl grinned gloatingly as she watched her opponent's movements. The next moment, Judith, completely surrounded by a fiery aura, deciding to continue to be stubborn, quickly rushed towards the taken-aback Garam, who looked at her in horror. The trio rose from their seats, Lulu sitting in Ilia's arms, and together the boys shouted furiously, waving their arms to encourage their friend. The girl waved her fist, engulfed in bright flames, deciding that she would continue to hate and envy the company. Garam watched in horror as her opponent approached, until she clearly concluded that she would not stop until she became the best. Judith, throwing a menacing look at the orc warrior, held her fist ready to make a powerful attack and defeat her opponent. The enraged red-haired girl began to concentratedly strike blow after blow, accompanied by a fiery aura, on Garam's pumped-up body while he screamed heart-rendingly in pain. Some time later, when the defeated orc fell unconscious to the ground, breaking the stone tiles beneath him as he fell, the referee loudly announced the end of the match. The trio, together with the black cat in the hands of Ilia, rejoiced in unison when they heard about the victory of their friend Judith. The red-haired girl stood firmly on her feet in the center of the arena with her head raised, clenching her fists furiously and letting out a loud, joyful roar. Judith began to be interrupted by the cries of dissatisfied orc spectators, who began to be indignant, reminding that there was one more opponent left, Farin. The third warrior, who was to engage in battle with the man, reluctantly walked around the arena, saying nothing. Looking sideways, the man noticed with bewilderment his father, who was descending from the podium with a stern look. Instead of a son, Master Halipa himself, dressed in a green cloak, towered over the short Judith, who doubted the girl's abilities. Iron glanced at the arena, full of concern, realizing with horror how dangerous it was for his friend to fight against such a strong orc while so exhausted. Judith, illuminated by the rays of the sun, took a fighting pose and, exhaling, with a concentrated look, demanded to attack. The red-haired girl stood with her fists out in front, greatly taken aback, and looked up at the orc with wide eyes when he announced that they had lost. Halipa, wearing a nose ring, looked at Judith, noting her unwavering fighting spirit and the fire within, which was enough to consider her a true warrior. The girl continued, raising her eyes, looking in bewilderment at the orc, who again admitted the defeat of their people in this test. As the sun shone brightly behind the rock, Judith smiled happily as she received official recognition from Halep, who was the faction's representative. A week later, in a wasteland surrounded by mountains, the orcs held a solemn ceremony of the 5 elements for the 4 friends lined up in one line. A true Kali shaman named Gorka closed his eyes, saying with a soft smile that the golden urn standing next to him was a relic passed down from generation to generation. He said that if you put your hand into a vessel and then release a clot of formless energy, you can find out compatibility with the spirits of the elements, which will help when studying the divine technique of the 5 elements. Brad and Iron simultaneously turned their surprised glances to Judith's taken-aback friend, standing in the middle when the sage called her first to go to the distribution. Approaching the golden urn with a slight haze, the girl began to lower her hand into it. An interested Halipa with a nose ring silently watched what was happening, casting a concentrated gaze forward. Judith, surrounded by a haze, frowning with tension, now slowly pulled out her hand, not taking her eyes off it. The red-haired girl looked in bewilderment at the small flash of fire that hovered in her raised palm, and the shaman asked to release the energy in front of her. The bald Gorka, dressed in a cloak, stepped aside and watched as Julia, waving her hand, released a stream of flame from it. A powerful stream of fire rose high above the ground, raising a strong whirlwind around, from which the girl and the orc began to hide. Shaman Karamkun, mouth agape in surprise, and Farin standing next to him watched in shock what was happening. Bald Gorka looked up in amazement at the largest cloud of fire when Judith, turning to him, with a smile, clarified whether she had done everything right. The next in line to distribute the elements was Prince Iron, who approached the golden vessel, glanced suspiciously at it and began to lower his palm. After this, the main character furiously waved his hand, and a small stream of fire flew out of it onto the field, forming a circle on the ground. Amidst the rising flames, a sharp blade of a blade began to emerge from the soil. A moment later, a whole large sword grew out of the ground, and the streams of fire gradually began to disappear. The gray-haired shaman Karamkun watched in amazement what was happening, concluding with shock that the young man had received a flame capable of melting metal, which was converted into metal energy. Gorka, with his mouth slightly open, thought in bewilderment that iron not only combined fire with a mineral substance, but was even able to create an entire blade. The bald shaman, shaking with shock, looked at the blonde prince with suspicion, asking if he had studied wind techniques, and he answered with a smile that Kubar had talked a little about them. Borka froze in amazement, looking down, and, remembering the great Gurgak, did not understand how one could master a technique so skillfully, only after hearing about it. Iron looked at Judith in shock as she crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes, proudly noting that her flame was much larger. The main character was greatly taken aback, covering himself with his hand when the red-haired interlocutor cast a sly glance at him, declaring that with so much fire he would not lose. Blue-haired Brad silently watched from the side as Judith became indignant at Iron for his strange reaction. The guy broke into a joyful smile, feeling relief after remembering how depressed his friend had been since their trip to Eisenmarkt. While Judith opened her mouth wide, showing her sharp fangs to the prince, Brad thought with pride that she had finally found her way. The blue-haired guy continued to watch the girl with affection, sighing and thinking about how beautiful she was when she smiled. Brad, realizing with horror that he had said this out loud, hastened to cover his mouth with his hand when Ilia looked at him in bewilderment, her eyebrows drawn together. The blonde girl began to wave her hand away from her friend when he, actively gesticulating, furiously shouted that it was a misunderstanding, while Judith and Iron watched in surprise from the sidelines. Ilia was the next one called to determine the element, and now she stood, sharply lowering her hand with energy, from which a circle of fire was formed on the ground. The last to be called was Brad, who gloomily watched as a blue stream of water rose into the air, twisting in different directions. Closing his eyes and smiling joyfully, the bald, scarred Gorka told the guys that they all had amazing energy, adding that their strength would increase greatly during training. The gray-haired orc Karamkun looked at Iron with pride, declaring that he would personally train the young man. The main character, knitting his eyebrows and smiling, seriously replied that it was a great honor for him, thanking the old man. Suddenly, a worried bald messenger appeared at the ceremony site and loudly informed the former chief, who was gloomily awaiting word, that he had a message from the great Gruger. Iron looked stunned at the orc, who called the young man to the mountain, where the sage completed all his preparations in order to show his past life. The ghost of the great Gruger was emerging from a huge magic circle drawn on the ground with candles when 4 guys, accompanied by Kubar, arrived at the place. Leading a group of amazed friends to the stones, the dark-haired orc asked to lie down on the one with their name, and the inspired Lulu was the first to jump onto the fragment, which was the smallest in size. The great Gruger walked in a magic circle in front of the 5 children and the cat lying in a line, reciting a spell and asking Sir Iron if he would mind sharing his memories with the rest of those gathered. The main character, with wide blue eyes, sitting on a long stone, answered negatively. Amazed Judith, with sweat on her face and turning slightly pink, asked if they really needed to just lie there. The next second, the ghost of the great Gruger towering over her snapped his fingers, plunging the entire group into a deep sleep. At first there was only pitch darkness in my consciousness, but at some point a gap began to appear in it, letting in bright light from the outside, as if the eyelids were opening. Several helmeted knights, dressed in armor and dark cloaks, looked at the Lord, asking him to follow them. A young man with short hair and a red cape stood in bewilderment, agreeing to go with the warriors. While the young lord walked along a crowded street, surrounded by 2 knights, a group of commoners, watching the lord, animatedly discussed the possession of his child by a demon, which is why he turned into a Magin. People, looking angrily at the man, shouted menacingly with saliva flying out of their open mouths, accusing him of an attack by evil spirits a couple of months ago and calling him a coward for leaving the territory. A young lord in a red cloak and 2 soldiers dressed in armor stood in front of the estate when they were blocked by a violently shaking man raising a stick. A man with a beard, raising a sharp pitchfork with bandaged hands, shouted in tears and demanded that the gentleman confess that he was handing over ordinary people to be torn to pieces by demons. The poor man frowned deeply, opening his eyes in hope, from which streams of salty liquid flowed down his cheeks. The lord gave the man a piercing look, expressing concern. Looking down, the young nobleman in a red cape with a tired look admitted that he was too proud, deciding that he could quietly leave the settlement, after which he began the story. The lord explained that the evil spirits appeared a week ago, and recalled how then he clung to the bed of his sobbing wife, who was holding in her hands the lifeless body of a small child wrapped in a diaper. Suddenly, a circle of thick red smoke formed on the floor, inside of which there was a black portal making frightening sounds. From there appeared the white head of a bloodthirsty monster, who broke into a malicious smile, bearing rows of sharp fangs, and asked whether the parent wanted to save his child. The woman, lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, clutched her son to her in horror, and her husband, looking at the terrible demon, screamed loudly. The ominous figure of a devilish clown towered in the room, his hands cunningly folded, and a red haze hung in the air around him. Grinning gloatingly, the fanged monster said that the child's life now completely depends on Karen, offering a choice of which of his family to leave alive, his wife or son. The man looked at the clown in horror, asking madly why he had to make such a decision. His wife trembled with fear and shed tears, looking sideways at the monster and clutching the lifeless body of the child. The devilish clown, grinning maliciously with bare fangs, said that he had cursed the baby and brought him to the settlement as a demon, which made the shocked Karen cry. Among the flow of blood, the phrase of the monster was heard, which demanded the Lord to accept his fate and make a choice. A trembling girl in a lavender dress handed her son into the hands of a taken-aback Karen, who with tears in his eyes looked at his wife, who asked not to worry. The Lord remained holding his son, standing by the bed, from where his barefoot wife quickly headed in the opposite direction. Karen watched in horror what was happening, screaming heart-rendingly and asking his beloved to stop. At that moment, the girl resolutely climbed out of the window, leaving the room shrouded in red fog, and deciding to save her son's life with her voluntary death. The Lord's wife stood on the windowsill in front of the open metal shutters, seeking the courage to jump from such a height. Karen, throwing the child's body on the floor, rushed towards his beloved in hysterics, screaming heart-rendingly and desperately holding out his hand in front of him. The fair-haired girl, illuminated by the bright light, turned around with a smile and told her husband that she was leaving their child to him. After these words, the Lord's wife rushed down, and he, stretching out his open palm, screamed in horror. After Karen saw the death of his beloved wife, he began to lament in despair, hitting the floor with his fists and lowering his head. Turning in tears and cold sweat at the clown's voice, the Lord heard with horror that this was against the rules. The devilish monster held the sobbing child, extending sharp black claws towards him, and declared that suicide was the choice of the girl, not her husband. The clown menacingly raised his red narrowed eyes to Karen, informing her that the deal would not go through and that she would have to make a different choice. While the distraught man did not stop sobbing from horror and powerlessness, the monster asked not to worry so much, noting that this time it would be a little easier. Grinning insidiously and revealing sharp fangs, the demonic clown asked whether to take the life of the Lord's child lying in his clawed hand, or the lives of all the people in the domain. The demon, looking at the crying man, told him not to worry so much, noting that this time everything would be easier. The demon, holding a child in his arms with a malicious grin on his face, said that he would choose the child or the lives of all the people in his domain. The man, looking at the resident, said that he lost his wife and child that day, noting that it was the best decision that could have been made. The man, looking at the townsman with a pitchfork and tears in his eyes, said that this was not all. The man, imagining the city on fire, reported that the demon said he was cursed, noting that if he remained, irreparable horrors could happen. The man, looking at the townsmen with a blank stare, said that he would not ask them for help, noting that he would not want them to stop him. The man, leaving the city, went in an unknown direction. The demon, sitting on a stone and looking at the walking man, wondered why no one followed him. The demon further wondered how they could send away their lord who had sacrificed so much for them. The demon, hovering in the air behind the man, wondered if he would like to kill these ungrateful people, after which the demon said that they would know his sadness and hardships after they lost their own families. The demon, appearing upside down in front of the man, said that taking into account the above, he was offering him a new deal. The demon, reaching out to his face and grinning maliciously, wondered if he wanted to make a contract with him, after which the demon said that if he concludes a contract with him, he will become a Magian and will be able to kill all the inhabitants. The demon, watching the man pass by, said that he could play with them as much as he wanted. The demon, looking after the man, said that it was cruel of him to simply pass by without listening. The demon, looking at the leaving man, said that the Lord was less cheerful than he thought. The demon further wondered if he had chosen the wrong person. The demon, looking at his claws, said that if he had known that this would happen, he would have gathered the demons and gone to another place. The man turned to face the demon with a shocked expression, wondering if he had gathered all the demons. The demon, with a malicious smile on his face, looking at the man, said that he had finally paid attention to him. The man turned to face the demon with shock on his face, wondering if he had ordered the demons to attack the city. The man further wondered if the child's curse was his doing. The demon, looking at the surprised man with a grin on his face, said that it was he who did all this, noting that the man was originally cursed. The man, clutching his chest with horror on his face, wondered in his thoughts if the demon had been deceiving him from the very beginning. The man, lowering his head with horror on his face, wondered why he did this. The man, with tears in his eyes and veins bulging, wondered why he did all this to him. Next, the man wondered what he had done wrong. The demon, lowering his head a little and sinking to the ground, wondered if he was interested in the reason for all this. The demon, with a maniacal grin on his face, revealed that he did all this because he was a little bored, noting that he thought it was fate when he noticed him. The demon, surrounded by red smoke, looked at the kneeling man. The demon, surrounded by red smoke with a smile on his face, announced that it was time for him to go, noting that he was grateful to him for the entertaining spectacle. The demon further said that he would be at the top of the mountain, which is located in the south, noting that if a man wants to meet him, he will be there. The demon, disappearing in red smoke, said goodbye to the annoyed man. The man, gritting his teeth with tears in his eyes, said that he would not forgive him, noting that someday he would kill him. A man with trembling legs rose from the ground. The man, with an annoyed expression on his face, said that he would find him and it didn't matter to him how much time would pass, noting that he would do it no matter what. The man, having lost a fair amount of weight, arrived in an unknown place. The village elder approached the man and took his hand, saying that he was glad to see a new person in the village, noting that they did not have a lord, so he could feel at home. One of the residents, looking after the leaving man, wondered where he was going. The elder, looking at the guy with the rake, said that he did not know where the man was going, noting that he was most likely from distant lands. The man, lowering his head a little with a blank look, said in his thoughts that apparently the rumors had not reached this village. The man, approaching the hut, said in his thoughts that he must become stronger and find the demon. The man looked at the clouds floating across the sky. A man with bruises on his hands and face was training with a huge sword. One of the residents, approaching the broken gate, looked at the man training. A villager, looking through the broken gate at the man, stated in his thoughts that he had come to look at him because he had heard that he had been swinging a sword for a year and a half in a row, noting that this was incomprehensible to the mind. The villager, looking at the man, said in his thoughts that he knew that he did not have such a stern look from an easy life. A resident, looking at the man working out in the sweat of his brow, said in his thoughts that he must have a heartbreaking story. The man, swinging his sword, continued to train. The man, remembering how people with horrified expressions reported that they had heard rumors that he was possessed by a demon, noted that he should get out of here now. The man, hitting the ground with a huge sword, thought about something. The equipped adventurer from the man's memories reported that he would not be able to train him in swordsmanship. The man, gritting his teeth, continued to swing his sword. The man swung a huge sword and struck from top to bottom. The man, looking at the ground, noticed some dark energy. The man, looking at the emerging silhouettes of dark energy, was in shock. The ghosts, appearing before the man, said that they could not even think that he was cursed by a demon. The ghosts further wondered if he was trying to defile them. The ghosts also said that the man should get out of here now. The man, looking at the ghosts that appeared, wondered why they appeared here again. The man, swinging his sword, hit the ghosts, saying that he would kill them all. The ghosts, appearing behind the man, said that it was his fault, noting that he needed to atone for his sins. The man turned around and slashed at the ghosts with his sword, telling them to attack, noting that he would kill them all. The man, with a shocked expression, heard his wife say it was him. The ghost with blood flowing from his eyes said that he had killed her and their child. The woman further wondered why he allowed them to die. The man, with tears in his eyes, walked towards the speaking woman. The man, looking at the sky, watched as the clouds floated across the sky. The man with a tired expression on his face said in his thoughts that it was already morning again. Next, the man wondered how much time had passed. The man, gradually closing his eyes, said in his thoughts that this was not important now, noting that he needed to get up and start training. The man, closing his eyes, said in his thoughts that they were still alive, noting that he could not rest now. The girl, approaching the man standing in the same position, wondered if he was tired. The man turned to the approaching girl and drew attention to her. The girl, holding her hands behind her back, looked at the tired man. The girl, taking out a yellow flower from behind her back, presented it to the man. The girl, watching as the man turned to face her, said that this flower was for him. The villager, looking at Lola as she waved, wondered what she was doing there, noting that she needed to get out of there as soon as possible. After which Lola said goodbye to the man. A village resident, looking at Lola reaching out to him with her hands, said that she couldn't just enter other people's houses, noting that he was worried about her. To which Lola said that this would not happen again. The villager, looking at the man, was surprised. To which Lola wondered if something had happened. The villager watched as the man looked at Lola's gifted flower. A resident, looking at the man, said that this was the first time he had seen this man smile. The man asks what this feeling is. Kuka holds a yellow flower. He understands that this is somehow familiar. His gaze is full of fear. He thinks he knows that this is unconditional loyalty. Little he holds the hands of his parents. He understands that this devotion comes from his parents. His father is holding him in his arms. His mother is standing next to him. Everyone is smiling. He knows what it was like when he was young. As an adult, he stands in a vacant lot and waves a sword. He remembers that this is support for the people living on his lands. He is young in a red cape and walks past many people. He, an adult, raises his sword to strike. He remembers his wife. He stands next to his wife, in whose arms the child is sleeping. Everyone is smiling. He remembers his son, yellow flower illuminated by bright light. He realizes that a lot of time has passed. He holds a sword in his hands and stands against the background of trees. He knows it's been a long time since he was focused on the sword. A wave of dust sweeps across the sand. He waves his sword among the red trees. The blade sweeps through the cloudy air against the backdrop of trees with fallen leaves. He stands and waves a sword in the snow during a snowfall. He gets a beard. He is old and holds a sword in his hands, standing in a fighting stance. He lifts his leg to take a step. He walks forward, leaving a purple trail behind him. He, aged, walks in the middle of the purple space. Someone with a bandaged head appears next to him and claims that he is running for his life again. A lot of bald faces call him a coward. He says that at first he thought that the demon was the one who sent them, but now he understands. Several images of the dead are looking in his direction. He says that he realized that the one who created them, the one who was filled with hatred and anger. He begins to shout at them. He says that he created them all. He moves forward and says he is now ready to move on. A yellow glow appears behind his leg. He says he feels it. His gaze is stern and he says it's right in front of him. He holds a sword glowing white in his hands. A blade sweeps across the space. A kneeling man and a flying man with a jester's cap appear in front of him. The monster asks if he is Karen Winker. He finds this impossible. He looks at him menacingly and says that he is still plying his trade. He raises his sword to strike and declares that it will no longer be the way he wants. A purple ball appears near the monster's hands. He cuts it in half with his sword. Half the monster doesn't understand how he was able to cut through the darkness. He crawls somewhere and realizes that he needs to run. He looks indignantly and asks if he thinks he will let him escape. He feels fear. He falls to his knees and realizes that he has reached his physical limit. A sword is stuck into the ground. He holds onto the sword while sitting on the ground and doesn't understand why now. He looks dejectedly and thinks that even though he created a technique that defeats darkness, he will not be able to stop that demon. He sees a demon bleeding in front of him. He asks to transfer all his will to someone. His eyes are closed. He closes his eyes. He hopes that, if possible, Judith and Brad look towards iron. Someone says that hundreds of years ago, Karen mastered the sword, gaining incredible will. The orc and the girl in white also look in his direction. Someone says that the person who inherited his will. Iron sits, staring into space. They tell him that it is him. The main character sits in an empty stadium at sunset. Brad approaches him and they say hello. He looks away and when asked about further actions, he says that he does not understand anything. They answer him that this is not the easiest situation to accept. They sit in an empty stadium and Brad tells him that he is reminiscing about his time at the academy. He turns sharply in his direction. Brad says he hated him. He stands with a lilac whirlwind in front of him. He says that he knew about the difference in strength between him and Elijah, but could not accept it, and when the one whom he did not even consider as a rival began to develop and surpassed him. He stands and looks at the crack in the floor. He stands and looks upset. He says he truly hated him. Something dark appears around his back. He says that then there was a feeling that the whole journey had been done in vain and he believed that this feeling would never go away. But the words he said then. He is next to the main character. He smiles. He remembers that his phrase was about how he feels alive when he holds the sword in his hands. Smiling, Brad says that he realized what is most important to him. A huge empty stadium. He says that for him, family, friends and so on are more important than the sword, but he remembers smiling Judith. He says there is something more important than all this. The main character turns sharply in his direction. Brad says he likes Judith. He remembers her image and says that she wants to become the best swordsman on the continent. He smiles, looks into the distance and declares that he wants to be with her and help her achieve her goal. He looks at him and says that he needs to do what he really wants and that he will not regret it. Iron smiles and agrees with him. The next day, he stands opposite a gray orc with an axe in his hand. The orc invites him to attack first. The main character runs at him with a sword in his hand and says that he will not refuse such an offer. Their guns collide, sending out a wave of dust. The orc looks at him in surprise and realizes that he has changed a lot since their last meeting and that the flame inside him has become whole. Smiling, he says that he has clearly changed since last time and asks what made him change. They attack each other and he says there is something he would like to do. He glares at him and says he wants to improve his skills, but not just to protect his loved ones. Screaming, he runs and says that this is also necessary to protect the world. They are thrown away from each other, and the orc says that this is a good goal. He stands half-turned to him in a fighting stance and asks if he is choosing the path of a hero. Iron wearily asks if he will retract his words and that if this is what he said, he will gladly accept it. The fire burns very brightly. He stands resolutely and holds a sword in his hands, surrounded by flames. The monster and the youth rush forward as one of them swings his weapon and the other thrusts his sword forward. Sparks fly when they collide. The creature, eyes sparkling, claims that Iron says that he chooses the path of the hero, and he has no guts, but this is not enough. The young man slides his feet along the ground as the monster asks if he has any idea how many responsibilities he will have when he becomes a hero, and states that he doubts he can handle them. Perir jumps, swinging his great sword. He immediately hits the ground, creating a shock wave. The monster frowns, remembering what the swordsman he met told him. Iron, with a determined expression on his face, reports that this was a phrase about what kind of swordsman his sword says. The creature shows its teeth, starting to talk about the young man. A huge sparkling sword is shown, and the phrase is heard that he made this decision not just by seeing his past life, This dream settled deep inside him after everything he had to go through. He frowns, claiming that even if he didn't see the memories of his previous life, he would still choose the hero's path. This is his promise, his will, and he will prove it. He screams, asking the monster to continue fighting him. Shouting back, the creature declares that it will give it a worthy thrashing. 4 months pass. 4 people are shown standing in glowing circles. Smiling, the creature thanks them for their efforts, especially Brad, because who knew that he would be able to master a spirit of another type. Lloyd is shown concentrating and casting spells, and the idea is heard that the spirit of water, his aura, suits him best. This is an amazing result in such a short period of time. The name is called Judith. She stands while magic sparkles between her palms, and it turns out that she has been putting all her strength into mastering the spirit of fire until now. The creature looks at her, informing her that she does not accept the energy of other spirits except the fire one, and she needs to be careful that her body may be engulfed in flames, to which Judith replies that everything is fine. She smirks, claiming that she can now endure any flame. Closing her eyes, she states that she does not feel the energy of other spirits. Next, they call Iron's name. It focuses the energy of metal and fire, 2 spirits in harmony. With its eyes closed, the creature reports that its energy is flowing in the opposite direction. Metal and flame are depicted, and the 5-element divine technique is said to be the coexistence of flows of energy, usually flames appearing from metal. However, iron possesses an incompatible flow of fiery energy that creates metal. The young man smiles when he hears the phrase that if the fire gets too hot, he will need water to control the heat, so he must be careful. Suddenly, the creature turns to Elijah, who is standing calmly. She hangs her head when told that there hasn't been much change in recent months, but she's still making progress little by little, so she needs to keep it up. The expression on her face becomes sad. Iron turns his head, noticing this. The next day comes. While Judith is swinging her sword, Brad asks if the young man will stay here, to which he replies that he will stay for a couple more days. Lloyd turns to Iron, suggesting that he is staying because he is worried about Ilia, to which he replies that that is just one of the reasons, but he does not intend to return to the academy right now. Smiling, he says that before that he would like to meet someone. He asks what about Brad and Judith, to which he smiles and says that they will return to the academy as planned. The guys look at each other as Iron states that he is sad that they are going their separate ways. Brad says that it won't be long and they will meet again soon, to which the young man replies while the sunset is visible, that in any case it is getting dark and they should go back to the dorm. Turning his head, Lloyd states that he will return with Judith and Iron can go first. The girl stands holding a flaming red sword in her hands, and the thought sounds that Brad felt it then. Judith frowns, and we talk about the man's tenacity. The idea sounds that it is possible to obtain such strength only by devoting your life to constant hard training. A man is seen holding a large sparkling sword. It speaks of the anger that overwhelms him. A hand is shown holding a flaming sword. The idea is that the individual will succeed. Judith swings her sword decisively. She's going to work harder. She turns around when they ask her to fight, because a lot of time has passed since their last fight. Brad smiles and says that they can look at the results of their training. You can see a flame and a spark in the middle. They clash swords. Sweating, Lloyd claims that this is very good and it seems as if the girl is a completely different person. Attacking from below, Judith states that the guy picked the wrong time. The phrase sounds about the present moment. A blazing fire is seen, and it is reported that the girl is on a roll. Pulling the sword back, Brad frowns and notices that Judith's fire spirit is getting hotter and he will no longer be able to defend himself with the water spirit. The girl is already advancing, swinging her sword. Her blow catches the deviating Lloyd. He closes his eyes and falls to the ground. Water forms on the surface. Judith runs to the guy, worriedly asking if he's okay, to which he replies that she almost fried him like a chicken and wonders if he did something wrong. He looks at the girl as she apologizes and tells him that she didn't think things would turn out this way. His eyes widen when she says that she really didn't want this. She raises her eyebrows, claiming that the guy knows this. He sits with his mouth slightly open in surprise. He admits that he loves her. Judith looks at him blankly, asking who he loves. She suddenly blushes when Brad tells her he loves her and asks questions. Covering himself with a blush, the guy declares that he likes Judith. She just screams at this, hitting him. She gets up when he is lying down and asks what she is doing and whether she has gone crazy. And she says that he is the one doing some nonsense here, so he should be glad that she did not charge her with fire. Brad frowns, informing him that this is not a joke because he doesn't joke about such things. Judith, embarrassed, asks if he really likes her, to which he confidently answers in the affirmative. Frowning, she asks why her. Closing his eyes in embarrassment, Brad wonders why she has so many questions and whether he really needs to answer. He looks away, telling her that, first of all, she's cute when she laughs. The girl opens her eyes wide when he claims that she is also cute when she eats until she drops, when she makes fun of Iron, when she plays with Lulu, when she gives her all in training. Lloyd turns his head, declaring that everything she does is very cute. Judith stands there, completely flushed, and asks if she's cute. She frowns when Brad says she needs to stop burdening him with questions and asks him to answer her. He is embarrassed and asks what Judith thinks of him. The pendant falls to the floor. Pointing at it with her paw, Lulu states that she is sure that a certain energy comes from this pendant and wonders what it would be used for, then suggests that she could do something if she transformed. Bits of magic are visible, and the cat states that it seems to have become a little stronger. She stands looking at the pendant and says that she will use all her spells and get to the bottom of the truth. 3 hours have passed since then. The girl falls face down on the floor and realizes that her spells did not work at all and she should ask Dorka to teach her spiritual magic. Walking into the room, Iron looks at her questioningly, asking what she's doing, to which she notices that he's finished training. Several windows are visible. Iron lies on the bed with his eyes open and a cat at his side. Lulu pays attention to him when he calls her. Looking ahead thoughtfully, the young man asks if she remembers the day they met Ignata. A frowning girl is shown, and the phrase is heard that the next time they meet, she said that she would offer to join her, not the metal inside him. Sitting next to Iron, Lulu says that she remembers this, to which he asks what she thinks about the current him. She frowns when the boy asks if he can stand proudly before the girl. He smiles when the cat claims that he already knows what she will answer and wonders if he has decided where they will go next, to which she receives a positive response. Ilia appears, holding her sword forward. She sighs, looking down and wondering what she's doing now. She looks ahead, wondering if everything will be okay. She believes that there is no need for her to focus on this and she should forget. However, she realizes that she continues to think about Ignat. She is shown running across the girl's cloak. Ilia is silent thoughtfully. She wonders what she is doing. Suddenly her name sounds. Someone approaches her from behind. It turns out it's Iron, who asks if she has a minute. They smile at each other as Ilia asks how he's been doing lately, if his training is going according to plan, to which he replies that everything is as usual. The girl raises her eyebrows, thinking that she can feel the warm energy that Iron possesses. A young man is depicted looking into the distance, and Ilia understands that when she is with him, she feels comfortable and forgets about her problems and worries. She is silent, thinking about whether the young man will be against it. Sitting next to him, she realizes that she would like to continue to be close to him. She looks at him in surprise when he reveals that he has someone he wants to see and he thinks he will go to meet him, to which the girl asks who it is. The name Ignata sounds. Ilia looks ahead dumbfounded, eyes wide. Iron claims that he wants to see that girl. He looks down, admitting that when he met her, he felt jealous because he thought that she had something that he did not have, so he could not control his anger. It was a shameful and weak part of him. He clenches his hand into a fist, declaring that now everything has changed and he can proudly stand before her. Ilia gives him a puzzled look when he reveals that he doesn't know what changes this meeting will bring for her, but wonders if she would like to go with him. The girl realizes that she is now confident. Looking ahead, she realizes that she was avoiding this. Ignata and Ilia appear, who thinks that she does not have enough confidence to meet her. She avoided her because she was afraid that her fear of her would break her. She realizes that if she doesn't deal with this, nothing will change. Smiling, she says that she will go with Iron. The next day comes. A carriage and people are seen saying goodbye. Judith sadly hugs Lulu, realizing that she will no longer be able to see her, to which the cat happily replies that she does not need to worry, because soon they will be together again. Smiling, Ilia tells Brad and Judith to take care of themselves, to which the guy reciprocates. The orc approaches the red-haired girl, saying goodbye to her and claiming that he will be greatly missed, to which she thanks everyone. Iron looks questioningly at the young people, wondering if something happened between them. They stand far from each other and look to the side, which raises questions from the young man, but they declare that nothing happened. Judith waves to her friends, telling them to take care of themselves, and the orc bids her and Brad goodbye. Smiling, Iron invites the girl to go train again. She agrees to this. They strike each other with swords. Ilia begins to use magic, focusing. Lulu holds the flaming weapon in her hands, stunned, as a worried creature runs towards her. Several months pass. The orcs stand opposite the young people, saying that they are very sorry that the time has come for them to leave, to which Kubar is told not to be sad. The orc smiles, claiming that it is unusual to be separated from them and the rest of the company, to which the young man replies that he will miss him greatly. He looks surprised when Kubar says that he heard about his plan from his father and he should implement it. Iron hangs his head, admitting that he's a little nervous. He's decided which way he'll go. He smiles awkwardly, realizing that he still isn't sure if she's up to him. The phrase says that he will succeed. The orc clenches his hand into a fist, striking the young man. Opening his mouth, he claims that Iron has a special power. Elijah smiles as he speaks of the power to illuminate those close to him, the power to change those with him. He reports that if it is him, then he is confident that everything will work out. The sunset is shown when the thought is heard that he has the power to change the whole world. It turns out that the reason why the orc was able to return after 17 years of wandering was because of the young man. He says he is his friend. Iron is surprised when the orc calls him his student and teacher and wants to say something else about him. The young man stands with his eyes wide open in surprise when Kubar reveals that he is his hero. He looks at him tenderly. Suddenly he lowers his head, falling silent. He is shaking all over, thanking Kubara and insisting that he will continue to work hard. Tears are streaming down his face, and he says that others will be able to call him a hero. For this he will try his best. Ilia, smiling, invites him to go. An affirmative answer is received. The young people leave together. The cart and the night sky are shown. A young man and a girl are sitting opposite each other, embarrassed. Judith closes her eyes. Brad looks at her carefully, blushing. The girl's name is heard. He remembers the moment when he asked what she thought of him. Turning away, she surprises him by declaring that she doesn't know and asking why he's talking about all this so suddenly. Hitting himself on the head, the guy realizes that he was too hasty. Judith is shown with her back turned. She starts talking. Turning her head, she tells him that she will answer him later. Lloyd turns red, and only one word he said to her repeats in his head. A man's cloak is visible. Judith is scared when Brad sits next to her, and she asks why he moved. Frowning, he asks if he can't do this. The girl looks at him, blushing. She talks about his actions. Turning away, she declares that he can do as he wants. Crono's fencing academy is shown, and Judith states that they haven't been here for a long time. Brad remembers that they were away for a year and a half. Young people are frightened by a sudden sound that raises questions in their minds. The men are shown standing opposite each other, and the leader suggests that the opponent end the fight because he thinks that nothing will change even if they continue. Clouds of dust fly around and the man laughs, asking what he is talking about, because if they continue, he will win, to which the leader offers to continue. Smirking, Hun says that is enough for now, but next time he will cut his mouth so that he cannot interrupt the duel. The leader states that the man needs to practice his punches more. The young people watch what is happening in shock, realizing that the strongest swordsman on the continent is standing in front of them. The leader turns his head, noticing that the guys have returned. Brad, frowning awkwardly, claims that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Judith's expression becomes determined when the director reveals that she has changed a lot. She looks questioningly at Hoon when he asks if she is Judith. He smirks as he says her name. He shocks her when he announces that she will be his student. The man points a finger at himself, saying that he is glad to see the person, and introduces himself. He points to the cart, claiming that he works as a coachman and can act as a guide as long as he is paid. He smirks, declaring that this is not his real job. It turns out that in reality he is the leader of a group of bandits. The same group shows up, and it becomes known that the man is pretending to be a coachman, luring people, and they rob them. Their method is reported to be very simple. Johnson is shown benevolently shaking a man's hand. It is said that he first waits for some rich person to hire him. The intimidated guy is shown, and it is reported that the man then uses a plausible excuse to lead the people to their hideout, and his subordinates who are hiding there begin to clean them out. It sounds like their methods have never failed them. Johnson smirks when someone says he needs a coachman and he calls him a lamb. He feigns goodwill, claiming that he is pleased to meet you. He states that it is an honor to serve such valued guests. Iron and Ilia smile as the man thinks about how he will make sure to rob them of every last penny they have. A moving carriage is visible. Johnson smiles, realizing that this is wonderful. Young people are shown talking to each other, and the idea is that they are beautifully dressed and the atmosphere is filled with elegance. The man comes to the conclusion that they are the children of nobility. He licks his lips, realizing that he can sit back and feast all day long just from this one robbery. People have already left the cart. With his eyes wide open, Johnson announces that they will have to stay here all day, to which Iron states that in this case, the first thing they need to do is light a fire. Ilia, smiling, says that she will bring firewood. Johnson notices her trying to chop wood with her sword. He takes out an axe, saying that the sword may not work, and offers to chop the wood himself. The girl immediately cuts the tree trunk without any problems. The man looks at this dumbfounded, his mouth open. Elijah decisively cuts down another tree. There is already firewood on the grass. The girl smiles, believing that approximately this thickness should be suitable, and Johnson is in shock. He fearfully answers her in the affirmative. Lulu exhales, closing her eyes, and announces that it's her turn as the man marvels at the talking cat. She lights the fire in one motion. She happily declares that now she can also wear perfume. Iron awkwardly replies that it was mystical art. Johnson watches with his mouth open. He wonders who they are. The next day comes. The young man, smiling, asks the man to take a step back, since he and Elijah will now have a sparring match, and Johnson asks where he got such a huge sword. Iron decisively announces that he is advancing. The girl looks at him intently. The man began to sweat when he realized that these were aura swords and that they were both sword masters. He covers himself with his hand as destruction begins to occur with each blow. An outraged Lulu claims that Iron is too loud and she woke up because of him, to which the young man, standing on a destroyed field, apologizes. Johnson declares that he is giving up. He trembles all over, raising his head. He realizes that fighting them will ultimately kill them. The building is shown as Iron remarks that they can stay at this inn for the night. Frowning, the man remembers that this is their lair, to which the young man looks questioningly, wondering what's the matter. Raising his finger, Johnson says that he will go check if there are free rooms, so they just need to wait a little, and he himself understands that he needs to stop the guys. He gets scared when a question comes from behind about who they are and what they are doing on their territory. The men with the bits think they are like some rich nobles and wonder what they think about sharing their wealth with them, the poor commoners. Johnson runs up, telling them to move away from his clients. The man with the bat, confused, asks what he is doing, and the coachman is shaking all over, frowning. The Scarface gets scared when he tells them to get out of here and questions what he's planning to do. Johnson punches him in the face. Iron calls him in bewilderment. He looks angrily at the man with the bat and tells them to leave if they do not want to die at his hands. He waves his fist indignantly, declaring that if he sees them here again, he will kill them. Ilia smiles, telling him that he is beautiful, to which he awkwardly replies that it was nothing special. Giving a thumbs up, Lulu claims he deserves the bonus. Johnson is amazed when he is given 2 golden mice and told to keep at it, because there is still something for him if he works hard. Running around the young people, the man reports that he contacted the hotel restaurant and ordered the best dishes from the chef. Lulu looks at the food in admiration when he claims that he even cooked a fish steak for her. Johnson looks up when the young man awkwardly asks if he's pushing himself too hard and responds in the negative, declaring that he will continue to serve his customers to the best of his ability. Several days pass. The man lies there, breathing heavily, and realizes that he cannot do this kind of work for long. He smiles and looks at the gold, claiming that just a little and he can stop robbing others for the rest of his life. He hoists the bag of gold onto his shoulders, deciding to earn some more money. He looks questioningly at the sitting people. Iron seriously asks how Ilia is doing these days, to which she, looking down, replies that she is a little better, but she is still worried. She blushes when the young man says that everything is fine and she doesn't need to worry too much about it, because maybe in her youth Ignata seemed like something more to them, but now she doesn't. The girl looks away awkwardly when Iron states that he bets it won't even be a big deal when they meet, to which she wonders if he really thinks so. Peeking contentedly from behind the bushes, Johnson realizes what kind of relationship the young people are in and decides that this is a wonderful atmosphere and he can watch a little more in the full confidence that they will kiss. However, Iron suddenly gets up, offering to finish this, because tomorrow they need to leave early. A man jumps out from behind the bushes, asking if this is all, although there was such an atmosphere between them. He falls to the ground with his chin down. Iron worriedly asks if he is okay, to which he replies in the affirmative. Ilia is silent thoughtfully. She leaves, saying that she is going for a walk, and Johnson realizes that this is a serious problem. He excitedly wonders if the young man is going to follow her. He is taken aback when Iron responds in the negative, claiming that she has a lot on her plate lately, so she probably needs some time alone. A building and a cart near it are shown. Johnson rushes from side to side, telling the young people to sit here while he gets everything ready. The young man frowns when he hears the phrase about an amazing dungeon, which will definitely be the best place in the last 100 years. Ilia looks away in surprise when he hears that the Holy Kingdom is also joining the expedition into the dungeon. The man asks why they are doing this, to which another, with a beard, replies that this is an unusual dungeon. It is reported that it is not just its size, but it appears to be an ancient dungeon that was created at least during the time of the demonic Dragon King. A room with a large amount of gold is depicted, and it is learned that several treasures of great value are said to be buried there. It turns out that this is why the kingdom of Calvin tried to quickly conquer it when they first discovered it. A small map is shown and it is reported that they are facing opposition from neighboring kingdoms. It is said that this is why something was done to prevent conflict between the 3 kingdoms from occurring. A certain coat of arms is visible. It becomes known that the Holy Kingdom has sent its knightly order to mediate in this matter. Frowning, Iron approaches the men and asks which knightly order the Holy Kingdom sent. A man with a beard asks if he is a swordsman, to which he answers in the affirmative. It is reported that in this case he should know about them. Ignata appears, and it becomes known that the Black Knights of Leo, led by her, have been sent. The young man turns his head, looking to the side. Ilia looked down awkwardly. Turning back, Iron wonders if the men know if mercenaries are allowed to participate in the dungeon expedition. Looking at him, the bearded man notices that he looks quite young and asks if he will be okay, since the difficulty of the expedition is high, so he cannot guarantee his safety. He looks at the young man carefully as he thanks him for his concern, but tells him that he will be fine. He frowns, and the man notices that he has honest eyes. The atmosphere around him is warm and strong. Although he thought that he was a child who knew nothing about the world around him, but after looking at him more closely, he realized that he was mistaken. He calmly reports that if he really wants to participate, they need to go to Calvin, because there are not enough strike forces there, so they are recruiting mercenaries. Smiling, Iron thanks him. Several days pass. Calvin appears, and the phrase is heard that someone is going to go now. Waving her paw, Lulu says goodbye to a smiling Johnson, and Iron thanks him for everything. The man wishes them a good trip. Suddenly, he thoughtfully watches the people leaving who are talking, and realizes that he has just realized that there are many influential people who have yet to make themselves known. He tearfully leaves with a sack of gold on his back and remarks that if he continues his work, he could eventually die from one attack, so he should be kinder from now on. Someone hits the table with their hand, cursing the people from Palanquin and Labat. Amira puts her hand behind her head, claiming that this dungeon was discovered on their territory. She understands that they are truly determined if they send their best strike force. One silhouette appears, and the name of Labat's court magician, Perir, appears. A second silhouette appears and the name of the Palanquin swordmaster, Sevian, is heard. The coat of arms is visible. It is reported that on top of all this, the Holy Kingdom is also involved. The girl adjusts her glasses, realizing that at this rate they will take all the loot from the dungeon. She decides that she needs to hire a good mercenary who can fight them face to face. People come into the office, reporting that the mercenaries who applied to participate in the expedition have arrived, to which Amira asks how they are and if there is anyone capable. The knight seems scared, to which the girl reports that everything is fine. She declares that she will come to see them in person. Ilia and Iron are shown standing. They turn their heads when they are called out and asked if they are mercenaries who have applied to join the expedition. Frowning, the girl states her name and states that she is going to test their skills right now. Ilia dutifully wants to introduce herself, but Amira tells her to forget about being nice. She looks angry and tells them not to waste time, but to show what they can do. Elijah's gaze becomes determined. She exhales in concentration. Suddenly, she puts her sword forward, starting to cast a spell. The woman is amazed by this. She is stunned when the girl runs to stab her. She frowns, trying to fight back. However, Ilia is already behind her, and she notices that she is fast. The woman turns, clenching her jaw. She swings her sword and realizes that she cannot keep up with the girl at all. Ilia appears behind her again, surprising her. Amira looks at her. She looks at the scene of destruction in amazement. Ilia stabs her when he gets close. The woman's sword pierces the ground. She looks at her hand with the remaining hilt. She turns her head in surprise, asking what her rival's name is and what kingdom she is from. Ilia seriously states that she is a knight of the Lenge family from the kingdom of Adam. Amira sits on a chair in her office. She smiles, claiming that heaven is helping her because Ilia is coming over to her side. She notices something else. She remembers turning to Iron and asking his name. He emphatically reveals that he is from the kingdom of Hail, which surprises the woman. She realizes that he is the one who became a master of the sword after defeating Ilia. Amira looks extremely pleased. She concludes that if they join the party, Calvin will have no disadvantage compared to the other nations. She suddenly frowns, thinking about Ilia joining the expedition to the dungeon. The girls show up, and the question is asked whether this is because of Ignata. It is reported that if she came here for personal reasons, then it might affect the expedition team. Amira places the cat embroidery on the table, realizing that she needs to take a closer look at Ilia's behavior. She smiles, closing her eyes, deciding that since she has taken care of urgent matters, she can rest for a while. Lulu asks interestedly what this is, looking at the embroidery, and asks to teach her this, which frightens the woman. Amira looks at her dumbfounded, remembering that she is Iron's cat and asking if she talks, to which the cat says her name. It turns out the woman loves cats, so she starts petting Lulu after permission. She is surprised when Lulu says that she likes her because she looks like one of her friends and wonders if she is much like her. The cat claims that they are a little similar, especially when they are angry, but before that the woman must hurry up and teach her what she just did. Amira raises her eyebrows and suggests that since Lulu is a cat, it will be difficult for her even if she teaches her. Lulu states that it's no problem and begins to transform, blinding the woman with a bright light. Smiling, she believes that these hands will do, and amazes Amira, who thinks that this cannot be. She frowns in shock, noticing that she feels it. Although she is not a magician, she notices incredible magical power. The night sky is shown and the woman awkwardly reveals that this hobby is a secret because she needs to maintain the image of a strong and cool second in command. To which Lulu replies that she doesn't need to worry since she is good at keeping secrets. Several days pass. The territory of Labat is depicted, and it is reported that the young people still have time before the expedition begins, so they can enjoy their stay here. Smiling, Amira claims that tomorrow evening there will be a banquet with all the expedition members, so they need to remember about it and be sure to come. While petting Lulu, she tells her to come too. The cat looks at her as she asks if Lulu can come in another guise since she is about to prepare the dress. The woman says goodbye. The young man says goodbye in return. Iron is shown sitting intently on a bench. He beams and thinks that his warrior spirit was the one who still controlled the fire within him. The idea of a warlike spirit sounds, which is very similar to the anger he feels due to his envy of Ignata. Ignata appears. It speaks of a warrior spirit capable of overcoming the will of the man in his dreams, Karin. The same man is depicted. The young man declares that he no longer wants to control the fire in his heart with the help of a warrior spirit. He is seen kneeling, and the thought of Iron's last realization from his past life is heard. It speaks of will arising from regret and sadness. A blinding light is visible. We are talking about goodwill aimed at the whole world. Iron is shown with his eyes closed. He claims that he is going to move forward in his own way. He turns his gaze to the side. Someone is standing behind the tree, and the young man asks how long he plans to spy on him. The legs of a man are visible, asking if he knew and when he realized, to which the answer is that about 20 minutes have passed. A man is shown who states that Iron has good instincts. He also tried his best to hide his presence, and he wonders if the young man is a swordsman or a magician. He replies that he is a swordsman. The man looks at him closely, informing him that he does not recognize him, and wonders what country he is associated with, to which he replies that he is a mercenary associated with Calvin. The man turns around, claiming to be leaving and apologizing for disturbing him. He frowns, thinking that Iron's senses are sharp enough to notice his presence even in a state of deep meditation. He is no ordinary boy. The man realizes that he needs to win him over to their side during the expedition into the dungeon. A building is depicted with light visible in the window. The man is congratulated on his return by two people. They call him Mr. Virox. He just looks ahead indifferently. He seriously says that he needs them to do something, namely, they need to familiarize themselves with the personnel of Calvin's expeditionary group right now and then report to him. Starry cloudy night with a bright moon. A man in a cloak brings papers to Sir Virox with a list of people for the expedition to the dungeon. He praises his work. He looks at the pieces of paper in his hands in surprise. He sits at the table. The image of Elijah in armor appears in his head. He didn't expect to see her name on the list. He understands that there is only one reason why she would participate in a dangerous operation. An image of Ignatia Grysentia appears in his head, holding a sword in her hand and standing halfway towards him. He looks intently and realizes that she is still acting on emotions and does not understand whether the defeat in the lands of evidence has really affected her that much. He looks at the list with alarm and realizes that if this is the case, then the one who defeated her then was her classmate from the academy. Ilia greets someone on the city streets. He heard that two of them had left and were traveling together. He smiles and says that he was an unusual guy, and that is him, Iron. An image of the main character in armor appears in his head. He looks menacingly, smiles, and says that this expedition will be extremely interesting. The next day, a huge white room with many tables, red chairs, and a small number of human silhouettes. Gregory walks next to the tall blue-haired girl and asks if those two swordsmen have joined them. She says he will meet them soon. They walk forward. She says they still haven't arrived. She assumes that they plan to show off their strength. He asks her to think less about it. A human leg stands in front of them, and someone says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Perir stands, smiles, and asks how they are doing. With an angry look, he asks if they have decided to acquire the support of a couple of mercenaries. Gregory asks not to worry, because this will not interfere with the progress of the expedition. Virox appears next to them and asks him to calm down. They look into each other's eyes, and one says that they have not gathered here to quarrel, and the other says that he is pretending to be a good person and, most likely, is already planning something. Gregory smiles as he stands in the middle of them and asks if they are the ones who came. Ilia, Iron, and Lulu walk towards them. A purple glow appears around Lulu. Perir is horrified and realizes that she has a huge amount of magical energy. Amira chuckles behind him and sees that all attention is focused on the girl and that it will not be possible to ignore Kelvin's powers. The main character looks to the side and hears someone whispering. Two men in cloaks discuss Elijah. Elijah walks among the crowd, hearing different theories about her. He looks at her and hopes she's okay. She says to hell with everything. Everyone is surprised that she swears. Everyone looks at her when she says that they will not leave her alone. She folds her arms and orders everyone to get lost as Iron looks at her in confusion. Elijah and Judith are sitting in the stadium. Judith sees that she looks upset and suggests that she simply not react to the comments of others. Smiling, she suggests they just swear at them. She swears, making herself an example. She claims that having a fight will make her feel better. Ilia looks irritated when she is told that this is better than keeping everything to herself. She is looking down somewhere. She curses quietly. She is ordered to swear louder, and she does so. Against the background of a blue sky, she is told to swear even louder, and she does so. She says in the big hall that it's not so bad. She turns her head towards Iron and Lulu and offers them a seat. Gregory and Amira look awkwardly in their direction. Silhouettes of people sitting at a long table. Knight Commander Calvin is asked to greet them. Gregory, with his eyes closed, thanks everyone who came. Virox and Perir look at him. Lulu notices the glass shaking. He expresses hopes for a good expedition. Everything starts to shake, everyone gets up from the table. A red portal appears in the center of the hall. Everyone stands up and looks in his direction in fear. There is someone in a dress standing at the portal. Knights in armor emerge from the portal. Amira thinks that this armor. Many knights are standing at the portal. In front of them is a little girl and a man in red clothes. She exclaims that these are the Dark Knights. Ilia sits in a chair, confused. A dark figure emerges from the portal. Her gaze fills with anger. A metal leg comes out of the portal. Ignatius stands relaxed in his armor. Amira and Gregory are sitting opposite her. She exclaims her name. The man in red leans over to the girl and says that she should have created a portal outside, to which she apologizes. Ignatius stands with her eyes closed and apologizes to Gregory. He smiles and says that there is no need to apologize. She replies that they still disturb their peace and that they have completed the mission. She looks at him and asks permission to go and rest. She notices something and he says he didn't know about their mission. She asks for forgiveness and abruptly starts walking somewhere. Amira grits her teeth from tension and thinks that if she notices Ilia. She looks in surprise. Virox and Perir look surprised. Ilia looks surprised. She approaches the table and says that he has changed a lot since their last meeting. She smiles and she looks at Iron as he glares at her. Ignata silently looked at the excited Iron. Amira asked herself in surprise why she did not approach Elijah. Why did she approach Iron? Virox looked at them suspiciously, asking himself if they really knew each other. Getting up from his seat, Iron immediately greeted Ignata. Ignata quietly said that if you think about it, Iron has changed so quickly. Lowering her head and looking at him from under her brows, she told him to tell her. A red, ominous aura enveloped her. With some anger, she asked him what happened. Iron didn't say anything. The frightened Virox sensed her energy. Gregory, without a drop of fear, also felt this terrifying energy. He narrowed his eyes and thought. Looking at Iron, who had no fear in his eyes, Gregory said in surprise in his head that he was right in front of her, but did not even flinch, adding that he was much stronger than he thought. Iron simply looked at Ignata without saying anything. Smug Ignata repeated her question again. Without waiting for an answer, she closed her eyes. Turning around and walking away to the other swordsman, she said that she would now watch him more closely. Ilia was very surprised. She could not say anything, while there was not a single emotion on Iron's face. Ilia couldn't believe it. She was lost, that Ignata didn't even look at her. Noticing her excitement, Iron glanced at her, but said nothing. At this time, Anew ran up to Lulu. Giving her a happy wave, she asked if she was Lulu, reminding her that her name was Anew. She asked the dissatisfied Lulu in surprise how she turned into this form. Lulu immediately turned away from her, saying that she was not talking to her. Frightened Anew immediately wanted to know the reason. Turning to Anew, Lulu angrily said that she and Ignata were bothering Iron. Anew was scared and immediately said that she had never done such a thing. Then Lulu remembered Anew how she opened the portal, thereby bringing Ignata and making Iron worry. Anew clutched the tablecloth in confusion, wondering what she should do, because Lulu was her first friend and she didn't want to quarrel with her. Anew immediately apologized to Lulu, who had turned away in front of her and said that this would not happen again. Evil Lulu said he was still angry. Confused, Anew asked Lulu what she needed to do to stop her being angry. Offended, Lulu sharply replied that she should think about it until the next meeting. Anew sadly lowered her head and said with sadness in her voice that she would think until Lulu stopped being angry. At this time, Jorg called Anew and said that they had to go. Anew fell to the floor and said sadly that she was depressed. Jorg approached her and told her to get up. Looking away at Iron, he wondered if 18 months had already passed, adding that the rumors about him becoming a sword master were actually true. Iron was calm and had a smile on his face. Looking at him, Jorg realized that it happened so quickly, it was simply crazy. Evening, the sun disappears behind the horizon. The sky is overcast with clouds. Iron sat on the bench and said in his head that now he can look Ignata in the eyes without fear, and it feels cool. He lowered his head sadly. Plunging into the thoughts in his head, he realized that in order to fulfill his desire. At that moment, he stood up from the bench, put out his hand, around which energy began to gather. The thought sounded in his head that he still lacked a lot. With a face full of determination, he took his sword and put all his strength into it. To achieve what he wanted, a thought sounded in his head. He made such a strong cleaving blow that dust rose around him. To make sure that his dreams would come true, a thought sounded in his head. Iron was preparing to throw a side kick. In his head he said he would give it his all. He struck, and his whole serious face was illuminated by the radiance of his power. Everything around was blinded. Iron, from whom enormous energy emanated, lowered his sword. He raised his head and looked at the time, catching his breath. The moon was shining in the sky, and there were a bunch of stars around it. At this time, Ilia was looking at the moon. She was fascinated by her and thought about her own. A few days later, there was an army of swordsmen on the field, and in front of them stood Amira, next to whom was a board. She told them that before they went into the dungeon, he would give a briefing. A dungeon was drawn on the board. Amira explained that it had 2 entrances, so their team would split into 2 groups and enter from both sides. Looking at Gregory, Virox, and Perir, she said that they would be the first group, adding that Perir would be the commander. After which she looked at the army of dark knights and said that they would be the second group, and Ignata would remain their commander. One of the knights, standing aside, saw the depressed Virox and asked his comrade what was wrong with him, to which he asked him if he had heard what happened. Recalling, he said that 4 days ago a meeting was held to select commanders. The indignant Virox shouted that he was against Ignata becoming a commander. As a result, their quarrel turned into sparring. But here is the result. Gregory and Perir, who were watching the sparring, were surprised. The result was pathetic. The battle ended in an unconditional victory for Ignata. Behind Ignata, who was standing on the floor with horror in her eyes, was Virox. The difference in strength was incredible. Perir, watching all this, made the final decision. He was angry, and there was a terrifying image of Ignata in his head. He understood that no matter what, as long as Ignata is here, fighting against the Holy Kingdom will be too risky. First, he must defeat Calvin and Palanquin. Looking askance at Iron and Ilia, Perir said that he should not worry about the Palanquin, but the problem was with the 2 of them, because they were from Calvin. Sitting on Elijah's shoulder was Lulu, who had already turned back into a cat. Lulu said with a serious face that Iron could trust her. They both laughed. By evening, the army was already at the first entrance to the dungeon. Amira fearfully asked if they were going inside. Behind her stood Gregory, who laughed and told her to calm down because she was the deputy commander and should not show her fear to the army. The first group, led by Perir, entered the dungeon. Perir went first without fear. Feeling something was wrong, he turned around. There was no way out around him and none of his comrades either. He was completely alone. Grinning, he asked in confusion if this was really a court, adding that he knew that this was an unusual dungeon, but an ancient temple. An image of a guy appeared in his head, huddled in pain and holding his head. The strange phenomenon occurring inside the ancient temple was reported to be judgment. Those who enter the temple are subjected to divine tests. Perir moved on fearlessly, and in his head he said that the most important thing was not to give in to doubts and worries. He understood that he must confidently walk his own path. But if you suddenly give in to emotions, the image of the guy, writhing in pain, again appeared before his eyes. It was reported that you would then be consumed by darkness, your path would be lost, and your body would be destroyed. Perir moved on, realizing that from the very beginning they would have many stragglers. At this time, Virox, who had entered behind Perir, asked himself whether this was God's judgment. Fear flashed in his eyes. He found himself in a war, covered in blood, with his dead comrade lying in front of him. One of the enemy swordsmen ran towards Virox screaming. Virox realized that he needed to pull himself together. In one fell swoop, he got rid of the enemy, telling himself in his head that the Civil War ended 30 years ago, and it was all just an illusion. The illusion around him dissipated, and Virox moved on, realizing that he couldn't give in to the darkness. He needed to calm down and confidently move on. Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of him, at the end of which a light was visible. Seeing him, Virox said that it looked like an exit and moved towards it. Coming out, he found himself in some kind of hall. Perir stood in front of him. Virox immediately knew that he had succeeded. Hearing the scream, Virox automatically turned his head in his direction. He saw Elijah and Lulu sitting on the stones. Lulu said in confusion that it wasn't Iron. Virox screamed in confusion in his head, how could Ilia come before him? Seeing his friend discouraged, Perir came up to him and said that he understood him because he was also surprised. They both looked at Ilia, who, stroking Lulu, reassured her that Iron would come soon. The first to undergo judgment was Elijah, whose mind was in the greatest turmoil. Perir realized this then, in the hall at the moment when Ignata approached their table. After all, Ignata completely ignored Elijah. She seemed shocked. Had something really changed? The surprised Perir asked himself. After a while, half the army was already in the hall. Amira displeasedly told Gregory that a lot of time had passed and less than half the group had returned. Gregory thought about it. Looking at the soldiers coming out, he said in his head that he had expected this. Suddenly, Gregory, falling silent for a while, said that what was more unexpected was that Iron had not yet come out. Gregory didn't show that he was worried about Iron. He thought that he would be the first to arrive. At that moment, Virox and Perir told him that they could not wait any longer and they needed to move on. Perir approached Gregory and said that this was a test given by God so that those consumed by darkness would not be seriously injured. Gregory, exhaling sadly, said that he no longer had a choice. He could no longer detain the detachment. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Iron and a call to check on the others. Perir turned around in surprise. Behind him stood a serious Elijah. He, not understanding what Elijah was talking about, asked her again. Ilia repeated that you need to believe in those who remain and just wait. After a short silence, she, turning to Perir, continued that the essence of the test was to overcome all doubts, anger, and mistrust. Amira looked and listened to Elijah in surprise, and Gregory had an approving smile on his face. Then Elijah said with complete calm that she thought that in addition to faith in herself, she needed faith in others. After listening to her to the end, Perir, a little doubtful of her words, said that this was not a bad idea, but they couldn't just wait. Immediately behind him, one of the warriors shouted that someone was coming out. Iron entered the hall with a sword in his hands. Everyone rejoiced. Iron, seeing everyone else, said with a calm face that he was a little late, after which he apologized. Iron said there were reasons for this. At this moment, other soldiers appeared behind him. Perir, realizing what he had done, was shocked. Iron held a glowing sword in his hands, and behind him stood all those who did not go out with the others. 2 hours earlier, one of the soldiers was terribly scared. He screamed, asking where everyone had gone. Stepping into some slush, he screamed, asking if anyone could hear him. He slipped and fell into all this slurry, getting completely dirty in it. He begged them not to leave him. The slurry rose, and the frightened warrior shouted that he was here. He asked for help. Suddenly a light appeared in the distance. The soldier was terrified, but when he saw the light he screamed. Reaching towards the light, he shouted that he was saved. But he didn't understand what kind of feeling it was. The swordsman was no longer screaming, he was getting closer to the light. Having got out of the liquid that was absorbing him, he realized that the closer he was to the light, the calmer it is. The light is so warm and calming. The light became more like a sword. Then the soldier wondered where this light came from. Suddenly Iron appeared in front of him, holding out his hand to make him stand up. Having finished telling this story, the soldier explained to Gregory that this was how they were all able to get out. Amira, stunned, cried out that it was amazing that he was able to intervene in God's test. In her head she wondered, is this even possible? Gregory immediately told Amira to be quiet, to which the frightened Amira apologized. Gregory was horrified, although he didn't show it. In his head he said that he had never heard of a person capable of something like this. This guy is special. He looked at Iron, who approached Ilia, asking how long they had been waiting for him. In his head, Gregory said that Iron had an aura that illuminated everything around him, adding that he had never felt this from other swordsmen. Looking askance at the irritated Perir, Gregory thought that he looked like that because a guy much younger than him did something similar. Naturally it hurt his pride. You just have to accept it, Gregory thought. Looking at the smiling Iron, he said that the group had rallied around Iron. Turning around, Perir shouted for everyone to get ready because they would soon continue the expedition. Durink, who walked in front of the army, said that one must be on the alert because no one knows what else could happen. Already in the dungeon, Perir chopped down one monster after another. While fighting the monster, one of the soldiers felt the ground shake. Looking into the distance, he saw a huge leg. This was the golem's leg. A huge number of golems were ahead. Throwing his hand forward, along with the other mages, Perir ordered all groups to focus all attacks on them. From the pentagrams that appeared in front of them, the magicians released a stream of fire at the golems. Snapping her fingers, a green fireball appeared in Perir's hand. A moment later, he threw 5 of these balls at the golems. They all hit the head, causing them to explode. At this time, Virox, gathering his strength, began to exude green energy. Jumping, he punched right through the golem in front of him. Having destroyed the golem, he shouted that in order to destroy them, the red stones on their heads must be destroyed. Iron, raising his sword behind his back, prepared to strike. With one blow he cut the golem in half. At this time, Ilia, being above the golem, dealt him many quick and strong blows with her sword, after which it fell apart into many pieces. Having finished with the golems, Perir asked the army if everyone was safe, to which he was told that everything was fine, there were no casualties. Hearing such news, he ordered the movement to continue. After going through many battles, they continued to move forward. Perir was a little worried. In his head he said that they had come out unscathed from 5 battles and continued to move forward, but why then? He stopped a little. Why doesn't this strange feeling leave me? He asked himself, continuing the phrase in his head. Walking further, he suddenly stopped. There was horror in his face, his eyes were filled with fear, and sweat was pouring down his face. He saw a mountain of corpses that had already turned into skeletons. These skeletons were used to build tall columns connected by chains. Looking even further, he saw that these columns were coming from an even larger blood group, which was built around an incomprehensible pedestal in the middle of the arena. Seeing this, Amira covered her mouth with her hands, asking what this place was. Even Gregory was as scared as the others. Iron and Ilia looked around the place in horror. Everyone was wondering what happened in this place. The thought was voiced that there were only skeletons around. All the soldiers were terrified. They shouted that this was a sign and they needed to get out quickly. Virox immediately shouted for everyone to shut up and gather while ordering them not to cause panic. Suddenly they heard an ominous laugh. Everyone was incredibly scared. They did not understand where this laughter was coming from and who it belonged to. At the very top, a bright red fire was lit, from which red lightning came. It turned out to be a huge portal. Suddenly, giant fingers with claws appeared from the portal, and behind them a head with ominous red eyes. The monster said that they got here on their own. While the monster spoke, Perir looked at him with eyes full of horror. In front of the army on a hill stood he, the monster from the portal. With his arms outstretched, he laughed, saying that this only made his task easier. Virox looked at her in horror, saying that this was impossible. For this, she said. There was no fear on Iron's face, he was not afraid. The monster continued that she would give them all death. He looked like a huge jester, with a fanged smile all over his face. It was a demon. He looked at the army and laughed terribly. Virox, with horror in his eyes and a shaking voice, said that he thought that all the demons had disappeared. As soon as they saw this high-ranking demon, everyone understood that this was evil. The demon continued to look at the army and laugh. The demon's dark energy instantly spread to everyone. None of those who came could move. It was anxiety and fear. One of the soldiers, gritting his teeth in fear, was enveloped in this energy. All negative emotions completely absorbed the soldiers. The demon beckoned them with his finger. Those soldiers who were shrouded in emotions immediately flew towards the demon. The demon began to torment them. He twisted and squeezed them, causing hellish pain. The soldiers were tied up. They could not scream or even resist. One of the soldiers begged Virox for help, but Virox said nothing and did not move. He could only watch. Hearing his pleas, the demon, pointing his hand at him, said that he was now his. Immediately the demon reached out to grab him. Seeing this, the soldier began to scream in fear, and tears flowed from his eyes. The demon squeezed all the soldiers in two hands, flattening them. He jumped and laughed. Stopping, the demon said that this was simply mind-blowing magic. Looking at the others, opening his palm, he asked them if all this was amazing. Virox was completely enveloped in negative emotions. He was scared, he couldn't do anything, and all his skilled soldiers were destroyed and mercilessly torn to pieces right in front of him. The weapon fell from his hands, he could not move. Unprecedented cruelty coming from the clown. Perir was no less frightened than Virox. He was also enveloped in negative emotions. He only looked at the demon with fear in his eyes. She made the entire group freeze. Amira, Gregory, and Ilia, like the others, could not move. Fear enveloped them. In this hopeless situation, when no one dared to move, suddenly a white cloak rushed past everyone. Only one person, the smile never left the demon's face, started attacking the demon clown. In front of the army, as they approached the demon, a bright, warm glow appeared. The demon was slightly surprised, and his name is Iron Perir. The sword glowed in his hands, and without a single drop of fear, he ran with complete confidence and fearlessness to attack the demon. He ran, exuding very strong energy, straight towards the demon. Virox, looking at him with fear, did not understand how he could rush at him. Iron, unlike everyone else, was not afraid of the demon. He intended to defeat him and save his comrades. The demon horribly leaned towards the remaining soldiers and said that if he did not stop, he would kill them all. But this did not stop Iron. He threw his sword in the air and continued to run towards the clown. Seeing such insolence, the demon tusked, after which all the soldiers flew away screaming. With one blow, Iron cut through the bones that were flying towards him. The soldiers continued to fly further, screaming. Sorry, Iron's thoughts flashed through, but there was no regret in his eyes. In his thoughts he said that he understood. Iron jumped high. In his head, he kept saying that his actions now endangered the lives of the group members. He could inflict them on families and friends. Perir couldn't find words. Sweat was pouring down his face. He just looked at Iron. In his head, Iron continued his thought, incurable scars. All their anger and hatred can be directed at him, but he won't allow it. The demon put his hand towards Iron, and dark energy began to accumulate in it. Iron said he comes with the determination to take full responsibility. In a second, the small ball of dark energy in the demon's hand turned into a huge one, and at that time Iron was flying towards him. In his head, Iron continued in front of that vile demon. He was angry, raising the glowing blade behind his back. He was preparing to strike the demon. The demon fired a ball of dark energy at him, which was immediately cut in two by Iron's blow. Blood sprayed from the clown's hand. There was no longer a smile on his face. He was confused. There was anger and hatred towards the demon in Iron's eyes, and he said that he would never back down. The demon's thoughts asked whether this was a sword cutting through the darkness. The demon was a little scared. Drops of sweat were running down his face. He didn't know what to do. Stretching his hand forward, his face contorted into a mad smile again, and then he said that he would kill those soldiers. Above the bound soldiers, behind Iron, a blood-red soldier appeared. At the same moment, sharp stones began to fall from it onto the soldiers. The swordsmen shouted for Iron to save them. Suddenly, Lulu appeared above them, protecting them from the stones with her magic. She shouted to Aaron to leave the protection of the soldiers to her. Hearing this, Aaron thanked her and continued to move towards the demon. Seeing this, the demon, in an attempt to protect himself from Iron running towards him, put a barrier around himself. Iron, approaching the barrier, swung with anger in his eyes. In one fell swoop, he dealt a major blow to the barrier, causing everything around him to explode from Iron's power. In his head, the demon said that this was a familiar feeling for him. He looked at Iron and tried to understand what this feeling was. It dawned on him. The thought sounded in his head that he had definitely seen this sword before. Iron didn't stop attacking. But when and where, the demon asked himself. The demon in his head screamed madly who the hell he was. And at this time the demon's powers were losing their strength, and Perir, with great difficulty, was able to move. Ilia suddenly rushed past him. There was no longer any fear in her. She ran to help Iron, encouraging everyone to do so. Perir was shocked that Ilia returned to normal so quickly. Durink and Perir began to put a lot of effort into getting out of the demon's control. Meanwhile, Iron continuously attacked the demon barrier. Raising the sacred blade above himself, Iron was ready to strike. With a strong blow, the demon's barrier was destroyed, and he stood with his hand raised up. The demon laughed. He remembered. And then he told Iron that it was him then, Karin Winker. Hearing this name, Iron was shocked. The demon screamed furiously that it was him. At this moment, his power became stronger and a barrier appeared around him again. Seeing such power, Ilia, not having time to reach Iron, screamed. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a strong source of magical power appeared. Iron immediately noticed this. In the distance, a huge fiery sphere filled with power appeared near the wall. Just like Iron, the demon was on his knees looking at her. Ignata was involved in this, holding in front of her a sword filled with fiery power. She held in front of her a sword, at the end of which such terrifying power was gathered, and Anew stood next to her. She, putting out her hands and giving all her strength to strengthen Ignata's magic, cried and screamed that she had used everything she had collected in 3 years. Without a drop of fear in her eyes, Ignata, holding the blade in front of her, said that it was time. There was an explosion. A beam of enormous power was aimed directly at the demon, destroying everything in its path. Seeing this, the smile disappeared from the demon's face, and fear appeared in his eyes. The beam hit everything in its path, moving toward the demon. The beam struck the demon, and he screamed furiously in pain. The beam left a huge furrow, and the demon was no longer there. Iron still held his sword in front of him, looking at him. The demon was erased, leaving only a splash of blood. Durink was amazed that it was one hit. Ignata was shrouded in a strong aura and had a burning sword in her hand. All of her soldiers immediately rushed to her side, asking if she was okay. Then Ignata felt something was wrong. She instantly waved her hand to her soldiers and ordered them to stop. The demon's blood began to boil. Iron noticed this too and became very tense. The demon materialized again from the remains of the blood, laughing terribly. He emerged from the pool of his own blood unharmed. Straightening his arms, he laughed madly, leaning his body back strongly. Abruptly stopping laughing, he returned to his original position and bowed his head, after which he looked from under his brows at Iron and Ignata. Part of his mask was broken, and the eye that was no longer hidden by the mask was filled with anger and hatred. Ignata immediately rushed at him, ordering her people to go back, saying that it was dangerous here. Iron also did not hesitate and did the same as Ignata. The demon raised his hand and dark and sinister energy began to gather around him. With a mad smile on his face, he, clutching part of his mask in his hand, said goodbye to everyone. A second later, it broke in his hand, emitting strong energy. At the same moment, a barrier appeared around him, in front of which Iron was already standing. Iron, gritting his teeth and not understanding what was happening, did not stop. And on Ignata's face there were no emotions other than slight surprise. Perir was still unable to recover from the demon's power, and Ignata at that moment looked blankly at what was happening on the battlefield. Suddenly a man's bare leg appeared on the ground. This was followed by the question of where he was. It was Karin, in his hands was a huge sword. The next thing he said was that he couldn't see anything. He quickly looked around and asked how much time had passed, adding that he was chasing a demon. He immediately fell silent. In the distance he saw a bright, warm light. Looking at him, it was as if he was familiar to him. The one who produced this light was Iron. Walking towards Karin, Iron called his name. The old man was very surprised. Confused, Karin immediately asked the one who he was and how he knew his name. Iron stopped and with a serious face began to explain to Karin that one friend helped him see the memories of his past life, and in it he was him. The old man looked in surprise, not understanding what this fellow was saying. Karin, looking in confusion at Iron who approached him, said, "That means he." Without finishing, he fell silent. He died. He finished his sentence, thinking a little, continuing to look at Iron. Karin closed his eyes sadly and fell silent. After which, lowering his sword, he raised his head and said that he had wandered around the world for a long time, but at one point he stopped seeing. Looking at the sky, he continued that the village in which he lived was a castle, a city. An image of the square of his hometown, where there were many people, floated into his mind. and the place where he grew up, he added after a silence. Without finishing speaking, Iron, putting his hand forward, interrupted him, saying that those places disappeared hundreds of years ago, adding that his family, citizens, and descendants no longer exist. Hearing this, the old man lowered his head sadly. However, he said, at that moment, he raised his head, looking at his sword, which began to glow from his power, after which he completed what was unsaid, that those whom he was supposed to protect were alive. At this moment, Karin's sword appeared in Iron's hand, filled with strong energy. The old man looked at this in shock. The aura around Iron was so strong that it burned, enveloping him. The old man, after hesitating and thinking a little, said in surprise that he could not even think that such a nice guy wanted the same thing as himself. After which he said that now he can rest peacefully. Karin touched the blade of the blade. At this moment, the old man began to exude light, emitting strong energy, saying that he could rely on him. Suddenly he disappeared, and all his strength was absorbed by Iron's sword, which had difficulty holding him. He raised the sword above himself, and the thought immediately flashed through his head that now the sword felt completely different from before. Holding the sword in front of him, Iron realized that the sword seemed to have become a part of him. Iron was stunned. He swung his sword sharply, creating a strong shock wave. Iron was shrouded in incredibly strong energy, knocked out of that dimension. Seeing this, the demon became afraid. Looking at him, the demon no longer had a smile on his face. He asked Oron in shock how he got into that space so quickly. Iron did not listen to him. He intended to defeat the demon, so he asked Karin to give him strength. His sword shone even stronger, the energy in it was of colossal power. The demon was scared. He waved his hands, telling him to stop. He asked Iron to calm down and listen to him. Iron, with hatred in his eyes, told him that he had no reason to do this. Then the demon said that all his friends were covered in darkness. His crazy smile appeared on his face again, and he asked if Iron wanted to save his friends, adding that his chances of winning were slim, and if he lost, his friends would remain in darkness forever. Iron looked at him, wondering what he should do. The demon looked at him with anger in his eyes, asking himself if he was thinking, adding that he just needed to buy time. Iron understood his plan and immediately asked, "You need to stall for time, right?" Fear appeared in the clown's eyes. He asked in confusion how he guessed. Iron said without an iota of doubt that the demon uses the same methods, but he won't buy them. The demon did not expect such a turn of events and was very dissatisfied with what was happening. Suddenly something began to cut through his darkness. The serious Ignata entered it, cutting the darkness with a sword. Noticing her, the demon became even more frightened. Ignata stood next to the fearless Iron and asked him how long he had been here. Iron didn't answer her. Then she screamed in displeasure, ordering him to answer how he got to the demon first. Having received no answer, she looked at him, and in her head she said that he was still weaker than her, but how did he get to the demon earlier? Suddenly, someone's power pierced the darkness again. It was Elijah's strength that made her way through the darkness without difficulty. There was not a drop of fear on her face. After looking around, she stopped, looking at Ignata. Surprised Ignata, seeing Ilia, cried out that even the vice commander of the Dark Knights, Jorg, could not break through this darkness, asking how she did it. Ilia, lost in thought, was in no hurry to answer her. After thinking for a while, Ilia suddenly screamed, asking what she was talking about and why she thought she couldn't. Ignata was very surprised by such audacity and did not answer. She looked away and quietly said that she would talk about it later. But first, said the angry Ignata, next to whom Iron and Ilia stood with hatred in their eyes. They will finish off this vile demon, Ignata continued, looking at the demon. In front of the clown stood 3 sword masters whose strength was off the charts. The aura in the bodies of Iron, Ignat and Ilia flared up and was released from their bodies. The demon looked at it unable to resist. Ignata and the protagonist simultaneously rushed at the demon, Ignata screaming, telling her partner that they could not let the demon get away. The demon, half of whose mask was no longer worried, laughed. A moment later, the demon sharply opened its mouth and turned its nails into long claws, while shouting that it would not let them escape unscathed after this. The demon suddenly knelt down and hit himself on the head. After a second, screaming in terrible pain, the demon tore out the other half of the mask that was on his face. Iron opened his eyes wide and involuntarily opened his mouth when he saw this. Ilia was horrified, her pupils enlarged after the demon tore the mask. The demon's mouth opened wide and its eye glowed brightly as it screamed, telling its opponents that they would all die here. Ilia and Iron stopped and jumped back, their bodies trembling slightly in fear as the demon was about to self-destruct. A powerful release of energy occurred in the place where the demon had previously stood, and cracks began to spread across the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he saw the approaching dark mana. But a moment later, the protagonist looked with shock at Ignat, who shouted at them to move away. Ignata herself, with her sword at her advantage, rushed straight into the approaching wave of dark mana. The girl put the blade in front of her and began to create a barrier from her blue aura. A bright flash filled the entire space after the collision of Ignat's aura and the demon's dark mana. cracks began to spread along Ignat's barrier. Soon the cracks on the surface became many times larger and bright light began to be released from the cracks. A moment later, the entire barrier collapsed and shattered into pieces, revealing 3 figures hiding inside the barrier. Ignat's legs gave way and her head bowed. Her clothes were pretty damaged. Jorg and Anew began to run up to their commander, shouting and trying to call her. Ignata looked at her charges with the last of her strength. Ilia and Iron, standing behind Ignat, involuntarily opened their mouths looking at the girl in horror. The protagonist asked her why she did this. Closing her eye, Ignata said that she didn't know. Just after saying this, Ignata fell to the ground, collapsing from powerlessness. When both her eyes closed, Ignata wondered what it was, why it was dark around. The events take place many years ago. People actively worked in a small village to survive. Not a single person stood idle. A crowd of children looked at their sister with surprise and joy, asking if they could really eat twice a day. The little black-haired girl pointed her finger at herself, convincing the children. Stretching out 3 fingers, Ignat smiled and said that she got a job with Grandfather Jack and now she will try and they will be able to eat even 3 times a day. Standing next to Uncle Jack's shop, Ignata asked why he couldn't give her a job. Jack, standing near the boxes of provisions, said that yesterday robbers attacked again and robbed the shop. An emaciated old man was carrying one of the boxes, saying that he would have to close the shop. Ignata, hearing him, stretched out her arms in shock, looking at the old man. The girl gritted her teeth and was very upset. Because of the civil war, work was becoming less and less, but if there was no work, she would not be able to take care of everyone. At night, sitting in the tent while everyone was sleeping, Ignata looked at the letter in her hand. The letter was engraved with the seal of Crono Academy. She remembered how a man in silver armor handed her a letter, saying that it was a letter of recommendation to Crono Academy and if she became a swordsman, she could make good money and take care of her friends. Ignata bowed her head looking at the letter in her hand. The next day, the children crowded near the entrance to the village. The little girl hugged Ignat and, crying, asked her to stay. The girl grabbed the little girl by the shoulders and with a smile on her face asked her to wait for a year, after which she would get stronger in return. A white trail of blades and sparks remained after the collision of 2 blades. The matured Ignata towered over her opponent who had fallen to the floor, after which the judge declared her the winner. Many crowded people began to admire Ignata. Ignata clenched her palm into a fist and smiled, deciding that now was the time to return. But when she returned, her eye opened wide and her lips parted in horror. The girl stood in front of a destroyed village, the place that used to be her home. Ignata clenched her teeth in horror. She did not understand why the village was destroyed and where all the children were. Suddenly, Oliver, who was standing behind the fence, called out to his girlfriend. They were both surprised by each other's appearance. Oliver stood in front of Ignat, who was sitting with his head bowed, saying that everyone was either kidnapped or killed. Ignata glanced at the palm in which lay the bells of the little girl who asked her not to leave. The girl's red pupil dilated. She couldn't understand why she worked so hard and tried. Oliver, standing next to Ignat, asked her if everything was okay. The girl just nodded her head without answering. Oliver began to frantically feel his things when Ignata asked him where he got them from. Oliver's 2 comrades, standing aside, glanced at him. She put her hand on her leg when Oliver said that if they wanted to live, they had no choice. Ignat's lips parted after she thought about the fact that the children were not to blame. Because they lived lives full of horrors, she asked Oliver if they could not return everything as before. The guy bowed his head and smiled and admitted that they couldn't do it. Getting up, Ignata went in an unknown direction, telling the remaining Oliver and his comrades to live a good life, and she would go. The girl clenched her fist tightly. Mentally, she told herself that if they lived in better conditions, they would definitely not change. Raising her head, Ignat decided to change this world and make sure that this does not happen again. After some time, Ignata stood on the stage in front of a crowd of knights. The brown-haired guy walked up to the stage and told the girl that he had gathered all the swordsmen who were not admitted to the final assessment of the Crono Fencing Academy. Ignata, standing on the stage, began to thank the knights for gathering here for her proposal. Many swordsmen began to look at each other with smiles on their faces and agree with Ignat's proposal when she said that she was going to create a gang of mercenaries. The girl again opened her lips, saying that this would not only be about making money, but about creating a better world. The girl's pupil lit up brightly when she said that in addition to glorifying them, she would go to the noble families and crush them. The crowd of swordsmen opened their mouths in amazement as Ignat said that by gaining a reputation, they would attract more people to their side and conquer the continent. They would prove that no one dares to look down on them, regardless of talent and status. For a brief moment, all the swordsmen saw a golden crown appearing above Ignat's head, saying that they could change the world. Events moved forward several months. Ignata turned her head and looked at the subordinate who objected. A brown-haired guy in a brown cape approached his commander and said that if they went under the rule of the Holy Kingdom, they would lose their rights and would have to do a lot of work. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face while he said that he didn't need honor. He was happy with everything even now. He understood her desire, but his possibilities ended here. The guy looked away when Ignata turned to him and asked who else disagreed. The guy felt awkward, after which he said that almost everyone disagreed. Ignata looked at the guy without emotion, saying that it looked like she would go alone. A moment later, the girl turned around, wishing her subordinate to live happily. Ignat's foot cast a shadow as she walked, mentally telling herself not to be angry with those who are happy with the present, because she herself had the power to change the world. The girl's shadow cast on the ground showed that Ignata walked with her head held high, showing everyone that she did not need to rely on anyone. The lonely girl's hair fluttered in the wind. She had to succeed alone. But suddenly Jorg and Anya stood in front of her. Jorg put his hand to his chest asking to join Ignat, and Anya, raising her fist high, joyfully asked to join the team. Ignata walked past Anya and Jorg, saying that if they wished, they could go. Anya jumped into the air after hearing this and began to rejoice, saying that she liked the ice captain. But Ignat's gaze did not change. Not even a single muscle near his eye twitched. There was no joy for her, because she thought that these two would soon get tired and leave. Looking ahead, Ignata thought that she was forced to be alone. Events returned to the present. Ignata walked in her subconscious, whose land was completely made of holy energy. Without opening his mouth, the demon asked the girl what she would have left after all this. The demon's head floated in front of Ignata, saying that the only thing she could gain by defeating were people who could be controlled. Did she think that there was something else? Opening its mouth, the demon screamed, telling the girl that no one would ever be on her side anyway. The girl parted her lips, accusing the demon of ignorance. A moment later, a cut mark appeared on the head of the perplexed demon. Ignata, at great speed, found herself behind the demon's head, divided into two parts, saying that if she was afraid of something like that, she would not have taken on it. The body of the girl, who stood in one place, began to glow brightly, after which she was able to see Jorg and Anya screaming standing above her. Anya raised her hands up, shouting that the commander had woken up, and Jorg worriedly asked the captain's condition. Ignata, who was lying on the ground, did not answer, looking at her charges. With Jorg's help, Ignata began to slowly get up. Sitting down, Ignata asked how much time had already passed. Jorg immediately answered her by saying that 2 days had passed. Jorg remembered how a crowd of people stood in front of the barrier after Ignata demanded to report on the situation. He said that the expedition did not suffer losses, but after killing the demon, a barrier was formed and none of the people could leave it. Next, Jorg talked about how Iron, thanks to the fact that he shrouded the sword in his aura could strengthen the will of the knights, which repeatedly helped them, saving them from the appearance of the Magians. Jorg smiled and looked to the side, saying that the aura influencing everyone was incredible. Then the man looked puzzledly at Ignat, who had stood up. The girl looked to the side in amazement, remembering the reason why she rushed at the demon was because she believed him. She looked at Iron, the protagonist whose body glowed brightly due to the aura that enveloped him. She knew that if it was Iron Perir, then he would be able to protect everyone. When Ignata, accompanied by Jorg, approached a group of people, she could see Iron holding a bag with something and Ilia standing next to him, with whom he was talking. Lulu, who was sitting on Iron's shoulder, smiled, showing her pouch. Iron and Ilia, seeing this, smiled widely. Ignata stood in a stupor and stood still, looking with her dilated pupils at the guy and girl in front of her. She remembered how, as a child, she also smiled when she saw her younger sister running up to him. Ignata said nothing and continued to look at the graduates of Crono Academy. Unexpectedly, Jorg, who was standing behind her, ordered to gather all the members of the expedition. The man accepted the order, a little puzzled, and then asked the reason. Jorg looked at Ignat's back, listening as she said that in her current state it would be difficult to get them out of here and she would need help. Jorg looked at the girl in surprise and involuntarily opened his mouth. He could not even think that the commander was asking someone for help. After some time, all members of the expedition gathered around the girl standing near the barrier. Ignata turned and said that now she does not have the strength to destroy the barrier on her own, so she is going to select assistance. In her head, Ignata imagined a hand clenched into a fist, and divine energy was emanating around the fist. It was the most effective energy against demons, but weaklings could not be taught to use it. Ignata parted her lips, saying that she would have no problem if she gave them her power, so now she was going to teach them her own technique. Virox, standing in the crowd, shouted, asking the girl if she was talking about the hero's sword. Virox imagined the figures of heroes of the past whose swords shone brightly in the white flame. This technique was owned by many heroes of the past, and even someone did not have divine power. It was the power that allowed them to fight demons. He remembered how one of the heroes, shrouding his sword in white flame, resisted the demon thanks to that technique. Virox frowned, realizing that even if Ignata taught them, the technique was extremely complex. Amira, who was standing in the crowd, abruptly came out and clenched her fists and shouted in admiration that she would give her all for such an opportunity. Ignata smiled, listening to how many began to shout, saying that they would definitely learn this technique, after which she said that many people wanted to learn the technique, This was not bad, because their chances of success would increase. Next, Ignata glanced at Iron and Ilia, asking them if they wanted to join. Amira turned her head and glanced at Ilia, wanting to know what she was going to do, because learning fencing must have greatly hurt her pride. But a moment later, Ilia smiled widely and thanked her for the opportunity, which caused Amira to scream in surprise as she addressed herself informally to the commander of the Black Knights. Ignata closed her eyes and smiled, telling Elijah that she could do as she wanted. The girl opened her eyes and asked Iron what he was going to do. Ilia turned her head to look at the protagonist standing next to her when he said that he would try to destroy the barrier. Standing in front of a huge crowd of people, Ignata said that before she began teaching, she would tell them about the energy that demons use. Imagining the appearance of the demon they had recently fought, Ignata said that the demonic energy was a destructive darkness that deceived and destroyed people. Next, imagining bright sunlight breaking through the clouds, the girl said that divine power was the opposite energy, capable of surpassing darkness, because faith in God shines radiantly, so demons are incompatible with it. Ignata put the sword in front of her, enveloping it in white flame, saying that human desires can also replace divine blessing and fortitude, and especially the will of the defender, who wants to protect the world. They showed their energy and moved it into the sword. Iron opened his mouth wide in shock at Ignat's words. The commander of the Black Knights lowered her blade, engulfed in holy energy, saying that this is a sword that protects the world and slays demons. When the training began, Jorg stood, watching from the side as some, holding their blades in front of them, tried to mindlessly copy Ignat. It was not easy, because they did not understand at all how to do it. Jorg frowned, realizing that even if a person knew the basics, having his own will to create a sword was completely different, because it was impossible to master this skill just by listening to an explanation. The bright light of Iron's blade illuminated Iron's face and armor. The iron blade glowed brightly as holy power enveloped it. Looking at the sword in his hand, the protagonist asked if it was the hero's sword. Smiling, Ignata responded to Iron, saying that she preferred to call him the Sword of the Heart. 3 weeks later, people crowded around Iron and Elijah, whose swords shone brightly due to divine energy. Jorg, standing next to his captain, said that they were the only ones who had mastered the Sword of the Heart in 3 weeks. The man folded his arms over his chest, thinking that at first Iron was the only one who could create him. But looking at Elijah, whose sword was burning brightly due to divine energy, George called her growth rate incredible. He thought about the reason that could help her master him. At this time, Elijah, with gusts of wind passing around her head, thought that she had no desire to protect the world from demons. Looking at Iron standing next to her, Ilia made it his will not to save the world, but to protect those she cherishes. The girl extended her hand and looked at her sword. 2 patrolmen looked sharply to the side when they heard strange sounds. One of them turned and, looking at the barrier, asked his comrade if he had heard a strange sound coming from outside the barrier. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared on the barrier. A moment later, this glow increased several times, illuminating the entire space. Gregory and Perir exclaimed and opened their mouths in shock as they saw the barrier being cut. A foot clad in snow-white armor stepped inside the barrier. Amira opened her eyes wide, recognizing the man who had arrived. Having destroyed the barrier, a group of people whose shadows stretched out on the ground came to the expedition group's aid. People dressed in white armor began to approach the people. Iron involuntarily opened his mouth in shock looking at the arrivals. Ignata fell to one knee and bowed her head before the head of the knights in white armor. Ignata opened her eyes and asked for forgiveness for her inappropriate appearance. In front of her stood an old man with a long braided mustache and a long beard. It was the commander of the White Knights of the Holy Kingdom, Abilius Julius Will. Events moved forward a few days to the territory of Labat, the camp of the expeditionary force. Amira led 2 guys carrying a load on their shoulders, telling them to quickly pack everything, because as soon as the commander's meeting was over, they would set off. Amira stood motionless and watched the work of others, feeling more relieved thanks to the reinforcements of the Holy Knights, thanks to whom they were able to quickly get out of the dungeon. Amira remembered all the figures of the people who arrived. They all glowed brightly because of the aura and their strength as a sword master. She knew that the knights who came with Julius Will were not white knights. She was wary, assuming that they were a secret group of knights of the Holy Kingdom. Amira, looking at one point, froze, not moving or changing her position, thinking about the reason why this secret group arrived here, to the place where the demon was. Remembering the clown-like demon and his creepy smile at Amir, I thought that this could not be just an accident. At this time, inside the meeting room, the representatives of the Holy Kingdom and some representatives of the expedition were sitting at 4 tables. Abilius said that there was no separate reward for raiding the dungeon. However, as the person in charge of reinforcements, he was willing to pay everyone a fixed amount. Perir, Virox, and Gregory, sitting next to each other, listened to one single condition that they had to meet to receive the reward. Abilius frowned and told them that they should not have told anyone about what happened in the dungeon. Perir frowned when he heard the condition. He guessed that if information about what happened spread out, it could cause chaos on the continent, so it was better for him not to refuse compensation. A drop of sweat ran down Perir's face when he recognized the people sitting opposite him. At first he looked at the old people sitting on the right, not understanding where they came from or how. Next, he glanced at the old men sitting on the left side, still not understanding how the paladins who died several years ago came here. Perir then looked at Abilius, imagining the coat of arms of the Holy Kingdom behind his head, and wondered what they were planning. A week later, the Iron was sitting on a park bench. Iron stared at one point and began to remember everything that happened. He remembered how, at the moment when the demon was about to self-destruct, Ignata rushed forward and stood in front of them. He could not forget her courageous appearance right in the face of danger. Back then, he watched everything with his mouth wide open, even when he was determined to defeat the demon. Looking at his hand, Iron admitted his weakness. He decided to work even harder to become stronger. Suddenly, Jorg, with his hands on his hips, walked up to Iron and called out to him. Next, Jorg folded his hands on his chest and asked the protagonist how he was doing. Having stopped smiling, Jorg told Iron that he needed to follow him right now. When the protagonist stood up, Jorg said that her commander recommended him and Ilia to the ranks of the subordinate detachment. Frowning, Jorg said that there was a high probability that demons were hiding in different parts of the continent, and a subjugation squad would be formed in the near future to defeat the demons, especially since after investigating the Holy Kingdom, they found out that the clown demon was still alive. Iron opened his eyes wide in horror and opened his mouth in amazement. Soon the protagonist and Ilia stood in the office where the meeting had recently taken place. Abilius looked at Ignat and asked if these were the knights she recommended. Ignat agreed and introduced each of the people recommended to her. Ilia looked at Ignat in surprise, not understanding why she recommended her. After all, even now Ignata sat straight and did not look at her. She never looked at her, so why did she recommend her? Ilia froze. She, numb, could not move or show any emotion. Suddenly, one of the paladins suddenly stood up from his seat, saying that although he trusted the commander, it seemed to him that additional verification was needed. The man's legs turned into a mirage and almost disappeared. A moment later, the bald man was behind Iron, and Ilia had his hands behind his back and ordered them to follow him to test their abilities. Iron turned his head in shock, looking at the paladin's back. After some time, all the paladins and Ilia and Iron were on the training ground. Iron and the bald paladin came out and stood opposite each other. Paladin drew his sword in a reverse grip and asked Iron if he had any questions before they started. Summoning his sword and holding it out in front of him, the protagonist asked the paladin's name. The paladin parted his lips and introduced himself, telling Iron not to talk about his name. At this time, Ilia opened her eyes wide, recognizing Quincy. She heard that he died 10 years ago, but he was standing in front of her. Next, the girl glanced at the other paladins, assuming that they were all the ones who were declared dead. Standing opposite the protagonist, Quincy said that he would allow him to strike his first blow. Iron's sword glowed brightly as Iron began to pour his aura into it. The paladins standing aside praised Iron's sword for its high quality. Looking at the brightly glowing blade into which holy power was poured, Iron understood that his opponent's sword, and the opponent himself, was not someone he could defeat with just the sword's aura, so he had to show something other than that. Quincy began to spin the sword in the air, leaving behind it circular sparks of pure energy. Quincy frowned at the protagonist. Iron's sword seemed to be on fire, and his entire body was covered with an aura blazing like fire, beginning to distort the air. He closed his eyes, knowing full well that all the paladins present here were unusual people with whom he could not compare. Looking at Ignat standing among the paladins, Iron decided not to stay behind her. The sword in Iron's hand became covered in flames, the aura around his body decreased a little. He wanted to stand with all the strong people on an equal basis. The energy in his heart flared, the flame flared up like a fire. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. Everything around the protagonist began to burn, his aura turned into flames. He decided to one day defeat Ignat. A small stream of flame was released from the tip of his sword. Ignata involuntarily opened her mouth in shock, looking at the Iron. Seeing how his heart flame became even larger, he used the divine technique of the 5 elements. Abilius, standing to the side, did not express any emotion, but he was clearly pleased. When Iron raised his sword behind his head, the flames around him ignited with even greater force and began to spread. Quincy twirled his swords in the air, mentally telling himself that when faced with a sword like this, he needed to give it his all. Quincy, frowning, began to actively spin his sword in preparation for Iron's attack. Abilius frowned and ordered him to stop and sheath his sword. The burning aura around the protagonist dissipated and he stood indifferently in place. Quincy turned sharply and was about to object, but Abilius said that if he tried to repel this attack, he would not come out unscathed, and such sparring was not necessary. Iron opened his mouth in surprise when Abilius praised him for the blade and his efforts. The paladins standing aside were a little surprised by the beautiful sword in Iron's hand. One of them, closing his eyes, assumed that he had already passed the test. But suddenly Ignata turned around and said that the iron had not yet passed the test. Glancing sharply at Elijah and making her flinch, Ignata said that she, too, must pass the test. Ilia watched in shock as the paladins began to discuss her identity and look for the reason why Ignata recommended her. All the paladins looked at Ignat as she began to tell how Ilia resisted the darkness that the demons spread throughout the dungeon. In addition, she studied her hero sword that others could not master. Elijah's eye opened wide. She mentally asked Ignat to shut up. Ignata looked at Ilia and said that she would be responsible for her because she had no doubt that Ilia had already reached the level of a sword master. After her words, Ilia herself became numb, unable to move. She opened her mouth trying to say something, but couldn't. The girl, raising her hands, began to step back. Ilia quickly ran away, not paying attention to the cries of the paladins. Iron looked at Ilia with a puzzled expression. Ilia ran without looking back. She did not understand what she was doing now. Her legs ran on their own, leading her in the other direction. She did not understand why she ran away when Ignata recognized her. The running girl's tear slipped from her face and fell into the air. She wanted to understand the reason why she was so worried, because she thought that she would be fine. Ilia continued to run away from the training area. She bit her lower lip and fought back tears. She hesitated and doubted. The old paladin sighed, looking after the girl. She did not understand what had happened. Then one of the paladins glanced at Ignat, suggesting that the girl must have some time. Iron looked after Ilia as she ran away and was worried about her. Suddenly Abilius called out to Iron, offering to return to the main thing. Abilius stood in front of the protagonist, saying that he was not allowed to join the subjugation squad. Iron opened his mouth and tried to argue, but Abilius interrupted him by saying that he was extremely impressed with his fight and he clearly had potential. Frowning, the old man said that he could not join them with only potential. They were a purification squad, knights in snow-white armor who had long since been removed from service or officially declared dead. The old man presented himself dressed in armor, saying that in their organization, everyone must hide and operate in the shadows. A frowning Abilius looked at Iron, saying that their mission was to protect the world from demons. Iron frowned at the old man's words, a bead of sweat running down his face. Abilius imagined a spatial rift between the human world and the demon realm, which could open again if the world plunged into chaos after it was revealed that the demons had gained the upper hand. The scowling old man's pupils sparkled as he said that this was why the subjugation squad had to keep its members to a minimum and only the best of the best were allowed to stay with them. Quincy approached the protagonist, saying that even if the number of participants was higher than allowed, then the Western Karakam, the 5 great sword families and the 3 patriarchs of the Luntel family would be the most likely. Iron bowed his head and bit his lower lip. Flames flared around Iron when he asked if he became stronger, that the evil forces of demons could not defeat him, would they accept him then? Iron raised his head and asked Abilius if they would accept him into the subjugation squad. Abruptly, Abilius released his pressure. His aura like a huge pillar fell on Perir when Abilius said that the goal of their group is to defeat evil before Iron becomes stronger. The pressure exuding the aura of the old man standing in front of Iron became visible to the eye. The protagonist bowed his head, feeling a strong pressure through which even a needle could not penetrate. Abilius closed his eyes as his aura began to dissipate. When the old man's eyes opened, he told him that if he still wanted to join, there was a way. The protagonist frowned and asked seriously about the method. Imagining the figure of a man in a robe with a bare torso, Abilius said to Iron to find Kun and get his confession, then he would reconsider the decision to join the purification squad. Lee stood in a clearing in the forest all alone. Grabbing her sword, she mentally scolded herself for running away again. Ilia, gritting her teeth, waved her sword. She had long realized that Ignata did not care about her. Then at the banquet she walked past her without even looking at her, so she decided then that she wouldn't care either. Ilia swung her sword again, splashing out her rage. She decided then and acted accordingly until now. The girl remembered the moment when Ignata turned her head and looked at her and said that she vouched for her because she had no doubt that Ilia had reached the level of a sword master. Stopping waving her sword, the girl could not believe what she saw. The girl remembered sitting on a stone with Lulu after passing the dungeon test. Then she remembered how she made her way through the darkness, mastering the sword of the heroes. Lowering her head, the blushing Ilia admitted to herself that all this was in order to gain recognition from Ignat, who was indifferent to her. Ilia looked at her shadow on the ground, wondering if she would ever be free of Ignat. Suddenly, someone called out to the girl, and she looked at the newcomer. Seeing the man come, Ilia could no longer hold back her tears and pitifully called out to her dad. Father Elijah smiled at her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl threw her sword to the ground. Then Elijah hugged her father with a scream. He smiled and put his hands on her shoulders. The father opened his eyes by telling his daughter that it was not easy for her all the time while she was traveling, but now everything is fine. The girl rested her head on her father's chest and cried while her dad calmed her down. Events take us back to the training room, to the moment when Abilius voiced his demand. Iron imagined the figure of Kuvar standing behind him and remembered how he told him he was Kun, a man who became a swordsman at the age of 70. Frowning, Ilia said that he had strict requirements and if he could get his recognition, he would convince others of his competence. Iron stood, motionless, carefully looking and listening as Ilia told him that everything from now on would depend on him and he would make decisions himself. The old man and Iron sharply turned their heads when they heard a question from a stranger, who asked them if everyone was gathered. Joshua, the head of the Lynch family, walked past the paladins and headed straight towards Abilius. Iron involuntarily opened his mouth, realizing that it was Father Elijah in front of him. Joshua stood in front of the old man. Both greeted each other and stared at the other. Joshua frowned and said with some threat that he had heard how his daughter found herself in a very unsafe situation and he had a lot of questions, but they would talk about everything later. Abilius heard him and frowned deeply. Pointing at Iron, Joshua asked if he could talk to the man. Iron was a little puzzled that Father Elijah wanted to talk to her, a bead of sweat running down his face. Joshua turned around and ordered the Iron to follow him. Quincy and Abilius watched the men leave. Both looking at the door expressed their dissatisfaction, because Joshua found out about Eli's clash with the demon, and this complicates things. But a moment later Abilius sighed, saying that they were lucky that this guy diverted his attention to himself. Quincy asked him why he said that. Imagining Joshua's angry face, Abilius said he was known for being overprotective of his daughter. Walking along a path along the forest, Joshua asked Iron, who was walking behind him, if he knew him. Iron smiled and said that he knew his identity. Unexpectedly, Joshua interrupted Iron, saying that he heard that Iron was in a fairly close relationship with his daughter. Iron smiled widely, agreeing with this. Father Elijah could not stand it any longer and looked angrily at Iron, shouting at him. Joshua stopped and told him how he had heard that they were traveling as a group of 4, and now only he was left. Iron flinched and opened his mouth in fear when Joshua asked him if this was his plan. The angry father grabbed the hilt of his blade, asking Iron if he had originally planned to be alone with his daughter and if he was planning something nasty. Iron began waving his arms and looking with fear at Joshua, who had snatched the blade, saying that he was not planning anything like that. Iron held his hands out in front of him and shouted, saying that he had not done anything inappropriate. Gritting his teeth, an enraged Joshua asked Iron if he meant to say that his daughter was worthless, since he would never think of doing something terrible. The protagonist opened his eyes and mouth wide in fear and shock after Father Elijah's question. Pointing his sword at Iron, Joshua demanded that he take out his sword, because now they would have a training fight with him. Frightened, Iron summoned his sword and, shouting, asked Joshua why he did this. But instead of answering, the angry father sharply pushed off from the ground, crushing it. Joshua and Iron crossed their blades, creating powerful gusts of wind. Iron gritted his teeth in fear while Joshua screamed, saying that it was simply because he didn't understand why he was doing it, and this proved his guilt. Joshua suddenly moved his leg, almost turning into a mirage. Joshua swung his blade, knocking Iron back, causing him to skid across the ground. A moment later, the father bent down and rushed at Iron, wanting to teach him a lesson. The protagonist raised his sword above his head with fear and nervousness towards his enemy. The blades of the protagonist and Father Elijah collided, creating a bright shine. But Joshua was stronger again and threw Iron into the air. The protagonist closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, afraid to imagine how strong Father Elijah was, because even after blocking the attack, he found himself in this position. Joshua was directly above Iron with his blade already raised. The protagonist stuck his sword into the ground. Then, using it as a support, he was able to dodge the swing of Joshua's sword, which cut the ground. The protagonist got to his feet and put his sword in front of him. It no longer looked like training, because Father Elijah attacked, being angry. Joshua, who was enveloped in his aura, began to slowly approach Iron. Iron clenched his teeth, not understanding why his opponent was doing this. Events returned to 2 weeks ago. A luxurious carriage drawn by 2 white horses was driving along the road. Concerned, Joshua demanded that the old man sitting next to him tell him everything about the dangerous situation with his daughter. Joshua gritted his teeth and extended his hand towards the map the old man was holding as he said that it was a magical map that showed the location of the person whose blood sample was taken, and usually such people would appear in green on the map. Looking at the map, on which there was a dark light, the old man said, "Then young Miss Ilia is marked in black." Turning his head and looking at Joshua, the old man said that in this case, there was a high probability that she was in a place where the energy was denser, demonic energy. Then the worried father swore and, cursing everything, ordered the coachman to drive the horses at full speed. Arriving at Labat, Perir Martinez's office, Joshua sat down opposite Perir. Father Elijah breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that everything ended well. Joshua smiled when he heard Perir say that he was surprised that he personally came all the way here. Emma, standing behind, recalled how Joshua extremely disapproved of the young Miss's desire to develop independently, because after the disappearance of the young master, he began to take care of his daughter much more. Raising his hand and smiling at Perir, He called Ilia a wonderful swordswoman who had a magical cat, so Joshua didn't have to worry so much. After Joshua found out that only Iron remained next to her daughter, he smiled nervously and looked at Emma with anger and asked if she said that her daughter was traveling with 3 other people. Emma looked away and awkwardly answered, saying that she was sure there were 4 of them the last time he saw them. Joshua gritted his teeth, angry at the thought of his daughter traveling alone with a guy. Returning to the present, we see many sparks flying off from the collision near Joshua's head. Iron clenched his teeth, continuing to block attacks, but he could not continue to just defend himself. Joshua and Iron retreated some distance from each other after clashing swords several times. Joshua's pupil glowed brightly, changing its color while he himself screamed, asking why Iron was hiding his talent. Father Elijah raised his hand with the sword to strike, beginning to form a bright cross of energy. Iron did the same and repeated the actions of his opponent. The tornado formed after the collision of Iron and Joshua's attacks. The tornado soon dissipated, revealing blue skies again. Joshua looked at the sky in shock and shouted, asking Iron how he knew about the heavenly sword. Drops of sweat ran down the protagonist's face, but he did not answer Joshua. Enraged, Ilia's father went berserk and screamed, accusing the protagonist of bewitching Ilia and stealing her technique. Joshua raised his sword above his head and attacked Iron, wanting to kill him. A moment later, a powerful explosion of energy occurred in the forest, fragments of the earth scattered in different directions. Iron lay in the center of the resulting crater. The protagonist lay motionless and his eyes were closed. Descending into the crater, Joshua held his hand and admitted that he had gone a little too far. The father shuddered and looked to the side in fear when he heard his daughter scream. Turning around, the father saw Elijah, accompanied by Emma, who were running towards Iron. Crouching next to Iron, Ilia screamed, asking Iron to come to her senses. Next, the angry daughter looked at her father and asked what he did with the iron. He nervously looked away, calling it all a simple training session. Ilia grabbed the hand of the trembling Iron, who began to rise. Seeing this, the girl ordered Emma to come up and help Iron rise. But soon Iron stood up on his own and, holding his hand, smiled, telling Ilia, who was concerned about his condition, that he was fine. Approaching Joshua, the protagonist thanked him because he had learned a lot from him today. Joshua tilted his head a little when Iron asked him to train with him some more. Standing in front of Joshua, Iron gave him a look that said he had a reason why he needed to get stronger. When the daughter looked angrily at her father, he clenched his teeth in fear. Then he sighed and delighted the protagonist by saying that he could come every evening at 7 o'clock to a deserted place. Joshua turned around and walked away, ordering Emma to keep an eye on Elijah. Seeing how Ilia and Iron interacted with smiles on their faces, Joshua asked him in his mind if Ilia had become a better person because of him. Joshua stopped abruptly, thinking about the fact that Iron seemed nice and well-mannered to him, and also smart for his age. But a moment later, the father smiled expectantly. He could not recognize the protagonist, because he had bewitched his daughter, and from tomorrow he would show him hell. Rays of sunlight made their way through the trees, illuminating the small entrance to the cave. The clown demon looked at the mask in his hand. A moment later, sitting on the cobblestones, he put on his mask. The demon's pupils flashed brightly when he looked at his hand, indicating that his strength was gradually returning. Frowning and gritting his teeth, the demon imagined a dark-haired girl from the Holy Kingdom. Her sword with enormous holy power was dangerous even for him. Smiling, the demon realized that the girl had survived thanks to her strength and the paladins would soon begin to attack. The demon imagined a spatial chasm, intending to first release the dolls and then begin to wreak havoc on the continent, increase its power and return to the underworld to do its business. The priest who suddenly appeared interrupted him, saying that he could not return now. The demon stood up from his seat and asked the man how he dared to appear in front of him. But a moment later the demon narrowed his eyes and admitted his mistake. Looking at the man in the priest's robes, the clown demon called the man a demon. Sitting down in his place again and putting his hand to his face, the clown said that he knew that there were demons besides him, but did not think to find him here. After which the clown asked the man standing opposite him why he came here. He did not answer him, and immediately began to ask to divert the attention of the Holy Kingdom. Smiling evilly and squinting, the clown asked why he needed it. The demon in the guise of a priest frowned and said that because he caused chaos, the Holy Kingdom would begin a search throughout the continent, and this would greatly affect his plans. Widening his eye, the demon said that he was now raising a person and he had just begun to put his plan into action to turn the human world into hell. Smiling and laughing widely, the clown asked his interlocutor if he knew the dragon demon king, and then said that even if he was a demon, if his plans became known, his end would be miserable. The demon in human form extended his hand and directed his dark energy towards the clown. The clown stopped smiling as dark energy collided with his mask. But a moment later the clown's body began to tremble from his laughter, after which he said that he had treated the important guest so disrespectfully. Smiling widely and narrowing his eyes, the clown called the demon in the form of a man a demon not born in hell. The priest frowned, but did not stop looking at the clown. A week later, Iron, with bandages on his face and hands, walked along a forest path. He remembered how, with a huge sword in his hands, he trembled with tension, standing opposite the leader of the clan. The main character for the first time managed to last more than half an hour in a duel. It was not bad, but he still had little current progress. The guy continued to walk. He intended to hold out an hour longer than yesterday. The guy froze when Chell asked him if he was ready. In front of him on the platform stood Ignata and Joshua, dressed in black. He recognized Ignat in the dark-haired girl. He did not understand why she was here and assumed that the girl wanted to fight Joshua. She put her hand on the black hilt of the sword and asked displeasedly if she could start. The clan leader stood with his hands clenched into fists and allowed the girl to take out her sword. In the place where she jumped, dust rose into the air. Joshua took out his sword. The opponents crossed their glowing swords. An explosion occurred and Iron, standing nearby, screamed. Joshua looked down at his opponent. Ignata frowned, her eyes wide with rage, as the girl prepared to launch another attack. Her sword flashed in the air like a line of fire. Iron clenched his teeth. He realized that Ignata was not lagging behind in either strength or speed. The man looked at her intensely. An unpleasant sound was heard. Ignata flew back from his blow. He continued to hold the sword and looked at the falling enemy. A hurricane rushed towards him, lifting clods of earth into the air, and the man hurried to get away from it. Because of the hurricane, Ignata jumped out, landing on the ground. She rushed towards the enemy. A sinuous black line appeared in the air. New flashes appeared from the clash of swords. Iron carefully watched what was happening. Analyzing, he realized that she was using attack as defense. Ignata screamed belligerently. Joshua screamed too. The main character realized that neither of them was going to give in. Another explosion lifted clods of earth into the air. Dust slowly settled on the battlefield. A sword was stuck into the ground. Ignata stood with difficulty, leaning on her sword, and breathed heavily. Joshua stood opposite, his blade still glowing with a purple flame. He asked if she had learned anything new today. The girl sighed heavily, her face covered in sweat and dirt. Her answer was no. The long-haired man said he could continue beating Ignat until she realized something. The girl raised her head and looked at him. Joshua said that if she wanted it, then he would do it. The black-dressed man closed his eyes and said he had no choice but to watch. Ignata put the sword on her belt. He remembered how he left the room where Carl, sitting on his knees, was lamenting. His father could not console his son, who had fallen into despair because of a fight with a girl. The sun was shining brightly, the wind was swirling the leaves. Joshua thought that if he had said at least something then, his son would not have disappeared. He looked up at the sky and admitted that he didn't have the courage back then. The man closed his eyes and said that Ignata is the only one he can tell about this. The girl standing opposite him looked thoughtful. Joshua assumed she wanted to say something. Ignata looked at her interlocutor and said that when she was younger, she and her friends lived in an abandoned house. In a clearing surrounded by trees, dark figures of swordsmen could be seen. The girl said that she had never thought much about Carl and most likely would remain so in the future. The man stared at his interlocutor as she said that he deserved to know what kind of person his son fought and what made her do what she did. Ignata looked straight into Joshua's head, about to tell her story. He was thinking about something. Behind the girl's back, some kind of symbol, similar to a coat of arms, was visible. The man analyzed her voice, gaze, posture, everything about her spoke of the work done. The man opened his mouth slightly. He couldn't help but admit that the girl deserved everything she had because she worked hard. He turned to Iron and asked if he wanted to share his story after hearing theirs. The guy opened his mouth in confusion. He didn't know what to tell. The guy cowered into a ball as Joshua loomed menacingly over him and ordered him to tell him how he became a swordsman, reached his current level of skill, and how it happened that he ended up with Ilia. Ignata looked at Iron unkindly. He looked down. He said he didn't know where to start. After some time, he finished the story of how he became who he is. Ignata looked confused. She finally understood everything. She remembered the cat sitting opposite the guy, how he exchanged smiles with Brad, how Judith patted him on the back, how he shook hands with Ilia, and how he talked to the orc, and realized that he was able to overcome everything thanks to the bonds with his friends. The girl lowered her gaze. She realized the value of such a relationship. She thought about the happy girl named Anya and about Jorg. She couldn't believe that she was turning away from them. Ignata smiled. Sparks appeared in the air. Flames appeared around the girl's body. Iron and Joshua looked in shock at her awakened aura. The young man looked at her carefully. He could not understand what had happened and assumed that he had said something that influenced Ignat. On a high pillar was the dark figure of a girl. On a lower pillar stood a guy. Iron was glad that he was able to influence her, but this meant that the gap between them was growing, and he did not want to be left behind. A small fire could be seen near the protagonist's chest. Iron was determined to one day become Ignat's equal. She turned to Joshua with a smile. The man congratulated her. The guy looked carefully at the one who suddenly called out to him. Ignata, with a smile, told him to join the enslavement squad within 3 years. The guy grinned and said that he would need 1 year, during which time he was going to receive Kun's calling and return. There was a light shining through the windows of the house, and there were stars in the sky above it. A lonely man sat at a table in a room with a patterned carpet. Joshua could not believe that Ignata had awakened from Iron's story. He remembered how the fire surrounded the girl's body. He was sure that in the future she would become even stronger. He thought about Iron, who had a fire burning next to his chest. Joshua thought he was amazing too. The man sighed and lowered his head. He was shaking. Joshua remembered his smiling son and thought that if Carl had not disappeared, he would have become as amazing as they were. A trembling hand knocked over the glass, liquid spilled across the table. The man's face was distorted with sobs. He could not understand where his son had gone. The man sat up straight when there was a knock on the door, and there was a brown jug on the table in front of him. His eyes were swollen from tears. He asked who came to him. A blonde girl stood in front of the door. Ilia said it was her. Joshua closed his eyes. Mentally, he told himself to calm down. He didn't want to make his daughter worry, so he couldn't appear in front of her like that. The girl, wearing dark boots, stepped onto the patterned carpet when her father gave permission to enter. The girl in the blue cloak embarrassedly said that she wanted to ask him for advice. They sat at a low table opposite each other. Ilia said that she realized that until now she had been led by other people, and now she wanted to stand up for herself, but did not know how to do it. Her father looked at her thoughtfully. The blonde girl was confused when Joshua said there was something she didn't understand. He looked closely at his daughter and asked why she thought she had to walk this path alone. He believed that people should stick to each other. The girl looked confused when her father said that she should not rely on others for everything and forget about herself when communicating with other people. She put her hand to her mouth in shock when Joshua said that he had been told about how she had scolded the nobles who slandered her. The man smiled contentedly and said that he wanted to praise her for this act. There was a jug and a glass on the table. The man asked if the words of the nobles were good for her. The girl's answer was negative. The girl lowered her head. She still didn't quite understand her father. He asked if she could get something out of those remarks. Her answer was again in the negative. Joshua concluded that their words were useless and should be ignored. Smiling slightly, the man looked at his daughter. His eyes were full of fatherly care. He said that there are also people whose words should be listened to. He imagined Iron smiling, his face smeared with dirt. Holding out his hand, Joshua said his words should not be ignored. Ilia and Iron sat next to each other. Joshua said that she should be attentive to words that make her think and become better. With her eyes wide open, the girl listened attentively to her father. The man said that useless words should be let go and useful advice should be accepted. Then he asked how, in her opinion, to distinguish one from the other. The girl continued to look at her father, greedily catching every word. She replied that first of all you need to be focused on yourself and not on others. The man agreed with her opinion. Sitting on the sofa, Ilia lowered her head. She realized that now she needed to learn to understand herself better. Joshua was frightened when his daughter suddenly jumped up and slammed her hands on the table. The girl warmly thanked him and said that she now better understood her feelings. He hesitantly congratulated her. The girl ran out of her father's room, a blue cloak fluttering behind her. The man called out to her. She replied that she needed to go away for a while. The girl ran along a forest path in the night. She thought that she needed to let go of the connection with Ignat and sincerely accept her confession, and also stop paying attention to the ridicule of others. From running quickly, Ilia's cheeks turned red. He thought that right now there was a person who was more important than everyone else. Her eyes were wide with new realizations, sweat running down her face. Ilia stopped. A golden flash was visible in the distance. She wanted to tell Iron about her feelings. The blonde boy was practicing with a sword, his body surrounded by a golden glow. The girl looked at him intently. Her lips were slightly parted. Iron froze in surprise when he noticed someone. A blushing Ilia approached him. She was fiddling with the hem of her cloak out of embarrassment. The main character approached the girl and asked what brought her here. The girl opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She couldn't find the right words and wasn't sure if now was a good time for this conversation. She looked at him in confusion. Her cheeks were red, sweat was running down her face. She was worried about how she looked, and whether it was too strange that she suddenly ran here, and most importantly, that Iron perceived her first and foremost as a friend. He looked questioningly at the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. Ilia pressed her trembling palms to her chest. She realized that she was continuing to run away. She needed more time. The girl clenched her hands into fists and with a wide smile said that she came because she wanted to see him. The guy looked at her in bewilderment. She folded her fingers and said that they had rarely seen each other lately. Iron smiled and agreed with her. The blue-eyed swordsman continued to smile, and when she asked if the duels with her father were going well, he said that it could not be otherwise. The girl closed her eyes. A wide smile did not leave her face. She decided to hide her feelings for him until she fell in love with herself. There was an arch between the two towers. People walked through it and carts drove through it. It was a warm, sunny day. The cat was sitting on the road tiles. Next to her stood a girl in a black dress. She upsetly asked if Lulu was still angry with her. The animal hesitantly replied that she had calmed down. Their faces were very close. Anya asked if they could be friends again. Lulu replied that they had always been. While the girl clutched the cat in her arms and circled happily, Iron and Jorg talked calmly. The man said that he was leaving and was not sure when they would meet again. He asked the guy to take care of himself. Everyone was surprised when someone called out to the main character. They saw Ignat. She smiled slyly and said that, as she had said before, that she needed 3 years, during which time she was going to definitely improve her skills. The guy in the armor grinned, imitating the girl. He said that he needed a year to join the girl's team. Ignata laughed, pressing her hand to her stomach. She said that he was too self-confident. Because Kun is a complex person, Iron looked at her in confusion and asked if she had met Kun. The girl came even closer to the guy, which angered Ilia. The main character tensed. She said that she had not met Kun, but had heard a lot about him. Continuing to smile slyly, Ignata leaned towards his ear and said that, according to information from the Holy Kingdom, Kun had graduated from Crono Academy, so Iron only had to understand what he wanted and start acting. Ilia watched with displeasure as the other girl put her hand on the protagonist's chest. He thanked Ignat for the information. The dark-haired girl turned her head, the smile disappearing from her face. Her gaze was directed at the blonde girl. Ignata asked if she wanted to say something. Ilia frowned and smiled insidiously. She suggested a duel at their next meeting. Ignata sighed with false irritation and said with a smile that in that case they would meet again. A couple of days later, something exploded on the training field. The man with the sword and the young swordsman stood opposite each other. The ground was covered with cracks. Joshua displeasedly asked if he really loses his balance so easily. His lips curled into an angry grin. He looked at the guy with hatred and thought that he saw everything that happened between him and Ilia that day. The irritated man was hiding behind a tree trunk while the guy and the girl were talking. Joshua knew that his daughter had run away to meet Iron, but he couldn't accept it. The swords flashed again, the man swung, the guy hurried to lunge to the side, meeting the blow. Due to the clash of swords, a flash appeared, streams of energy rushed in all directions. Iron with a tense face noted that Joshua's attacks had become more intense. He forced himself to continue the fight in order to one day catch up with Ignat. Sweat flowed down the guy's gloomy face. Golden sparks flew from his sword. The main character thought that such opportunities do not come along often, so it was impossible to let it go. The man looked annoyed at his opponent. He said that the guy was doing a pretty good job, so he could become even tougher. The guy put his hand forward with a sword and asked him to do it. Joshua bared his teeth angrily, and something flashed next to him. Iron's eyes widened in surprise. He realized that the attack was different from the others and did not know how to block it. Ilia interrupted the fight, calling her father. The man froze with his hand outstretched to the side. The main character looked irritated at the approaching girl. She asked her father if he was too cruel. The man smiled widely and said that Iron himself wanted this, then looked displeasedly at the guy, demanding to say something. The guy confusedly confirmed Joshua's words, but this did not reassure Ilia. Her father suggested taking a break. They sat on a log. The girl sideways watched the guy greedily drink water. Ilia turned to him and asked if he wanted to go home with them. The guy looked at her in bewilderment. The girl with her hands folded on her knees explained that they could not stay here forever and she and her father would soon return home. Iron looked at her warily. She smiled widely and said that she would train all year anyway, and duels with her father would be very useful to Iron. He admitted that she was right, but said that it was impossible. A huge brown wing obscured the blue sky. The main character looked up in surprise. The young people jumped up from the log, watching as a griffin with a blonde rider on its head descended onto the training field. The girl with the size sitting on the griffin smiled slyly. Aaron recognized his sister. The man looked in surprise at the girl standing on the head of the creature with wings. Ilia and Iron stood right in front of the incredible beast. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Joshua realized that in front of him was a real griffin, and the girl, in his opinion, could be a witch. After the girl snapped her fingers, the magical creature evaporated, turning into pink smoke. She joyfully walked towards the hero, calling him brother. Approaching closer, the girl immediately threw her arms at him, talking about how bored she was. The young man himself was a little embarrassed by her behavior. Behind him, Ilia's eyes widened as she watched. The girl nervously furrowed her eyebrows and pursed her lip, thinking about who this girl had arrived and how close she was to the guy that she immediately went to hug. Turning to face Ilia, the hero immediately introduced her to his younger sister. She smiled sweetly, folding her arms in front of her. A smile shone on Ilia's face. She folded her hands in front of her, saying that she remembered how Iron talked about her. Joshua, standing behind her, watched what was happening. Coming closer, raising her head a little, the girl introduced herself as Klia Perir. Standing opposite Ilia, also introduced herself in response, raising her eyebrows and smiling. The man standing behind also introduced himself to the girl as Joshua Linjay. Turning around, the girl looked up at the young man with a dissatisfied look, saying that she had arrived here for the reason that Iron had not been home for 2 years. She folded her arms across her chest, asking him if he had ever thought about visiting them. The young man spoke nervously, a drop of sweat appeared on his head. His eyebrows raised. He, looking at the girl, said that he already knew where he would go next. The young man was going to the Crono fencing academy. Surprised, Ilia asked why Crono. Coming closer to her, Iron shared with her that Kun was rumored to be there now. He thought that even if they didn't accept him now, he should take care of confirming his qualifications in the future. The girl listened to the young man carefully, looking at him with an excited look. Smiling, Ilia shyly looked away, smiling, saying that they would apparently have to separate for a while. Klia, who noticed this, looked at the heroes in surprise. A smile appeared on her face. She thought about how close she and her brother were. This made her a little jealous. Coming closer and standing in front of the girl, she, closing her eyes, said that she did not quite understand what was happening. But if her brother had already decided, then he could not be convinced. Iron looked at his little sister in surprise, and Ilia smiled sweetly in response. Turning to the girl and Joshua standing to the side, Klia apologized. Turning Iron in the other direction, she said that she and her brother needed to talk about a lot. The young man turned around in surprise, looking at her. The man responded understandingly to the girl's words, saying that they could go. Quickly running away, the girl apologized again, grabbing her brother's hand and dragging her along. She shouted to Ilia that they would see each other later. Sitting at the table in the room, the heroes talked about what happened in their lives. Klia, speaking about the fact that the young man had a chance to meet a demon in the dungeon, noticed that so many things had happened to him during this time. The hero sat opposite her, and the cat lay between them on the table. Lulu apologized guiltily to the girl, looking away for the fact that they had to leave her because Iron fell into a magical trap because of her. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. She immediately cupped the cat's face with both hands, squeezing gently, causing Lulu to close her eyes. Looking at her, Klia smiled and said that everything was fine. Because it was in the past, she thanked Lulu for looking after her brother. Iron looked at this with emotion, and the cat's eyes trembled, filling with tears. Jumping up sharply from her seat, the girl, frowning her eyebrows, loudly declared that from now on she would travel with him. Iron's eyebrows arched. He asked about the seriousness of her decision, to which the girl, frowning and squeezing her hands with which she was holding the cat, said that she was confident in her decision, fully confident that the hero would not refuse his sister, who was waiting for him 2 years. Looking away, the young man said okay, if she is so sure, then they will go together. Lulu happily said that it was so exciting that Klia was now with them. The girl, smiling, raised the cat higher, saying that they would get along. Iron watched this while sitting at the table. The carriage was drawn by 2 white horses. The heroes stood nearby. Placing her fist on the young man's chest, Ilia asked him to visit his family for a year. Clenching her hands into fists and holding them out in front of her, she smiled and said that otherwise she would find him and get him. Iron, smiling shyly, put his hand forward, saying that he understood everything. Suddenly, his eyebrows knitted and his eyes widened. He thought that, looking at Ilia's smile, he had a strange feeling that they would not see each other for a while. The girl, smiling widely and closing her eyes, happily noticed that he had promised her, which means he was obliged to fulfill it. The guy's mouth opened a little. He still didn't understand this feeling. Smiling and raising his eyebrows, Iron said that he and Ilia would see each other again. Watching the departing carriage with their eyes, the heroes stood still. Only Lulu, sitting on the hero's shoulder, rose on her hind legs to wave after Ilia. Placing her hands behind her back, the girl noticed that it was time for them to move out. Iron and Lulu looked at her. The young man, smiling, asked Klia if they would fly on a griffin, thinking that now it would be much more convenient to travel. The cat, with glowing eyes, imagined an image of a magical creature in her head. Turning around, the girl, closing her eyes, said that they would not fly on it. Continuing to walk forward, she said that they would not rush and would walk because this was their first journey together. The guy and the cat sitting on his shoulder fell into a stupor. Turning to the guy, the girl, arching her eyebrows and narrowing her eyes, asked why he was silent. Was it because he was not glad that she was going with him? Iron put his hands in front of him, palms out, smiling awkwardly. He talked about what he really liked. Lulu stood up, thinking that Klia was scary. Continuing to look displeased, the girl noticed that the young man did not answer her right away. The cat, trying to save the situation, stammered, said that it was because Iron was very touched, to which the young man, nodding nervously, noted that Lulu was right. A few days later, the heroes continued to follow their path, the cat walking next to them. Holding her hands in front of her and raising her head, the girl said that she was curious about something. Iron, walking behind, immediately looked at her, wondering what exactly. She noticed that the guy was not wearing the pendant she gave him. Iron was surprised to remember the blue stone pendant. He immediately reached into his fanny pack, talking about what he was wearing. Stretching out his hand, opening his palm, the young man showed her the broken stone after the fight with the clown demon. He noticed that, apparently, the demonic energy had overwhelmed and destroyed it. The girl looked displeased and said that everything was clear to her. The guy, raising his eyebrows, apologized guiltily because it was her gift. Knitting her eyebrows a little, Klia said that there was nothing wrong with that because it wasn't his fault, it was a demon. Continuing, she said that the other pendant he was wearing now was fine and she believed it would help him. Iron was surprised, remembering the oval pendant of different colors. He smiled brightly, as did Lulu sitting on his shoulder, thanking the girl for her understanding. Klia, without turning around, chuckled smugly, but the girl noticed that he should have told her about this earlier. The young man, tensed a little, apologized to her. It was getting dark outside when the heroes approached a small guest house. Klia suggested staying here. Lulu happily supported her. Sitting on the bed and closing his eyes, Iron folded his hands on his knees. He remembered Joshua's words before leaving. The man looked at him worriedly. He asked to be careful so that Ignat would not be destroyed by fire. The guy's eyebrows rose and his eyes widened at what he heard. The man talked about how he chased her and that it helped him grow. A small fire burned brightly. Continuing, Joshua said that this is why his fire is stronger than anyone else's. The man standing in front of the hero seemed to be consumed by flames. He said that no matter how strong the flame is, it can destroy if it is not controlled. Therefore, the young man must give to those who are careful so that his own flame does not consume him. The young man, looking at the floor of the room, was about to sit down more comfortably. Sitting on the bed, Iron assumed the lotus position and began meditation. The hero's sword was blazing with fire. Holding it in his hands and watching the flames moving away from him, he realized that the flame had become hotter than the last time. The heat of the fire reached the hero's face. He frowned, thinking that it was flaring up. Images of people who could not contain their rage and turned into Magians flashed through the hero's head. He thought that if the flame was too large and he became obsessed and impatient, if he was consumed by anger and shame, then he would lose himself and collapse. Before his eyes appeared the image of a smiling man who was consumed by his own energy. Staring intently at the sword, Iron realized he had to control the growing fire. And in order to contain it, the young man needs the energy of water. A water sphere appeared in his hands. The hero with a sharp movement applied it to the flaming sword. But the water immediately evaporated, moving away from the red-hot sword in the form of steam. Looking at this, Iron knitted his eyebrows. He realized that the energy of the water could not withstand the flames and disappeared. At this rate, he could really be consumed by the fire. The young man thought that he needed to cultivate the energy of water as soon as possible to create balance. His head was bowed down, his eyes were closed, and his lips were pursed. The candle flame burned slowly. The hero squeezed his hands on his knees harder. Tendrils of dark energy emerged from the bed behind him. The meditation was interrupted by the words of Klia, who knocked on the door, asking permission to enter. The young man immediately answered, inviting her inside. The ominous energy behind him did not disappear. The girl who came in was holding the sleeping Lulu in her arms. She remarked displeasedly that she knew that the hero had been training all this time. Iron sat on the edge of the bed, leaning his hands on its frame, dark energy gathering behind his back. With her hands at her sides, she frowned and said that she asked him to be careful while they were traveling. The guy smiled, thanking the girl for her concern. Frowning his eyebrows a little and lowering his gaze, the hero thought that he really didn't need to be in such a hurry. After the girl left, Iron, exhaling, thought that now he would do everything gradually, step by step. The dark energy gradually evaporated behind him, leaving an ominous mark on the hero's bed. Lulu exclaimed joyfully, saying that they had finally arrived. Klia, knitting her eyebrows, asked if it was really him. Standing in front of the doors of the building, with the coats of arms hanging on it, Iron confidently said that this was Crono Academy. Taking a step forward, the young man suggested going inside. The girl looked at the building with an appraising gaze. Leaning her hand on her side, Lulu headed towards the entrance. The young people inside immediately recognized Iron, looking in surprise at the arriving heroes. Two young men quickly headed towards the hero, talking about how long it had been since they had seen each other. For a long time they could not believe that the guy was here again. The guys around him vied with each other to ask questions, which greatly confused Iron. They excitedly asked if he remembered them, because they were from the same issue. If it was true that he defeated Ilia, someone enthusiastically said that they had heard that the hero had become a sword master. Everyone was wondering why he returned to the academy so suddenly, to which the young man, raising his eyebrows a little, replied that he was here to meet with Kun since he heard that he was here. One of the guys standing nearby noticed that he left with Judith a couple of days ago. She became his student. Iron's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe it. The second young man came closer with a frightened look and shaking hands, saying that he heard that he was with her and Brad. In surprise, the hero opened his mouth, hesitantly agreeing with the guy's words, not understanding what was wrong here. The young man loudly declared that Brad and Judith suddenly began dating, not realizing that this could happen during Iron's absence. The hero opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. He was surprised that they were together. The stern voice of a man with a beard who entered ordered the commotion to stop. He came down here because it had become too noisy, but when he saw iron, he was surprised, the hero himself distracting himself from the conversation by noticing the director. Smiling, the man noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Walking into the office, the young man sat down opposite the leader. Klia was sitting not far from them, holding Lulu in her hands. After listening to the guy, the man realized that they came here to meet with Kun. He looked intently at Iron sitting opposite. He supposed that now he needed to study the energy of water in order to tame the flames. The hero's eyebrows furrowed. He raised his palm to his chest, saying that he felt the flames burning stronger and he was worried that it could consume him in the future. The man smiled and said that this was not a problem. The young man was surprised by such words, not understanding what he meant. The director, looking at the interlocutor, said that he fully understood his feelings regarding the flame, because there were already countless people who experienced shame due to excessive competitiveness, and were then destroyed by this feeling. But the man believed that Iron would never become such a person. The hero lowered his gaze. The leader asked if the young man didn't realize that he was already doing a great job controlling this flame. Rising from his seat, the director, looking down, said that he understood that this was not the answer that the guy was looking for. Turning to the girl, he asked if her name was Ilia, to which he received a confirming answer from the girl, who opened her eyes in surprise that they addressed her. Lulu raised her head joyfully, looking at the girl. The man, smiling and extending his hand in front of his chest, said that he had heard that the girl was an outstanding witch. He asked if it was true that she managed to create a griffin. The girl said that this was so. The director immediately asked if it was possible to fly on it, saying that they needed to change the location. Smiling, Klia looked at the cat, saying that this was quite possible. Lulu's imagination painted vivid images of her flying on a griffin. The heroes decided to hit the road. Mounting themselves astride the magical creature, they set off, the force of the flapping of its wings causing some feathers to fly out. The heroes landed in a clearing near a small lake. The man said that here the young man would learn to control a sword with the energy of water. Looking at the body of water ahead, Iron noticed that the lake looked quite ordinary. Coming to the shore of the lake, the leader, taking his sword out of its sheath, was about to demonstrate his skill to him. The young man and girl looked after him in surprise. Being above the flow of water, the man slowly raised his weapon, moving it from one position to another, the sword emitting blue energy. Raising his elbow and aiming with the fingers of his second hand, the leader closed his eyes, preparing to strike. With a sharp swing, the sword from behind him headed towards the water in front of him. Suddenly, the water in the lake split into two parts on either side of the sword blade, a force wave causing a wind. The girl and the boy watched what was happening in fascination. At that same second, both halves of the water in the lake rushed up, splashing brightly in the sun's rays. The man continued to stand in front of the lake, holding a sword in his hands. Klia, her eyes wide, looked up, surprised that he managed to cut the lake in two. Lulu in her arms opened her eyes wide in surprise. Iron's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. The water returned to its usual state, and the man turned around and turned to the young man, asking him if he had seen what he had cut in half. Clenching his hands into a fist, the guy hesitantly answered that it was a lake. Smiling, the director said that it seemed that he did not understand everything yet. The young man asked again, not understanding what he was doing wrong. Looking at the hero, the man said that he needed to understand the feelings of water and that he needed to cut to get the sword of water. The young man, frowning, listened to him attentively. The leader said that now he may not understand his words, but everything can work out when he tries. Frowning, the director asked if the young man could do this, to which Iron, frowning even more, stated that he would do everything in his power. Swinging, the hero prepared to strike. He hit the water, but failed to cut it, creating only a hail of splashes. The young man looked at this in surprise, thinking that he was doing everything completely differently from what the master had shown. The image of the director who managed to cut through the lake flashed in his head. He thought that it should feel the same. Having made a new swing, the guy made a concentrated face, thinking that he had no time to rest and he needed to continue. The next day, at a distance from the clearing where the young man was training, a stream of water could be seen rushing upward. But the water fell down in drops, and he never managed to divide the lake into two parts. Iron was breathing heavily, holding the sword in his hand and wiping the sweat from his face with the other. The director suddenly appeared, clasping his hands behind his back, and asked the young man if he had really been waving at him all night. The guy turned his head, caught by the director's appearance. The man asked if there was any progress, but the young man looked down, taking a breath, saying that not yet. Smiling, the leader said that there was nothing wrong with that. Because it was quite difficult, he asked if it was necessary to demonstrate it again. The young man immediately straightened up, asking him to show it again. The man, looking at the hero, agreed. He swung his sword again, cutting through the air around him. With a sharp movement, the tip of the sword gave up already on the water, but nothing happened. Iron looked at this in surprise, not understanding why the lake was not divided in two. The director, without turning his head, asked the guy if he thought this blow was different from yesterday, to which the young man answered yes. Fixing a serious look at the hero, the leader said that the movements that he showed yesterday and today were the same. He cut the same thing. The young man's eyebrows frowned, because everything looked completely different, which is what the man means when he says that he cut the same thing. Coming closer to him, the director said that there is no need to be impatient just because you don't understand now. The guy looked intently at the leader. He said that the hero should take it easier and continue to train. Turning around, the man said that he would be gone for several days, to which Iron nodded understandingly. Looking after the departing director, the guy thought that he had a lot of questions, but he was sure that the man did not explain everything for a certain reason, and he would be able to get answers by training further. The man looked forward, holding his hands behind his back, while Iron was preparing to swing again. The man's face tensed. He thought that the young man would not understand everything quickly, because it took him 30 years to understand the Sword of Water. But at the same time, everything was contradictory. The rays of the sun reflected from the tip of the sword, illuminating the guy's concentrated face. The leader hoped that the hero would destroy his prejudice. Mentally, he asked Iron not to give up. 4 days later, the headmaster was practicing at the mouth of a waterfall, swinging his sword furiously while standing on a rock in the middle of the lake. His face was concentrated, and the splashes scattered in different directions. Deputy Director Kira held out the letter, drawing the manager's attention to it. Looking at the man who was reading the letter, she said that it was from Abelius. The director's eyebrows furrowed. In surprise, the man opened his eyes wider and opened his mouth slightly. The letter reported on the demon's rampages. Walking along the stones along the lake, he thought that their generation was still able to stop the demon, but they were not in a position to live in ease. Images of Julius, Quincy, and Caracum appeared in the leader's memory. He understood that they were all too old. Very soon the combat capability of this continent will be halved. But with his eyebrows knitted slightly, the director thought that fortunately there are many outstanding students, they should become stronger in a short time. An explosion was heard in the distance. The man turned his head in surprise. The leader jumped to the side, dodging the incoming blow from Hun, who appeared out of nowhere. Taking a fighting stance and drawing the sword in his hands, the man noted with a grin that he was now attacking him even without warning. Standing with one knee in the water, leaning on his sword, Hun with a grin on his face said that since the man trained here, he should have understood that he would have to fight with him too. Frowning, the leader said that he would make the man regret his ambush. With a furrowed brow and a smile, Hong said that was what he had hoped for. The men simultaneously rushed to attack. Sparks flashed, sword struck sword, water from the lake rushed upward. Raising his hand with the sword to strike, the director, frowning his eyebrows, asked how long Hong would remain fixated on him. Dodging his blow, swinging his leg, the man smugly asked what he thought. He kicked the leader in the head, knocking him back. The man, leaning the hand holding the sword on the ground, covered his face with his other hand without taking his eyes off him. By slamming his sword into the ground, Hong caused a small earthquake, throwing the director into the air. He spoke of how they were destined to clash until he became the strongest swordsman on the continent. Frowning his eyebrows and showing his warlike grin, the man said that he would never stop. He moved sharply from his place without hiding his smile. Quickly approaching Yen, the man, in turn, took a fighting stance. The director swung his sword, throwing stones aside. But suddenly, he felt the energy emanating from the ground. He, with widened eyes, froze for a second. Hun caused a rift in the earth. The escaping energy threw the leader aside, and the man himself rose into the air in a stream of force. Having landed, Ian rested his hand on the ground, holding the sword behind his back, his brows furrowed, indicating that the man had become even more ruthless. Sinking to the ground, the man only laughed. Rubbing his neck, Hong straightened up and, smiling, said that maybe the leader was now no match for him. The director furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze on his opponent. His body radiated bluish energy. He was thinking about starting to fight at full strength. Without rising, but continuing to lean on one hand, Ian swung his sword, a bright blue aura emanating from it, forming a sphere around him. The sword in the man's hands shone brighter. He raised his stern gaze and grabbed the hilt of the sword, taking it with both hands and extending the luminous tip in front of him. Hong grinned and frowned, thinking that no matter how many times he said it, it was unpleasant every time. A luminous trace of the sword's movement could be seen. Swinging, the director hit the split point with all his strength, forcing the man to step back. The ground under their feet immediately trembled and began to crumble, sending large rocks into the air with a shockwave. Hong frowned, his eyes widened. It was a sword of enormous power condensed with aura, a direct blow from which he could not withstand. The man quickly hid behind the trunk of a large tree, looking for the leader. Suddenly, tree trunks were cut and lifted into the air with one blow. Ian closed his eyes, protecting them from the rising wind. Holding the sword behind his back, he turned his gaze upward. Pushing off from the falling treetops, Hong managed to reach the leader with sharp movements. The man threw a blow, but the director managed to fight him off. Jumping back, the man rested his hand on the ground, holding his sword at the ready. His gaze was saddened. Ian waved his hand, and pieces of wood flew into the air. Hong sighed heavily. His mouth parted. He thought that in this case he would not win. Taking a fighting stance, he frowned and extended a sword in front of him from which a bright aura emanated. The silhouette of the leader was visible in the distance, and the man himself abruptly moved from his place. Ian noticed a figure behind him in his peripheral vision. He tried to strike with his fist, but it was all in vain. Hun was behind him, quickly approaching to strike, because by collecting the maximum amount of mana and covering his body with it, he could surpass him in speed. Noticing the movement, the director managed to dodge, leaving a trail of bright light in front of him. The battlefield was visible from rapidly changing positions of flashes. Hun swung his sword, but the man managed to retreat, leaving a bright trace of the sword in front of him. Ian tried to attack, but the man moved too fast, lightning flashing in front of his face. Out of his peripheral vision, the leader saw a sparkling light. The director quickly swung his sword, forming a protective sphere around himself. All attacks were stopped by it. His brows furrowed. He realized that the man was superior to him in speed, and now the best he could do was defend against his attacks. However, there is a way to break through. By sharpening his senses and increasing the accuracy of his attacks, Yen will be able to reach his level and block the attack. A crack appeared on the sword in Hong's hands. Finding himself in front of the leader, he leaned his hand on the ground in a half squat, raising his sword above his head. The man, in turn, also made a swing, putting his second hand in front of his chest. Suddenly, something caught the leader's attention, causing him to stop for a moment and open his eyes wider. Hong looked at him with a concentrated gaze. Then, from his gaze, the director realized that the man was expecting this. This was all planned from the very beginning. Holding his hand in front of him and watching the movement of the enemy's sword, Ian thought that the man could change the trajectory of the blow right now. He aimed at his neck. Realizing what was happening, the man's eyes widened. This was the result of his carelessness and complacency. Freezing in place, he realized that it was his mistake and there was nothing he could do. With a sharp movement, the man thrust his sword forward. A blast wave formed from their intersection, and the light illuminated their faces. The tip of Hong's sword flew off to the side. Ian, looking at the man standing in front of him, asked why he didn't change his trajectory, because he could have cut off his neck at the last moment and won. Knitting his eyebrows, the man exhaled, putting his hand out to his side, and the other holding the remaining part of the sword. He said that he wanted to defeat the wrong Yen, who would fall for something so pathetic. The man asked again, not understanding what he meant. Approaching closer, Hun noticed with displeasure that everything was visible from the man. He did not understand how he could think about something else during the battle. The director's eyebrows furrowed and he chuckled displeasedly. The man was waiting for an explanation from him. Standing on the shore of the lake, Hong noticed that he could not even think that the great Yen would worry about this. He told him to believe in the boy a little more. Hearing this, the leader turned to the man. An incredible landscape opened before their eyes. A rainbow played in the light of the lake. The sun was setting behind the mountains. Hong talked about how he suddenly felt something. The teacher's care and concern are of little help to a student who is growing. Looking into the distance, he said that Ian should stay on his side, wait and watch. This would be the best help. After all, the most useful thing for a student will be faith in him. Fixing his gaze forward, the director, smiling, agreed with his words. He thanked Hong, because after talking with him he felt better. Smiling, Ian remarked that he didn't know the man had a soft side. He asked if it was because of Judith, to which the man responded irritably, telling him to shut up. Walking along the lake, Ian looked thoughtful. He thought about the fact that the student believes the teacher, but the teacher does not believe in the student. Thinking about this, he realized that he had forgotten the most important thing. His gaze was concentrated. He thought that he didn't know how much more time Iron would need to study the water sword, but he would definitely manage it. The man just needed to believe and keep an eye on him. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. In front of him, in the middle of the lake, he saw a giant sphere from which dark energy was emanating. Ian immediately drew his sword, frowning. He thought that such an amount of ominous energy could only come from a demon. It needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. But his intentions were interrupted by Klia appearing on the griffin, asking him not to cut the veil. The man was surprised by her request. He asked the girl to explain what was happening here. The girl frowned and said that she was not sure, but it suddenly appeared in the middle of the lake. Lulu, who had flown in with her, spoke excitedly about how what was more important was that Iron was inside. The director opened his mouth in surprise, and his eyes widened at what he heard. He could not believe that the young man was there. The veil radiated more and more demonic energy. The guy inside held the sword with his head down and breathing heavily. Suddenly, he heard laughter, after which he heard words that they had not seen each other for a long time. Iron looked up in fear, not letting go of his sword. An ominous laugh was heard. A devilish clown with a creepy smile appeared from the water in front of the hero, asking Iron if he remembered him. The young man became wary. Iron, standing in front of the lake, trained with a sword. The main character, looking at the sword, noticed how it lit up. Iron, continuing to look at the sword, said in his thoughts that his training had not brought results for 2 days. The leader from the protagonist's memories said that the sword he showed him for the first time and this one are no different, noting that he cut the same thing. After which Iron said in his thoughts that he still did not understand the director's words. The main character, clutching his sword, said in his thoughts that he still did not understand what he needed to do. Iron, looking at the surface of the water in which the light of the sword was reflected, wondered in his thoughts whether he should change his training method. The main character, removing the sword from his hands, went into the water. Iron, having entered knee-deep water, stated in his thoughts that it was too early to be disappointed, noting that he would do everything in his power. The plot moves forward 2 days. The main character, waving his sword, cut the surface of the water. Iron, hitting the water from top to bottom, left large waves. The main character, being wet and standing in one position, exhaled after the blow. Iron, gritting his teeth in frustration, said in his thoughts that he was still not able to cut the water. Next, in his thoughts, he wondered if he should come up with a new way to train. The main character, lowering his head a little, with eyes full of enthusiasm, said in his thoughts that he should not waste time, noting that he needed to quickly study the water sword. Iron, looking at his foot in the water, noticed how darkness enveloped it. The main character, standing in the middle of the lake, noticed how a ball of water appeared in front of him, shrouded in darkness. Iron, looking at the water ball, noticed how more and more darkness enveloped it. The main character, looking with surprise at the arrival, heard him say that they had not seen each other for a long time. Iron, holding his sword, looked at the clown demon, who lowered his head. The demon clown looked up with a smirk on his face and wondered if he remembered him. The main character, holding a glowing sword in his hands and looking at the clown demon, stated that, apparently, he really survived. The demon, looking at Iron with a smirk on his face, said that he could not even think that the protagonist still remembered him, noting that he was touched to the core. Iron swung his sword towards the demon clown, wondering what he was up to this time. The main character swung his sword and struck the afterimage of the demon. The clown demon, dodging the blow, looking at Iron with a smile, told him to calm down, noting that he would not kill him here, to which the main character wondered what he was talking about. The demon, looking with a menacing look at the hurrying Iron, said that this place was created by the desires of the protagonist and his demonic intention. The clown demon, looking at Iron with a maniacal smile, said that if he was killed, he would not be able to get out of here. The main character, his head slightly lowered, stood with a shocked expression on his face. Iron, raising his head and stretching out his hand, noticed the rain dripping. The main character, looking at the dark energy above, watched as it rained. Iron, looking up with a surprised expression on his face, wondered in his thoughts what it was and why it suddenly began to rain. The demon, surrounding himself with a dark aura and raising his hand with a smile on his face, announced that it was time for them to begin, noting that if he mastered the water sword, then victory would be his. The main character, looking at the rising water, heard the demon say that if he did not do everything on time, the rising water would swallow him and he would die in agony, noting that in this case, victory would be his. The demon clown, looking at the surprised Iron, said that he wants to compete and decide what is stronger than his evil intention or the desire of the protagonist. The demon, moving away from the surprised Iron, said that he would watch him from afar, noting that he should try. The main character, looking at the sword, said in his thoughts that he should not think too much, noting that this place appeared half because of his desire. Iron, standing in the middle of the rain and holding his sword in front of him, said in his thoughts that this place was best suited for mastering the sword. The director, wading into knee-deep water, noticed a huge ball of water shrouded in darkness. The leader, looking into the sky at the griffin, heard Klia say that she had evacuated all the people near the lake. Klia, sitting on the griffin and looking at the water ball, wondered if the barrier was still holding, to which the director said that there are no visible changes yet. The leader, looking at the dark ball of water, said in his thoughts that he did not feel demonic energy due to the fact that the barrier was not created only by evil energy. The director, looking at the barrier, said that perhaps Iron himself could have created this ball. Klia, turning to the leader, was shocked by what she heard. Lulu, hearing the director's words, was no less surprised than Klia. Klia, with a horrified expression on her face, remembering what happened to her brother, said that this could not happen again. Lulu, sitting on Kurlia's lap, told her not to worry, noting that Iron had become much stronger than before. Lulu, looking at the barrier in the middle of the lake, said that she was not exactly sure, but she thought that very soon the main character would come out safe and sound. The narrative moves to the barrier where the main character was practicing with a sword. Iron, swinging his sword and hitting the water, raised a huge wave. The main character, standing in the middle of the rain, was breathing with difficulty, after which he said in his thoughts that he still could not cut the water. Iron, holding his sword, stood hip deep in the water, after which he said in his thoughts that the water had risen again. The main character, gritting his teeth and hitting the water, said in his thoughts that it was too early to give up, noting that he needed to try again. Iron, continuing to beat the water, raised waves. The main character, looking at the rising water, said in his thoughts that the water had already reached his waist. Next, Iron wondered in his thoughts how time flies so quickly. The main character, with sweat on his face, said in his thoughts that nothing had changed, even when he gave it his all. After which Iron wondered in his thoughts what he might be missing and where he might have made a mistake. The main character, lost in consciousness, wondered in his thoughts if he could do it. Iron, gritting his teeth with shortness of breath, said in his thoughts that he should calm down. The main character, having hit the water, continued to try to learn the technique, after which in his thoughts he said that he did not have time for nonsense, noting that he needed to hurry and move. The demon clown, watching the attempts of the main character, stood up to his head in water. The demon, looking at Iron and standing up to his head in the water, said in his thoughts that there was very little left, noting that the more negative feelings he was overcome with, the faster it would rain. The demon clown, looking at the training protagonist, stated in his thoughts that he wanted Iron to doubt himself and succumb to emotions, after which he would fall into despair. The demon, looking at the protagonist standing neck deep in the water, said in his thoughts that he wanted Iron to end up in his own suffocating hell. The demon clown, with a grin on his face and an evil look in his thoughts, said that after this he would fall asleep forever. Iron, looking at the sky, noticed how the rain intensified. The main character, looking up in surprise, noticed something. Iron, standing in the middle of the water, watched as a huge wave approached him. The main character, caught in a wave, went underwater. Iron, being underwater, said in his thoughts that he needed to quickly surface and swing his sword. The main character, holding a sword, went deeper and deeper into the water. Iron, sinking deeper and deeper, reached out with his hand to the surface of the water. The main character, releasing the sword, said in his thoughts that he could not die here. Iron, sinking deeper and deeper, gradually closed his eyes. The main character, going into the darkness of the watery depths, stopped fighting for life. The main character's body ended up in the depths of the ocean. Watching him, the devilish clown began to laugh. Smirking, he rejoiced at the fact that Iron had finally lost his faith, adding that he just had to wait for the darkness to devour him from within. The devilish clown said that now Iron could not defeat him. Gradually going deeper in his thoughts, the main character noted that he could not see anything, wondering if he had died. Continuing to think, he considered that everything was in vain. Seeing a small beam of light, Iron wondered where it came from. The devilish clown's gaze was drawn to the moment when the main character began to move his hand. He was shocked by what he saw. Turning around, Iron began to actively move his arms to surface. Indignant, the devilish clown noted that the darkness should have already begun to consume the main character, not understanding how he came to consciousness. With a serious expression on his face, Iron stated about the conversation that he would die when the water rose, asking if it was a lie. Frowning, the devilish clown tried to find out how he guessed. Touching the sword, the protagonist revealed that this place was created half of his desire, adding that because of this, he could only summon the weapon and continue. Squeezing the blade in his hands, Iron declared that, in other words, this place would help him achieve what he wanted. Turning around, the protagonist assumed that the evil intentions of the devilish clown could not harm him here. Hearing this, his opponent bared his teeth. Concentrating, the main character swung his sword. Staring into the distance, in his thoughts, Iron noticed that it was difficult for him to wave it in the water. Averting his gaze in thought, the protagonist assumed that her magic could not affect this intervention, wondering if he could control his body. Smiling, he noted that this was not bad. Having prepared himself for battle, Iron declared that this was enough. Laughing, the devilish demon noted that the protagonist was again doing something useless, saying that he should have realized that nothing could be changed with useless efforts. Baring his teeth, he tried to find out what was happening, saying that his strength was gradually running out. Continuing to concentrate his aura, Iron said that he had felt something similar before. An image of his body, which was in the bed, appeared in his head. The main character reported that when he was younger, he was deeply saddened by the loss of his mother and did not get out of bed. Frowning, Iron stated that he wanted to escape reality by falling into a deep sleep. With a worried expression on his face, he raised his sword. The main character noted that being in a magical trap, he sometimes suffered. Holding the blade behind his back, Iron said that even then he swung the weapon thousands of times, and was disappointed in himself as there was no progress. Horrified, the devilish clown thought that the negative emotions of the main character were disappearing. Clenching the weapon in his hands, Iron stated that he did not give up, noting that this was the reason he realized that without hard work, he could not become a better person. Observing the bright flow of the aura, the main character reported that when he doubted, he saw a ray of light that wanted to show him himself in a moment of fear. Watching the beam of light, Iron stated that even if he does not see a way and even if there is no hope, In a bright flash of light, the silhouette of the main character was visible, in whose hands a sword was visible. In his thoughts, the main character spoke about the reason why he continues to swing the sword. Due to Iron's intense training, sweat began to run down his face. After crying out, the main character stated the reason why he continues to try, saying that he believes in himself. With a shocked expression on his face, the devil clone thought about Iron's energy getting stronger, figuring that he needed to stop him immediately. Arriving in time for the main character, the devilish clown declared that he would not succeed. Opening his toothy mouth, he wondered if Iron wanted to cut through the water, noting that it was impossible, adding that he couldn't do it here. Turning around, the main character noticed that his enemy was mistaken. Hanging his head in thought, Iron noted that looking back, the headmaster had never told him to cut the water, reporting that he now understood. Putting the blade behind his back and continuing to think, the main character announced the thing that he had to cut, saying that it was not water. His gaze was focused on the amulet, next to which streams of bright aura were swirling. Horrified, the devilish clown began to beg him not to do this. Cracks began to appear at the base of the amulet. With a serious expression on his face, his head bowed, the main character froze in one position. Enveloping his body in light energy, Iron thought about possession. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared in front of his face. A huge magical ball formed over the ocean. A beam of purple energy shot forward. Observing all this, Lulu reported that the barrier was broken. Her gaze was drawn to Iron, who cut the water into 2 parts. With an alarmed expression on her face, Klia rushed towards the main character. Smiling, Iron called out to his comrades. Outraged, Klia called him the pathetic worm who is her brother, asking if he knew how worried she was. Lulu, in turn, noted that she believed that everything would be fine with the main character. Heading towards Iron, the elder assumed that something had changed while he was inside the barrier. Smiling, he tried to find out if the main character had mastered the water sword. Taken aback, Iron noted that he was not sure about this. Inspired, the main character spoke about the feeling that was squeezing his chest, saying that it was getting easier. Sitting down on a chair, the elder spoke about the space that was created with the help of the demon, suggesting that this had something to do with the fact that Iron knew the demon in a past life. After reporting that this was the case, the protagonist noted that he had come to the same conclusion. The elder, in turn, noted that it was pointless to think about it now. Placing the graduation token on the table, the elder asked Iron to take it. With a puzzled expression on his face, the protagonist revealed that he still had a lot to learn, wondering if he could accept it. The elder stated that he deserved it, saying that since graduation itself serves as a new stage, asking him not to attach great importance to it. Smiling, the elder said that when Iron graduates from Crono's fencing academy, they will be able to exchange their thoughts on the sword as equals, noting that he will be able to meet with Kun, adding that he is on the same level as him. Next, looking at the inspired protagonist, the elder asked him to find Kun, noting that in his current state he would definitely recognize him. While on the beast floating in the air, Klia tried to find out if Judith was there. Stating that this was so, the main character revealed that she was being trained by Kun. Looking at the smiling Iron, Klia wondered what she was like. The main character said that sometimes she can be rude, but this did not stop her from always believing in him and supporting him. Further, he noticed the confidence that she and Judith would become friends. Looking at the rising cloud of dust, turning to Iron, Lulu tried to find out if Judith was there. Replying that this is so, the main character stated that it was she. Having landed on the ground, the guys heard Judith's dissatisfied exclamations. Heading forward, the main character assumed that the battle was in full swing. Rushing into the attack, Judith called Iron a pathetic worm. From what he saw, the main character was shocked. Her body was enveloped in a red stream of aura. With a distraught look, Judith called out to Iron. With an angry expression on her face, she declared that she would kill him. Hearing this, his face was covered with genuine bewilderment. Someone's blade was stuck into the ground. The plot tells us that the story moves to a few days earlier. Lowering his hands to Judith, Kun wondered if this was the only reason she was tired. With a serious expression on his face, he asked her to use her passion for the sword and her thirst to defeat her opponent as her driving force, adding that she must awaken her will to become the best in the world. Rushing into battle, Kun invited her to look at her, telling her that he was not tired, since he had the will to win and boundless perseverance, noting that he was almost 100 years old, but he was still full of energy. Angry, turning to Ian, Kun ordered him to die. Taken aback, Judith wondered if such screams really helped in training. Stating that this was the case, Kun noted that they were irreplaceable. Raising his hand, Kun said that it was simply necessary for people like them with a bad character to do this, saying that this way they could barely catch up with these talented worms. After which, he asked her to use Judith this anger, envy and feeling of inferiority that she feels towards her rival. Lowering her head, she thought about her opponent. In her thoughts, an image of the main character arose, in whose hands a blade was visible. Swinging her sword, Judith again called Iron a pathetic worm. She noted that he always leaves and comes back even stronger when she goes out of her way to catch up with him. adding that he is again far ahead. Pointing his finger at her, Kun noted that she needed to think about her opponent. Judith, in turn, called Iron a pathetic worm. With a cry, Kun declared that this was so, saying that from now on, when she said his name, she had to call him a pathetic worm. Then, he tried to find out who the main character was. With a face full of rage, Judith called him a pathetic worm. Putting the blade behind her back, preparing to attack, she ordered him to die. Taking a fighting pose, the main character asked Klia and Lulu to step aside. The guys' blades collided in battle. Indignant, Iron asked her to calm down, asking why she was acting this way. With a serious expression on her face, Judith declared that until she defeated him, she would never stop. Enveloping her body in a red aura, Judith rushed into battle. His gaze was full of genuine rage. With unimaginable power, she tried to strike the main character. Baring her teeth in thought, she noted that she wanted to win, saying that she didn't know how many years it would take, stating that despite this, she would defeat Iron. The blade in Judith's hand squeezed with all her might. Surprised in his thoughts, Kun reported that her fiery energy was becoming stronger. Bright flames emanated from her weapon. Wary, Iron thought that it looked difficult, noting that without an aura sword it would be difficult to block the blow. Concentrating, Judith let out a piercing scream. There was a trace left in the air from the swing of Iron's blade. After his blow, an explosion occurred near her opponent. Due to the force of his blow, she was thrown to the side. Frightened, the main character thought that he had not adjusted his strength. Having fallen to the ground, Judith froze in one position. After clapping, Kun noted that she did not give up despite the aura sword against her, saying that Judith did an excellent job. Smiling, he noted that practical experience is always better than theory. He further thanked Iron, whom he accidentally called a worm, noting that thanks to him he was able to decide which training method to use for Judith. Looking at the surprised protagonist, he stated that he knew this method was effective. While in his thoughts, Iron noted that he was not at all how he imagined him. With a worried expression on her face, Lulu walked towards Judith. Looking at the mark that was left behind when the student landed on the ground, Kun stated that everything was fine, saying that she was not so fragile that she could just be swatted, adding that she had also trained with him many times. Outraged, Klia asked them to shut up, asking what they were talking about when Judith fainted. Bending down, she announced that she was going to administer first aid, asking Lulu to help carry her. Turning around, Klia stated that she would put Judith to bed, asking if the door was locked, specifying that she would go there first. Taken aback, Kun wondered who the child was. The main character said that this was his younger sister, noting that she had a rather strong character. Next, looking at the surprised Iron, Kun asked if they could start. Drawing his blade, he revealed that he had been aware of what was happening since Ian told him, wondering if the protagonist needed him to acknowledge him. Then, he suggested to Iron not to delay this and finish it right now. Smirking, he asked the main character not to tell him that he was afraid. With a serious expression on his face, Iron stated that this was not the case, saying that he relied on him. Enveloping his blade in a bright aura, Kun invited him to begin. Seeing a bright flash of energy in front of him, the main character was shocked. A trace of Kun's technique hung in the air. Pushing off the ground, Iron's opponent rushed into battle. Drops of sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Bringing his sword behind his back, Iron prepared to strike. Several explosions from Kun's technique thundered near the protagonist's face. Exhaling in thought, he noted the incredible speed, stating that every time he tries to swing his sword, he immediately strikes, adding that he does not see an opportunity to attack. The elder said that the water sword is a sword that cleanses what is inside Iron. Looking at the pensive protagonist, he said that if he could create harmony between the energy of fire and water, then, regardless of the situation, he would feel calm and collected. Closing his eyes in thought, the protagonist noticed that he would not be able to focus too much on catching up with Kun's speed. Continuing to think, he tried not to be impatient and remember the sensations of water. Once behind Iron, Kun stated that he was looking forward to this since he was Ian's student, noting that for someone who had come to receive recognition from him, he really missed it. Sensing something, Kun was shocked. Paying attention to the flow of Iron's aura, he thought that it was like water. With colossal power, the main character struck, causing many cracks to appear in the ground. Horrified, Kun jumped to the side. Iron's face was filled with confidence. Pushing off from the ground, the main character rushed into battle. The guys' auras collided in a fierce battle. Jumping to the side, in his thoughts, Kun noted that hitting the ground to create an opening for an attack was amazing. Watching Iron, in whose hands a blade was visible, and continuing to think, he stated that he had exceeded all his expectations, adding that he simply did not know how to work with metal energy. Further, Kun thought that he could also feel the fiery energy, noting that its heat was incredible. Looking at Iron, who reminded him of Ian, Kun noticed that his water energy stood out the most. Smirking, he stated that this was not an energy that a child could easily comprehend. At that moment, while in bed, Judith was unconscious. In his thoughts, Kun wondered if his student had chosen him as a rival, saying that this was not entirely possible. Rushing into the attack, he said that the protagonist's path would be more difficult than his. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.